At the age of 11, Ezio did not receive the owl's letter. Instead, he was met with the somber news of his adoptive father, Giovanni's demise. Due to a trivial misunderstanding, Severus Snape narrowly escaped with his life when he nearly had his throat slit during an admissions visit. He should never have been allowed into Hogwarts. Snape bellowed upon returning to the school. "You will regret this, Dumbledore." The Sorting Hat interjected, "I have stated before that he possesses remarkable talent. It is far too merciful of you, Dumbledore, to spare him from a grand massacre." "Silence," Dumbledore retorted, his ire kindled after witnessing the sheer willful slaughter that lay behind the bodies of a million foes. Ezio is a virtuous child. Chapter 1. Blood Feud. Rising from his computer desk, Ezio stared blankly into space, his face a mask of desolation, devoid of any superfluous expression. He was an orphan, abandoned in an orphanage over a decade ago. A man named Giovanni Florence had carried him away from the snow-laden doorstep, embracing him as his own and imparting his every skill without reservation. Giovanni was a master assassin and a bumbling father who often burnt the meals. He was a strict mentor, yet a tender parent. Over the 10 years spent together, they had nestled closely for warmth, silently becoming each other's pillars of support. Yet, this rare and precious warmth was now shattered. On the computer screen lay an email that had been opened moments ago, Giovanni's final missive, his last farewell to Ezio. He had prepared this for a long time, updating its contents annually, readying himself for the inevitable separation from Ezio upon his death. It was his nature, perhaps a matter of fate, or something else entirely. Giovanni was not one to remain docile. He had become ensnared in a quagmire, unable to escape the precariousness of his life. Today, this man had transformed into a time-sent email, his existence distilled into a line of scarlet ink. The letter is related to the work. New task activated. Blood Feud task. Investigate the cause of death of the master assassin, Giovanni Florence. Task reward. Difficulty. Task hint. He is buried where the 12th moon rises. Task reward. Eden Fragment, Holy Sword, Excalibur. You truly are a damned fool. And now you're really gone. Ezio flinched slightly before resolutely closing his eyes, as if by merely opening them again, he might behold an empty computer screen, rendering the recent events mere phantoms of illusion. The silence of one man lingered for an eternity until the piercing cry of an eagle shattered the stillness. Ezio opened his eyes, the redness that had clouded his gaze now calmed. Mastering his emotions was a fundamental tenet of an assassin's training. Though he had momentarily lost composure, he understood that such feelings could not persist. Only by maintaining clarity of thought could he navigate the challenges that lay ahead. As an assassin, Ezio proved himself competent. From the moment he began to take his first faltering steps, Giovanni guided him through fundamental training, nurturing his interests or perhaps instilling instinctive reflexes, akin to second nature. Over a decade, Ezio remained unwavering when Giovanni took him under his wing. He was far from an ignorant infant. As a time traveler, he played the role of a precocious child, one who would not be perceived as a monster for 10 long years. Now, the charade was no longer necessary. The one he cared for was gone, never to return. "I am even more formidable than you imagine, Giovanni. How could you ever underestimate me?" Gazing at the computer screen, where a letter had not faded into blankness or illusion, Ezio spoke softly. "I am powerful, far beyond your expectations. Though I have yet to mature fully, I am no ordinary child. Within me resides a soul from another realm. I have come bearing a gift. Perhaps I should share this secret with you, so you might refrain from recklessness." With that, Ezio suddenly smirked, a hint of bitterness in his smile. "If you were to discover this, you might meet an even earlier demise. Upon realizing I can protect myself, would you not pursue your so-called dreams, missions, or freedom with even greater fervor?" Ezio struggled to comprehend the depths of Giovanni's passion for this perilous profession, dancing on the edge of a blade, teetering on the tightrope of danger. Perhaps this is the fate of an assassin. The task he had received was among the highest-level assignments, accompanied by the most substantial reward he had encountered thus far. Enhanced by the Blood Feud mission, the reward had escalated to an extraordinary 5 stars. This bounty included one of the few artifacts from the Assassin's Creed, Valhalla, the Excalibur, also known as the Sword of Victory or the Sword in the Stone legendary in the lore of King Arthur. In truth, it was forged by the ISU, the first civilization, as a weapon against the prophesied apocalypse, though regrettably, they had failed. The gift Ezio received upon his arrival in this world stemmed from this very legacy. In contrast to Giovanni's claim, "On my hands are stained with blood," Ezio had long since been submerged in a veritable pool of sanguinescence. He had forgotten the count of his own kills. To him, death had lost its distinct meaning, for in the trial space, he had faced his own demise countless times. Such training could have desaturated Ezio's perception of life. Yet the emotions deemed unsuitable for an assassin became his ultimate shackles, or perhaps his anchor, preventing him from losing his sense of self. Every fleeting moment over the past decade was cherished by him more than anyone else. It was only in the company of this clumsy fool, who perpetually burned their meals, that Ezio could genuinely laugh from the depths of his heart. But all of this had come to an end. The mission was complete. You have completed the long-term task. Disguise. Giovanni had never discerned the inherent difference between you and the other children. You successfully concealed your extraordinary identity for a decade. Task difficulty. Task duration. 3,855 days. Task evaluation. Perfect reward. You have received the task reward. The Shattered Spear of Leonidas. Item name. The Shattered Spear of Leonidas. Rank. Eden Fragment Artifact half destroyed. Effect. Defense Destruction. Teleportation. S. He gazed at the spearhead, measuring over a foot in length. In his hand, Ezio felt no sense of unfamiliarity among players. This broken spear was also known as the Thunder God. Yet, there was no flicker of excitement in Ezio's heart. Had he flawlessly concealed his identity until his graduation from Giovanni, the reward for that task should have been the maximum of 5 stars. Nevertheless, even then, he could not muster joy if the conclusion of his task hinged upon Giovanni's demise. Ezio would prefer to avoid triggering this cursed mission. I will find you, Giovanni. I will surely do so. Even without receiving that Scarlet Vendetta task, Ezio vowed to locate Giovanni's remains and exact his vengeance, for that was the only thing he could do for him. The place where the 12 moons rise? Were he within the realm of Assassin's Creed? Such a description would undoubtedly pertain to a faction of the Templar Knights. Ezio naturally regarded this location as a modern iteration of Assassin's Creed. All that he had been granted stemmed from the creed itself. The IT was Giovanni, a master assassin, who had taken him in on that frigid winter night, and it was assassination training he had received since childhood. He would not underestimate this vast organization, hidden behind the world's facade, harboring ambitions to control. Any disdain he held for them would, in the future, manifest as a sharp dagger piercing his heart. As Ezio prepared to depart this increasingly perilous home, his keen senses detected a faint gunshot emanating from outside. A sharp pop that would likely escape the notice of ordinary ears, but resounded in his own like thunder. He bit down on the stun grenade's pin. Closing his eyes, his trained falcon became his eyes, and at that moment, the vision of the eagle opened, marking the target. Chapter 2. The misfortunate Severus Snape, a professor at Hogwarts, imparted his knowledge of potions while also serving as the head of Slytherin House, a wizard of remarkable prowess. His demeanor, reminiscent of a quintessential villain, coupled with his shadowy visage and a voice that resonated with the chill of the grave, painted him as an archetypal antagonist. On this fateful day, July 14th, a wretchedly sunlit day, it was well known that bats disdained daylight, particularly on such glaringly bright afternoons. The acceptance letters dispatched by Hogwarts would arrive around 8 o'clock, and upon receiving the magical confirmation of delivery, the professors would commence their enrollment visits to students' homes by 9. As the clock struck 9, Snape arrived punctually. The sound of apparition echoed like the crack of a gunshot. The more adept a wizard was at this form of travel, the quieter their arrival. Snape's skill in apparition was commendable, yet he had not mastered the art of silent movement. Most would hardly notice the sound he made upon materializing. However, as he approached the doorstep of the student he was to visit, a piercing cry of a hawk resonated from above. Instinctively, he glanced skyward to behold a falcon freshly stained with blood, having just feasted. Suddenly, a fist-sized black object hurtled from the second-floor window. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelmingly brilliant light and a deafeningly high-pitched sound assaulted him, blinding his eyes and rendering him deaf. He was a wizard, not a superhuman. Caught unawares by this unexpected assault, he had not prepared himself for an attack. He was merely there to extend an invitation for a Muggle student's enrollment, not to undertake a life-threatening mission. The assailant, Ezio, had no intention of killing him. He sought information. The shadowy figure was a master of aerial assassination, executing a flawless leap from several meters above without hesitation. Yet, just as he was about to plummet upon Snape, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The black-robed figure vanished, and from a distance, the all-too-familiar crack echoed once more. In this life-threatening moment, Snape clumsily apparat, now blinded and deafened. He hastily drew his wand, while his other hand fumbled within his robes, retrieving a vial of potion to quench his own mouth. The stinging in his eyes and the ringing in his ears dissipated. But before he could catch his breath, an instinct for survival urged him to act. Armor. With a sudden flourish, he summoned an invisible shield to envelop his form. Yet, at that instant, a searing pain shot through the arm that grasped his wand as a razor-sharp object pierced his flesh, followed closely by the sensation of something pressing against his throat. Warm, viscous liquid trickled down, and the metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils. A grim reminder that this was indeed his own blood. The weapon that had penetrated his arm was now poised at his neck. The bloodied spear a testament to the danger he faced. I am a professor at Hogwarts. I harbor no malice. Snape's voice remained calm. Even as he found himself on the brink of death, he harbored no fear of having his throat slit. The potions he carried were sufficient to restore his injuries in an instant, provided he was granted the opportunity to use them. Losing his wand was of little consequence. Unlike other ineffectual wizards, he possessed the ability to cast spells without a wand. Though such incantations required vocalization, silent casting was beyond him. Was Hogwarts not a realm of magic, rather than a modern world reminiscent of an Assassin's Creed? For a fleeting moment, Ezio appeared momentarily distracted, a brief instant that Snape perceptively seized upon. Though the reason for this lapse eluded him, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Disarm. A red spell shot forth from his left fingertips, causing the spear in Ezio's grasp to fly from his hand. Snape felt a lightness as the weight pressing against him vanished. In an instant, Snape disappeared from his location, and upon reappearing, he downed a vial of potion, feeling the searing pain in his right arm dissipate as the wound rapidly healed. Faint. A beam of red light erupted from his fingertips, hurtling towards the shadowy figure in the distance. Yet, just as the red light was about to strike its target, Ezio swung the spear forward, shattering the spell. It seems there has been a misunderstanding between us. Upon confirming that the newcomer was not an assassin of the Templar Knights, Ezio had no intention of further deepening their misapprehension. Since this world was not under the clandestine control of the Templars, he saw no reason to take action against Snape. He recognized Hogwarts and was aware of Snape's significance, and at this moment, he needed an entry into the magical realm, an opportunity that lay before him. Is that so? Snape's expression darkened as he cast a dubious glance at the figure before him, clearly a child rather than an adult. However, upon meeting the cold, penetrating gaze of the boy, he chose to suppress his anger. Those eyes sent a chill through him, as if death itself had locked onto him. Whether it was mere illusion or a tangible reality, he could not tell. For when he scrutinized Ezio again, the boy's eyes had returned to normal, devoid of any menacing aura. I apologize for my earlier actions. Due to certain circumstances, I mistook you for an assailant and overreacted. Ezio picked up the wand that had fallen to the ground and tossed it back from a distance. As the wand returned to his grasp, Snape felt a slight sense of relief. I require an explanation, he stated coolly to Ezio. My father has recently passed away, and in his final messages, he hinted that his death was likely connected to something extraordinary, the 12 moons. Do you know what that is? After a moment of silence, Snape slowly shook his head. I do not know what the 12 moons are, but I believe we can discuss it. Chapter 3. Snape's cloak billowed as he departed. Thus, the events unfolded. In the living room, Ezio poured a cup of red tea for Snape, unadorned, fully aware that this master of potions would not be easily deceived. Every individual worthy of the title master possesses extraordinary qualities. My father has passed away, and the only clue I have is that he may have died at the place where the 12th full moon rises. This should relate to what you have told me about wizards. The relics my father left me might suggest that his ancestors were once wizards, or perhaps he acquired them from elsewhere. I am his adopted child, and there are certain matters I cannot ascertain. I can utilize it, yet I remain ignorant of the reason behind my ability. Ezio's words were a mixture of truth and falsehood. The most challenging lies to unravel are those woven with grains of reality. However, Ezio could not master this art. Yet the credibility of his statements held some weight in Snape's ears, especially given Ezio's current amicable demeanor and sincere tone, compounded by the fact that Ezio sought something from him. Nevertheless, Snape could not offer any insights regarding the location of the 12th full moon's rise. Otherwise, he would reveal his darker side in an instant. Once his vulnerabilities were exposed, Snape would not hesitate to show no mercy to this little rascal. I shall tentatively accept your claims, but now, on to the second question. Snape's demeanor was somewhat aggressive. You must have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Knowing that professors would come here, why did you choose to ambush me? Snape was disinclined to inquire about what you and your late father had been engaged in, as the answer was evident. This individual had undoubtedly been trained in a specialized profession. If Ezio were unarmed, Snape, wand in hand, would regard him with utter disdain. While muggle tricks might not be dismissed outright, they paled in comparison to the capabilities of a wizard. After all, wizards possess the ability to manipulate and alter the thoughts and wills of muggles with mere gestures. With a flick of his finger, Snape could erase Ezio's memories. And the wizard's disdain for muggles was not unfounded. At this moment, Snape exuded a pride befitting a wizard. He did not believe he could fall prey to Ezio's schemes again. Ezio spoke coldly, offering no semblance of respect to Snape. I intend to capture you alive. I do not relish the slaughter of the innocent, but I am not above employing ruthless measures. Snape's brow twitched slightly, but upon reflection, he acknowledged the truth in Ezio's statement. At that moment, Ezio's spear had been poised against his throat, and with the slightest movement, he could have been decapitated. At that juncture, not even the reincarnation of Merlin appearing before him could have saved him. Impossible. I would only receive reports after the acceptance letter was acknowledged. You could not have failed to receive the owl-delivered letter. An owl? Ezio, though aware of the matter, feigned confusion. You use owls for correspondence? Of course, Snape replied matter-of-factly. The owls, imbued with magical abilities, can deliver items with absolute precision to their intended recipients. This is their unique magic. A marvel of the wizarding world that surpasses your imagination, my boy. I believe I should now comprehend the situation. Ezio rose and approached the window, opening it wide before emitting a resounding whistle. He extended his right hand, and in a mere moment, a magnificent raptor gracefully alighted upon his arm. Kneel. What have you captured? Ezio affectionately stroked the head of the majestic bird he had personally nurtured, a creature that resonated with his very soul. This was a sea eagle, scientifically known as the aquila, found across northern Europe, Asia, and North America. Measuring between 56 to 61 centimeters, it is classified as a medium-sized raptor, renowned for its fierce temperament. It would not be surprising if a trained messenger owl fell prey to its claws, as the hunting dive speed of the aquila exceeds that of the fastest owl by more than 6 times. The letter is here, Ezio said, as he untied a blood-stained missive from the unfortunate owl's leg and waved it towards Snape. I apologize, there are no other neighbors in the vicinity where I reside. So Neil spends his days outdoors, capturing any bird that ventures too close to the house. However, Neil does not harm them. I have trained him well. At that moment, Snape's expression darkened, nearly dripping with discontent. This rationale left him without a counterargument, yet he astutely identified a blind spot. Do wizards possess any extraordinary abilities? Apart from casting spells, that is. Indeed, Snape paused before nodding. A very limited number of wizards possess some unusual capabilities. Are you suggesting that you are one of them? I share a mental connection with Neil. Occasionally, I feel as though I become Neil, soaring through the skies and perceiving the world through his eyes. Your eagle has absorbed your magical essence. That is indeed a compelling explanation, Snape scoffed, but he was not entirely satisfied with this discovery. Hogwarts will reconsider your admission. Ezio let out a cold chuckle, indifferent to Snape's remarks. Knowing of the magical realm's existence, even in the direst circumstances where he might be barred from Hogwarts, he would find alternative paths. With Dumbledore's character, who was willing to give second chances, even to Voldemort, how could he not extend that same opportunity to a Muggle assassin? Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, Ezio ascended the stairs. Whether as a Templar or a wizard, it was clear he ought to leave this home behind. Chapter 4. The initial encounter with Albus Dumbledore. Ezio prepared for his departure, having attended to all necessary affairs beforehand. Besides the recently awarded spear, he had also equipped himself with various tools for the journey. A pair of hidden blades, a dozen throwing knives, a miniature crossbow accompanied by its bolts, several smoke bombs, stun grenades, potent poisons, anesthetics, and other assorted items, along with an assassin's cloak rewarded by the system that significantly diminished his presence when the hood was drawn, and, of course, a modified Ingram 11 submachine gun crafted by a gunsmith. As a modern assassin, Ezio did not shy away from utilizing firearms. In a concealed training ground not far from home, he had completed over 30,000 precise shots, mastering everything from pistols to sniper rifles. At times, firearms proved to be more effective than throwing knives or concealed blades. Extracting 2 barrels of cryogenically preserved gasoline from the tool shed, Ezio traversed every corner of the house, seeking to absorb one last vestige of Giovanni's laughter and joy that lingered within its walls. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes grew slightly moist. Yet, he had to bid farewell. He could not allow anyone to discover his presence. Given his current abilities, he harbored no confidence in vanquishing any pursuing adversaries. His encounter with Snape had afforded him numerous advantages, but in a state of preparedness, it would be arduous for Ezio to contend with a wizard. Erasing traces was imperative. After all, the individual responsible for Giovanni's demise was likely a sorcerer, capable of probing memories. Ezio was no wizard. He was merely an agile, ordinary man, possessing only a modicum of adept assassination skills. 10 minutes after Snape's departure, Ezio had completed all necessary preparations. At the entrance, he dragged a trail of gasoline, silently gazing at the house that brimmed with his memories and joys. You need not do this, child, a frail yet gentle voice resonated from behind him. Ezio, whose strength now rivaled that of his father Giovanni, failed to perceive the arrival of the elder. However, he refrained from turning abruptly, standing still and voiceless. After a moment's pause, Ezio quietly retrieved a box of matches and struck one into flame. In an instant, the fire surged forth, igniting a trail several meters long. Gasoline is highly volatile. Although the gasoline within had been stored at low temperatures to reduce its volatility, there remained a risk of explosion upon contact with flames, necessitating a safe distance. Are you suggesting that you can protect me? Ezio turned at this moment, witnessing the inferno rapidly spreading behind him. It would not be long before the burning structure was reduced to ruins. He discerned the elderly man, standing 5 meters behind him, with long, beautiful silver beard swaying gently in the breeze, and a pair of clear, bright blue eyes behind crescent-shaped lenses. Indeed, child, as long as you are enrolled at Hogwarts, I can ensure that no one will harm you. But I will eventually graduate, will I not? Ezio replied calmly. I must be accountable for my future self, correct? Professor Dumbledore? We can never predict what the future holds. I comprehend your sentiments, child. Dumbledore nodded, not contesting Ezio's words, acknowledging their intrinsic validity and recognizing the harsh realities of society better than most. I have come here to inquire about something, Dumbledore said. Please, speak, Professor Dumbledore. If you were to discover the identity of your father's murderer, what would you intend to do? An eye for an eye. Is there anything wrong with that? But what if your father had first threatened them? I shall await their revenge upon me. Every situation inevitably demands a resolution, which may manifest as either favorable or unfavorable, yet invariably requires someone to bear the consequences. If a cherished family member in your life were to pass away under mysterious circumstances, would you not yearn for answers? Ezio lifted his gaze towards Dumbledore, his pure and untainted eyes piercing Dumbledore's heart at that moment. He too had once lost a beloved family member. And even after all these years, the pain still lodged within him, a sharp thorn that a mere mention could provoke. Ariana. Dumbledore silently uttered this name in his mind, feeling a dryness in his throat. I do not know, Dumbledore replied slowly, shaking his head. He wished not to speak of it, nor to dwell on it. Each individual's character and experiences are distinct, leading to different choices. What if one day your own? Before Dumbledore could finish his thought, Ezio interrupted him. The so-called sentimentality held no sway over Ezio. Even if Dumbledore were to locate his biological parents in this lifetime, Ezio would find even a glance too much. So, have you come here to invite me to your school, or merely to observe the spectacle? Indeed, I have come to invite you to Hogwarts, Dumbledore sighed inwardly. But I require a guarantee from you. I shall not harm any classmates, even if they provoke me. I will only retaliate reasonably. It seems we have reached a pleasant agreement. Ezio regarded Dumbledore. Shall we depart now? Wizards can apparate, and can they not take someone along? Of course. But before we proceed, I have a small token for you. You have seen the acceptance letter, have you not? However, there is one detail not mentioned. For students facing financial difficulties, Hogwarts offers a scholarship. Dumbledore handed over a small pouch, which seemed to contain a considerable number of coins, jingling as it moved. Thank you for your kindness, but may I ask a question? In the magical world, do you accept pounds or gold? We use galleons, sickles, and nuts, but Gringotts Wizarding Bank provides currency exchange services. Hogwarts students are entitled to an annual exchange of 100 galleons for pounds. The goblins have a particular fondness for gold, hence there is no cap on the exchange between gold and galleons. Come now, take my hand. Dumbledore extended his left arm. We can head to Diagon Alley. Ezio whistled, and Neil swooped down. In an instant, the three of them vanished. Chapter 5, Shopping and Wands. Dumbledore brought Ezio to Diagon Alley, yet regrettably could not accompany him on his shopping excursion. It was not due to Dumbledore's busy schedule, but rather his overwhelming notoriety. His amiable nature ensured that students greeted him joyfully upon sight. They respected Dumbledore, but were not afraid of him. Thus, in Diagon Alley, Dumbledore was treated almost like a celebrity, eliciting a wry smile as he bid farewell to Ezio. The elderly man adeptly handled such scenarios, yet it inevitably consumed an abundance of unnecessary time. Fortunately, Ezio's demeanor reassured Dumbledore. He was a clever child who required no excessive care and exhibited remarkable independence. Eager to explore on his own, Ezio ventured into Diagon Alley, clad in a traditional assassin's cloak adorned with a white base and red-blue accents. Perched upon his shoulder was a striking sea eagle. Despite his conspicuous attire, he drew scarcely any attention, embodying the essence of a dazzling passerby. Hello. I wish to exchange some galleons, he stated. Upon entering Gringotts, Ezio completed the essential first step in a mere 2 minutes. The scholarship from Hogwarts was meager. After purchasing a wand, the remaining 29 galleons sufficed only for acquiring second-hand books and necessary equipment. Ezio harbored a strong aversion to second-hand items, especially tools, since they represented unforeseen complications. Assassins universally detest unexpected occurrences. It is preferable for targets to be dispatched quietly, without any unnecessary theatrics, lest one encounters true cruelty. He exchanged 100 galleons at a rate of 15 pounds, and then traded 5 gold bars for an additional 1,000 galleons, with 1 gram of gold equating to 1 galleon. The goblins were shrewd businessmen. Galleons were not pure gold, but rather gilded, and they would never engage in unprofitable ventures, especially considering they even charged for enchanted coin pouches. Thereafter commenced a discreet shopping spree. Besides the highly practical broomstick, Ezio procured a waist pouch and a chest bag from the magical equipment store. He also commissioned a special lined vest for conveniently storing his other tools. At Flourish and Blots and the second-hand bookstore, Ezio acquired a selection of introductory magical texts and numerous tomes on the history of the magical realm. Though much of the content was fictional, at least 60 to 70%. However, there were also genuine accounts, and he sought clues regarding the 12 moons, which were evidently veiled secrets. Otherwise, how could Snape remain oblivious? Perhaps this search was futile, yet he had no intention of relinquishing it, for it was a necessary process to comprehend the reality of the magical world. He recalled certain aspects of the Harry Potter universe. Yet it was evident that the films diverged from this authentic alternate reality. At the very least, the characters' appearances differed significantly. For instance, Snape's visage bore little resemblance to the one etched in his memory. He was not the same person. Compared to the film's portrayal, this individual resembled a bat floundering in a shadowy realm. By the time his shopping concluded, the clock signaled 3 in the afternoon. Curiously, he had indulged in some magical snacks to quell his hunger before arriving at his final destination in Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop. "Greetings. I have come to purchase a wand." Upon entering the shop, Ezio spoke succinctly and swiftly, reaching the counter before the chime of the wind bells ceased. An elderly man behind the counter observed him with calmness. "Welcome, a new student from Hogwarts, I presume." Ollivander gently nodded. "Allow me to assist you in measuring your size." Ezio did not enjoy the privileges of a protagonist like Harry Potter. The elder conducted his business with formality, refraining from casual chatter, likely due to Ezio's lack of wizarding parents, rendering any conversation about them moot. His opening line would inevitably be, "I recall your wand. Which hand do you favor?" "Both hands, hence I may require 2 wands." The second wand would incur the standard price, as opposed to the discounted rate of 7 galleons for Hogwarts newcomers. Ollivander had encountered similar situations numerous times, remaining unperturbed, even pausing not in his measurements. Wands were not inexpensive. In fact, they were quite costly. After wizards reached adulthood, some would opt to replace their wands, but this often came at a hefty price. A monopolized business certainly reaps profits, Ezio mused internally. What is the standard price? Approximately 60 to 80 galleons. Some wands made from rare woods or phoenix feathers can be more expensive, ranging from 130 to 200 galleons. It seems I can afford that amount. Thank you, good sir. Try this one, made of chestnut, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 14 inches in length, possessing excellent flexibility. And this one is also commendable, crafted from maple, with a unicorn tail hair core, measuring 13 inches. Selecting the appropriate wand, or rather, seeking a wand that resonates with the wizard, is not a simple endeavor. Ollivander's measurements primarily aimed to ascertain the appropriate length for the wand, while the choice of core characteristics required comparison for discernment. "Ah, a discerning customer, but I have faith that I shall find the perfect one for you." After a brief pause, Ollivander continued, "Your standards for wands are quite high. I have encountered such demands many times, and I have always succeeded in fulfilling my customers' needs. Give this a try. I believe this remarkable combination may yield some delightful surprises." Elderberry, Phoenix Feather Core, 13¾ inches long. The feather core was sourced from a rather unique phoenix, one that was preparing for rebirth due to an injury at that time. Hence, I chose elderberry to complement this core. Ezio accepted the deep gray wand, feeling no particular distinction upon grasping it, merely sensing its gentle demeanor, with no extraordinary indications. He nodded and gently waved his hand, causing a sheet of parchment on the counter to levitate a few inches above the surface. "It appears we have successfully found one. Now let us try this." Ollivander nodded in satisfaction and retrieved yet another wand. "I seldom use materials other than the heartstring of a dragon, the tail hair of a unicorn, and the tail feather of a phoenix to craft wands. Although I have experimented with thousands of combinations of woods and cores, I believe these 3 cores possess the greatest universality. However, I would not rashly conclude that they are the irreplaceable superior materials. There exists an abundance of magical creatures in the world, and one such wand core is crafted from the feather of a thunderbird. The wand makers of North America, particularly Hickory Beowulf, hold it in high regard. Yet, it is undeniable that the thunderbird feather demands a wizard with strong control to wield it, as it is exceedingly swift and temperamental. Struck by lightning, the American redwood yields a 14-inch-long thunderbird tail feather. Give it a try, and perhaps you shall find it to your liking." Ezio received the wand under the expectant gaze of Ollivander, and at the moment he grasped it, the tip of the wand emitted a flicker of light akin to lightning. In his other hand, the elder wand responded with a spark, unwilling to be outdone. "It seems they both take a liking to you. Do be cautious of their potential rivalry." Ollivander chuckled heartily, adding, "I jest. Wands do not engage in combat. However, I hope you do not neglect either one. Only through continual use will a wand truly harmonize with its wizard. Rapport must be cultivated." At this moment, Ollivander inquired which wand Ezio intended to purchase in full. With a warm smile, he noted that each was quite valuable. "Let us proceed with the Redwood and Thunderbird Feather Wand." Ezio, free from indecision, made his choice. The price was 177 golden galleons, which included wand maintenance wax, a polishing cloth, and a storage case. Note, the exchange rate of 90 pounds to gold is approximately 51 pounds per gram of gold. The magical community operates under a gold standard, and the limitations on the conversion of pounds to galleons likely stem from the Ministry of Magic's regulation of interactions between wizards and muggles. It is improbable that they would permit fairies to engage with muggles, exchanging muggle currency for gold, thus imposing restrictions. Consequently, there are no limits on gold to galleon conversions, while pounds to galleons are regulated. Chapter 6. Spell Experimentation. Ezio's acquisition of 2 wands was not born of greed, but rather practical necessity. In situations where spellcasting by hand is not feasible, a wand becomes an essential aid for a wizard. Should he find himself compelled to relinquish his wand, a backup would be indispensable. The wisdom of being prepared is one that every assassin must heed. Often, the opportunity for assassination is fleeting, and missing it can lead to unnecessary complications. Broader preparations enable one to navigate more intricate circumstances, ensuring ultimate success. Were Severus Snape unable to cast spells without his wand, he would inevitably find himself a lamb to the slaughter, regardless of his formidable magical prowess, rendered helpless. Though Ezio is merely an 11-year-old boy in terms of physical age, his strength rivals that of an adult, even surpassing some in sheer power. In the realm of combat techniques, he is leagues ahead of many, effortlessly dispatching a dozen ordinary individuals in unarmed confrontations. His training consists of lethal strikes designed for swift kills, rather than mere brawling or combat. Fighting and slaughter are related, yet can be vastly different pursuits. As twilight descended, Ezio had no intention of residing in the Broke Pot Tavern, perhaps due to its cacophonous atmosphere and squalid surroundings, or perhaps because he was newly immersed in the magical world and lacked a sense of security. He preferred the comfort of familiar environments. Donning his hood, he stealthily departed and soon found a hotel. In this era, surveillance was scarce, as long as he remained unseen. It served as an excellent refuge. Naturally, registering at the front desk was out of the question. Ezio chose to exploit the situation, not out of inability to pay, but to avoid exposing himself. In complete anonymity, he skillfully forced open the door to a guest room, transforming it into his temporary sanctuary. The hotel he selected had a low foot traffic, and its finest rooms were seldom occupied due to their poor value. The affluent regarded them with disdain, while the less fortunate could not afford them, placing them in a rather awkward position. Before attending Hogwarts, young wizards were unbound by the trace. Through a book detailing this magical phenomenon, Ezio gleaned an understanding of its nature. The trace is a form of contractual magic. Any young wizard enrolled in a registered magical school, including but not limited to Hogwarts, would enter into this magical agreement. Prior to reaching 17, the age of adulthood in the magical realm, should a young wizard cast spells without the presence of an adult wizard, their actions would be documented and reported to the Ministry of Magic. However, this magic is not infallible if an adult wizard is nearby and exerts magical interference. The trace does not activate, allowing the young wizard to perform magic without consequence. The primary targets of this enchantment are those wizards of Muggle descent, as the Ministry detests their use of magic in front of Muggles. While exposing the existence of the magical world is challenging, it can cause significant inconvenience for the Ministry, necessitating memory modifications to conceal magic's presence, a laborious endeavor. Ezio, however, is not particularly concerned by this restriction, recognizing the numerous loopholes in such a crude safeguard. For instance, when he needs to employ magic in the Muggle world, he merely requires the presence of an adult wizard, and the method of accompaniment is certainly not one of enthusiastic assistance. Before enrolling at Hogwarts, Ezio can freely wield magic, unencumbered by the trace, allowing him to explore and learn magic without the scrutiny of the Ministry. As long as he remains undetected, he can indulge in his magical studies for the next 6 weeks at will. The fluorescent flicker is quite simple. It appears that my magical talent is commendable, after all. I have never lacked focus, perhaps due to the maturity of my soul. Magic is inherently subjective, and I am uncertain whether the judgment of the thread is based on the age of the soul or the age of the body. If it is the former, I shall verify it later. During my first off-campus spellcasting, I might only receive a warning. I am not Harry Potter, after all. I swiftly perused the first-year spellbook, Expelliarmus, which contained a limited number of spells, just a few. The focus of the first-year curriculum is on the foundational aspects of magic, emphasizing theoretical knowledge over practical application. Learning magic is primarily intended to aid in understanding the theoretical concepts. These rudimentary spells can be easily mastered with the correct incantation and a precise wand movement. My hands are steady, and I do not stutter. Achieving success on the first attempt is quite typical. What if I were to challenge myself with something more advanced? Although it is easy to stumble when one has just learned to stand and attempts to run, I happen to know a particularly difficult spell that demands little in terms of casting requirements. This incantation does not even necessitate a specific gesture. It requires merely 2 elements. First, sufficient magical power. Second, the unwavering intent to take another's life. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light erupted, striking the rabbit I had purchased from Diagon Alley for Neil's dinner, causing it to collapse lifelessly. Neil, curious, examined the deceased rabbit before glancing at me, flapping his wings in protest, seemingly conveying that meat delivered without struggle lacks a soul. However, in truth, this rabbit no longer possessed a soul. Killing a rabbit destined for Neil's dinner did not evoke any feelings of guilt in me. I closed my eyes, attuning myself to my senses. As an assassin, I possess a precise control and insight into my own body. The acute awareness honed through countless encounters with death enables me to perceive even the slightest fluctuations in my body when I enter a state of concentration. Analyzing my physical feedback after employing the killing curse. This malevolent dark magic, this unforgivable curse, does it harbor any adverse side effects for me? If it merely induces emotional turmoil, I can easily dismiss it. Upon opening my eyes, I detected no abnormalities. The number of lives Voldemort has taken throughout his existence does not surpass the tally I have achieved in a single day of training. Thus, can I infer that the soul-splitting side effect attributed to the killing curse arises from the user's own inability to regard the act of taking life with sufficient indifference? Does anyone truly feel guilt for consuming a glass of water today? I shook my head, delivering a cold and rational assessment of myself. I have become utterly desensitized to this. However, there are myriad methods of killing. To confine myself solely to the killing curse would be rather narrow-minded. Petrificus totalis. I waved my wand forward, and another rabbit became immobilized within its cage, shattered into pieces. The petrified rabbit met a tragic end, its body shattered in an instant. Curiously, there was no violent spurt of blood. Instead, the blood congealed within the severed flesh. It was only when Ezio lifted the petrification curse that the blood surged forth in a normal manner. Neil protested vehemently, lamenting that Ezio had squandered his second dinner for the night. How am I supposed to eat like this? Chapter 7. The Synced Map, Unlocking Topsy-Turvy Lane. At the break of dawn, precisely 5 o'clock, Ezio roused from his slumber. He was not one to linger in bed. After gently patting Neil, who slept beside him on the pillow, Ezio descended from his bed. He stretched his body, followed by a 15-minute session of flexibility exercises, thoroughly relaxing and stretching his muscles and tendons to achieve optimal readiness. With no shops open outside, he resorted to the sandwiches he had purchased the night prior. As breakfasting on cold food was not ideal, Ezio cast a flame spell, creating a quiet fire on the floor to warm his morning meal. Neil's breakfast proved simpler to manage. There was still one rabbit left from yesterday's purchase. However, this creature was rather slow at eating. By the time Ezio had tidied the room and prepared to depart, Neil had fluttered to his shoulder, extending his head to request a wipe of his beak. The remnants of the previous meal were swiftly cleansed with a simple cleaning spell. Listening to the sounds outside the corridor, Ezio donned his hood and quietly exited the hotel. As softly as he had entered, with a gentle leap, Ezio quickly propelled himself against the wall, silently grasping a protruding wooden beam. Though it was only about 10 centimeters long and severely decayed, yet his body felt weightless. With a slight push, he soared upwards 2 to 3 meters in the blink of an eye, and within mere breaths, he had securely reached the pinnacle of the abandoned tower. The landing spot at the summit was exceedingly narrow, yet it was ample enough for Ezio to maintain his balance. The wind rustled his cloak, lifting its edges, while the piercing cry of an eagle seemed capable of tearing through the clouds that concealed the rising sun. In that moment, Ezio's perspective soared to the heights, with Neil swiftly navigating the skies. Everything below was laid bare under his keen gaze, and in Ezio's mind, a complete map of Diagon Alley materialized. New map, Diagon Alley, unlocked. Map exploration rate, 27. Discovered secret location, entrance to Topsy-Turvy Lane. New map, Topsy-Turvy Lane, unlocked. Map exploration rate, 1. Exploring the map does not yield any trophy achievements, but it serves to gauge whether there are undiscovered areas within the locale. The explored regions of Diagon Alley were confined to the commercial streets and the shops on either side. At first glance, it appeared that many areas remained unexplored. However, the unilluminated sections of the map were few. The exploration rate included the interiors of shops, but the risks associated with rummaging through a wizard's establishment were significant. Ezio was not the type to forcibly pry open villagers' chests to sift through refuse. Lacking obsessive tendencies, he was indifferent to whether this figure reached 100. His primary purpose for consulting the map was to ascertain the location of the upside-down alley. As an assassin, a shadowy figure traversing the realm of death, he possessed an innate curiosity for such sordid haunts. Cloaked in a hood, his face veiled beneath a scarf, even his eyes concealed behind specially crafted lenses, Ezio was ensconced in an attire that unmistakably marked him as peculiar. This sort of garb was commonplace in the upside-down alley, where the light-shy denizens abounded. His meticulous disguise served as a precaution. After all, the assassin's cloak was designed to diminish his presence rather than render him invisible. People would perceive him, yet instinctively regard him as an inconsequential passerby, unless he ventured into certain restricted areas, such as those guarded by vigilant sentinels or bustling shops. It was unlikely he would attract undue attention. Naturally, should anyone harbor malicious intent from the outset, be it a highwayman or a thief, they would not simply overlook Ezio. Yet, The most foolish endeavor in existence was to attempt to ambush an assassin. In stark contrast to the desolate alleyways, the magical underworld teemed with furtive figures at that moment. Each individual was shrouded in cloaks, scarves, or bizarre contraptions, emanating an array of unpleasant odors, some reeking of pungent potions, others of unwashed bodies, and even a few reminiscent of decaying corpses. Wizards exhibited a disconcerting neglect for hygiene, reminiscent of a medieval landscape where filth reigned supreme. Despite the convenience of magic, they often rendered themselves and their surroundings filthy, with the Broken Cauldron Tavern serving as a prime example. Perhaps it was the ease of magic that bred their disdain for the proactive pursuit of cleanliness. These lethargic wizards, steeped in inertia, preferred a world unaltered. Did they still yearn to exist within the memories of centuries past? As he discreetly surveyed his surroundings, Ezio mused that the magical community's conservatism was even more pronounced than he had anticipated. As he passed a dimly lit crossroad for the second time, his fingers flicked deftly, sending a minuscule object silently forth. He counted silently within his mind, and soon after, he heard the sound of fabric sliding down the wall. A filthy wizard lay sprawled upon the grimy ground, his bleary eyes still reflecting a hint of confusion. The fast-acting, potent anesthetic was far beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. In a moment of both intention and happenstance, Ezio had successfully captured a tongue. Silently, he waved his wand and softly intoned a spell. To rapidly gather intelligence about an unfamiliar locale, the swiftest method was to inquire with a local, irrespective of their willingness to assist. 5 minutes later, Ezio expressed a quiet gratitude before decisively severing the wizard's neck. All was petrified, shattered into fragments, cleansed anew. The spell combination, tested only the night before, executed an impeccably efficient and thorough disposal. Magic was indeed a most convenient tool. Ezio squinted slightly, confirming the destination for his next endeavor. Chapter 8. The Immortal Failures. In close proximity to Diagon Alley lies a renowned establishment, albeit one that garners predominantly unfavorable reviews from the public. This shop, owned by a miserly and avaricious proprietor, is notorious for peddling stolen goods at remarkably low prices, often skirting the very edge of what sellers are willing to accept. Borgin & Burke's stands as the largest shop in Nocturne Alley, with the reputation of the Borgin family being quite dismal within the magical community. Nevertheless, few dare to provoke them, for those who have attempted to do so seldom witness the dawn of the following day. Yet, there exists a considerable clientele who are fond of this establishment, for Borgin & Burke's is known to buy anything. Even if one were to present a pocket watch still warm with fresh blood, they would simply clean it and offer a price, leaving the decision to accept or decline entirely up to the seller. The shop's enduring success can be attributed to its strict policy of confidentiality, attracting thieves, rogues, and dark wizards alike, as well as aurors who find themselves in a precarious position. After all, this is a shop that openly sells dark magical artifacts and items, yet they remain untouchable. To interfere is to court death. In certain matters, even the ministry's aurors must hold their noses and engage with them to procure information that is otherwise difficult to obtain. As the shop's lights remained aglow, the door swung open with a gentle push from Ezio, prompting an elderly gentleman seated at the counter to adjust his spectacles and shift his gaze. No warm welcome awaited him. Borgin merely cast a dispassionate glance at Ezio and inquired, "Buy or sell?" Borgin, who navigates the murky waters of both legality and illegality, offers not only dark magical items, but also intelligence. However, Ezio dared not disclose matters pertaining to the 12 cycles of the moon, fearing the potential consequences of revealing too much. His confidence in sharing such information with Snape stemmed from his understanding of Snape's character, having allied himself with Dumbledore. Snape had few alternatives left. By confiding in Snape, Ezio intended to ensure that the information reached Dumbledore as well. Regrettably, Dumbledore seemed less than satisfied with Ezio, harboring a sense of caution. Thus, Ezio resolved to bide his time and seek opportunities to gather more intelligence. His visit to Borgin & Burke's was motivated by the allure of intriguing items for sale. While he held no interest in dark magical artifacts, he was indeed captivated by books on dark magic. Admittedly, many tomes on dark magic are imbued with malevolent intent, capable of ensnaring readers and influencing their innermost emotions. However, as long as they do not contain curses or hexes, Ezio felt little trepidation. To safeguard against any unforeseen consequences, he had procured a pair of dragonhide gloves, known for their remarkable magical resistance. Wearing these gloves while perusing perilous texts would help him evade most troubles, should these books attempt to lead him astray into darkness. Ezio would rather pose a rhetorical question. Can the sum of the letters in your pages rival the number of those who have perished at my hands? Although, he did not regard those within the trial space as human, after all. To purchase books, a sharp voice emerged from behind the veil, indistinguishable in gender, reminiscent rather of a mischievous creature from the depths of Gringotts. At his current height, Ezio did not appear particularly tall, by adult standards. He resembled a wizard of mixed heritage, possibly part fairy or some other diminutive magical being. Over there is for viewing only, do not touch. Once you've made your selection, let me know, spoke Boggins with a hint of courtesy, his demeanor warming slightly upon realizing the visitor was there to make a purchase. Ezio approached an antiquated bookshelf, his gaze sweeping across it, and he felt a spark of astonishment. Truly, this was a specialty store for dark magical artifacts, and it boasted an impressive selection. Many fallen wizarding families opted to liquidate their possessions here. Dark magical items were not easily sold elsewhere. Though Boggins was notoriously frugal, selling to him meant no lingering concerns. Numerous wayward heirs had pilfered their family treasures to exchange for gold here, for it was the safest venue. A sign should have hung before the shelves of spellbooks. Do not reach out to touch the tomes if you wish to avoid a grim fate. The titles of those grimoires alone exuded an aura of malevolence, and one book, titled Ritual of Flesh, the ladder to divinity, was not even crafted from paper. Its twisted, fleshy tendrils seemed to writhe as though alive, with a viscous, opaque substance coursing through its worm-like veins, evoking a palpable sense of dread. Ezio refrained from examining those tomes that would bear no utility for him. He sought only artifacts to enhance his own prowess. While the study of dark magic was officially prohibited in the wizarding world, its effectiveness was undeniable. Compared to white magic, dark spells were more coarse and primal, embodying the raw essence of magic's early discovery. In terms of sheer destructive power, dark magic proved far superior and more practical. Having determined which books to procure, Ezio began to wander through the shop. Boggins' establishment was not extensive, spanning approximately 200 square feet, and near the windows were an array of various dark magical objects: desiccated hands, animated eyeballs, bloodstained masks, ceremonial vessels crafted from human bones, and gruesome sacrificial tools, including necklaces imbued with deadly curses, capable of fastening themselves around one's neck. Just as Ezio finished admiring these bizarre curiosities and prepared to purchase his selected tomes, a new task notification appeared, catching him off guard. New task activated. The failed immortality. You have explored significant locations associated with the legendary figure Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort, in his pursuit of eternal life. Task objective: completely eliminate the pursuer of failed immortality. Task difficulty: legendary figure extra. Task reward: Shard of Eden, Hermes staff. Legendary figure? Voldemort? Ezio paused momentarily, then shook his head, reflecting inwardly. In terms of seeking death, this fellow was indeed legendary, though there exists a subtle dissent within. Should my task-accepting self be unacquainted with the Harry Potter series, the challenge level of grade 4 indeed suffices. Without prior knowledge of the original narrative, locating the Horcruxes concealed by Voldemort proves to be a formidable endeavor. Setting aside Dumbledore, it is likely that the magical realm harbors no second individual capable of discerning all the Horcruxes. However, upon grasping the plot, the task's difficulty diminishes significantly. For Ezio, the paramount challenge lies in how to eliminate the fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within Harry Potter, all while under Dumbledore's protection. The Eden Shard, serving as a reward, is partially known to Ezio. This staff, capable of altering one's form, has the power to erase the effects of time on its wielder and boasts notable healing abilities. Generally, the holder of the staff can achieve a degree of immortality, yet none can truly rival the longevity of the sun and moon, for death befalls those who are slain, and the staff's past bearers are no exception. Temporarily disregarding the new task, Ezio approached the counter, intending to purchase several intriguing books he had just selected. Chapter 9. Final preparations for Hogwarts. Time elapses swiftly, as if in the blink of an eye. July has slipped away, followed closely by August, and the calendar has turned to September 1st. However, the spells studied in the upper years prove significantly more challenging than those of the lower years, with difficulties primarily stemming from the lack of detailed descriptions in textbooks, necessitating guidance through the professor's teachings. For instance, while mastering the summoning charm in the 4th year may not be excessively difficult, directing an object to fly accurately towards oneself presents a considerable challenge. As distance increases, the complexity of summoning items escalates, not to mention the myriad of advanced summoning spells developed from the core summoning charm. The ability to conjure food from thin air does not rely on transfiguration, but rather on the upgraded, advanced summoning spells based on the summoning charm. This introduces the need for precise targeting of spells. In Standard Spells 5, the descriptions are rather convoluted, rendering self-study nearly impossible. One must either practice gradually to grasp the concepts or heed the teacher's instructions and practice accordingly. The limits of self-learning spells likely cease around the 4th year. Beyond that, guidance from school instructors becomes essential, as the path forward is fraught with difficulties. Throughout his magical studies, Ezio has come to profoundly understand the significance of innate magical talent in determining a wizard's future accomplishments. Without the requisite gift, even a 100-fold effort may not suffice to reach the level others achieve effortlessly, especially in transfiguration, compared to charms and potions. This discipline's abstract nature is evident from the outset. Although Ezio has managed to master all the spells prior to the 4th year, he has found himself challenged in Transfiguration. Despite dedicating a substantial 4 hours daily to studying this subject, his efforts over the days have culminated in merely grasping the rudimentary magic of transforming inanimate objects into other inanimate forms. Even Peter Pettigrew could learn to transform into a rat by his 5th year. Am I truly inferior to him? In a state of perplexity, Ezio found himself somewhat despondent. His fervor for transfiguration rivaled that for charms, and should he master this art, he would be akin to a martial artist unleashed within a furniture emporium, capable of transforming any object at hand into a lethal weapon. Furthermore, he could devise an array of techniques that would terrify even the most seasoned assassins, achieving the true essence of stealthy lethality. However, the most enlightening source of inspiration for him did not stem from textbooks, but rather from a few tomes of magic he procured from Borgin and Burks, who adamantly claimed that these volumes were rare relics from ancient wizarding families, charging an exorbitant price. 5 books, averaging 80 galleons each, confirmed the proprietor's avarice. Aside from some knowledge of dark magic, the greatest treasure gleaned from these texts was the understanding of concepts long forsaken by the contemporary magical community, yet exceedingly practical for him: the materialization of spells. Initially intended for solidifying curses, transforming abstract magical concepts into tangible manifestations, this technique was once employed by wizards to temporarily enchant weapons or other equipment, representing the nascent form of magical artifacts. If spells could be solidified into flying daggers, then with his remarkable reflexes, he could unleash 2 volleys of blade rain, 16 daggers, within a single second, achieving an unerring accuracy within a 30-meter radius, equivalent to casting 16 spells in an instant. Moreover, the velocity of the flying daggers would surpass that of a wand's direct spell casting by a significant margin. While the spells cast by a wizard's wand appeared swift, to Ezio, who could deftly evade crossbow bolts within a 10-meter range, the speed of these spells seemed akin to an elderly lady struggling to complete a 100-meter dash, as if fearing to falter mid-course. Not to mention, when wizards raised their wands, Ezio could discern their target merely by observing their movements. With a myriad of inquiries about magic swirling in his mind, Ezio began to pack his belongings in preparation for his journey. Yet, before embarking on his studies at Hogwarts, he habitually conducted an inventory check, treating this educational endeavor as a long-term mission. After all, a mission leaves no room for complacency. The reason Ezio refrained from referring to his extraordinary abilities as a system was simple. There were no marketplaces, no lotteries, nor any novice gift packs. The current functionalities were limited to 3: a map module, a training space with an independent flow of time, and a task issuance system activated upon meeting certain conditions. The rudimentary interface could hardly be deemed a panel. His body remained non-digitized, with only task data and achievements recorded. Tasks completed, 9149. Tasks completed, 455. Tasks completed, 1. Total duration in the training space, 566 hours. Remaining usable duration, 763 hours. Cumulative kill count, 1001, 135. Milestone completion, 1010. Unlockable skills, leap of faith, milestone completed. First high-altitude fall. As long as there exists a pliable cushioning surface beneath the jump point, one is exempt from falling damage. Eagle Eye, milestone completed. Partner, I am here. Sharing vision with the contract eagle, marking foes, or acquiring the keen eyesight of a falcon. Surviving death, milestone achieved. The end of death is rebirth. When evading an attack at the opportune moment, your perception will be temporarily heightened. Phantom stealth, milestone achieved. Ambush, upon entering a stealth posture, you will meld seamlessly with your surroundings. Silent assassination, milestone achieved. The assassin has come quietly. You have mastered the art of assassination, ensuring that your target makes no sound. Assassin's intuition, milestone achieved. What? An ambush? You can easily detect any hostile and vigilant targets directed at you. Weapon master, milestone achieved. I can slay you with anything. You wield any weapon with a potency surpassing that of others. Brutal grip, milestone achieved. Human meteor hammer. You can wield 2-handed weapons with a single hand. Berserker's spirit, milestone achieved. Come and die. Scum, in direct combat with foes. You will gain comprehensive enhancements in strength, agility, and intuition. Ares battle roar, milestone achieved. Who is the god of war? By unleashing a roar imbued with divine authority, you instill fear in your enemies. For the next 30 seconds, you will be immune to death. Chapter 10. Perhaps he is ill? Platform 9 3/4. Before handing over the ticket to Ezio, Dumbledore informed him of how to access the platform. He is not Hagrid, who might recklessly forget to convey such crucial information to the young wizard. Passing through the hidden door between platforms 9 and 10, Ezio arrived at the adjacent magical station. Before him, a crimson steam locomotive belched white smoke, while an array of colorful cats scurried about his feet. On the platform, Students bound for Hogwarts bid farewell to their parents, and those reuniting with classmates after the holidays exchanged tales of their vacation adventures, huddling together as they boarded the train. Perched on Ezio's shoulder, Neil curiously surveyed the surroundings, surrounded by countless delectable snacks, brimming with excitement and ready to take flight. However, a gentle pat on the head from Ezio calmed him down. Once at Hogwarts, do not mistake their pets for snacks, and remember that the owls are messengers. Refrain from capturing them. Neil flicked his head in mild dissatisfaction, but ultimately nodded in agreement. If you cannot find food outside, just come to me. I will provide you with meals. Suddenly, Neil widened his eyes, flapping his wings and tapping Ezio's forehead a few times, emitting a series of protest calls. As if to say, who do you think you are? How could I possibly go hungry? Their interaction, unmasked by the removal of Ezio's hood, drew the attention of several passers-by, leaving Ezio somewhat uncomfortable yet attempting to embrace the situation. His training primarily revolved around stealthy assassinations and direct confrontations. However, an assassin must also don disguises on certain occasions to approach their target for a decisive strike. Yet, Ezio possessed an inherent disadvantage in this regard. His striking appearance drew attention. Although makeup could effectively mask his features, it was not something taught in his training, and Giovanni was unable to provide instruction in time. This perhaps constituted Ezio's sole flaw as an assassin. Navigating through the bustling crowd, amidst curious glances, Ezio boarded the train with empty hands. His belongings securely stowed in a backpack. The spell of seamless extension relieved him of the embarrassment of juggling multiple bags, a situation he found quite unfamiliar. After all, he was accustomed to carrying items intended for eliminating foes. Nonetheless, a suitcase could equally be deemed a weapon. With more than half an hour until departure, Ezio effortlessly located a vacant compartment in the corner. He retrieved a teapot and cup, leisurely brewing himself a pot of black tea. He had yet to finish the book he purchased, so he took out a volume titled The Complete Guide to Household Magic to pass the time. As the Hogwarts Express let out its first whistle, signaling the final 5 minutes before departure, Ezio glanced out the lively window, where a flash of fiery red hair suddenly caught his eye. Was it a Weasley? Curiosity piqued. He gazed intently, yet no familiar faces emerged. Much like Snape, the actors from the films bore little resemblance to their real-world counterparts. It was challenging to match names to faces. For instance, the somewhat tearful, beautiful girl named Ginny appeared as a freckled, round-faced character in the film, hardly deserving of the term beautiful. As the boy wiped his brow, two red-haired twins animatedly gestured, seemingly engaged in dialogue, though their words were muffled through the door. After a brief interval, the twins departed, leaving the boy to cast his gaze into the compartment. Locking eyes with Ezio, he appeared to shyly inquire, "May I come in?" Ezio contemplated the potential value of Harry Potter and the advantages he might bring. After a moment's pause, he nodded, and the compartment door swung open. "Hello," Harry said, somewhat awkwardly glancing at the youth resting a majestic falcon on his shoulder. Despite his nervousness, he managed to greet Ezio. "Harry Potter, I presume. It seems you are rather troubled by your fame?" Ezio closed the book and addressed Harry. "In truth, that can be quite beneficial. I fail to see how." Harry shrugged, and as he recognized the boy before him was quite approachable, he relaxed a little. At that moment, Harry was gritting his teeth, attempting to hoist his heavy suitcase onto the luggage rack, but found he could not manage it alone. "The spell is levitate," Ezio suggested, gesturing toward the suitcase. "Why not try the levitation charm?" "What? The levitation charm?" Harry was taken aback, suddenly looking troubled. I haven't learned any magic yet. Perhaps you might practice it at home during the holidays." Ezio slightly opened his hand. The device originally intended for launching his sleeve sword had been modified to propel his wand instead. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he summoned his elder wand. Having mastered the art of silent spellcasting after a mere month and a half, instantly, the heavy trunk transformed into a featherweight, allowing Harry to position it effortlessly. "Thank you," Harry exclaimed, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. "I can't practice magic at home. My aunt and uncle would surely disapprove. The mere fact that they allowed me to attend Hogwarts is astonishing." However, he continued, "Why did you say that fame could be advantageous? I can hardly comprehend that notion." Taking a seat, Harry sought a topic of conversation. "Fame, particularly good fame, signifies that numerous individuals are willing to assist you." The train's whistle sounded at that moment, yet the rolling wheels did not interrupt their dialogue. "Isn't that rather fortunate?" Ezio replied nonchalantly. "If I were in your position, I would seize the opportunity to uncover who truly murdered my father." A look of shock crossed Harry's face. Indeed, he perished at the hands of a wizard. "I will ascertain who took his life." "Apologies," Harry murmured softly. "Why apologize to me unless this matter pertains to you?" No. Harry waved his hands frantically, swallowing nervously. "Are you not curious to uncover the truth?" "What truth?" "The reason behind Voldemort's actions." Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, revealing a freckled boy with large hands, oversized feet, and a long nose. His face paled slightly, as though he had just overheard something rather sinister. As Harry and Ezio's gazes fell upon him, The boy shifted uneasily, a hint of embarrassment on his features, before uncertainly inquiring, "What were you discussing?" The red-haired boy gasped audibly, then quickly exclaimed, "Sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. Farewell." He hurriedly slammed the door shut, the sound echoing like a thunderclap as he hastily retreated with his trunk. He must have been frightened, Harry remarked, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Wizards seem to fear that name. Chapter 11. All is vanity, all is permissible. Are you not a wizard? After the flustered boy had departed, Harry belatedly realized, I mean, you do not hail from a wizarding family, do you? Of course, is there something amiss with that? Ezio glanced down at his attire, which certainly did not conform to that of a wizard. Ordinary folks wouldn't dress like that either. Harry suddenly smiled. But you are truly impressive. You managed to learn magic simply by reading. Ezio spoke with ease, and indeed, it had been quite simple. Perhaps you could give it a try. He produced a book from his pocket, emblazoned with the title Elementary Spells. Is that so? Harry took the first-year textbook on charms. Having perused the Hogwarts curriculum before, though he lacked the courage to practice magic at his aunt and uncle's home. The name of his owl, Hedwig, was derived from the History of Magic textbook. You might try the lumos and levitation spells. They are basic incantations to familiarize yourself with casting. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. That sounds wonderful, Harry exclaimed, eagerly drawing his wand from his pocket and impatiently commencing his attempts. However, the tip of his wand merely flickered momentarily, failing to emit a sustained glow. The pauses and emphasis are detailed in the book. The gesture for casting requires a firm, slight tap forward. If you visualize the illumination while casting, it will aid your efforts. The same applies to the levitation charm, where you can imagine an object floating. What a splendid idea. Harry nodded after absorbing Ezio's words, then closed his eyes to envision the scene. After a brief moment of concentration, he opened his eyes and recited the incantation as instructed, Lumos. A white magical glimmer ignited at the tip of his wand, and Harry's exhilaration was palpable after his initial success. Quite simple, isn't it? Ezio set aside the previously read book, The Complete Guide to Household Magic, in favor of another. Indeed, it seems effortless. I believe I can control the brightness. Harry marveled, the light at his wand's tip fluctuating in intensity. His delight evident as his smile stretched from ear to ear. I've purchased quite a few supplementary texts, and I learned about you from the recent historical accounts of the magical world. You must have excelled in your studies. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Harry at the thought of facing a top student. No, quite the opposite. I have always been self-taught at home and never attended school for even a day. Ezio shook his head. Giovanni, despite his culinary mishaps, possesses a wealth of knowledge. He is an expert in the assassin's trade, and if placed in a university setting, he would undoubtedly excel as a professor. My father was my teacher, imparting a great deal of wisdom to me. A flicker of envy crossed Harry's eyes, quickly dimming into a complex emotion as he sensed a resemblance between them. Your father must be remarkable. Harry lifted his gaze, offering an encouraging glance, unsure of why he felt compelled to do so. Perhaps hoping to help Ezio emerge from his sorrow. Indeed, he single-handedly raised me. Though he occasionally burn our meals, I recognize his unwavering effort. Ezio smiled faintly, familiar memories flashing through his mind. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Do not apologize so frequently, Harry. It is an unhelpful habit. Ezio waved his hand dismissively. We must clarify our goals and understand our purpose. For instance, I came to Hogwarts to study magic, to strengthen myself, while also gathering clues. One day, I shall uncover the truth. Seeing Harry nod in agreement, Ezio continued, And what about you, Harry? Harry, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, fell into silence, for he could not provide an accurate response. He understood that Voldemort was the murderer of his parents, yet having never experienced their love, he could not fathom the profound anguish of loss. He knew he ought to harbor hatred for Voldemort, but he was at a loss as to how to truly feel that hatred. The concept remained nebulous in his heart, as he had only recently uncovered the truth about his parents' deaths. Perhaps, in time, clarity would dawn upon him, but I feel compelled to add a thought. Ezio seemed to sense Harry's internal conflict and understood the reasons behind it, yet this was not the path Ezio desired for him. What do you mean? Harry inquired. Curiosity piqued. If one cannot even seek vengeance for the blood of one's parents, then what difference does it make whether they live or die? Unless, of course, your parents showed you no love or care. Once you comprehend the reasons behind your parents' demise and the purpose of your own survival, perhaps your heart will find its own answers. Is that so? Harry pondered, still somewhat bewildered. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old boy who had just left his foster home, not a fully formed adult with a complete worldview and values. Such matters take time. There is no need to rush, Ezio reassured him. Noticing the contemplative look on Harry's face, he decided to change the subject. Some lessons must be learned through personal experience rather than spoken of too freely. Have you thought about which house you might be sorted into when you arrive at Hogwarts? What houses? Harry asked, his expression one of confusion, as he was entirely unfamiliar with the topic. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Hogwarts 4 houses. Each student would be assigned to a house upon entering. The names of these 4 houses were derived from the names of Hogwarts founders. Godric Gryffindor was a master duelist. Thus, Gryffindor House favored those who possessed courage and an adventurous spirit. Rowena Ravenclaw, a wise scholar, emphasized intelligence. Those with a thirst for knowledge would find a welcoming home in Ravenclaw. Helga Hufflepuff embodied kindness and inclusivity, traits not commonly found among wizards. While Hufflepuff appeared to embrace all young witches and wizards, one must possess genuine kindness to gain acceptance. Salazar Slytherin, in my eyes, represented the archetypal wizard, pursuing power without regard for others' opinions. He had a clear goal, victory, or rather, success, which he relentlessly sought, though he bore the least favorable reputation among the 4 founders. Slytherin was, paradoxically, the house I most yearned to join. Why Slytherin? Harry inquired, perplexed. Wasn't Voldemort from Slytherin? You were so astute. Wouldn't Ravenclaw be a better fit? What is the purpose of our pursuit of knowledge, Harry? Ezio gazed into his eyes. Learning serves to equip us with sufficient knowledge to confront the uncertainties of life. It empowers us to achieve our aspirations. Knowledge is a tool, not an end in itself, unless one wishes to become a mere fool, lost in the confines of scholarly pursuits. Indeed, that does seem rather dismal. After coming to this realization, Harry nodded. He could hardly envision himself morphing into a bookworm, for that would be unbearable. Thus, I choose Slytherin, for I am certain of my purpose. One day, at the moment I unveil the truth behind my father's demise, I shall personally eliminate the wretch responsible for his death. I have long prepared for this vengeance, Harry. Under Ezio's unwavering gaze, Harry shifted uncomfortably. Yet, murder is against the law. Ezio, he murmured, still a law-abiding child at heart. If the law fails to deliver justice. I have witnessed no action from the Ministry of Magic regarding this matter. Perhaps it is the high-ranking officials of the ministry who are culpable. Ezio's voice grew somber. We cannot forever reside in a world dictated by others that would render us no different from puppets. We must harness the power that grants us freedom. Each of us is an independent being. Without Voldemort, would you have loving parents, Harry? Though I have but one father. I know he loves me, even if he never articulates it. Avenging him is the sole act of filial duty I can fulfill. Ezio's tone deepened. Lacking any other leverage in the magical realm, he knew that to effect change, he must immerse himself in the fray. Chapter 12. You will regret this, Dumbledore. This man should never have been admitted, Dumbledore. Severus Snape, still reeling from his previous misfortunes, spoke in a low voice to the elder before him. That is sufficient. Snape scoffed. That boy's weapon undoubtedly harbors accursed dark magic. Had it merely inflicted a simple piercing wound, my hand would have healed a month and a half ago. Yet, the injury continues to reopen as it mends. You truly believe such a vile individual is redeemable? His nature is malevolent and cruel. One need only observe those eyes. I have indeed seen those eyes, Severus, Dumbledore reassured him. He deeply cares for his father's death, yet I discern that he is not blinded by hatred. He is a composed child, not prone to impulsive actions. And what of my injury? Before I even knocked, he attacked me. Must I present my memories to prove that he intended to sever my head? Snape's fury intensified with each passing moment. Appearance is crucial, Severus. You ought to have been more mindful. We must strive to understand a child who has just lost his father, enveloped in grief. His actions were not intentional, and afterward. He did attempt to clarify the misunderstanding with you, did he not? Yes, a misunderstanding. As soon as Snape mentioned it, he could not help but feel the urge to vent his emotions. His hand began to throb once more. Although the wound had nearly healed, a fissure still gaped 2 fingers wide, reminiscent of flesh being sliced, yet it was not as deep as before, merely a minor flesh wound. It was all the fault of that accursed magic and the owl, wasn't it? Skillfully rolling up his sleeve, Snape let a few drops of potion fall onto the bloodied wound, and in an instant, it healed, hopefully for the last time. You will regret this, Dumbledore. Snape flicked his robe and coldly concluded. If you have come merely to inquire about my injury, you may leave at once. In truth, I am here because Dumbledore gazed at Snape for a few moments before slowly saying, you should be aware that Harry will be attending Hogwarts this year. I hope you remember our agreement. At this moment, Snape hesitated slightly. Of course, I remember, he replied, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, one that is difficult to articulate with mere words. You should try the Honeydew sweets. They are a tad too sweet for my taste, but you might enjoy them. Ezio handed over a bag of fizzing Honeydukes candy, which was not available on the train's snack cart. Oh, thank you, Harry exclaimed happily as he accepted the candy, then turned to the girl beside him. Hermione, would you like some? Not long ago, a girl with prominent front teeth had arrived at their compartment door with a teary-faced boy, claiming that the boy's toad was missing. Ezio had used the summoning charm to locate Neville's toad, a display of magic that had caused the girl, named Hermione, to exclaim in delight. However, her next words stifled her chatter. I've already mastered all the spells from the first 5 years. Are they really that difficult? Self-proclaimed academic Hermione fell silent at this moment. suddenly feeling as though she had little to boast about, especially upon realizing that Ezio was not from a wizarding family. Just as she was experiencing magic for the first time. Does Neville's toad have 8 legs? Ezio chewed on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, relishing the delightful unpredictability of each bite. The assassin's instinct allowed him to avoid the unpleasant flavors, so he simply enjoyed each sweet morsel. Not at all. Hermione shook her head, though a hint of confusion remained on her face. Then how would I know what a toad looks like if I have never seen Neville S? Ezio shrugged and grinned at Harry. See, this is the result of rote learning. Ravenclaw would suit you perfectly, Hermione. Returning the textbook to Ezio, Hermione excused herself. She appeared somewhat discontented. Chewing on the candy, Harry pondered aloud. Competition is a good thing. It helps one to progress more swiftly. You wouldn't want to be pointed at and labeled a fool, would you? Of course not. Harry nodded affirmatively, but I have already learned several spells. So I shouldn't be too embarrassed, right? Harry hesitated slightly before speaking. Not only was he not as accomplished as Ezio, but from their earlier encounter, he realized that Hermione had already mastered all the first-year textbooks, which placed considerable pressure upon him. Could you help me consume this chocolate frog? I feel I ought to learn another spell. After a brief moment of indecision, Harry set down his snack, as if something were prodding him to strive harder lest he become a fool. Just as he opened his spell book, preparing to seek a new incantation, the compartment door swung open once more, revealing not Neville or Hermione, but a trio of individuals of varying heights and builds. One of them was vaguely familiar to Harry. He had encountered this boy, standing at the forefront, while purchasing robes. Is it true? The pale-faced boy inquired arrogantly, as if indifferent to the presence of others. Everyone on the train is talking about how Harry Potter is in this compartment. So, that must be you, right? Harry lifted his gaze slightly, regarding the boy with a bemused expression, akin to observing a simpleton. Chapter 13. Harry, there exists a spell called. Harry had never been particularly fond of the boy before him, a sentiment that had persisted since their initial meeting. This individual always seemed to look down upon others, criticizing this one and that. However, Harry's perspective was beginning to shift. Perhaps this boy's intellect was somewhat impaired. Having heard from Ezio about the prevalence of inbreeding among certain wizarding families striving to maintain their so-called pure bloodlines, Harry's view of these so-called noble wizarding families had evolved. After all, he had attended school and studied history. He was well aware of certain events involving the English royal family. Inbreeding can lead to a higher probability of various congenital diseases and deformities in offspring, and the boy before him bore skin as pale as a vampire, likely a manifestation of such genetic defects. A hint of pity flickered in Harry's gaze, for the child was innocent and had no control over the circumstances of his birth. Clearly, Harry's unmasked thoughts pierced the boy's sensibilities. As a flush of color struggled to break through his pallor, the pride that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a scowl as he snapped. What are you staring at? Ezio, witnessing this somewhat comical scene, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on the absurdity of the situation. Two fools, one displeased. Though Harry was unfamiliar with the jest, he found himself laughing as well. The two burly companions standing behind the boy bore fierce expressions, yet their inherent foolishness shone through. And upon seeing Ezio laugh, they inexplicably grinned as well, as if compelled to join in the merriment. The tableau presented a certain artistic beauty that rendered Harry unable to suppress his amusement. And who might you be? The pale boy retorted, turning to glare at Ezio, perplexed by the laughter that surrounded him. Would you care to introduce yourself first? Not pleased, are we? The boy squinted his eyes, visibly displeased. Yet, observing Ezio's attire, he sensed that this individual might possess some significance, perhaps a wizard who had traveled from a distant land to study here. Draco Malfoy, the pale boy declared, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Ah, the Malfoy family, notorious for claiming to be under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, having funneled substantial sums to the ministry to evade justice. Your father, a Death Eater, Harry, a mere pawn of Voldemort. A chill akin to a Siberian wind seemed to sweep through the room, causing the three boys standing nearby to shudder, as if struck by the weight of those words. Is that so? Harry's gaze turned icy, fixating intently on the now pallid boy before him. Ezio rummaged through his bag and produced a tome, its thickness measuring 2 fingers. You're talking nonsense. My father is not, Draco nearly shouted, but his protest was abruptly interrupted. Ezio opened the book, revealing a page adorned with a photograph of his father during his trial. Lucius appeared youthful yet haggard, his pallor evident even in black and white. Shackled and seated in judgment. Do you see? Your father bears the dark mark upon his arm. This is the emblem of a Death Eater. Draco appeared as though a Dementor had siphoned away his very soul, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Shall we show him a lesson, Harry? Ezio inquired with palpable excitement. Are we to engage in a brawl? Harry, momentarily disregarding the 2 bodyguards behind Malfoy, drew a deep breath, as if summoning strength. A fight is unnecessary, but I could make this fellow wet himself. Harry, taken aback by the remark, observed Draco, who, once trembling with fear, now seemed enraged. emboldened by the imposing presence of Crabbe and Goyle behind him. Listen well, Harry, there exists a spell known as... Ezio was not one to dawdle. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and his wand materialized, gripped tightly in his palm. An ominous green luminescence flickered at the tip of the wand, casting a harrowing glow. Tears streamed down Harry's face in that instant, though he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, he recognized that voice, his mother's. The sound of two heavy bodies hitting the ground jolted Harry back to reality. He clutched his forehead, his wrist damp from tears, hastily wiping his face to reveal Draco, now kneeling and utterly dazed, alongside two large boys who had collapsed, unconscious and unresponsive. Look, he wet himself, Ezio remarked lightly, and with a flick of his wand. The two fallen giants were lifted by an unseen force and carelessly tossed into the corridor outside, the box door slamming shut, startling the kneeling Draco back to awareness. Shoo! Do not scream, it's rather bothersome. Ezio extended a finger before his lips, and Draco, unable to utter a scream, choked the sound in his throat. Clutching his neck, he stifled any potential noise. Ezio, what was that just now? Harry's eyes were slightly reddened. He did not fully comprehend the events that had just transpired. Yet his intuition warned him that it boded ill. That was the killing curse, an unforgivable curse. Draco stammered, his voice trembling. You killed Crabbe and Goyle. You killed them. The heavy thuds of the two bodies hitting the ground could not have escaped Draco's ears, unless he were deaf. Upon hearing the incantation, Draco had already envisioned the entirety of the grim scene. You will be imprisoned in Azkaban. He gazed at Ezio in terror, only to immediately lower his head. The stench of urine permeated the box. Scourgify. In contrast to a thorough cleaning, the spell was particularly effective against foul odors and even toxic gases. Yet Draco's damp trousers would ensure the scent lingered on. Now, do tell, what brings you here to seek out Harry? Ezio inquired. Your father is a Death Eater, and yet you come to befriend the boy who vanquished Voldemort? Ezio raised an eyebrow. I speak the truth. Draco, fearing that Ezio might cast the killing curse upon him, hurriedly insisted, his sincerity palpable, as if he were about to lay bare his very heart. I know my family has some ties to the Dark Lord, but we are not the only ones. Many wizarding families are entangled in such matters. I was unaware that my father was a Death Eater. I swear it. I've heard tales of Harry Potter since childhood. He defeated the Dark Lord, and I am simply curious to meet him. Upon hearing this, Harry's expression softened slightly. The likelihood of Draco lying in such a state seemed minimal, and deep down, Harry believed he was a good boy. In the future, refrain from speaking in that manner. And do not point at others, such as Hagrid. Harry could not help but admonish Draco. I will change. I promise. I swear by Merlin. Draco, who had already been thoroughly frightened, dared not disagree, even though it was Harry, not Ezio, who spoke. Harry's gaze then shifted to Ezio. Perhaps you should make your exit. Ezio, why would I flee? I intend to go to Hogwarts, Ezio replied, waving a hand dismissively, before once more raising his wand towards Draco Malfoy. Is he going to kill me to silence me? Harry's heart raced in alarm. He truly feared Ezio might frighten him to death. Scourgify. Just as Draco resigned himself to his fate, he heard an incantation that was not the killing curse. He sensed that the chill in his trousers had dissipated. Something had vanished. A quick check revealed that young Draco was still intact, yet the damp, pale yellow liquid had disappeared, leaving his trousers remarkably dry. Since you have come to befriend Harry, then your purpose has been fulfilled, has it not? Ezio languidly tucked away his wand and began to enjoy the chocolate frog that Harry had previously given him. Draco lifted his gaze to Harry, silently swallowing hard. Perhaps it's about making friends? He said uncertainly. However, at that moment, Harry reached out to pull him, but upon realizing that Draco had seemingly made a rather inappropriate gesture, Harry's body stiffened. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Well, since we've greeted each other, I shan't keep you for a chat, said Ezio, waving at Draco. Make sure to take those two rascals with you when you leave. Yes, of course, Draco replied, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve. As he opened the door to the compartment, he heard two loud snores emanating from Crabbe and Goyle. Many people poked their heads out from the private rooms, laughing and pointing at the duo. Not dead. Draco was filled with a multitude of questions, yet this was not the time for inquiries. After closing the compartment door, he kicked the two fools a few times, but Crabbe and Goyle merely turned over and continued their deep slumber. Harry, witnessing this scene, looked at Ezio in astonishment. You didn't kill them? The Lumos spell can actively alter the color of light. I possess two wands, Ezio succinctly explained. I have already mastered numerous silent incantations. Just now, I employed a green light combined with two sleeping charms, sufficient for them to slumber until we reach our destination. Harry let out a sudden sigh of relief. I thought you had truly used that killing curse. I deliberately mispronounced the incantation. I said Avada Kedavra incorrectly, in a rather humorous manner. Oh, Harry nodded, somewhat understanding. By the way, Ezio, Harry suddenly spoke again. Just now, while you were casting the spell, I suddenly saw an image, likely from my very early childhood. I heard a woman's voice and saw her attempting to protect me. As he spoke, Harry's tone grew considerably somber. That must have been my mother, pleading with Voldemort not to harm me, to spare me. Then she lunged forward to shield me, but Voldemort cast that green curse, the killing curse, right? He killed my mother and was poised to take my life. Harry curled his legs up, feeling aggrieved, and buried his head in his knees, his eyes reddening while he held back tears. You were scarcely a year old at the time of the incident. Logically, such memories should not be retained, Ezio calmly remarked, noticing a flicker of fire igniting within Harry's crimson gaze. Yet in the magical realm, perhaps it is different. Perhaps the dark power of the killing curse left this scar upon you while simultaneously imprinting that moment in your heart. Perhaps, Ezio mused. After a brief silence, Harry, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, perhaps what? Perhaps magic desires for you to remember that moment, to recall everything your parents did for you at that time. Upon hearing this answer, a string in Harry's heart suddenly snapped. He began to sob softly, striving to suppress any sound. In Harry's mind, two indistinct faces, a man and a woman, flickered into view. Though he could not discern their features, he was aware that they were shadows embedded in his memory, indelible despite their indistinctness. How I long for you both, how I yearn for you to call my name, even if just once. He fantasized about a blissful home, filled with parents who loved and cherished him. Yet, as this reverie briefly illuminated his thoughts, a blinding green light engulfed the world around him. Voldemort, clenching his fists. Harry seemed to grasp something profound in that moment, an unspoken understanding that lingered at the edge of his consciousness. As night swiftly descended, the Hogwarts Express journeyed onward under the twinkling stars. Hermione made another appearance, posing a few questions about spellcasting and informing them that they could soon don their robes, for they were nearing Hogwarts. Harry pressed his face against the train's window, attempting to glimpse the silhouette of Hogwarts through the encroaching darkness. With a sudden jolt that made it difficult to stand, the train came to a halt at the platform. People jostled and surged toward the doors, and amidst the throng, Ezio and Harry found themselves on a dimly lit, cramped platform. The warmth of the crowd could not fend off the night's chill. And just as the young wizards were uncertain of their next move, a booming voice called out, "First-year students! First-year students, gather here!" Hagrid's towering figure stood out distinctly on the platform, a massive lantern in his hand, as he cast his gaze towards Harry. "That is Hagrid," Harry exclaimed, waving at him. Turning to Ezio, he added, "He is the one who took me to Diagon Alley. Hagrid is a wonderful person." Following the giantess lead, the first-year wizards stumbled along behind him, traversing a narrow path. The splendid sight of Hogwarts Castle emerged in the distance as they rounded the first bend, soon followed by a boat ride across the Black Lake, stepping onto the land that housed Hogwarts. As the eager, curious eyes of the young wizards fell upon him, Hagrid approached the castle's grand entrance, knocking 3 resounding thuds on the door with his fist. The door swung open immediately, revealing a stern-looking witch clad in a deep green robe. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." McGonagall's gaze swept over the gathered crowd, and the young wizards fell silent. "Follow me." Chapter 15, Azkaban. Ascending the stone steps of Hogwarts and passing through the intricately carved corridors, the young wizards, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, arrived in a waiting room. "I thought you might go report to the teacher," Ezio remarked to Draco in front of him, startling Draco, who was no fool. He understood well whom one could provoke and whom one must avoid. Reporting to the teacher was undoubtedly effective. His family had a close relationship with the potions professor, Severus Snape, who was connected to his father, and he was also the head of Slytherin House. If he spoke up, Snape would undoubtedly support him. However, Draco was acutely aware of the dire consequences of informing the teacher. He contemplated the matter, using his little finger's nail as a metaphorical gauge, fully understanding the gravity of such a dreadful choice. Although at that moment, Ezio had not invoked the killing curse, the question of whether he would or would not was trivial. The real concern was that this individual was knowledgeable of the spell and even dared to jest about it. Draco shuddered at the thought of risking whether Ezio possessed the audacity to employ it. "I know nothing, absolutely nothing," Draco murmured quietly, shaking his head slightly, treating everything that had just transpired as mere illusion, a nightmare from which he longed to awaken. "Do not be anxious, for we shall be classmates soon." Ezio spoke in a tone that was disarmingly gentle, causing the hairs on the back of Draco's neck to stand on end. "This individual cannot possibly be sorted into Slytherin. It is inconceivable. Only those of pure blood may enter Slytherin. But surely he cannot be of Muggle descent, can he?" A torrent of thoughts raced through Draco's mind in that instant. After considerable reflection, he dismissed the least likely notion of Muggle origins. To someone like Draco, hailing from a traditional wizarding family, Muggles were nearly synonymous with fools. The sense of superiority that wizards felt over Muggles, who lacked magical abilities, had been ingrained in their lineage for generations. He could not fathom that such a wild anomaly could emerge from the ranks of those foolish Muggles. This is not solely Draco's fault. Rather, It is a reflection of his biases and limited exposure. Had wizards taken the time to read Muggle history and understand the world beyond the magical realm, they would surely have a different perspective on the term Voldemort. After all, the malevolence of Voldemort pales in comparison to the atrocities committed by the British Empire, which, when judged on a global scale, is nothing short of appalling. The Empire's actions during the Irish famine alone accounted for the deaths of over 1 million people. Not to mention the widespread genocides against indigenous peoples in North America and Australia, with death tolls that are too numerous to recount. One may criticize British cuisine, but it is impossible to deny the darkness of their history. Voldemort, in the context of the British Empire, hardly makes a ripple in the vast ocean of their notorious legacy. Yet, the wizards of the magical realm choose to remain oblivious to these truths. Now, please form a single file, Professor McGonagall called out clearly. A group of nervous young wizards exited the waiting room and arrived at a corner of a magnificent hall, where older students were already seated at 4 long tables. Harry, overwhelmed by the splendor, let out an awed gasp. Just as everyone's imagination began to wander, the tattered hat perched upon a 4-legged stool suddenly opened its mouth and began to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall consume myself whole. When I call your name, step forth, don the hat, and await your house assignment. Professor McGonagall drew forth a long parchment and announced, Hannah Abbott. A young girl with golden braids stumbled forward from the line, and after a brief pause, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. Ezio, are you not feeling anxious at all? Harry inquired softly, his palms damp with sweat as he leaned sideways. If it were the guillotine, perhaps I would contemplate it more, Ezio replied. Contemplate what? Consider how many methods I could employ to eliminate all witnesses. Indeed, it was a matter worthy of contemplation. Harry rolled his eyes and suddenly felt less tense. After all, this merely required donning a hat, rather than awaiting execution at the guillotine. Before long, Professor McGonagall raised her gaze towards the assembly of young wizards. Ezio of Florence. As the dark-haired, gray-eyed Ezio stepped forward, murmurs began to ripple through the previously silent hall. The girls whispered among themselves, for within this year's new students, Ezio was undeniably captivating. He stood a head taller than most of the other young wizards. His posture impeccably straight yet relaxed, each stride seemingly measured with precision, exuding a pleasing sense of comfort. His handsome profile bore little expression, embodying the demeanor of a cool, aloof young man, a style that certainly appealed to many. For an ordinary assassin, being strikingly handsome could be a liability. However, the assassins to which Ezio belonged did not impose such stringent expectations, as their success hinged on remaining undetected. Ezio appreciated cleanliness. Though he did not possess an obsession with it, he had navigated through murky waters to launch ambushes before. Calmly, he placed the hat upon his head and squinted slightly. Oh, the Sorting Hat emitted a low murmur. How fascinating. I perceive your mind is quite empty at present. Yet even the kind-hearted Hufflepuff would not be intrigued by a student devoid of thought. Unless you are a natural fool, shall we converse? Reading memories? The Sorting Hat's tone shifted, almost affronted. I am here to assign students to their appropriate houses, not to act as a memory thief, secretly prying into their privacy. The 4 founders of Hogwarts imparted a portion of their thoughts to me. Even Slytherin would disdain such prying. I can sense your mental attributes, which are utterly impossible to feign. They may be altered, but never pretended. Yet, you have cleverly concealed them, leaving me utterly blind. I merely cleared my mind. You may consider it a form of meditation. Oh, indeed, meditation. Rowena Ravenclaw cherished meditation. Her wisdom bore a heavy burden, necessitating a respite through mental emptiness. Yet, I have never encountered a case quite like yours. The Sorting Hat seemed to comprehend, slowly articulating. So, are you also troubled by the burdens of wisdom? I believe I am not, though I could certainly ease my thoughts a little. That is precisely what I wish to witness. To be honest, I find you quite intriguing. In over a millennium, I have encountered countless young wizards at Hogwarts, yet few share a situation akin to yours. Does that imply there have been others before? Ah, indeed. A century ago, Hogwarts welcomed a rather extraordinary 5th-year transfer student. At that time, I nearly assigned him to Azkaban. I struggled to articulate his distinctive traits of thought, except to say that he was somewhat excessively unrestrained. He must have been quite the character, wouldn't you agree? Certainly. This fellow stirred quite a commotion at Hogwarts, under the headmastership of Phineas Nigellus Black, a rather wretched individual. Yet, even such a deplorable headmaster was rendered reclusive in his office for an extended period due to this student's antics. The Sorting Hat reminisced about some amusing tales. Now, it is your turn. Egios withdrew from his long-held state of assassin concentration, an instinct honed through countless acts of slaughter, enabling him to dismiss chaotic thoughts and maintain utmost focus at all times. Reacting swiftly to any unforeseen events while simultaneously multitasking, a seemingly contradictory description that harmoniously coalesces within a proficient assassin. At that precise moment, after a brief silence, the Sorting Hat dramatically opened its mouth. Azkaban. It bellowed in Egios's mind, infused with a hint of madness. The thoughts of others were filled with various visions of hope for the future. Merlin above. Why was the Grim playing a skullball in your head? What malevolent number is 100-11350? If it had legs, the Sorting Hat would undoubtedly have leapt away, scuttling towards Dumbledore. Could it be that my thoughts are rather eccentric? And what color did you perceive the Grim to be? Oh dear. Why do these things appear so delightfully pink and somewhat charming? The voice of the Sorting Hat suddenly wavered with uncertainty. Surely, I must have misperceived. Azkaban's ambience is far more terrifying than yours, and Dementors are dreadful. Why does your Grim seem increasingly adorable? However, ambition, yes, ambition, along with an unprecedented steadfastness, a thirst for thrilling adventure, rebellion against constraints, a keen intellect, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. You even possess a trace of gentleness and kindness, albeit scant. Very well. I must apologize, you are not a bad child. The Sorting Hat murmured, but soon reached its final conclusion. To Slytherin you shall go, where there exists ample space for the realization of your ambitions. Of course, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are also viable options. Though your sense of purpose may be overly pronounced for Hufflepuff, then Slytherin it is, Ezio's replied to the Sorting Hat. To Slytherin, the Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly. And applause erupted from the audience. Chapter 16, Dumbledore. Why do I feel a slight itch on my back? He truly went to Slytherin. Upon hearing the Sorting Hat declare Slytherin, Draco, still amidst the crowd, felt his legs weaken at the thought of cohabiting the common room with this individual for the next 7 years, sending shivers down his spine. Severus Snape, casting a brooding gaze that seemed capable of dripping with malice, fixated on the retreating figure of Ezio from his position at the faculty table. So, you have finally made it to Slytherin. Snape seethed, almost grinding his teeth at the very notion of Ezio being sorted into Slytherin. A prospect that surprised him not in the least. Beside him, Professor Flitwick, his tuft of hair standing on end, turned in bewilderment and inquired, Severus, what are you muttering about? Suddenly, Snape's pupils contracted as Ezio, on the verge of reaching the Slytherin table, turned abruptly, as if he had sensed Snape's scrutiny. In that moment, Snape felt as though a serpent had slithered across his instep, an eerie sensation that he was somehow at this boy's mercy. Yet, after much contemplation, he dismissed the notion. What leverage could this boy possibly have over him? You'll have your day, lad. With that thought, Snape averted his gaze, while Ezio, amidst the warm welcome of the older Slytherins, settled at the edge of the gathering, deftly sidestepping the enthusiastic invitation of an upperclassman, not out of asceticism, but rather due to the girl's lack of appeal. One name after another was called, and the sorting ceremony proceeded smoothly. Soon, Draco Malfoy's name echoed through the hall. The Sorting Hat proclaimed Slytherin the moment it touched his head. However, as Draco removed the hat, he appeared somewhat despondent. Without Ezio's presence, he would have been brimming with joy. With his head slightly bowed and avoiding any ostentation, Draco made his way to the Slytherin table. Choosing a seat as far from Ezio as possible, a girl with a lion-like hairstyle attempted to draw him to sit with her, but Draco coldly declined. For her seat was a tad too close to Ezio. The number of young witches and wizards left to be sorted dwindled. When Professor McGonagall called out, Harry Potter, a wave of murmured whispers surged through the great hall. Even at the Slytherin table, many were conspiring in hushed tones. Potter? Is it that Potter? By Merlin's beard. It truly is him. Under the weight of so many gazes, Harry began to feel anxious as he took his seat. When the brim of the hat obscured his vision, plunging him into darkness, he exhaled a slight sigh of relief. It is difficult, rather, a tad challenging. The Sorting Hat's voice murmured in Harry's mind. Yet, compared to the previous candidate, you are far easier to assess. I see that you possess great courage, a good heart, talent, and a strong desire to achieve certain aspirations. You may feel urgency, but I urge you not to be hasty. Impatience will only lead to more mistakes. So, where shall I place you? Slytherin? The hat mused aloud. Slytherin can guide you towards greatness, but so can Gryffindor. Slytherin it is, Harry declared decisively. It seems you have made your choice already, the Sorting Hat gently commented. But what is the reason behind it? You said Slytherin can help me achieve greatness, and indeed, I have something I am very eager to accomplish. Then it is Slytherin. The Sorting Hat vociferously proclaimed the house to which Harry was destined, and in that fleeting moment, Dumbledore's expression became slightly rigid, his eyes widening with a hint of disbelief. Yet, compared to Dumbledore, Severus Snape, seated behind him, was barely able to restrain the tumultuous expressions flitting across his face, his features twitching as he suppressed laughter. Had they not been in the great hall, he would have erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! Professor Flitwick, oblivious to Snape's internal struggle, leaned in and whispered, Severus, are you unwell? He clutched his arm, though the sleeve remained dry, showing no signs of blood. I had no idea you were injured. Is it serious? Should I summon Poppy to examine you? It is merely a minor mishap, perhaps a result of my previous oversight, Snape replied, regaining his customary composure as he declined Flitwick's offer. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixated on Harry, and upon witnessing Harry smilingly settle beside Draco Malfoy, Snape felt as though his wound had reopened. Dumbledore, look at the chaos you have wrought. Under the weight of Snape's murderous glare, Dumbledore shifted uncomfortably, a prickling sensation creeping down his back, as if someone were prodding him with needles. After a brief moment, an atmosphere of incredulity permeated the Great Hall. Aside from the cheering Slytherins, the students from the other three houses stood in stunned silence at the sight they had just witnessed. How could the savior of the English magical world, the boy who vanquished the Dark Lord, be consigned to the infamous cesspool of dark wizards known as Slytherin? By Merlin's pink, lace-trimmed undergarments. Surely, everything that had transpired was merely an illusion, a figment of their imagination. Despite their best efforts to comprehend how Harry Potter could possibly be associated with Slytherin, they found it utterly unfathomable. Perhaps only something darker than darkness itself could shatter the shadows. A rumor began to circulate, its origins unknown, and soon it spread like wildfire. Students, often gullible and prone to wild conjectures, found their minds teeming with nonsensical thoughts, disturbingly convinced of their own fabrications. When the last student, a lad named Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall took the sorting hat and departed. At that moment, Dumbledore rose, and the previously boisterous hall fell silent. Welcome. Dumbledore's calm voice resonated in every ear, to a new year at Hogwarts. Before the festivities commenced, he added, fools, crybabies, dregs, twist. With that, Dumbledore concluded his address amidst the applause of bewildered young witches and wizards. Suddenly, an array of delectable dishes appeared on the empty platters along the long tables. The crisp sounds of cutlery clattering and lively conversations intertwining, as the hall erupted once more into a vibrant atmosphere. At the Slytherin table, glances were cast towards Harry. Yet he remained oblivious to the attention, engrossed in cheerful conversation with his companion, Ezio. The sorting hat claims that Slytherin can lead me to greatness. Do you think there is truth to that, Ezio? Ultimately, it matters little where one goes. Ezio elegantly sliced through a thick piece of steak, exuding a more refined air than the other young wizards hailing from noble wizarding families. Attending Ravenclaw does not necessarily confer greater intelligence, and joining Slytherin does not guarantee strength. The house merely provides a platform. Our ultimate transformation depends solely on our own efforts. However, Ezio conceded that Slytherin possessed a slight advantage over other houses. After swallowing the last morsel of beef from his plate, he turned to Harry and remarked, in Slytherin, strength is revered, and here you can unabashedly showcase your talent. Climbing over others to ascend, Ezio surveyed the surroundings, meeting the gazes directed at him and Harry, and spoke clearly. Currently, Slytherin is inundated with ineptitude and filth. Their stench is quite nauseating. If Salazar Slytherin were to witness the current state of his house, he would likely be furious enough to capture these miscreants and use them as experimental fodder. His chilling words silenced many, as Ezio's piercing gaze emanated an invisible intimidation. Yet, not everyone averted their eyes. As Ezio had previously stated, Slytherin, once filled with so-called pure-blood wizards, seemed to decline with each passing year. Chapter 17, Slytherin. The current iteration of the quintessential Slytherin serpent would not be so easily provoked by mere words, unlike the Gryffindor lion. Many cast unkind glances towards Ezio. Yet the majority merely observed, some even displaying a hint of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Watching the spectacle unfold was a source of delight for this group of Slytherin serpents. They preferred to strategize rather than engage directly. This inclination was rather uncharacteristic of Slytherin, for Salazar Slytherin himself was not of such temperament. He favored eliminating all who displeased him or provoked his ire, utilizing them as experimental subjects. Had he possessed a different disposition, he would not have formed a friendship with the hot-blooded and dueling enthusiast Gryffindors. In many respects, both were killers at heart. Albeit employing differing methods, Gryffindors relished instigating duels, allowing their opponents to prepare before delivering the fatal blow, while Slytherins typically struck without warning. A practice that seemed less honorable in that era. However, this spirit began to corrupt after his departure from Slytherin. Cunning and treachery were but facets of Slytherin's character. Yet they were exaggerated by subsequent wizards, ultimately becoming the house's most conspicuous trait. Those eager to witness the unfolding drama succeeded in their quest. None understood better than they the current condition of their own house. The proportion of exceptionally gifted wizards among purebloods indeed possesses a slight advantage compared to their half-blood and muggle-born counterparts. Otherwise, pure-blood wizarding families would not be so fervently obsessed with preserving the sanctity of their lineage. While it is true that some wizards may be rather foolish, it is unlikely that every generation of a wizarding family would be composed solely of imbeciles. At least, the progenitor of the family would not be among them. However, this obsession with blood purity has led to the unfortunate mingling of many subpar individuals within the ranks of pure-blood descendants, with Slytherin regrettably becoming a repository for such mediocrity. The proportion of these fools has reached nearly 1/4 to 1/3 of the total Slytherin population. rendering the antics of these simpletons a source of amusement for the truly astute Slytherins. Some matters do not require explicit articulation. A senior student seated diagonally in front of Ezio smiled and remarked, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rabastin Lestrange, the head of Slytherin. There are already those eager to witness your folly, as certain individuals, lacking in intellect, are easily incited by just a few words." "Are you referring to that brutish creature over there?" Ezio replied calmly, lifting his gaze to a hulking figure approximately 6 or 7 meters to his left, who, upon hearing the conversation, cast a menacing glare in Ezio's direction, his expression suggesting an intent to rend him asunder. "Ah, if I am not mistaken, you must be alluding to Marcus," Rabastin remarked, without needing to turn his head. He already anticipated which fool would be encouraged by the onlookers to take the stage. "I fully concur with your analogy, but provoking a brute of considerable strength is hardly a judicious course of action. If Slytherin were solely a bastion of cunning and deceit, how then could it stand alongside the 3 other illustrious wizarding houses? It seems Slytherin is poised to welcome an extraordinary new student this year," Rabastin observed appreciatively. "Once you have resolved this minor predicament, I hope you will come to embody the true spirit of Slytherin. First, prove yourselves, and then we shall see." Ezio replied with indifference, prompting a slight stiffening of Rabastin's expression. He fell silent, grasping his knife and fork to attend to his dinner. The sumptuous feast satiated the appetites of all present. Hogwarts house elves demonstrated remarkable culinary prowess. Even the simplest smoked fish exceeded the flavors of those typically found outside, devoid of any trace of England's infamous culinary disasters. As the last morsel of pudding disappeared from the plates, Dumbledore rose once more, restoring silence to the hall. "Oh, now that everyone has dined and refreshed themselves, I have a few more words to impart. As the term commences, I wish to draw your attention to several important notices. First-year students, please take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students." Dumbledore's gaze swept across the room. Though Ezio noted that he lingered a tad longer upon Slytherin's table, perhaps still pondering how Harry had ended up among them. "Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The evaluation of Quidditch players will take place during the 2nd week of this semester. Interested individuals should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must convey to everyone that those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a tragic demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." "What does this mean?" Harry nudged Egius's elbow. "It implies that you must certainly take a look at the corridor on the 4th floor. "Oh," Harry nodded in sudden realization. If he hadn't mentioned it, surely no one would have ventured there willingly, right? Egius nodded in agreement. "Precisely. I suspect that corridor is the setting for some mischievous antics, perhaps of a rather frightening nature." Harry stuck out his tongue, suddenly feeling that the kind-faced, white-bearded old man surely had a dark side, still delighting in playing tricks on children at such an advanced age. "Now, before we retire for the night, let us join in singing the school song," Dumbledore proclaimed loudly, his face adorned with a smile, while the teachers behind him momentarily froze their smiles, except for Snape, who appeared as though he had won the lottery yet was too timid to share the news, struggling to suppress his expression. As Dumbledore's wand emitted golden lyrics, the hall resonated with a cacophony of voices. Yet, as the conductor, Dumbledore seemed utterly enraptured. When the song concluded, he spread his arms wide. The older students were the first to depart, while the heads of the various houses guided the first-year students. "Follow me." Rabastin instructed a group of Slytherin first-years alongside another female prefect. "Our common room is located in the subterranean area of the astronomy tower, a bit of a distance from the Great Hall, though we are the closest after Hufflepuff." Descending the spiral staircase to the lower level, the first-years proceeded along the torch-lit corridor, turning 2 corners until they arrived at a blank wall. "This is the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Remember this wall, as the stairs leading to the astronomy tower and the dragon statue courtyard are directly opposite." Rabastin halted before the wall, gesturing for the newcomers to look around and memorize the markings. He then spoke, "Utter the password, and the door to the common room will open. We will change the password at the end of each month, which you can find on the notice board in the common room. This month's password is Glory." As he finished speaking, 2 enormous serpents suddenly slithered along the previously barren wall, coiling together to reveal a stone archway, and a large black door appeared at the archway, which Rabastin pulled open. You may glimpse the scenery beneath the Black Lake from the common room, but do not expect mermaids. The mermaids of the Black Lake are quite unattractive and may ruin your appetite. Now come inside. Chapter 18. Make Slytherin Great Again. The common room was bustling with activity, as many had just finished their dinner and needed a moment to digest. However, today was particularly crowded. The once spacious common room was filled with upperclassmen. Around 200 individuals, each finding a place to sit or stand, eagerly awaiting the evening's entertainment. In Slytherin, it is a rarity for an arrogant and overbearing first-year to make an appearance. Even in the past, should such a person emerge, they would undoubtedly hail from a prestigious wizarding family. with elders either holding significant positions within the Ministry of Magic or serving as professors at the school, individuals whom most would not dare to provoke. Yet, Ezio is a different case entirely. The surname Florence is not native to England. Slytherin is home to many astute individuals. Otherwise, they would not have consistently claimed the Hogwarts Cup for several consecutive years despite being hindered by a myriad of fools. Apart from Snape's favoritism, it is primarily the clever Slytherin serpents who manage to earn points under the scrutiny of other professors. This particular surname has its roots in Italy, and according to some wizards with relatives in Italy, it is speculated that Ezio does not originate from an Italian wizarding family, as there exists no wizarding family by the name of Florence in that region. A wizard of Muggle descent, lacking any familial backing, dares to speak boldly in Slytherin, inciting far more animosity than before. As the young wizards were ushered into the common room by Rabastan, several burly figures approached. "Marcus, I am currently preoccupied." Rabastan coldly regarded the imposing brute before him, who towered over him by a head. Though both hailed from pureblood families of the Sacred 28, their relationship was far from cordial. Rabastan held Marcus, a disgrace to Slytherin, in low regard. In terms of family standing, he far surpassed Marcus, thus felt no obligation to grant him any courtesy. "It is none of your concern," Marcus growled, swinging his robust arm. "I am here to settle matters with that filthy mudblood. Step aside." His utterance of filthy mudblood elicited a cacophony of raucous laughter from the brutes trailing him. "Are you referring to me?" At that moment, a clear voice emerged as Ezio, who had been at the forefront of the crowd, calmly stepped forward, gazing towards the stocky figure towering over him by a head. Marcus possessed an untamed appearance, resembling a hybrid of wizard and troll. His robust physique and rather unappealing visage gave the impression that he had channeled all his nourishment into muscle rather than intellect, making him appear more akin to an under-evolved gorilla than a wizard. This would expedite matters. Upon spotting Ezio, Marcus's eyes gleamed with delight, and he took a step forward. This action startled the other first years, while Draco, lingering at the back of the line, experienced a flicker of excitement. He was finally about to witness Ezio's downfall. However, this thought was fleeting. His primary concern was whether Ezio would draw his wand and unleash an Avada Kedavra upon the brute before him. Yet, merely intimidating him would suffice. For although Ezio had previously embarrassed him, only 3 individuals were privy to that incident, and Ezio had spared him further humiliation, allowing him to depart without the disgrace of wetting his trousers. For reasons unknown, Draco harbored a modicum of gratitude towards Ezio. "I shall make you aware that Slytherin is not a domain for filthy mudbloods like you." As Marcus stepped forward, raising his hand to grasp at Ezio, his target suddenly vanished. Compared to Marcus, Ezio's speed was vastly superior. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the burly man. With a lightning-quick motion, Ezio's right fist struck precisely at Marcus's liver, a seemingly light blow that caused the towering figure, standing at nearly 6 feet 3, to double over in agony. His eyes bulged as he fell, clutching his abdomen, curling up like a boiled shrimp, unable to emit even a cry of despair. The excruciating pain rendered him mute. And this strike was the least lethal area Ezio had determined through practice. Had he unleashed his hidden blade as Marcus fell, he could have effortlessly slit his throat, inducing fatal arterial bleeding within 3 seconds. Yet, the blade was replaced by a wand, for he harbored no intention of murder. Marcus's collapse was merely the beginning. With swift and graceful steps, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers, Ezio advanced calmly before the onlookers. The few individuals trailing Marcus reacted too slowly, as if rehearsed, collapsing to the ground in tandem with him. "You dare call me a mudblood?" A sharp crack echoed, whether it was a jaw shattered or dislocated. The agonizing wail pierced through the air, tormenting the spectators' nerves, draining the color from their faces as they realized they had provoked a formidable adversary. "I say you are the refuse of Slytherin." Ezio lifted his gaze, surveying the crowd. "Who among you dares to dissent?" An empty space emerged around him, the young wizards retreating, leaving only Harry and Rabastan unmoved. "Perhaps you still ponder that wizards ought to wield wands," as a subtle smile graced Ezio's lips. At the moment he articulated the final 2 words, he waved his hand, conjuring a shield that deflected 2 red spells launched from his flank. With a flick of his left hand, the Thunderbird wand swiftly countered, 2 small wooden sticks suddenly soaring into the air, which he seized. With a crack, he caught the wand mid-flight, swiftly snapping it in 2. "Feel free to strike." The Elder Wand was brandished, 2 figures yanked from the crowd, crashing heavily to the floor under the wand's direction, writhing in pain. "Duels I should excel at." "Enough," Rabastan shouted furiously from the side. "Williams, Jabbar, is ambushing a freshman truly your course of action? Utterly hopeless fools." The sight of the 2 culprits, dragged from the throng, left Rabastan with a headache. If it were merely Marcus, a simple fistfight would hardly be serious. Even a broken bone could be swiftly mended with a potion. However, to ambush with spells, and to fail, was an action that ignited his rage. A failed ambush was a disgrace. "What distinguishes you 2 fools from Marcus?" Rabaston spat with disdain, feeling deeply embarrassed as these two individuals belonged to his own Slytherin house. I apologize for their foolishness, he remarked, adjusting his expression. It was not you who acted against me, unless this matter was instigated by you. Ezio turned to face Rabaston, his tone remaining calm, yet Rabaston's countenance stiffened. Ezio, maintaining his composure, averted his gaze and inquired, "Do you know why I chose Slytherin?" Rabaston displayed a keen interest. While those who had initially come to spectate now regarded Ezio with rapt attention, their previous levity replaced with intrigue. Slytherin values strength above all. Ezio raised a finger. I have come here for but one purpose, to make Slytherin great once more. Surely, you have all grown weary of coexisting with these imbeciles, fools, and parasites. Before him stood a youthful yet mature face, handsome and brimming with authority and confidence, stirring something deep within the hearts of his audience. Fellow Slytherins, today we gather not only to celebrate the influx of fresh blood into Slytherin, but to witness its rebirth. No. The pursuit of success is an inherent instinct within us all. No one revels in failure, nor does anyone relish the dismal outcome of exertion without reward. Our ambition is righteous, yet why do our noble aspirations become misconstrued as contemptible in today's world? I do not blame you. I believe that most of you are exceptional and intelligent, just like me. Simple spells do not require repetition, and tedious potions do not necessitate countless attempts. As you are all astute individuals. Yet, why are we ensnared in this foul mire? It is because we are tainted by the presence of those unworthy of our ranks, those simple-minded fools who deserve to be bound with stones and cast into the black lake to rot among its sludge. The great renaissance of Slytherin begins today, marking our awakening and rebirth. We shall no longer be a fragmented, internally conflicted, and weak assembly of sand, but a united collective, purging the filth that surrounds us. Salazar Slytherin was a great wizard, revered a millennium ago. Compared to the giants of the other three houses, Slytherin epitomizes what a true wizard should embody. Let us cast aside unnecessary compassion, disregarding the opinions of others, as we forge steadfastly along the grand path to success. Our goals align, our beliefs converge. We shall become the embodiment of strength in the eyes of all, for the pursuit of success remains our unwavering aim. Glory shall serve as the ladder upon which we ascend, while the mediocre will willingly raise their hands in tribute. For they must acknowledge that it is we who lead the world forward. We are currently residing in a magnificent era, on the brink of the arrival of the most glorious third millennium in human history. Should we remain stagnant, we shall be trampled beneath the feet of others. A millennium ago, for Titans established the illustrious Hogwarts, and now, 1,000 years later, we stand upon the shoulders of this giant named Hogwarts, ready to ascend the new staircase that leads to the dawn of the next millennium. Perhaps you have felt lost, unable to discern the path ahead. Upon graduation, you may find yourselves trampled like mere weeds in the wizarding world, living under the disdainful gazes of others, toiling for a few galleons. Or you might repeat the worn paths of your forebears, exhausting all your brilliance and talent in a mundane existence. None of these scenarios constitute success. They are not what a Slytherin ought to pursue. Let us remember our responsibilities, chase our dreams, and let our aspiration for success illuminate our way. The path to glory lies before us. Do not lower your heads, and allow the muck to ensnare your feet. Shake it off, and embark upon this staircase. How shall we punish the stumbling blocks that have infiltrated our ranks? The tip of my wand points toward those still writhing in agony upon the ground. I entrust them to you. Show me your resolve, compatriots who wish to join me in bringing forth a great revival for Slytherin. You may challenge me at any time. I shall defeat you, and then guide you along the right path. Let Slytherin rise to greatness once more. With a clenched fist raised high, Ezio stirred a chorus of voices, culminating in a rallying cry that sent chills through some and exhilaration through others. Let Slytherin be great again. Through strength, we can intimidate the audacity of the clever. Through words, we can stir the ambitions of the eager. Each student entering Slytherin harbors a profound ambition within. Chapter 19, I will handle Snape. As the excited Slytherin snakes hoisted the fallen figures aloft, Rabaston approached Ezio with a complex expression. I have something to discuss with you. Ezio beckoned Rabaston over, signaling for Harry to join as well. People parted to create a path for them, and they settled in a corner by the hearth. I don't quite know how to describe you, but I have a feeling you are destined to cause significant trouble, as a soon-to-be adult and the head of Slytherin. Rabaston was not easily swayed by Ezio's words, yet he acknowledged that they resonated deeply with him. He too despised the worthless individuals infiltrating Slytherin. The purpose of his organization was to unite the finest members of Slytherin, for he understood that these individuals were the true heart of Slytherin. However, no one had previously taken bold action to expel the detritus. Partly due to family considerations, no one wished to sour relationships, and partly because these fools were like warty toads on one's foot. While bothersome, they did not warrant significant upheaval. At worst, I would merely strike down the lesser ones, and the elder ones would come forth. If we adhere to the rules, I find myself unassailable within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Should we discard the rules, it is not I who would suffer misfortune. Ezio is acutely aware of the repercussions of his actions, yet he is indifferent to the potential backlash. With nothing to his name in the wizarding world, he recognizes the necessity to actively claim what is rightfully his. In the confines of Hogwarts, the risks associated with such behavior are mitigated to their lowest degree. Outside of Hogwarts, truth be told, Ezio harbors no fear of those who might seek to confront him, for such encounters would not transpire for at least a year. By the time that year has passed, he will have amassed sufficient strength to safeguard himself. Dumbledore is indeed correct. As long as he remains within Hogwarts, none dare approach him with malice. Dumbledore serves as Hogwarts' greatest shield, and no one would dare to challenge his authority and might within its walls. The title of the White Lord is well acknowledged in the magical community, albeit rarely spoken aloud. It is worth noting that Dumbledore's closest ally was none other than Gellert Grindelwald, the leader of the notorious Pureblood Party. And no one naively believes Dumbledore to be merely a soft-hearted fool. Dumbledore vanquished his dear friend, yet he has never shunned the complexity of their relationship. Humanity is multifaceted and intricate. I recall a tradition that has endured through the ages within the magical realm. Ezio caressed his elder wand, narrating in a serene tone, "The duel of honor, the sole ritual in the magical world that permits the lawful slaying of one's opponent, is it not? When two wizards deem the other's honor sullied, they may invoke this duel, which necessitates public declaration and notarization. Indeed, such a practice exists." A cold sweat trickled down Robus's brow. As a pure-blood wizard, he was acutely aware of its implications, for his family's history was marred by such duels, which were essentially life-and-death contests, wagering family honor and personal glory, with no room for surrender. To concede in a duel of honor could yield consequences far graver than death itself. But you're not apprehensive about them seeking retribution outside the school? Robus wiped his brow, still not naive enough to believe those individuals would refrain from underhanded tactics. Capturing a wizard skilled in disapparition is akin to scaling a mountain. Worst comes to worst, I could simply leave England during the holidays, and the Ministry of Magic would have no jurisdiction over me. Ezio chuckled nonchalantly. He bore no qualms about revealing aspects of his magical prowess. Though the self-taught skill of disapparition carries significant risk, Ezio was undeterred in his pursuit of mastery. Having long witnessed the convenience of teleportation. "You actually learned it?" Robus gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. As a sixth-year student, he had only just reached the age to begin studying disapparition, with examinations pending until the end of the term. "It's not overly difficult, is it?" Ezio shrugged. "This magic requires only a heightened level of focus, intent, determination, and composure, qualities I possess in abundance." Well, Robus replied, a hint of discomfort in his tone. "It is indeed our privilege to have you among Slytherin. Are you truly not descended from a wizarding lineage? Am I to infer that you are questioning my capability to establish a wizarding family?" "Certainly not." Robus shook his head decisively, then remarked with gravity, "I have a sister who will also be attending Hogwarts next year. Would you like to meet her? Hannah is a beautiful little angel. As someone destined for damnation, I would rather not lead an angel astray. She would be heartbroken. Surely she would be quite taken with a boy as capable and handsome as you." Robus dismissed Ezio's self-deprecating comment about heading to hell, as wizards do not believe in Muggle deities. Historically, many so-called miracles were simply the result of wizardry. Though often spoken of, none were truly real. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Ezio ceased his jesting, and Robus appeared considerably more earnest than before, gradually developing a modicum of confidence in this junior. "My ambition to restore Slytherin to greatness is not mere rhetoric. I intend to take action. There are plenty of individuals in Slytherin with minds as limited as Marcus. And even in my year, there are two prominent fools." Ezio cast a sidelong glance, and Robus followed suit. Crabbe and Goyle, the lackeys of the Malfoy family, were not the only dimwits. Their forebears were equally foolish, Death Eaters, the detritus of decaying minds. Robus was unreserved in his criticism. "My family had no involvement with the Dark Lord. To combat the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters, two of my elders perished. They were both Aurors. Not all Slytherins are malevolent." Harry nodded in silence, though he did not speak. "Allow me to illustrate." Robus was particularly attentive to Harry, aware of his considerable fame within the magical community, and it was evident that he and Ezio shared a cordial rapport. If Azkaban were filled entirely with prisoners from Hogwarts, then out of 100, Slytherin would account for half, Gryffindor for 40, Ravenclaw for 7 or 8, with the remaining 2 or 3 slots occupied by the oppressed Hufflepuffs. In terms of dark wizards, Gryffindor, with its seemingly illustrious reputation, is not markedly superior to Slytherin. Many are impulsive and thoughtless. Even the best intentions can yield disastrous outcomes, and they often fail to recognize their own wrongdoing. I know of a Gryffindor fool who, in an attempt to save a Muggle child from abuse, killed the child's parents before him. The child had stolen money from his home. Yet this individual insisted he was enacting justice and was sentenced to a lifetime in Azkaban. Thus, It is erroneous to judge the merits of wizards based on external reputation. It is said that Merlin was a Slytherin student. However, he is renowned as a legendary wizard far surpassing the 4 founders of Hogwarts, achieving countless great feats throughout his life. Merlin was a Slytherin student? Harry's eyes widened in surprise. The timeline seems somewhat misaligned. Ezio disagreed with this assertion, noting that Merlin lived around the 5th or 6th century, whereas Hogwarts was established no earlier than the 8th or 9th century. After a moment of contemplation, Ezio added, Merlin was also a wizard who esteemed pure bloodlines, which aligns with the philosophy of Slytherin. Both champion the notion of genius. Had Merlin attended Hogwarts, Slytherin would undoubtedly have been his house of choice. However, let us not digress into historical anecdotes. Ezio cast a glance at Rabaston, aware that his earlier remarks were deliberately intended to divert the conversation. But it was evident that he could no longer evade the topic. Very well, Rabaston shrugged, accepting the inevitability of the discussion. I need to ascertain the future selection mechanism for Slytherin, to facilitate the elimination of those superfluous individuals. Yet, we cannot simply expel them from Hogwarts, can we? Of course not, but we can certainly minimize their influence. Such individuals cannot thrive within Slytherin. They will either become the soil beneath our feet, or choose to leave Hogwarts entirely. Isn't Durmstrang an option for them? They have alternatives. I trust one need not elaborate on how to extract their value or how to make them feel Slytherin's benevolence, though I would be keen to hear your thoughts. Rabaston sighed. Yet, I must also demonstrate some of my own worth. I concede, I do possess a familial inclination towards such dealings. This will undoubtedly be troublesome. But if you are intent on pursuing this course of action, you must brace yourself for some pressure. For instance, our esteemed headmaster, Professor Snape, enforces a hierarchy within the house. You must secure his tacit approval. I can manage Snape. Perhaps he will seek me out for a conversation tomorrow. Ezio spread his hands, exhibiting no trepidation towards Snape, despite the fact that many students at Hogwarts regarded him as a formidable figure. Chapter 20, Transfiguration Class, Part 1. The events occurring in the common room could not be kept under wraps. However, upon reaching Snape's ears, he had yet to take any action, as he was preoccupied. No matter how irksome Ezio became, he was of lesser concern to Snape than Harry's association with Slytherin, since Snape had not approached him. Ezio felt no inclination to seek him out. After waiting so long for the term to commence, he had a plethora of questions to pose to the professors. The first class of the term was Transfiguration with Hufflepuff. The first-year schedule was relatively relaxed, allowing students ample time to acclimate to the school. The Transfiguration class, commencing at 9, afforded the young witches and wizards sufficient opportunity to locate their classroom. The portraits adorning the walls of Hogwarts were quite amiable, more than willing to direct students to their destinations. If all else failed, one could always consult the armored sentinels stationed throughout the halls, though they were silent. They would gesture towards the correct direction. The young snakes of Slytherin felt a twinge of anxiety, not solely due to the rumors of impending eliminations within their ranks, but also because Professor McGonagall had left a stern impression on them during the opening day. Her perpetually stern demeanor was unmistakably intimidating. As the clock in the classroom struck 9, an eerie silence enveloped the room, yet the sound of the teacher's footsteps remained conspicuously absent. Just as curiosity began to stir among the students, a striped tabby cat, presumably a pet belonging to an upperclassman, suddenly sprang from the podium. In midair, the feline's form appeared to blur and distort, and when it landed, Professor McGonagall, clad in a vibrant green wizard's cloak, materialized before the astonished eyes of the class. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Ezio found himself entranced by the enigmatic transformation. He had even employed his enhanced eagle-eyed vision to sharpen his observational skills. Yet in its untransformed state, the cat that Professor McGonagall had assumed offered no hint of disguise. In terms of concealment, the enigmatic transformation was indeed remarkable. However, it was not without its flaws. For instance, the square frames of McGonagall's glasses would morph into patterns near the cat's eyes, a detail not commonly seen in tabby cats. This peculiar aspect was a minor chink in the armor of the enigmatic transformation. As the young wizards gasped in awe, Professor McGonagall, her expression stern, began to speak, and the classroom fell into an immediate hush. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous spell you will encounter in your studies at Hogwarts. Her gaze swept across the room, compelling the young witches and wizards to sit up straighter. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my class will be asked to leave and shall never return. I have warned you. With that, she nonchalantly waved her wand, transforming the lectern into a plump white pig, which emitted a few grunts before reverting back to its original form. In the magical realm, pigs were the least attuned to magic, and among magical creatures, the variety associated with pigs was notably scarce, with their magical proficiency being relatively low. The young wizards diligently recorded her words on parchment, for these notes would be vital in their future studies of transfiguration. Just as their fingers began to tire from writing, Professor McGonagall paused her theoretical discourse. Now, let us attempt the most fundamental transformation. Set your books aside and grasp your wands. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly brightened as McGonagall retrieved a large box of matches, distributing them to each student with a flick of her wand. Can anyone tell me what the first step is when you wish to perform transfiguration? It is to imagine, Ezio replied softly, receiving nods of agreement from several classmates. Precisely. It is to envision. Visualize the object you wish to transform, and then use your magical energy to alter it. The more familiar you are with the object to be transformed, the better your results will be. Slytherin earns a point, McGonagall acknowledged with a nod toward Ezio. Now, try to transform the match in front of you into a needle. You have half an hour to practice. The eager young wizards, filled with anticipation, either waved their wands excitedly or pondered intently on how to envision a match transforming into a needle. Professor McGonagall moved through the bustling classroom, observing each student intently. Transfiguration is indeed a formidable challenge. Harry awkwardly tapped the match with the tip of his wand, causing it to merely roll over, leaving me utterly perplexed. This was because he had yet to find his rhythm. Ezio gently prodded the match with his wand, and before him appeared a glimmering silver needle. Transfiguration was the subject he had struggled with the most during his self-study, yet he had diligently worked to master the transformation of inanimate objects. What do you mean by finding your rhythm? Harry inquired, curiosity piqued upon witnessing Ezio's successful transfiguration. Harness your magical energy and direct it to accomplish what you wish. To describe it in my own terms, you must learn to release your magic from the tip of your wand. A very apt description, Ezio, came Professor McGonagall's gentle voice from behind him. Noticing Ezio's accomplishment, she approached, her keen eyes sparkling. Aside from imagination, another fundamental step in transfiguration is to release your magic and envelop the object you wish to transform before altering it. Hence, the challenge of transfiguring living beings lies in how to capture and envelop the moving life form with your magic. Ezio turned to face Professor McGonagall, looking up at her. That is one way to understand it, but I believe there is an additional step involved. Professor McGonagall was generous with her knowledge. After all, students had begun attempting transfiguration with living beings since their third year. Any transfiguration applied to a living entity must first establish a form of suppression over it, meaning you need the ability to render the subject incapable of resistance. This is the most challenging aspect of transfiguring living beings, and even more so for human transfiguration. It seemed that Ezio had engaged in thorough preparation and practice during the holidays. Glancing at the needle Ezio had conjured, Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. The transformation is exceptionally executed. Both the form and luster are commendable. Slytherin earns 5 points. Chapter 21, Transfiguration Class, Part 2. Professor McGonagall was not one to withhold praise, treating all students equally, even those from Slytherin. I am curious to know what progress you have made thus far. After showcasing Ezio's achievement to the other students, Professor McGonagall approached to inquire. I have nearly mastered the transfiguration of inanimate objects into similar-sized inanimate objects, and I have also learned to shape objects. Yet I have yet to succeed in transfiguring living beings. Perhaps I have not yet discovered the method of suppression you mentioned for living creatures. Excellent work, Professor McGonagall remarked, a rare smile gracing her face. However, do not rush into learning these more challenging transfigurations. Understanding transfiguration requires the accumulation of experience over time. It is not merely a spell that, once cast, signifies complete mastery. For instance, she continued, lightly waving her wand to summon 2 sheets of parchment. Try transforming one into a slender wooden stick. Ezio nodded and gently pointed his wand at one of the sheets, successfully transforming it into a stick the thickness of chopsticks. Now, break it, Professor McGonagall instructed. I cannot destroy it, Professor. Just as I am about to break it, the transfiguration fails. Now try again. Professor McGonagall gently waved her wand, transforming the other sheet of parchment into a wooden stick. With a crisp snap, the wooden stick was effortlessly broken in 2 by Ezio. The essence of transfiguration lies in altering the form of an object. However, should the transformed object sustain damage, the spell is immediately compromised. This is due to the inability to temporarily anchor magical energy onto it, resulting in mere superficial changes. Professor McGonagall spoke with meticulous care, harboring a fondness for such a gifted and intelligent student. Yet, if one possesses a deeper mastery of transfiguration, it becomes possible to imbue the transformed object with magical energy, allowing it to retain its altered form until the magic dissipates. The broken stick morphed into 2 tattered pieces of parchment, remaining in that state until the magic you bestowed upon it is exhausted. The more severely an object is damaged, the quicker the magical energy depletes. Transfiguration cannot achieve permanence, with the duration hinging on the practitioner's skill. What about the Philosopher's Stone? Ezio inquired with curiosity. Nicodemus has crafted a stone capable of producing gold and permanently transforming one object into another. The Philosopher's Stone is indeed the sole miraculous artifact in the world that can effectuate permanent transformation, Although I am not fully versed in its underlying principles, Professor McGonagall replied. Unperturbed. After all, the ultimate aim of transfiguration is a feat unattainable by anyone other than the Philosopher's Stone. However, we can surmise that the stone possesses some ability to permanently anchor magical energy within the transformed object, which would explain its remarkable capabilities. As for whether it can transmute into food, only Nicodemus himself could provide that answer. Ezio nodded in satisfaction, yet his curiosity remained insatiable, for he had accumulated numerous questions over the holiday seeking resolution. And what of Animagus, Professor? I am exceedingly intrigued by this magic. You are an excellent practitioner of Animagus transfiguration, and I am eager to learn about it. Do not hastily endeavor to experiment with it, Professor McGonagall gently cautioned. Curiosity is a splendid trait, yet we must progress methodically. Should you be interested, you may join my Transfiguration Club, which convenes every Saturday at 3 in the afternoon. You can visit my office for further details. At Hogwarts, each professor organizes a small club for their subject, inviting talented young witches and wizards to participate. After all, these gifted students are bound to make their mark after graduation, and the professors, being astute in social matters, are not miserly in investing in their futures. Even Severus Snape maintains a highly selective potions club, for he is an undisputed authority in the field, a veritable golden asset. Ultimately, the art of assassination remains a flawless endeavor, one that need not be clandestine. As long as the outcome is favorable, the means may be deemed inconsequential. The same principle applies to studying at Hogwarts. If subtlety is unattainable, one might as well embrace boldness from the outset, thus maximizing the benefits to achieve their objectives at Hogwarts. There are no regulations stipulating that an assassin must operate in secrecy. Can one not approach their target openly, while still fulfilling the mission? As Harry walked towards the common room, he gazed enviously at Ezio. After attending Professor McGonagall's club, you must be learning some remarkable transfiguration, right? The Animagus transformation you mentioned is the magic that allows Professor McGonagall to turn into a cat, isn't it? Indeed. Animagus is renowned as one of the most complex forms of transfiguration, and very few wizards master it. However, in reality, practitioners of Animagus transformation are not as rare as one might think. While there are few registered animagi at the Ministry of Magic, many operate outside of registration. Why do I say this? Harry pondered. Could there be complications involved with registration? After all, possessing the ability for perfect disguise means that registering with the Ministry would reveal your secret to others. Professors like McGonagall may not care, but some individuals might seek to use such abilities for less than noble purposes, and they would certainly prefer to remain unexposed. Furthermore, as I understand, Ezio paused at the entrance to the common room, waiting for the students ahead to enter. At the African Wizarding School of Wagadu, most wizards have mastered Animagus transformation, with the youngest practitioners only 12 years old. Many are capable of mastering this magic by the ages of 14 or 15, which is why I am also intrigued by the idea of learning Animagus. How cool. Harry's eyes lit up. If only I could learn it too. I wonder what animal I would transform into. Regardless of what it is, I feel it would be incredibly cool. Then let's start with turning matches into needles. Practice often to find your rhythm. I believe you possess the talent for it. To Animagus, Harry exclaimed, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. Chapter 22. Snape's Thunderous Fury. Following the captivating transfiguration lesson that left Ezio yearning for more, the afternoon brought the much-anticipated potions class for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Compared to the tension of transfiguration class, the atmosphere in potions was even more intense. As they traversed the eerie corridors, the students arrived at an archway glowing with a sinister green light. Upon entering, they were greeted by 2 rows of display cases lining the hallway, filled with various dissected specimens. Corpses were preserved in jars, and the entrails of magical creatures floated in glass vials illuminated by an ominous green glow, gently rising and falling as if whispering their harrowing tales to the onlookers. A few girls were so frightened that tears welled in their eyes, and even the braver boys felt a shiver of trepidation as the oppressive atmosphere settled around them. In the realm of villainy, Snape was undoubtedly a consummate professional. What are you looking at? What is that thing's brain? Harry thought, feeling a twinge of unease. Yet he couldn't help but be curious as he observed Ezio examining the specimen with such keen interest. Ah, it's a troll's brain, Ezio replied, diverting his gaze from the glass jar. I had always thought Potato Head was merely a figurative expression for trolls, but it turns out to be true. These hulking creatures, standing at least 3 meters tall, possess brains the size of potatoes. No wonder they appear so dim-witted, with such small brains and shallow grooves. It is hardly surprising that they struggle with intelligence. And what purpose does it serve? The brain of a giant is a crucial component of a remarkable potion. Although these creatures may not possess sharp intellects, surprisingly, their instincts are quite acute, perhaps because without such instincts, they might perish in the wilderness. The essence of the giant's brain is essential for the creation of the heightened perception potion. This potion, however, is rather repulsive. Harry felt a wave of nausea, almost compelled to cleanse his ears. Yet, its potency is undeniable. The heightened perception spell allows a wizard to amplify their senses, enabling them to perceive everything within a 3-meter radius, even with their eyes closed. Remarkably, the heightened perception potion not only lacks the excessive sensitivity side effects of the spell, but can extend this extraordinary perceptual range to 8 to 10 meters. Upon consuming it, one could effortlessly become a master of eavesdropping, perhaps even to hear the sounds of a neighboring woman bathing, vividly conjuring an almost perfectly realistic simulation in their mind. Harry's expression stiffened at the thought, yet he couldn't help but indulge in fanciful imaginings. Currently, he had no attractive neighbors, but who knows what the future holds. However, it seems unlikely that we could learn to brew such a potion, right? The difficulty is not particularly high. It is included in the 6th-year curriculum of advanced potion making. Though I have yet to attempt it, it shouldn't be overly challenging, aside from the difficulty in procuring the ingredients. Ezio shrugged and then took his seat beside Harry. Your assessment of its difficulty only applies to you, Harry thought, slightly exasperated, yet he had grown accustomed to such things. Just looking at the book, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi left him bewildered. There was an overwhelming amount of material to memorize. There are a total of 1,332 potions, yet in practice, only a little over 200 are commonly used in school. If one categorizes them according to their properties and effects, memorization becomes more manageable. The magical community sorely lacks a systematic classification method. There is no clear taxonomy or hierarchy, and the attitude of wizards towards research is lamentably inadequate, falling short of elementary standards. Ezio had long harbored a plethora of grievances about the magical realm, not only regarding potion making but also concerning spellcasting, both of which are a chaotic jumble. Before long, class time arrived, and the classroom fell into an eerie silence as everyone anxiously awaited. The door slid open without a sound, and a ghostly figure clad in a black cloak glided in. As he traversed the emerald-hued corridor, the top of the spectre's head emitted a faint glow, as if some reflective substance illuminated his visage. Ezio struggled to suppress a laugh. Perhaps it was because the shampoo in the Wizarding World was invented by the Potter family that Snape held a profound disdain for the act of washing hair. Yet at this moment, the greasy locks were rather amusing. Silence. As Snape drifted to the podium like a specter, he uttered a completely unnecessary remark, then unfurled a piece of parchment to take attendance. It felt as though they were being called by the Grim Reaper himself, and the already anxious young wizards were now thoroughly terrified. Anyone whose name was uttered by a figure bearing a shadowy demeanor, an aura of chill, and a visage of death would inevitably conjure thoughts of imminent demise. Fortunately, in the classroom, there existed not one, but 2 individuals who attracted all the disdain. It appeared that a renowned figure had graced us with their presence. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, directing his gaze towards Harry, who had been singled out, his expression rife with scrutiny and sternness, as if he sought to peer through Harry's exterior to discern the true nature of his soul. Harry felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet someone from Slytherin had informed him that Snape was a teacher who staunchly defended his own students, so he was not overly concerned about facing any difficulties, especially with Draco's unwavering confidence in him. Harry endeavored to calm himself, then met Snape's gaze. Upon encountering those striking emerald eyes, Snape seemed momentarily taken aback, his facial features softening ever so slightly in that fleeting instant. However, this subtle shift went largely unnoticed by the others. Sit down, Snape uttered coldly, proceeding to announce the next name. His gaze reverted to its previous indifference, vacant and devoid of warmth, akin to 2 endless, dark tunnels. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. Snape's voice, almost a whisper, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, like a clammy cold worm brushing against one's ear, sending shivers down the spine and inciting a desire to swat it away. As there was no foolish waving of wands here. Many among you may find it hard to believe that this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the wonders of the simmering cauldron, emitting fragrant wisps of steam, nor will you comprehend the liquid that courses through human veins, with its captivating and intoxicating allure. A slightly ethereal tone emerged, as Snape's murmurs exuded a dark temptation that seemed capable of drawing one into an abyss. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. Snape paused, his frigid gaze sweeping across the room. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of imbecile I frequently encounter. Snape regarded the students as if they were a collection of fools. Potter, he suddenly broke the silence. If I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would I obtain? An easy potion for life and death. Harry, who had diligently prepared and memorized, paused briefly before rising to respond. That is not a potion studied in the first year, but a careful reading of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi would mention this regarding daffodil root. If I were to ask you to find a piece of bezoar, where would you look? In the stomach of a goat. Bezoar has potent detoxifying properties. Snape's expression darkened slightly, then he imperceptibly nodded. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Both are aconite, merely differing species. yet their effects are nearly identical. The roots are highly toxic and have a certain restraining effect on werewolves. It seems you have not allowed your reputation to cloud your judgment. Snape nodded gently. His expression, impassive as a flicker of satisfaction, seemed to dance within his eyes, reflecting Harry's form and the emerald hue of his gaze. Very good, Harry. 10 points to Slytherin. With a mere opening of his mouth, Snape displayed his magnanimity to all present, yet his attention swiftly shifted to the man seated beside Harry. I hope you shall all remember this humility. Now, if I were to ask you to concoct a potion of living death, an authentic version of the elixir of life, how would you proceed, Mr. Fig? Snape's gaze, laced with malice, fell upon Ezio, a hint of a cold smirk gracing his lips. I have heard you possess extraordinary talent. Is that true? In simple terms, one must pulverize the daffodil root, incorporate an infusion of mugwort, heat and stir, then add the pollen of moondew flowers and valerian root. Once the potion turns a tea-brown hue, one should introduce the essence of sleeping beans, stirring counterclockwise until the mixture transforms into a pale snow blue. Allow it to rest and stir again until it reaches a translucent, colorless state. The elixir of life would then be essentially prepared. Though this may sound straightforward, the art of potion making is highly sensitive to the nuances of heat and the proportions of ingredients. This rudimentary concoction of living death possesses a pronounced bitterness, necessitating further ingredients to mitigate its harshness. In truth, I have endeavored to brew it myself, compared to other advanced potions, while the living death elixir requires a lengthier process. Its complexity is not insurmountable. Might you provide an evaluation of the quality of my potion? Ezio reached into his waist pouch and retrieved a bottle containing approximately 200 milliliters of a transparent potion. At this moment, Snape's demeanor turned chillingly cold. Without uttering a word, he stepped closer, seized the potion placed upon the table, twisted off the cap, and waved his hand slightly to inhale its scent. The proportions of daffodil root and mugwort are incorrect. The essence of sleeping beans is insufficient, and your heating time was excessive. This potion of living death has a mere week of efficacy. It has already expired. Like a hound with an acute sense of smell, Snape discerned the brewing errors with a mere whiff, his face adorned with a trace of mockery and disdain. You cannot even execute a simple recitation. This shoddily crafted concoction holds no value whatsoever. Is there a possibility? Ezio regarded Snape with an indifferent gaze. Harboring no doubts about the authenticity of Snape's assessment, he was certain that Snape would find faults, but the likelihood of him fabricating criticism was minimal. It is precisely because I followed the instructions to the letter that I produced such a subpar product. Ezio narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a challenging look at Snape. You stated earlier that in class, I should address you as Sir or Professor. Snape interrupted curtly. Very well, Professor Snape. Ezio did not concern himself with this point. You have just informed us all that potion making is a precise science and a rigorous craft. Therefore, you must be able to clarify for me why. In both the textbooks of potion making and any other related literature, I find no trace of this precision and rigor. What is the exact ratio of daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? How much pollen from the moonlit flower is required? Should the valerian root be powdered or chopped? And why is the quantity indicated as a handful or a single piece? Does the essence of each sleeping bean not vary? If potion making is indeed precise, why do the publicly available formulas lack meticulous descriptions of measurements? Wizards rely entirely on experience and intuition while brewing potions. You have never quantified these elements. Even if we ascertain the quantities of various herbs through experience, can different qualities of herbs yield identical effects at the same dosage? Perhaps you would suggest that practice leads to understanding, but is that truly precision? Is that rigor? You mentioned science, yet I contend that this lacks scientific validity. It is altogether unmethodical. In my view, potion making is the most scientific form of magic. Excluding the factor of some wizards' inadequate skills, any individual should be able to replicate a potion consistently by following the correct proportions and procedures, rather than relying on intuition and estimation. When you say a drop, how much is that? 1 milliliter or 2? When you refer to heating, what temperature range are you implying? Without quantification, potion making cannot be deemed precise or rigorous. Would you like to witness true precision and rigor? Ezio once again retrieved a vial of transparent potion from his satchel, the living hell brew. After precisely quantifying the ratios I discovered through my own experimentation, anyone who is not clumsy or forgetful would produce a potion identical to this one if they followed my method. Daffodil root powder can be extracted using ethanol solvent extraction. Upon purification, we obtain a high-purity crystalline substance of a grayish-white hue, which is combined with wormwood infusion in a ratio of 1:115. The wormwood infusion is refined through distillation and diluted with 80 times its volume in water, then heated to 75 degrees. The pollen of the moonlit flower and valerian root can similarly be extracted using solvent extraction, with their quantities in relation to daffodil root powder being 1:104 and 1:125, respectively. After mixing, the mixture is heated to the critical boiling point of 115 degrees. The sleeping bean is challenging to extract, I employ supercritical fluid extraction, where carbon dioxide is pressurized and heated to enter a supercritical state, dissolving the target components. The average yield from one sleeping bean is 33 milliliters, with an optimal dosage of 3 milliliters. The subsequent stirring process can be efficiently performed using a centrifuge, which is more effective and quicker than manual stirring. 500 revolutions conducted in 4 intervals of 6 seconds each, followed by a 30-second rest. Throughout this process, the output of magical energy must be sustained, which presents the greatest challenge. Only a mere 10 milliliters can induce a stable state of profound, death-like slumber in an adult male for 16 hours. In comparison to the premier Hell's Draft I procured from the finest apothecary in Diagon Alley, the potion I concocted exhibits far greater stability. Through my extensive experimentation, I have observed that various batches of Hell's Draft from the same potion master yield deep sleep durations ranging from 17 to 21 hours, given a consistent dosage. Perhaps I need not disclose the name of this potion master to you, Professor. This exemplifies the essence of science and precision. Even if my formula is not the most optimal, it can consistently produce a stable and uniform potion in bulk. Thus, this concoction is of inferior quality. Are you going to teach me how to create such a thing? Ezio inquired, pointing to the first vial of Hell's Draft he had produced. The bewildered little snake and lion stared blankly at the youth who locked eyes with Snape, their minds buzzing. Though they understood the individual words, the collective meaning eluded them entirely. Progress is unceasing, and as we stand on the cusp of a glorious third millennium, I refuse to stagnate and become a stepping stone for others. Therefore, as my esteemed professor, Mr. Snape, will you lead us in embracing advancement? Leave. Snape seethed, his face as dark as a pot's bottom, pointing towards the classroom door. His teeth clenched in fury as he glared at Ezio. No wonder he had recently received several lucrative orders for Hell's Draft. The root of the issue lay here. Anger resolves nothing, Professor Snape, Ezio replied, bowing slightly. I shall await you at your office after class. Come along, Harry, Ezio beckoned. Oh, although Harry was perplexed by the situation, he instinctively rose to follow Ezio. What do you intend to do? Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously, exuding palpable menace. I can teach him what scientific potion making is all about. I could instruct even a 5th-year student and 6th years as well. He is an intelligent individual. Wise minds do not waste their talents on foolish methods, as that would only diminish their brilliance. Snape's voice suddenly faltered, and he watched helplessly as Ezio, that impudent scoundrel, led Harry out of the classroom. If you wish to leave as well, I extend this opportunity to you, he said, his eyes coldly scanning the room, causing all present to stiffen in their seats. Chapter 23. This is far more exhilarating than a wand, Ezio. Once outside the potions classroom, Harry suddenly realized the gravity of his actions. Well, it was too late for regrets now. He sighed, reflecting that he had just received 10 points in class today, but perhaps this would be his last moment of merit in potions. Snape's final glance, though directed at Ezio, filled Harry with an ominous sense of impending doom. What troubles you? Ezio smiled at Harry. Snape, one T trouble you. His ire is directed solely at me. He loathes me, and his teeth grind in hatred towards me. However, given today's events, I doubt any professor would take such actions. At the Leaky Cauldron, you encountered numerous spirited individuals who welcomed you warmly, didn't you? Suddenly, Harry's conversation partner, Ezio, diverted the topic. However, if you took the time to converse with them, you would uncover some fascinating tales. Ezio led Harry outside the castle, where the two settled on a railing. I spoke with them, albeit before your arrival. There are many intriguing personalities within the Leaky Cauldron, and a simple offer of a drink can elicit a plethora of enchanting stories from the magical world. Among these individuals are also former classmates of your parents. Really? Harry exclaimed, turning sharply to scrutinize Ezio's profile. Certainly. Back then, the student body was no less numerous than it is today. Gryffindor had at least 30 members per year. Your parents were quite remarkable during their time at Hogwarts. Your father was a Quidditch player for Gryffindor, while your mother was lauded as a brilliant prodigy by all the professors. I've heard many stories about them. Would you like to hear some? Of course. Anything would be great. Harry replied eagerly. Let us begin with your father. He was quite the troublemaker, a quintessential Gryffindor, enamored with adventure, fond of nighttime escapades, and keen on bending the rules while striving to evade capture. At that time, he was a source of great frustration for many professors. He was accompanied by 3 others. Akin to brothers, Sirius Black, the charming rogue, Remus Lupin, academically gifted yet physically frail, and their timid companion, Peter Pettigrew. Together, the 4 formed a mischievous group known as the Marauders. That sounds rather dreadful, Harry remarked with a slight grimace. Why do I get the impression that my father was a bully during his school days? Isn't that typical of Gryffindors? Playing pranks on others is just as much a hallmark as the brutish tendencies of certain Slytherins, Ezio retorted. Fair point, Harry shrugged, acknowledging the truth in the observation based on his current understanding of Hogwarts. What about my mother? Your mother was beautiful and intelligent. Both professors and peers held her in high esteem. You share her striking emerald green eyes. I've heard that before, Harry said. But what you might not know is that Professor Snape knew your mother before she came to school. Before she was with your father, their relationship was quite amicable. Some even saw them conversing together. Is that so? Harry asked, incredulous. Indeed. It's quite rare to witness an exceptional Gryffindor girl conversing with a Slytherin boy. However, back then, Snape was not the person he is today. He was severely bullied at school. The fellow who shared this with me also divulged some rather sensational information. Oh, Harry perked up, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Ezio, eager for more. Snape was once suspended upside down by your father, stripped of his trousers in front of many onlookers. It was your mother who intervened to halt your father's actions. Yet, surprisingly, after that incident, Snape and your mother never maintained contact again. Even more bewildering is the fact that your mother, who had previously harbored disdain for your father, began a romantic relationship with him in the 7th grade, marrying just 2 years after graduation, resulting in your birth. How could this be? Harry felt as though he might leap over the railing, as it defied logic. My mother stopped that event from unfolding. Snape should not have reacted in such a manner. Perhaps he acted foolishly out of embarrassment before the girl he admired, Ezio remarked, and Harry fell into silence upon hearing this. The specifics remain unclear to us now. Only those involved truly know. But do not be foolish enough to inquire about it. Snape would tear you apart. I am not that naive, Harry scratched his head, finding it impossible to comprehend these matters, so he decided to dismiss them from his mind. Yet, it was evident that Snape felt guilt concerning your mother. Daffodils symbolize death and eternal rest, while mugwort signifies bitterness and sorrow. He was conveying his grief and remorse over your mother's passing, perhaps regretting that he should have held on during that time. The gallbladder symbolizes protection and redemption. As your mother's child, he wishes to shield you from harm, while aconite represents caution and danger, serving as a reminder for you to be vigilant regarding your safety. During the sorting ceremony, he was quite concerned for you, Harry. When you were assigned to Slytherin, he nearly leaped from his seat. Perhaps you did not notice, but I certainly did. Is that so? Harry murmured softly, seemingly beginning to understand. Therefore, even out of respect for your mother, Snape would not trouble you. As for me, I do not mind whether Snape will make things difficult for me, because he undoubtedly will. I nearly severed his throat during his home visit for school. Ezio grinned. It is only natural that he dislikes me. Huh. Harry seemed to have heard something remarkable. Look at this. Ezio reached into his pocket and produced a compact 5-micro submachine gun. Shall we fire a few shots for fun? What a piece of work. Tapping his wand against the barrel, Ezio chambered around. Are you sure it's necessary to carry such a device while studying? Harry's eyes widened as he cautiously took hold of the weighty object. This won't cause any trouble, will it? Harry inquired again with trepidation. I cast a silencing charm. This device is absolutely silent now. Just aim it at the ground, unless someone has burrowed beneath. Oh, excellent. Instantly invigorated, Harry learned to aim and disengage the safety under Ezio's guidance. With a squeeze of the trigger, the muzzle flared, sending a shower of dirt flying from the targeted ground. This contraption is far more exhilarating than a wand, Ezio. However, if a wizard has made prior preparations, a barrier spell could thwart all projectiles, whether magical or mundane. Each has its strengths and weaknesses, and the synthesis of technology and magic is the judicious choice to capitalize on their respective advantages. This is precisely why I spoke those seemingly heretical words to Snape earlier. Wizards ought to evolve. Their incessant attempts to cling to the medieval or even earlier epochs constitute a regression, a degradation of culture and civilization that is utterly disgraceful. A simple cleaning charm could effortlessly eradicate the mold-ridden floor of the leaky cauldron. Yet have you ever witnessed a wizard undertaking such a task? Harry shook his head, his memories of the pub as filth vivid in his mind. It is evident that the majority of wizards in the magical realm are indolent and stagnant, confined by the inertia of the past. Hogwarts, however, is the most promising place for change, whether it be Snape or any other professor. They possess sufficient intellect to discern what is right. Yet today, you seem to have pushed the envelope a bit too far. Harry, ever pragmatic, interjected. Snape will despise you for this. If I were to meekly relay my thoughts to him, he would dismiss them entirely. I believe he needs a few stark facts to jolt him awake. However, if he has no intention of changing, I may as well skip potions class to self-study. Compared to transfiguration and charms, the self-study of potions is significantly less daunting. Potions are intricate, yet follow a discernible logic, unlike the experiential nature of transfiguration and charms. The essence of magic is inherently unquantifiable. It is an abstract concept that science cannot elucidate, at least, not presently. You are engaging in these musings, Harry contemplated for a moment, to expedite your mastery over the powers that magic can bestow, correct? Clever, Harry, he responded. After all, I have long been impatient. With each passing moment of procrastination, the clues I can uncover diminish. It has been nearly 2 months since Giovanni's demise, and he must surely be decomposing. Damn it all, Ezio exclaimed, genuinely troubled by this thought. Shall we now delve into the scientific aspects of potion making? Suddenly, Harry recalled Ezio's purpose for bringing him out. Of course, but there is little difficulty in this endeavor. The only challenge lies in learning to blend the magical essence with the potion without the use of a wand. Do you remember our transfiguration class, Harry? Yes, of course. That was this morning. In transfiguration, we must learn to channel our magical energy through the wand from within ourselves. However, instead of encasing something in that energy, we aim to control its fusion with the potion. The scientific method of potion making is straightforward. Once we resolve the issue of magical energy, the rest will be trivial. In that moment of realization, Harry's face lit up with delight. So, while practicing transfiguration, I was actually learning about potions? The two disciplines are closely intertwined, with potions lacking only in the mastery of magical control. Coincidentally, the same applies to transfiguration. Shall we begin now? You may first practice transforming the wooden stick into a needle. With a flourish of his wand, Ezio summoned a broken branch from the ground, meticulously slicing it into slender sticks akin to toothpicks. Someone is here to see me. I should engage in conversation, he remarked. Who? Harry inquired, glancing around, yet failing to discern anyone's presence. Professor Dumbledore, your disillusionment charm is truly remarkable. Ezio addressed the invisible figure behind him. It was, in fact, an invisibility cloak. Dumbledore suddenly materialized, stating, I have heard of your exploits in potions class, and, of course, I have brought this for Harry. He raised a hand, revealing a silvery cloak that shimmered like liquid. This is the invisibility cloak your father lent me for research. I believe it is time to return it to you, Harry. But how did you discover my presence? Dumbledore inquired, his gaze fixed curiously upon Ezio. One can always hear footsteps, and they stir the air, Ezio replied, gesturing to his ear. I inadvertently recognized a familiar tread. Is this my father's invisibility cloak? Harry accepted the weightless, exquisitely smooth silver garment. Indeed, it is a most precious magical artifact. As long as you remain concealed beneath this cloak, no magic can detect you. Unless, of course, you make a sound, much like I did. Dumbledore nodded at Harry, then turned to Ezio, who got up to accompany him on a leisurely stroll. Traversing the outer corridors of the castle, Dumbledore guided Ezio through a hidden passage leading directly to the 8th floor of Gryffindor Tower, the very level of the headmaster's office. Hogwarts surprisingly possesses an elevator, albeit one powered by magic, Dumbledore remarked. Humans always seek shortcuts. Indeed, the lift is a convenient alternative to climbing stairs. With a smile, he continued, magic has bestowed upon the wizarding world an abundance of conveniences. In daily life, it can cater to nearly all desires. The advancement of the world stems from mankind's insatiable cravings and yearning for the unknown, does it not? I must concede that wizards have, in this regard, fallen short compared to muggles. He pushed open the door to the headmaster's office, ushering Ezio inside. Wizards possess an excess of things, and this burden of happiness can weigh down their spirits, halting their progress. Laziness is, after all, an inherent trait of humanity. Ezio took a seat opposite Dumbledore, speaking calmly. Indeed, Dumbledore responded with a hint of melancholy. Every matter possesses duality. If not multiplicity, we must not assess a situation from a singular perspective, for that would be narrow-minded. Then you choose to support my views? Ezio asked. Why not? I find no fault in your reasoning. What you propose is fundamentally positive, beneficial to Hogwarts, its students, and even the professors. From the standpoint of the headmaster, I deem it a commendable endeavor. While I might personally view your approach as somewhat extreme, I cannot be overly critical of a child striving to undertake a meaningful and virtuous task, including that incident in the Slytherin common room. Well, Dumbledore mused for a moment. Do you know? Last night, the esteemed heads of Hogwarts had quite a quarrel here, particularly Phineas Nigellus Black, who firmly believes it is right to expel fools and imbeciles from Slytherin. Yet this task should not fall upon you. Is it because I am of Muggle descent? Ezio shrugged, then turned to gaze at the portraits of the former heads of Hogwarts hanging in the frame. The Sorting Hat called you a dreadful old thing, and I wholeheartedly concur with that sentiment. Silent as the grave. Oh, you have truly vexed the old hat. Perched atop the wardrobe, the Sorting Hat opened its mouth. Yet I cannot deny that this fellow was a truly terrible former headmaster. He once callously tossed me to the ground, and even stepped on me. I was once placed upon the head of a Gryffindor. Chapter 24. Conversations in the headmaster's office. The Sorting Hat's anecdotes. The rivalry between the Sorting Hat and Phineas is an ancient tale from over a century ago, and it appears the Hat bears a grudge. Nevertheless, it does not fail to recognize the profession of Ezio and his father, which is precisely why it has taken such an interest in him. How do you feel since arriving at Hogwarts? Are you satisfied with your experience here? Dumbledore initiated the conversation, though his intentions remained elusive. Most of what I have encountered here has pleased me, particularly the meals. I have grown weary of fish and chips and sandwiches. British cuisine can be quite unpalatable. Fortunately, prior to my arrival at school, I dined primarily on French cuisine, as London boasts the world's finest Michelin-starred French restaurants. Would you like me to lend you a few membership cards? I could recommend some splendid establishments, and I would happily cover the expenses. Ezio was not short of funds. The sum left in Giovanni's account boasted 8 zeros, a fortune that could last a lifetime. Thank you very much. But I believe I shall only have time to sample such delights during my holidays, Dumbledore replied, a hint of regret crossing his features. The last time he indulged in fine cuisine was during his visit to Paris, although it was not at the Michelin restaurant you mentioned. Nicholas was indeed a connoisseur of pleasure. His house elf, much like him, had lived for 6 centuries, and I can assure you, there is no other chef in the world who possesses a greater mastery of French cuisine. Nicholas Flamel? Ezio was no stranger to this name, sharing a fervent passion for alchemy. Alas, as a profound magical discipline, alchemy requires a substantial level of magical prowess and an in-depth understanding of magical literature, thus presenting a high barrier to entry. In that brief month and a half, he had merely managed to make significant progress in the school's spell and potion textbooks. There was little time left for practical application. Alchemy is indeed a captivating field, yet regrettably, I do not currently meet the prerequisites for entry. Although the magical world has stagnated, the wisdom accumulated over centuries still necessitates a lifetime of study and exploration. Ezio lamented, acknowledging the irresistible allure of magic. Indeed, magic is a pursuit that one can spend a lifetime attempting to master, a sentiment echoed even by Nicholas, who humbly claimed that he merely possessed more time for accumulation than others. Despite his creation of the Philosopher's Stone, he never believed he had grasped the essence of magic. If he had, it would indeed be a frightening revelation. Ezio shook his head. The future and the unknown constitute the most exquisite vistas. Should we ever find ourselves standing before a road that reaches its end, I surmise it would signify the onset of despair. Thus, I shall devote my limited energy to finite endeavors, choosing only those subjects that pique my interest and warrant my study. Do you mind if I skip classes starting from my first year, Professor? Ezio winked at Dumbledore, expressing his disinterest in certain subjects such as astronomy and history. However, Dumbledore asserted that these were essential to understanding magic, and thus, he had to decline Ezio's request. With a smile, Dumbledore shook his head. Yet, if you can assure me of passing grades by the end of the term, I believe the professors may acquiesce to your self-directed studies. As a member of Gryffindor, Dumbledore inherently possessed a penchant for nonconformity, but persuading your professors would ultimately rest upon your own efforts. Perhaps I could apply for the final exams in advance. Ezio shrugged, acknowledging that while it may be a rudimentary approach, it was also the most straightforward and effective. Professors tend to be more lenient towards clever and polite students. Dumbledore gazed into Ezio's eyes before gently speaking. To be candid, at your age, the ability to exercise restraint and rationally select your pursuits is indeed a rarity. People often yearn for more, be it knowledge, time, or other desires. For me, greed and emotional impulsiveness are absolute taboos. Ezio spoke slowly. I imagine you may be curious about my previous profession. I was an assassin, a killer, trained rigorously from a tender age to hone instinctual responses, engaged in a perilous vocation that demands years of skill refinement. The moment I stepped into Giovanni's abode, I was treading upon a tightrope, yet I harbor no regrets. Indeed, I find joy in it. Life must embrace risk, otherwise, it holds no meaning, does it not? Yes. The splendor of life invariably concentrates on those moments that quicken our heartbeats. Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging that Ezio's self-introduction unfolded as he had anticipated. He was not surprised. I have already immersed myself in this perilous trade. My future will continue to traverse this precarious path. Learning magic serves as a protective tether, yet magic is not omnipotent. Ezio spoke with deliberate calmness. He surmised that Dumbledore had intentionally steered the conversation in this direction, particularly when he previously mentioned Nicholas. Dumbledore remained vigilant, sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Upon recognizing this nuance, Ezio understood he must take action. His current reliance on Hogwarts is quite profound. Firstly, for his safety. Secondly, for the knowledge and resources available here. And thirdly, as a conduit for gathering intelligence regarding Giovanni's demise. His intentions have always been unequivocal. I am destined to meet my end upon the path of my own adventures. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year, or perhaps on some indeterminate day in the future. For an assassin, death has never been a source of fear. The moment I resolved to take the life of another, I prepared myself for the inevitability of my own demise. Professor, do you not believe that an excessively prolonged existence can, in fact, be a form of torment? Most individuals arrive in this world in a state of ignorance and depart in similar bewilderment, yet I refuse to accept such a conclusion. All I can strive for is to meet my end with clarity, to perish on the road I have devoted my life to pursuing, much like Giovanni, who died in pursuit of his dreams. Perhaps, before his demise, he truly grasped the aspirations he yearned for. Have you considered what you wish to pursue in the future? Dumbledore inquired gently, his voice calm and soothing. All is permissible, all is ephemeral, Ezio murmured, reciting the creed of the assassins. I wish to explore the reality that belongs to me, to to enact my convictions, to fulfill my will. I have rented this world until the day I die. And until that day arrives, I shall be the sole protagonist. Life, indeed, must be extraordinary. Were you ever concerned that I might become the next Voldemort? Ezio gazed into Dumbledore's blue eyes, visible beyond his half-moon spectacles. Yet I harbor no interest in such a mundane existence. His pursuit of immortality is, to me, but a jest. I am an assassin after all. The prospect of eliminating him intrigues me. If someone is willing to pay for it, I would be even more delighted. I suspect Voldemort may not be dead. Ezio opened his satchel, donning a dragon-hide glove, and retrieved a mysterious tome from a separate compartment. I purchased this from Borgin and Burke's. Voldemort's quest for immortality is hardly a secret. I learned his true name from the lips of a retired Auror and investigated his background, Tom Riddle, who once worked at Borgin and Burke's. This book contains accounts of the dark art of Horcruxes. Many are aware of Voldemort's true name. He had begun amassing Death Eaters during his time at Hogwarts, and the name had already been established during Snape's studies. I surmise he utilized this method, splitting his soul by taking a life to create Horcruxes. It is a malevolent technique, yet it aligns with his nature, does it not? Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon Ezio intently, after a moment. His eyes fell to the book resting on the table. You have deduced correctly, Dumbledore replied solemnly. Perhaps I should not regard you merely as a child. Your observations of the world are remarkably astute and intricate. This is the instinct of an assassin. Only by maintaining sufficient acute perception can I avoid plummeting from the tightrope. From the very beginning, upon learning of Harry's circumstances, I never believed that a child still in swaddling could vanquish a dark lord that instills terror. Magic is a manifestation of the mind, yet it is not omnipotent, even in a mere contest of magical prowess. An apex Dark Lord would find a swaddled Harry utterly inadequate as a rival. His failure must conceal an unknown secret, while simultaneously being an unforeseen accident. Harry is one of his Horcruxes, is he not? There exists something exceedingly peculiar about Harry. Thus, you employed a false killing curse on the train. Dumbledore is equally astute regarding the events that transpired on the train. Hypothesize, infer, and then verify. I discovered the truth. Upon confirming Harry's unusual nature, I became certain that he is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Consequently, you approached Harry and influenced his choice of Slytherin. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, I do not deny this. Although encountering Harry on the train was fortuitous, such a development is rather advantageous. Would you not agree? Ezio spread his hands, candidly acknowledging that even if he did not admit it, Dumbledore would still draw such conclusions. However, Harry's selection of Slytherin was his own choice. I did not coerce him into making a decision. I merely imparted a singular truth. The enmity of parents is a matter of life and death. Harry can offer me considerable assistance, for many are willing to extend goodwill towards him. In the magical realm, I possess nothing. I shall seize every opportunity that aids in fulfilling my ambitions. After all, Professor Dumbledore, you do not intend to assist me, do you? I trust Professor Snape has elucidated the events of that time to you, yet you have remained ever wary of me. I comprehend your stance. Thus, I do not press the matter. I can only pursue my objectives in my own manner. From the outset, you have desired for me to relinquish my hatred and embrace something warmer. However, I choose to refuse. My lexicon contains only the principle of blood for blood. Whoever has taken the life of my most cherished family, even if he bears no remorse for his actions, deserves his fate. Yet I cannot accept his hasty departure without a farewell. Hence, placing him in Slytherin was a judicious decision. The Sorting Hat, leisurely interjecting, remarked, compared to Slytherin, he is a rather kind-hearted child, Dumbledore. As the ancient hat that has existed since the founding of Hogwarts, this sentient hat possesses vast knowledge. Though it may occasionally be boisterous, one cannot deny its extensive experience. If it were to consider Slytherin, the hat mused, it would likely eliminate all those capable of achieving such ends or engage in other nefarious acts, akin to his past slaughter of numerous goblin enclaves in pursuit of his lost wand. Yet, he did not err in his assessment. The goblins believe that wand rightfully belongs to them, not to the descendants of a wizard who merely purchased it. The goblins are ignoble thieves. What a remarkable child he is, displaying an unexpected mercy by abstaining from mass slaughter. I sense he possesses such potential. I believe the notions instilled in you by Slytherin's hat are rather perilous. Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at the Sorting Hat and spoke thoughtfully. Perilous? The Sorting Hat inquired, perplexed. After all, Gryffindor had once engaged in a competition to see who could kill the most, and he was quite enthusiastic about various contests. Then Slytherin resorted to potions, triggering a catastrophic outbreak of a fairy plague, resulting in the disappearance of thousands of fairies overnight. Gryffindor suffered a disastrous defeat once more. Do you think the first Wizarding War ignited by mere chance? It was a retaliation against wizards after the departure of the four founders. Dumbledore was taken aback. As a true Gryffindor, he was unaware of the wildness exhibited by his house in those days. The Ravenclaw diadem was one of the compensations given to them by Gryffindor following that massacre, presented to alleviate her headaches, and it proved quite effective. Ezio and Dumbledore exchanged glances, finding the old hat's revelations somewhat surprising, yet not entirely unacceptable. The class was nearing its conclusion. Ezio glanced at the clock in the office. I must seek out Professor Snape for a discussion now. Professor Dumbledore, would you care to join me? No need, but if you find the time, Ezio, do feel free to engage in conversation with this old man. Voldemort, perhaps there are other matters at hand. Chapter 25, A Cordial Negotiation with Snape. After all, his father was a self-taught genius in animagus transformation, and his mother was exceptionally gifted. Harry undoubtedly inherited some admirable traits from his parents. However, Ezio did not allow Harry to accompany him to Snape's office. He disregarded Ezio and pushed the door open, entering the office. Did I grant you permission to enter? Snape turned, directing a sharp gaze at Ezio, who had just walked in. Do not be so petty, Professor Snape. Extend a bit of tolerance to the child. Ezio waved his hand dismissively. I just had a conversation with Professor Dumbledore, and he is quite supportive of my ideas. After all, what I am doing is for you, for Slytherin, and indeed for all the students of Hogwarts. Surely, you too find those clumsy fools, who can only brew potions into a repugnant mess, quite tiresome. This is your office, so I shall refrain from inviting you to sit. Ezio casually pulled up a chair and settled into it, appearing relaxed. Do you believe that gaining the headmaster's approval permits you to speak to me in this manner? The malice in Snape's gaze seemed ready to spill over. He fixed an intense stare on Ezio, as if on the verge of casting him out. Perhaps we should first uphold Slytherin's traditions, my esteemed headmaster. Ezio flicked his wrist, revealing a spear over a foot long firmly grasped in his hand. At Hogwarts, wizards cannot apparate, but I can, at this distance of merely 2 meters, which is swifter. Your silent spell casting, or my ability to sever the protective incantations. In truth, we are not adversaries, and there is no need for such hostility between us. As he spoke, Ezio flipped his palm and drove the broken spear into the armrest of the chair. Rising to his feet, he regarded Snape fearlessly. It was I who brought Harry to Slytherin. This surely pleases you, does it not? His eyes bore a striking resemblance to his mother's. Does this not evoke certain memories for you? In that fleeting moment, the veins on Snape's forehead throbbed, as if he had been touched upon a forbidden boundary, and he grasped his wand tightly. I harbor no interest in the grievances of your generation. Just moments ago, I assisted Harry in comprehending the message you wished to convey. He was astonished to learn of your past friendship with his mother, and I pass along his gratitude. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, maintaining a cold demeanor, his gaze toward Ezio unwavering. Thanks to a certain unnamed Gryffindor elder, I have gleaned some insights into the events that transpired at Hogwarts. Observing the fire of rage intensifying in Snape's eyes, Ezio calmly continued. There is nothing wrong with cherishing a clever, beautiful, and kind-hearted girl. Shut your mouth, Snape retorted through clenched teeth. But the error lies in not treasuring her when you had the chance. Snape's wand pointed menacingly towards Ezio, a few sparks flickering at its tip, the anger of its master coursing through it, igniting its magic. I am even aware that you were quite close with that group, for instance, Lucius Malfoy, along with those Slytherin scoundrels who later became Death Eaters. My dear headmaster, surely you would not wish for Harry to learn of these matters. Do not feign indifference. You have revealed too many vulnerabilities regarding him. Your gaze upon him resembles that of a father who has not seen his son in over a decade. And your affection is nearly palpable. Snape's expression stiffened slightly, though his naturally cadaverous visage concealed any cracks. As you see, Harry has inherited his mother's gifts. He is a clever and exceptional child. Do you wish for him to mingle with those foolish miscreants in the coming years? To become a hopeless imbecile? You are more aware of the current state of Slytherin than I. It requires a lifetime to learn well, yet only a moment to learn poorly. If I were to abandon Harry, allowing those fools to associate with him, do you suppose he would not become the very image you despise? If you intend to wield this as a threat against me, Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile. You loved his mother. Is that not sufficient? Snape's unfinished words lodged in his throat, and at that moment, he found himself questioning whether Dumbledore had divulged some information to this little rogue. How else could he be so certain, continuously leveraging it as a threat? A sense of helplessness suddenly surged from deep within Snape, intensifying his animosity towards Ezio. I harbor no ill will towards Harry. Professor Dumbledore can vouch for my intentions. I wish for his betterment more than anyone else, for Voldemort has not perished, has he? Harry will inevitably confront the resurrected Dark Lord. This is an ordeal he must face. Perhaps it is his destiny. The blood feud of his parents requires him to bring it to a close with his own hands. He has now come to this realization, and fortuitously, I can expedite his growth. Professor Dumbledore has tacitly consented to this. It appears that Dumbledore has reached an age where his vision has begun to fail him. Severus Snape spoke ominously, yet his raised wand slowly descended. It was not merely his words that informed me, but my own discoveries. I identified certain discrepancies and subsequently validated my hypotheses. Do you wish for Harry to be a squanderer of his talents, an utterly unremarkable wizard? You may harbor disdain for me, yet you cannot deny that I am the most exceptional among Slytherins. No one at Hogwarts possesses a greater urgency for self-improvement than I do. I am endowed with ample talent and am willing to exert more effort than my peers. Thus, I shall undoubtedly emerge as the most illustrious individual at Hogwarts. To stand by my side and receive my assistance is indeed a privilege. We are all Slytherins, and we understand that nothing is more paramount than the pursuit of gain. Cast aside those inconsequential negative emotions, Professor, compared to the prospects that lie ahead of us. Our current personal preferences are trivial. To forsake collaboration simply out of disdain for me is a most foolish choice, one that is hardly befitting of a Slytherin. Do you truly believe that the relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor is amicable? Yet, if it were not, why did they unite to establish Hogwarts together? This very castle was, after all, provided by Slytherin. For the sake of interests, for the sake of glory, the founders of Hogwarts became the great wizards whose legacies endure a millennium later. Even though Slytherin has been criticized by posterity for his pursuit of dark magic, no one dares to tarnish his name with the title of Dark Wizard, for he is a founder of Hogwarts. This grants him eternal renown and an indisputable contribution to the magical world. Slytherin has always treaded the path of glory, and we shall do the same. We need not concern ourselves with the process, as long as the outcome aligns with our desires. Such cunning rhetoric, Snape remarked coldly. It is because I firmly believe that you too can become the first to transform the antiquated practices of potion-making, a great wizard remembered for posterity. I seek the power to exact my revenge. I declared. In return, you shall gain the respect and admiration of others, as well as the opportunity to nurture Harry into an exceptional wizard. Do you not wish to attend Harry's wedding one day, as the best friend of his mother? To personally bestow your blessings upon him? A smile crept across Ezio's face. Our interests aligned, so what misunderstandings could possibly remain unresolved? Chapter 26. Since Quirrell is so inept, let us study independently. Following a temporary reconciliation with Snape, Ezio obtained what he sought. Although threatening Snape through Harry was somewhat despicable, the process was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the outcome. At this juncture, Ezio epitomized a quintessential Slytherin. The classroom, situated on the third floor of the castle, was a spacious amphitheater-like room, with ample space at the podium for the professor to utilize various teaching aids to demonstrate concepts to the young wizards. Unfortunately, these arrangements, which might have been useful in previous years, were rendered obsolete this term. Unlike other professors, Quirrell had arrived before most of the young wizards, seated at his desk, offering an awkward and somewhat unnatural smile, his body rigid, seemingly unsure of where to place his hands. Once a distinguished student of Ravenclaw, Quirrell had excelled during his time at school, which afforded him the opportunity to occupy this position. The pungent aroma of garlic assailed the senses, but the true torment began once class commenced. Hello, everyone, Quirrell stammered as he rose from his chair, making no effort to call the roll, likely aware that such a task would be too daunting for him. At the current pace of his speech, completing the roll call would be tantamount to concluding the lesson. The defense against the dark arts class was held jointly with Ravenclaw, and beside Ezio and Harry sat Hermione, impeccably dressed in her Ravenclaw robes adorned with blue accents. Having suffered a humbling encounter on the train that stripped her of her arrogance, Hermione vowed to surpass Ezio and chose to focus on her studies in Ravenclaw, particularly since the house boasted its own small library, containing volumes not found in the larger library, left behind by past students. Quirrell swallowed hard, his anxiety palpable under the scrutiny of dozens of gazes, even more pronounced than before class began. We shall learn about, he suddenly faltered, comically turning to retrieve a book from the podium, opening it to the first page. A murmur of quiet discussions arose in the classroom, with some young wizards whispering to one another, but Quirrell paid them no heed, or perhaps he was simply overwhelmed. Fortunately, compared to Gryffindor, Slytherin and Ravenclaw students were relatively less inquisitive. They refrained from questioning the professor about his overwhelming garlic scent during class. Once he opened the book, Quirrell seemed to regain some composure, beginning to read aloud in a stammering manner, akin to a malfunctioning tape recorder, stumbling through the dry text that everyone could read with their own eyes. As a first-year defense against the dark arts textbook, its content was rather uninspiring, merely outlining the perils of dark magic and introducing common household pests and creatures, such as the pixie and the garden gnome. Just as Quirrell lifted his cup to take a sip of water to soothe his throat, Ezio, who had endured several minutes of this dreadful lesson with remarkable patience, stood up. Is there something you wish to address? Quirrell inquired, directing his gaze toward Ezio, his voice trembling. I wish to inquire about something. Ezio spoke calmly, harboring no initial hopes, and thus feeling no disappointment. The side effects of being possessed by Voldemort were too severe, reducing what could have been their teacher to his current state of intellectual and physical disability. Did we come to the classroom for defense against the dark arts merely to listen to you stammering through the textbook? Ezio's cold and indifferent gaze fixed on Quirrell, seemingly frightening him to the point where he dropped his cup, shattering it with a loud clatter that drew everyone's attention. Of course, it is not my intention to waste time. Quirrell, flustered at the podium, swallowed hard, waving his hands in a futile attempt to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. This is simply a waste of my time, is it not? Ezio shook his head and rose from his seat. If you cannot teach us anything of substance and can only stutter through the text, then I believe. Ezio glanced at Quirrell, who was awkwardly gripping his fingers, unsure of where to place his hands. This could alleviate your burden while simultaneously enhancing our learning efficiency. You wouldn't object to that, would you? A chorus of snickers erupted from the Slytherin students, causing Quirrell's face to flush crimson as he stammered, unable to articulate a response. To an onlooker, it appeared as though Ezio was leading his peers in bullying a fool. Ezio, how can you behave in such a manner? Hermione, the diligent student, expressed her discontent, demonstrating her remarkable courage to voice what others dared not. If you favor his teaching style, I wouldn't mind if you became his sole audience. You have memorized the textbook, haven't you, Hermione? Why not take the podium and read for Quirrell? That would certainly expedite the process. Being in the presence of a fool dulls the mind, Ezio bluntly remarked, prompting the Slytherin students to rise and follow him, with a leader in their midst. They were reluctant to remain in a place permeated by the stench of garlic. Your public humiliation, devoid of any semblance of respect, undoubtedly pierced Quirrell's already tormented soul, causing him to tremble as he pointed at Ezio. What is the matter? Have you finally decided to impart some genuine knowledge to us? As Ezio neared the door, he turned back, stepping forward a few paces. If that is the case, I would not hesitate to offer you a sincere apology, provided you teach us something of substance rather than merely reading aloud. Surely, no one in this classroom is incapable of recognizing the words within the book? Ezio glanced at the Slytherin students. Crabbe, Goyle. The two hulking figures, startled at being called out, quickly responded in unison, yes. After being bested by Ezio and enjoying a restful sleep, the two dim-witted giants had come to realize that Ezio was not to be trifled with, especially after witnessing Marcus, who was significantly larger than them, being effortlessly subdued like a wriggling maggot on the floor. They had no desire to face a similar fate. Can you read? The two fools exchanged hesitant glances before cautiously nodding, indicating that they presumably could. Ezio cast a penetrating gaze, one that rendered Chilo utterly uncomfortable, as if a knife were poised to slice away at his flesh. Chilo's every action was deliberate, though he was possessed by Voldemort. The reality was not as dire as it seemed. He had to play the fool, thereby minimizing his presence. When others perceived him as a worthless being, they were less likely to suspect any connection to certain matters. Chilo yearned to prove himself, yet the entity clinging to the back of his head forbade it. The more attention he drew, the more his actions were constrained. Ironically, Ezio's current endeavors aligned perfectly with Voldemort's desires. Professor, you seem to agree with my suggestion, correct? After a brief pause, Ezio spoke. Ravenclaw may join as well, should you prefer not to remain here in the company of Garlic. Ezio exited the classroom, followed by the serpents of Slytherin and a few Ravenclaw eagles, who sought refuge from the foolishness of others to indulge in their studies. Since you have chosen to leave, I am not escorting you out of the classroom to allow you to skip class. I hope you bear that in mind. Should anyone engage in play or mischief in the new classroom instead of attending to my assigned tasks, I shall ensure you experience the bitter taste of regret. His voice was icy, sending shivers down spines as his words settled in. Ezio exuded an intangible pressure, a dispassionate indifference that felt akin to gazing upon a corpse. No one wished to be scrutinized by those eyes. Stopping at the threshold of an empty classroom, Ezio turned to face the assembled students. Very well, then, please enter. The room was cluttered with neglected desks and chairs, a thick layer of dust blanketing everything. Such forsaken spaces were plentiful at Hogwarts. The sheer vastness of the castle allowed for magical expansion, accommodating tenfold the current student body without a hint of congestion. Under the watchful eyes of the young witches and wizards, Ezio drew his wand and waved it a few times. The dust vanished, the damaged furniture was mended, and everything was organized with precision. In mere moments, the once dingy classroom transformed into a pristine environment. The curtains were drawn back, allowing warm afternoon sunlight to flood the room, creating a pleasant ambience accompanied by a gentle breeze, an ideal study space. Once everyone settled into their seats, Ezio took his place at the podium. Now, I shall briefly outline that our future defense against the dark arts classes will be held here for self-study. However, this self-study will not persist indefinitely. Defense against the dark arts, as the name suggests, is designed to instruct us on how to appropriately confront the dark wizards, dark magic, and dangerous creatures that exist within the magical realm. The essence of this instruction is to teach us to resist these unknown perils and safeguard ourselves. Is it true that the Dark Lord placed a curse on this course? Inquired a blond Ravenclaw boy, raising his hand. Indeed. There are rumors that Voldemort initially sought to teach at Hogwarts, but Professor Dumbledore declined his request. Dumbledore believed that Voldemort's intentions for coming to Hogwarts were far from pure. Subsequent events verified that, had Voldemort been allowed at Hogwarts, he would have been more likely to cultivate his own followers than to impart knowledge. The mere utterance of Voldemort's name seemed to cast an icy chill throughout the classroom. However, Ezio remained unfazed, indifferent to the reactions of the young wizards. If you do not wish to be murdered by Voldemort one day while strolling down the street, I implore you to adopt a serious attitude towards your studies and defense against the dark arts. Ezio's admonition rendered them more compliant. In the span of a month, mastering the textbook was not overly arduous. By the second month, once we had commenced our studies in spells, the defense against the dark arts class would incorporate practical spellcasting exercises. Some of you may believe that the spells taught in the first year lack efficacy in confronting peril and safeguarding oneself, but I assure you, such a notion is misguided. Levitate. Ezio's wand pointed towards the old lectern, which promptly fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The seemingly sturdy lectern crashed down, splintering into a chaotic heap of wood, eliciting gasps of surprise and excitement from many. Though these were merely first-year spells, if mastered correctly, they could indeed serve as a safeguard in times of danger. There would be no whispering among you. Should anyone fail to meet my expectations in a month's time, they may take their leave. The momentary excitement that had sparked among them abruptly ceased as they regarded Ezio, who stood at the lectern with a sternness surpassing that of many professors. They chose to nod obediently, for while the professors may not dare to strike them, they were utterly convinced that Ezio would. Chapter 27, A New Milestone. Ignoring the students who were either diligently perusing their books or feigning seriousness, Ezio exited the room. However, as he reached the threshold, he encountered Professor McGonagall, arms crossed and a stern expression upon her face. You ought to provide me with a proper explanation regarding this matter. Professor McGonagall stated gravely. It is unacceptable for students from Slytherin and a portion of Ravenclaw to leave the classroom and show disrespect to Professor Quirrell while in Hogwarts, Mr. Florence. However, as you can see, my intention in leading them away was not to encourage them to abandon their studies. On the contrary, self-study in this environment will enable them to learn more effectively and efficiently. I have assigned them homework, and Professor Quirrell will receive their submissions weekly to ascertain their commitment to this course rather than neglecting their education. This is why I am willing to provide you with an explanation. Professor McGonagall rubbed her temples. Had she not overheard Ezio's arrangements just outside the door, her demeanor would likely have been quite different. Though his actions were rather excessive, the outcome appeared to be favorable, as Ezio had pointed out. Studying here might yield better results. Then I must first request that you clarify one of my uncertainties, Professor McGonagall. Ezio gestured for an invitation. The corridor was hardly an appropriate venue for discourse. Professor McGonagall moved forward, accompanying Ezio toward a secluded courtyard. If Hogwarts' purpose is to cultivate young wizards, then why permit a charlatan like Quirrell to join the faculty and misguide students? We could easily abolish the defense against the dark arts course, which is cursed with an inability to find a competent, permanent instructor. That is no excuse. Hogwarts could certainly introduce a new course, perhaps one on general defense, or any other subject. Why cling to a now entirely obsolete curriculum? I have given Quirrell a chance, yet he can barely articulate a complete sentence. If reciting from the textbook is all he can manage, I would prefer Miss Granger to take the stage, as she can at least recite the entire book verbatim. The time spent at Hogwarts is limited to 7 years, each year a precious opportunity for learning. Wasting our valuable time in the presence of such an inept professor is unacceptable, and I believe Hogwarts owes me an explanation. Regarding the selection of professors, Hogwarts' options are indeed limited. Professor McGonagall sighed, recalling that Quirrell was an exceptional student, and they had initially believed he would be suitable for teaching this subject. But circumstances had taken an unfortunate turn. Yes, misfortune often accompanies our lives. If that is the case, I can understand, but since we are faced with this dire situation, should we not address it? Ezio softened his tone, no longer as confrontational as before. I admit I acted inappropriately out of anger, but my intentions were pure. I wish for my classmates and me to have a fulfilling academic experience at Hogwarts. If my actions offend someone, I shall persevere, for I know that what I do is right. One should not refrain from doing good for the majority merely due to the discontent of an individual. I apologize, Professor McGonagall, for the trouble I have caused you. You have indeed troubled me, she retorted, glaring at Ezio. The mischief makers of Gryffindor pale in comparison to his antics. Yet, throughout Hogwarts' history, there has never been a case of a professor teaching while students resorted to self-study. History is ultimately shaped by human actions. Moreover, I have not taken all of Quirrell's students. He can still mislead others in different years, wasting their time and youth. After all, I am merely a student, and the assistance I can provide is limited. Among those who have followed me, I shall return a considerable portion to Professor Quirrell. This obstinate student vexed Professor McGonagall greatly, yet she recognized that while such circumstances should not arise, they were also the right choice. As a Gryffindor, She possessed a spirit of adventure that sought to break free from conventional norms. Otherwise, she would have chosen to study in Ravenclaw. She, too, was not one to eschew adaptability. What do you intend to do? Professor McGonagall took a step back. Those who can keep pace with my academic endeavors may remain. Those who cannot shall be dismissed. After all, I am not a professor of defense against the dark arts. My role is to impart the knowledge I possess, not to teach it to them. All must rely on their own diligence. This is all I can offer. Ezio spoke with caution, clearly outlining his expectations. Foolish individuals should steer clear. He has neither the time nor inclination to educate others. He can only accommodate those who are both talented and industrious. Such students ought not to squander their time in Chilo's classroom, inhaling stagnant air. I shall discuss this with Professor Chilo later. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. Yet I must remind you that at Hogwarts, students must maintain respect for their professors. Slytherin loses 5 points. I hope you will remember this in the future. A mere symbolic deduction of 5 points is inconsequential, and we shall move past this matter. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. You are an understanding and fair teacher, and it is my privilege to receive your guidance. A silver-tongued flatterer, Professor McGonagall subtly shook her head, concealing a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. Do not forget the club meeting on Saturday. You may encounter some exceptionally gifted classmates there. I shall set an alarm and look forward to the knowledge you share. Ezio bowed slightly, and then took his leave. Seizing the opportunity of some free time, he planned to explore Hogwarts and illuminate the map. With a leap from the castle's outer walls, he navigated the crevices, scaling the towering Hogwarts castle. After some time, he reached the pinnacle of the castle, the astronomical tower, where the breathtaking view allowed him to gaze over all of Hogwarts. In the distance lay the expansive green fields, the site of flying lessons, followed by the vast Quidditch pitch, with the forbidden forest not far beyond, its verdant treetops stretching to the horizon. A resounding eagle's cry echoed above Hogwarts as Neil soared high, absorbing the panorama. New map of Hogwarts unlocked. Map exploration 035. New milestone unlocked. Area specific. Sky Conqueror. Achieve a precise aerial assassination from a height of 10,000 meters. Target must be humanoid or humanoid-like. Phantom Assassin. Execute a frontal assassination while being observed but unnoticed. Target must be humanoid or humanoid-like. Hidden Milestone. You must explore to unlock this time-limited hidden milestone. Countdown. 302 days, 8 hours. Perhaps you need to break in. Chapter 28. Hagrid is the backbone of Hogwarts. Indeed, Hogwarts is a treasure trove. Ezio gazed contentedly at the 3 unlit milestones, which seemed unrelated to the map exploration percentage, but rather belonged to specific areas illuminated on the map. Perhaps after the holidays, I might attempt to visit other magical schools. Though that could prove challenging, I shall consider it later. However, it appears that these 3 milestones are not easily attainable. Take the first, the Conqueror of the Skies, for instance. Although Ezio is unflinching in free fall from 10,000 meters, the challenge lies in executing a precise aerial assassination during such a descent. It is not permissible for him to simply bind some unfortunate soul to a stake and then plummet down to eliminate them. Such underhanded tactics are futile. He has attempted shortcuts while unlocking milestones in the trial space, but to no avail. Thus, to accomplish this milestone, he must first scout the location and then descend unexpectedly upon a target, which must be humanoid or anthropomorphic, a rather lenient scope, indeed. However, reaching 10,000 meters in altitude poses significant challenges. Although Ezio has procured the latest model of the Nimbus 2000, it is highly improbable that this broomstick can ascend to such heights. Legends circulate in the wizarding community about flights to the moon, but these are mere fabrications. Wizards are often oblivious to the concept of a vacuum. Furthermore, the Nimbus 2000 boasts a maximum speed of only 100 miles per hour, and with the distance to the moon being approximately 623 miles, one would require nearly 256 hours, over 3 months, of continuous flight to arrive. In Ezio's practical trials, when ascending to a height of 1,000 meters, the Nimbus 2000 exhibited flight stability issues. Although he has not completed extreme altitude tests, reaching 10,000 meters seems implausible. Magic may be boundless, yet the creations of wizards are not. It appears that the true strength of Hogwarts lies in Hagrid. Ezio gazed longingly toward a stone cottage at the edge of the forbidden forest, where smoke billowed from the chimney. Perhaps Hagrid was roasting rock cakes. Apart from the third, time-sensitive hidden milestone, Ezio felt no urgency to accomplish the 2 known milestones, as the new school year had just commenced, leaving him with myriad pressing matters to attend to. It was not until Madame Pants urged him to vacate the library that he rubbed his weary eyes and rose. Even the catalog had become a dizzying blur, and he was far from completing his organization. The clock now read 10:30 in the evening, with only half an hour remaining before Hogwarts curfew. What should he write? Ezio settled across from Harry, taking a bite of the freshly baked pizza. Homework? Harry inquired, glancing up and shaking his sore fingers. I'm rather hungry, he added. unceremoniously accepting a slice, taking a hearty bite, and then giving a thumbs up. This is 10 times more delicious than meat pies. Perhaps it will grace the dining table in a few days. I've made a few suggestions to the house elves, and they are quite accommodating. House elves at Hogwarts? Harry asked. Intrigued. Indeed, there are probably 200 or 300 of them, all diligent helpers with domestic duties. They are responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the school, Ezio explained. Harry swallowed his mouthful of pizza, rummaging through his pocket until he produced a scrap of paper. Hagrid extended an invitation to me to visit him on Friday afternoon. You should join us, Ezio. I would like to introduce you to Hagrid, and I am certain you will take a liking to him. As Harry's first friend in the magical realm, Hagrid cherishes this bond deeply. Despite being old enough to be his grandfather, Hagrid, a half-blood giant, remains quite youthful, living far longer than the average wizard. It is no wonder that at 64, he still sports a full head of black hair and boundless energy. Ezio has no doubt that Hagrid could effortlessly seize a dragon by its tail and execute a shoulder throw. After satisfying their hunger, the two strolled lazily back to their dormitory. Upon entering, they found the room still aglow, as their other 2 roommates had yet to retire for the night. As Ezio stepped inside, Draco instinctively straightened his posture. I assumed you were engaged in a game of chess with Blaise or something similar, Ezio remarked. Draco sat on his bed with a book sprawled across his lap, while Blaise Zabini occupied the adjacent space. Both hailed from pureblood families and shared a decent rapport. Blaise, one of the rare black-haired individuals in Slytherin, boasted African ancestry, though that lineage is but a distant memory. His mother, a vivacious widow, has remarried 7 times, each husband meeting an untimely demise, rendering her exceedingly wealthy. Simultaneously, he possesses an air of arrogance and a certain disdain for others. However, in this dormitory, his pride falters. He is overshadowed by Draco's lineage, Harry's reputation, and Ezio's superior intellect and prowess. We do not wish to fall behind, Blaise murmured. That classroom, reeking of garlic, is utterly revolting. I have no desire to return. I am pleased to hear you feel this way, Ezio replied, shrugging. If my roommates were inadequate, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Nevertheless, I trust you will keep pace. Since we share this dormitory, should you encounter any difficulties, I would be more than willing to assist you. The consequences of elimination are dire. Ezio flashed a grin, while Draco's complexion paled. What consequences? Harry, unconcerned, noted that if he applied himself, the material was not particularly daunting. Why? To be expelled from the dormitory and forced to sleep in the corridor. I spoke with Professor Snape today, and he has agreed to implement an elimination system within Slytherin. This proposal has also received the endorsement of the former headmaster of Hogwarts, Phineas Nigellus Black, who believes it essential to expel fools and imbeciles from Slytherin. Professor Dumbledore concurs that this will benefit Hogwarts. Ezio, adept at leveraging authority, spoke truthfully. Not a single word was false. I have stated that Slytherin will no longer harbor such fools. They will either be buried beneath the ground or will choose to leave voluntarily. One must follow through on their words, mustn't they? Draco and Blaise exchanged somewhat stiff nods. And in their hearts, they regarded Ezio's reputation as having ascended to new heights. Although they were unclear about how Ezio garnered the triple endorsement from the dean, the headmaster, and the former headmaster, it was evident that his accomplishments would send tremors through Slytherin. They resolved to avoid the company of fools in the future. As the hour grew late, and it was time to rest, the group rustled as they changed into their nightclothes and climbed into bed. Draco, whose thoughts were most tumultuous, found it hard to sleep and decided that he would write to his father the next day, requesting that Crabbe and Goyle keep their distance. He no longer wished to associate with imbeciles. Chapter 29, Hagrid's Hut. Soon, the time for Charms class arrived. Professor Flitwick was the most endearing of all the professors, not solely due to his delightful stature that barely reached the waist of an average person, but also because he was perpetually cheerful and remarkably kind to every young wizard. Whenever a student approached him with a query, he would invariably provide a thorough explanation. However, a fool who persistently asked the same question would find themselves perched on tiptoes atop a pile of books, having their ears pinched, and subsequently punished with lines. Yet, a fool would hardly ever bother to ask questions in the first place. "Ah, what a splendid Lumos charm," exclaimed Professor Flitwick, watching Ezio skillfully manipulate a small orb of light at the tip of his wand. "Professor McGonagall mentioned you to me. You possess a remarkable talent for transfiguration, do you not? But your aptitude for charms is equally impressive. It is rare to encounter a young wizard capable of mastering advanced spell variations through self-study. Are you referring to altering the color and specific shape of the light emitted by the Lumos charm?" Ezio extinguished the sunlight rainbow pony at the tip of his wand and leaned slightly toward Professor Flitwick as he inquired. "That is merely a part of it." Professor Flitwick withdrew his wand, and without reciting an incantation, conjured a luminescent rainbow pony identical to the one Ezio had just created. However, unlike Ezio's static version, this colorful creature appeared alive, galloping freely through the air and emitting the sound of a whinny. You may consider that we can imbue spells with a certain vitality. This differs from transfiguration, as we must actively control it to induce movement. However, this aspect is the most challenging of advanced techniques, involving various spellcasting skills. Controlling a spell to track a target? Ezio expressed his astonishment. I have never encountered such a technique in books, because so few can master it. For most, as long as they can effectively cast a spell, they deem it a success. Professor Flitwick chuckled. Once the magic departs from the wizard, or rather, once the spell is released from the wand, it severs ties with the caster. To regain control after the spell has been unleashed is exceedingly difficult. However, for spells like Lumos, which require a continuous output of magical energy, the difficulty of control is relatively low. While you maintain the magical output, you inherently establish an unbroken connection with the spell. Nonetheless, achieving precise control over the Lumos charm requires extensive practice and mastery. Very well, Slytherin gains 5 points. I am quite fond of your transformed rainbow pony. Would you like to join my charms club? Professor Flitwick did not devote all his time to conversing with Ezio. He extended an invitation. It is indeed my honor, Professor Flitwick. Let us meet every weekend at 8 in the morning in the classroom adjacent to my office. This marked the second invitation Ezio received from the club, focusing on transfiguration and charms, 2 disciplines he prioritized mastering at Hogwarts, while potions and herbology could be attended to later. Having already grasped the fundamentals of first-year magic, Ezio was permitted by Professor Flitwick to engage in advanced training during class, receiving occasional guidance from him. Much like Professor McGonagall, he placed great emphasis on the foundational theories of magic, believing that a towering edifice must have a solid foundation. The stability of its base determines the heights of future achievements. The first week of the term swiftly passed, and after experiencing all the first-year courses at Hogwarts, Ezio successfully secured exemptions for certain classes. He applied for early examinations in astronomy and history of magic. Owing to Dumbledore's influence, the astronomy professor consented to Ezio's request for an early final exam, while Professor Binns, the history of magic instructor, proved unexpectedly accommodating. As Hogwarts' sole ghostly professor, he seemed indifferent to all matters outside his monotonous lectures. When Ezio casually mentioned his desire after class, Binns hazily nodded and instructed him to retrieve a paper from the previous year, merely advising him to complete it. At the entrance of Hagrid's hut, a colossal catapult and a pair of rubber boots large enough to fit Harry were positioned. As they approached the door, before they could knock, the sound of barking erupted. Back phone. Hagrid's voice called from within. It's me, Harry. Harry knocked on the door and called out. I brought Ezio along to see you. Oh, it's you two. Hagrid opened the door slightly, revealing his bearded visage, while a dog's head attempted to squeeze out behind him, only to be restrained by Hagrid's hand. Hagrid owned a Neapolitan Mastiff, its dark, robust form exuding an aura of boundless strength. With drooping eyes that conveyed a sense of indifference and gloom, it instilled a chill in the hearts of those who beheld it. This particular specimen was even larger, nearly the size of a calf. Typically, this breed is ferocious and perilous. An attack from such a creature would likely lead to dire consequences. Among fighting dogs, they are indeed the most formidable. However, perhaps due to its owner's formidable stature, capable of subduing beasts several meters tall in the Forbidden Forest, or the fact that this non-magical creature occupied the lowest rung of the food chain within that perilous terrain, Ezio found himself perceiving Fawn's bravado as somewhat hollow when he met those dark, penetrating eyes. Come in, Hagrid said, one hand grasping Fawn's collar while he opened the door, granting them entry. After the two entered, Hagrid released his grip, and Yaya sprang forward, resting her head on Harry's lap, her pleading little eyes seemingly imploring him. Come on, my dear pup. Harry, somewhat amused and exasperated, extended his hand. He had indeed been startled by Yaya, but it was only for a fleeting moment. As her endearing antics arrived too swiftly, Hagrid was pouring tea for them, his thick beard obscuring his facial expressions, rendering him somewhat stern. Once he had prepared the tea, he sat down, his gaze looking down at Ezio with a commanding presence. You are the one who brought Harry to Slytherin? Hagrid furrowed his brow, his round face exuding an intimidating aura. Chapter 30. Yaya, you are the real dog. Initially, Hagrid did not intend to disturb Harry too early, but upon learning that Harry had been sorted into Slytherin rather than Gryffindor, he could no longer remain still. Both of Harry's parents graduated from Gryffindor. I cannot fathom why he would choose Slytherin. It was you who encouraged him, wasn't he it? Hagrid's voice bore a seriousness and gravity that startled Harry, who had never witnessed Hagrid in such a manner. Before Ezio could respond, Harry stood up to clarify. It was my own choice, Hagrid. I truly believe Slytherin can guide me towards greatness, as the Sorting Hat suggested. Oh, that truly is an abominable hat, Hagrid retorted, visibly agitated. Surely the Sorting Hat must have been befuddled. How could Harry possibly belong to Slytherin? He continued. Yet, there are also Aurors from Slytherin who stood against Voldemort. Wizards from Gryffindor have their place in Azkaban as well. If a house could define a person's character, then why do we still maintain Slytherin? Would it not be better to consign anyone capable of entering Slytherin to Azkaban instead? Oh, perhaps this way. All future dark wizards in the magical realm would emerge from Gryffindor. Ezio's sharp words struck Hagrid, causing him to shudder, possibly due to the mention of Voldemort's name, which darkened his expression. I do not mean to imply that all Slytherins are dark wizards, Hagrid, somewhat at a loss for words, continued. But it is not a matter of foolishness. I mean to say, Harry, your parents hailed from Gryffindor, and you should too. Perhaps, Harry replied calmly, shaking his head. However, compared to reveling in rule-breaking and playing pranks on others, I find my experience in Slytherin quite fulfilling. Everyone is diligently studying. By the end of the first week, Slytherin's house points have already surpassed the second place by nearly 50 points. They are all striving to improve themselves. At least since my arrival at Hogwarts. I have not witnessed Slytherins causing chaos in the corridors, nor have I seen Filch furiously waving a soiled mop to question every passing student. That was undoubtedly the work of those two little rascals from the Weasley family. Upon hearing Harry's words, Hagrid sighed in resignation. I need not guess. Those two are indeed the mischievous troublemakers. So, Hagrid. Harry patted Hagrid's large arm and remarked, where I go is of little consequence. What truly matters is the knowledge I acquire at school and the person I aspire to become in the future, correct? Hagrid replied, albeit with a hint of regret in his voice. Indeed, Harry, that is the essence of it. While I still feel a tinge of sorrow, things do not seem quite as dire. You remain a good lad. I just hope you are not swayed by those malicious whispers. What whispers? Harry asked, puzzled. His recent life at Hogwarts had revolved around classrooms, the dining hall, and the common room, busy and fulfilling, with no time for aimless wandering. Some say you were able to defeat the Dark Lord because you are even more formidable than he, that only a darker darkness could. Well, I can't recall exactly, but that was the gist. Hagrid refilled his cup of tea, frowning slightly in discontent. That is all utter nonsense. I had assumed you had heard of it. At least such baseless slanders did not originate from Slytherin. Harry shrugged. You see, there are plenty of villains outside Slytherin. I have done nothing wrong, have I? Many instinctively associate Slytherin with wickedness, but to me, those who spread such rumors are the true miscreants. Indeed, Hagrid nodded. The house one belongs to does not dictate one's character. At this realization, Hagrid seemed to find some solace, having previously entered a peculiar cycle of thought. However, I believe the current state of Slytherin is significantly influenced by Ezio. At least he has managed to rein in those fools, preventing them from recklessly tarnishing the house's reputation. Harry chuckled, sincerely feeling that Ezio had brought a refreshing change to Slytherin. This sentiment was echoed by many others from the house. The once troublemaking imbeciles were now more subdued, fearful of being unceremoniously ejected from their dormitories, clutching their blankets as they slept in the corridors. Is that so? Hagrid's gaze shifted to Ezio. I am not yet fully aware of these matters. You will see in due time. I detest those foolish individuals who hinder progress with their incompetence. No one from Slytherin dared to act in such a manner before, but I do not coddle them. Ezio took a sip of Hagrid's tea, pleasantly surprised by its flavor, reminiscent of a magical plant, exuding a refreshing aroma. The ensuing conversation grew increasingly pleasant, with Hagrid serving them a platter of his freshly baked rock cakes, sweet morsels that would suffice as a meal for Ezio, though their hardness rendered them more suitable as weapons than food, surpassing even stale baguettes in their inedibility. Care for a game of frisbee, Fong? Ezio, having taken a bite of the rock cake, decided to forego it. Though his teeth could manage, it was best not to torture oneself. Woof, woof. Fong excitedly barked and dashed to the door. Let us go, Ezio exclaimed, opening the door and stepping outside with Fong. Yet, mere seconds later, a wretched howl echoed from outside. Woof, woof, woof. Fong, what is the matter? Hagrid, with a look of surprise, exclaimed. Have you been scared to the point of wetting your pants by a rabbit leaping out of the bushes again? Woof. Yaya patted his own snout, increasingly aggrieved. He had just been struck in the mouth by a rock cake, which he had thought could serve as a frisbee. Innocently, Ezio emerged from outside, holding a piece of the rock cake, which bore a distinct tooth mark left by Yaya. Hagrid chuckled in exasperation, patting Yaya's head. How is it that you cannot even break a piece of cake? Yaya gazed at Hagrid with a look of deep sorrow, as if to say, this is something even dogs would not eat. Subsequently, feeling both angry and a bit cowardly, he barked at Ezio, as if to complain that he was the real dog. Ezio tossed the rock cake into Yaya's food bowl, laughing as he ruffled Yaya's large head, knowing it would soften once soaked in soup. Dejected, Yaya drooped his head, expressing his despair over the evening meal. By the way, Hagrid, could you take us to see some magical creatures? Ezio inquired with keen interest. We can only take this course in 3rd grade, but I am eager to see them now. They are not dangerous, are they? Of course, Hagrid replied immediately. Upon hearing the mention of adorable creatures, he found Ezio much more endearing. What charming little beings they are. For decades, I have been interacting with them, and there is certainly no danger. The little ones in the Forbidden Forest listen to me. Come along, we have some time before dinner. I will introduce you to a few delightful creatures. But we cannot enter the forest, just observe from the outside. Chapter 31. They are simply adorable. While Harry remained blissfully unaware of the nature of the little cuties mentioned by Ezio and Hagrid, Yaya, being a wise dog, stood resolutely beside his food bowl, determined to defend his right to devour the rock cake. Tears of sorrow welled in Yaya's eyes, rather than seeing those little creatures. He would prefer to engage in a battle with the rock cake. He could hardly believe that those beings were indeed adorable. Any one of them could be treated as a snack. In his youth, accompanying Hagrid on patrols in the forest, Yaya had faced great trials. The creatures within were far too frightening for a dog. As they followed Hagrid out of the small cottage, he entered the forbidden forest alone, unarmed, instructing Ezio and Harry to wait outside. Hagrid was gone for about 10 minutes, and just as he had yet to return, a loud eagle cry echoed through the sky. They looked up to see Neil diving from above, slowing down as he spread his wings. As he glided past them, Neil released a fluffy bundle from his claws. Swiftly, he turned, descending onto Ezio's outstretched arm. Neil, how are you adjusting to life at Hogwarts? Neil tilted his head, fluffing his feathers, as if to convey, it's absolutely splendid. What is that thing? Harry's attention was drawn to the fluffy bundle that Neil had dropped, and he asked curiously. Probably a fluff ball, came the reply. Gazing at the fluff ball, roughly the size of a football, Ezio crouched down to inspect it. It appears you've improved your diet, Neil. You no longer need to hunt the unfortunate owls or the errant rabbits. Neil flapped his wings, proudly lifting his head in response. To be fair, Neil was merely an ordinary, non-magical harrier hawk. Initially, Ezio harbored some concerns regarding Neil's sustenance, considering that the woods of Hogwarts were predominantly inhabited by magical creatures. While there were indeed common animals, such as sheep, rabbits, and wild boars, they occupied the lowest tier of the food chain, destined to be consumed. However, it was evident that Neil was no ordinary bird. After forging a bond with Ezio, he had shared in Ezio's magical essence, rendering him more intelligent and powerful than the average harrier. Much like the wizard's owls, these birds possessed an innate magic, a result of generations of breeding and domestication. Unlike the typical owls that slumbered by day and hunted at night, magical owls operated predominantly during daylight hours, their abilities altered by the magic within them. All right, I see your prowess, Ezio remarked, affectionately stroking Neil's eager little head before placing him back on the ground. With a proud strut, Neil bounded over to the fluffy creature, pinning it down with his claws and using his sharp beak to tear into its flesh, indulging in a hearty feast. Neither Ezio nor Harry reacted to the somewhat gruesome scene, for to them, it was simply a matter of sustenance. Hedwig also hunted mice, and Harry had witnessed it firsthand. The fluffy creature appeared quite large, but in reality, it was merely a mass of downy fur. Once the fluff was removed, it resembled a bald hedgehog. Scarcely the size of a palm, certainly not enough to satiate Neil's appetite, who would require at least one more catch. As Neil was gleefully devouring his dinner, Hagrid's enormous figure emerged from the edge of the forbidden forest. Come and see. I'd like to introduce you to Buckbeak, the poor little fluffball. Hagrid noticed the thoroughly consumed creature and grinned, but I doubt this little one could fill you, my child. With that, Hagrid tossed over a freshly killed otter. Neil, startled by Hagrid's action, quickly regained his enthusiasm and leapt toward the offering. This otter, larger than a cat, was more than sufficient for 2 meals. There's plenty more for you. As Hagrid threw the otter to Neil, a large figure behind him emitted a discontented call, its voice reminiscent of an eagle's, albeit deeper and far more resonant. Neil seized the otter and soared up to perch atop the shed behind Ezio. A hippogriff? Ezio caught sight of the massive creature partially obscured by Hagrid. Buckbeak emerged, revealing an eagle-like head, his wings spread in a magnificent display exceeding 5 meters in span. Indeed, it is a hippogriff, a splendid creature, wouldn't you agree? Hagrid, accompanied by Buckbeak, came to a halt a few paces before them. He reached into his enormous pockets and produced several otters, handing them to Ezio and Harry. Here, take these, you can feed Buckbeak yourself shortly. He truly is a magnificent creature. Harry struggled slightly to lift the 4 plump otters Hagrid had given him, his eyes widening as he gazed at the charming creature before him, adorned with a white base and accented by gray feathers. Buckbeak, when standing tall, measured at least 1 meter 80 at the shoulder, his size comparable to that of Sharmar. Buckbeak is the closest to me among the hippogriffs, and he is the only white one. Most of these little fellows are shades of brown, gray, or black, making the white ones quite rare. Come on, greet him first, or he might come over to snatch the otters from your hands. They are among his favorite delicacies. What should we do? Ezio inquired, aware of the hippogriff's proud nature. If you wish to befriend him, you must show him respect. Hagrid possessed an intimate knowledge of these delightful creatures. Despite having attended Hogwarts for only 3 years, his 50 years of experience as a gamekeeper had endowed him with a wealth of knowledge regarding magical beings. Due to his position, he enjoyed a cordial relationship with the professors of magical creatures at Hogwarts, who were generous in assisting him when necessary. Before long, Ezio and Harry had become well acquainted with Buckbeak. "Hagrid, how high can a hippogriff fly?" Ezio asked, curious about the creature's capabilities. Given the current circumstances, he contemplated the possibility of soaring to 10,000 meters, relying solely on the powers of magical beings. Although he could sneak out and commandeer an airplane, he lacked the skills to operate one. Piloting a fighter jet seemed excessively complicated. He was an assassin, not one to drop boys from the sky. Though the thought of it was rather exhilarating, ensuring the target would not escape. How high can they fly? This question momentarily stumped Hagrid. Probably not very high, he pondered, scratching his head. While hippogriffs were capable of flight, they were somewhat clumsy compared to other flying creatures. Similar to Pegasi, despite having the body of an eagle, they were not adept at aerial hunting. Can they reach 10,000 meters? Ezio pressed on. What would you want to go that high for? Hagrid inquired, astonished. Just to see the world. I'm not afraid of falling. After all, I have magic. I'm a wizard. Well, I still advise against such notions. 10,000 meters sounds quite daunting. Hagrid was not fond of heights, despite not fearing them. However, if anything could reach that altitude, I would say it would be a Thunderbird, though there isn't one at Hogwarts now. 12 years ago, there was one that flew in from the Americas. But since I couldn't find it a companion, I had to watch it leave. A hint of regret laced Hagrid's voice as he recalled the magnificent bird capable of crackling with electricity, its touch a delightful tingle. The nightmares are capable of soaring to altitudes of 10,000 meters. They are extraordinary flying creatures, endowed with such stamina that they can encircle the globe without a pause. Their speed is remarkable, making them excellent companions for wizards on long journeys. Professor Dumbledore, on occasion, prefers to ride them instead of using apparition, as they are significantly faster and far more stable than broomsticks. I have nurtured many of them within the woods, though they typically assist Hogwarts by pulling carriages. 30 years ago, there were merely a handful of these little creatures. Now, their numbers have swelled to nearly 200. However, nightmares are not easily seen by the average person. To witness death, is it not so? Ezio is well aware of the nightmare's nature. Indeed, Hagrid sighed softly, lamenting that this is precisely why nightmares have garnered a negative reputation among foolish wizards. They claim that nightmares symbolize death, an omen of misfortune, and malevolent beings. In truth, these creatures are gentle, obedient, and remarkably intelligent. One merely needs to articulate their destination, and regardless of where it lies on the globe, they will find it. This is the magic of the nightmares. At this moment, Ezio felt a stirring within his heart, fervently wishing that the nightmares could transport him to the fabled 12 moons. Well, I believe that will suffice for today. Twilight approaches, and it is time for dinner. Oh, Harry, he said, somewhat disappointed, as he gently stroked Buckbeak's neck and patted its large head. I suppose we shall have to say farewell until next time, Buckbeak. Buckbeak nudged Harry's chest with its beak, appreciating the affection and care Harry offered. The two bid farewell to Hagrid and strolled toward the castle, their shadows cast long by the setting sun, discussing the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies on Buckbeak's back. After a modest dinner in the Great Hall, Ezio slipped away once more, an occurrence that his peers had come to accept as customary. They had grown accustomed to Ezio, seizing every fleeting moment to voraciously absorb knowledge, frequently appearing in the library or en route to practice sessions. This left many who disapproved of him with no choice but to acquiesce to whatever schemes he concocted in Slytherin. After all, they could not even manage to surpass him in exams, leaving them with little ground to criticize. No one wished to be subjected to the disdainful gaze of someone who might casually dismiss them as trivial, casting them aside as refuse. However, today, Ezio did not venture to the library nor to the practice classroom for charms. Instead, he quietly departed the castle, finding refuge atop the tower where the night breeze caressed him. Having feasted to his satisfaction, Neil alighted upon his shoulder, and together, they gazed at the darkening sky and the forbidden forest shrouded in shadows. Go, Neil, become my eyes and search diligently for them. Neil took flight, soaring into the night with remarkable swiftness. He did not descend too low, for he had witnessed the peculiar horrors concealed within this seemingly mundane forest. On his very first day at Hogwarts, Neil had nearly met with disaster, nearly ensnared by a spider larger than a bull, which had unleashed its web upon him. Had he not reacted promptly, he would have become nothing more than spider droppings. However, Neil's sharp gaze allowed him to maintain a safe distance. Hovering gracefully at an altitude of approximately 150 meters above the treetops of the Forbidden Forest, Neil's exceptional night vision enabled him to perceive even the minutest details in the darkness. As a nocturnal creature, raised by Hagrid and employed for transportation at Hogwarts, Neil's habitat did not lie deep within the forest. He navigated along several paths extending from Hagrid's hut, soon making a discovery. About 200 meters into the Forbidden Forest, there was a dry, flat meadow encircled by a rudimentary wooden fence, within which patches of thick straw were laid, marked by depressions as if something had lain upon them. Only those who have witnessed death can behold the presence of the thestrals, a limitation that applies not only to humans, but also to Neil. However, death is not confined solely to human demise. Fortunately, Neil was a loyal carnivore, a hawk that would never resort to grazing. He observed dozens of thestrals of varying sizes quietly resting there, only a portion of the herd. During their leisure time, they roamed the forbidden forest. For few magical creatures posed a threat to them. With dragon blood coursing through their veins, thestrals possessed remarkable strength, capable of dragging several tons while soaring through the sky. They were also carnivorous, equipped with dragon-like teeth capable of easily crushing bones, and their tongues were lined with barbs. Moreover, due to their skeletal physiques, thestrals were not of interest to the other predators within the forest, especially with Hagrid as their guardian, ensuring they faced no bullying. Neil had identified his target, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he circled nearby for a while, seeking a gift to bring when visiting Ezio. Once the synchronized vision was lifted, Ezio retrieved a beautiful broomstick from his waist pouch, his Nimbus 2000. Having mastered the art of broom flight long ago, Ezio mounted it with grace, seamlessly blending into the night. The descent stirred a slight breeze, causing a small deer, resting in a concealed nook, to awaken alertly. Wildlife possesses a keener sense than humans, and just as the deer prepared to flee, a shadow descended from above. The deer was endearing, yet at that moment, it was utterly charming. Chapter 32, Conquerors of the Sky. Thestrals possess an extraordinary sensitivity to death. Much like sharks in the sea, which can detect the scent of blood from kilometers away, thestrals can sense death from over 10 kilometers distant. They consume grass, meat, and carrion, making them remarkably easy to sustain. In the forbidden forest, devoid of natural enemies and with no beings willing to harm them, thestrals exhibit strong curiosity. Ezio, somewhat clumsily, skinned the deer. He rarely engaged in such tasks, only assisting Giovanni occasionally during family lamb roasts. Fortunately, his hands were swift and steady, and soon he had successfully skinned the deer. The skinned prey was a favorite among thestrals. They relished pure meat and entrails, thriving on the scent of blood. The distance to the Nightmares' camp was merely 200 or 300 meters, devoid of any other ferocious predators. A faint sound of footsteps approached, and Ezio lifted his gaze to behold a dozen pairs of deep, dark eyes that shone even in the night. "Come here, this is a gift for you." He beckoned towards the direction of the Nightmares, who quickened their pace towards him. The Nightmares appeared gaunt, almost resembling mere skeletons wrapped in a layer of black skin. Yet their heads bore a striking resemblance to dragon heads, exuding a fierce demeanor, akin to a fusion of a small undead dragon and an undead horse. However, in this realm, there were no necromancers. The dark sorcerers could only toy with trivialities such as ghouls, their dark magic still requiring enhancement. For the sorcerers were far too indolent. The group of Nightmares approached with an air of nonchalance, sniffing at Ezio's garments before burying their heads into a feast. To an onlooker who had never witnessed death, the scene would appear unsettling. Fresh venison was torn asunder by some unseen force, effortlessly plucked away, as if a dozen greedy, ravenous mouths silently devoured and dismembered the carcass. Even the scraps clinging to the bones were not spared. The Nightmares' barbed tongues acted like sharp files, scraping the bones clean, revealing a ghastly hue tinged with a hint of pink. In less than 10 minutes, the deer was consumed entirely. After indulging in such a hearty meal, the black steeds grew fonder of Ezio. Ezio reached out to caress the Nightmare's skin, which was as smooth and taut as fine leather, their wings resembling those of bats, with spans broader than those of griffins. "Can you take me to a certain place?" he inquired of a relatively robust and larger Nightmare. The intelligent steed nudged Ezio's arm with its head, seemingly inviting him to mount its back. "I am unsure of the exact location, but I know it is where 12 moons rise. A very important relative of mine perished there, and I wish to find him." The Nightmare's obsidian eyes fixed upon Ezio, as if comprehending his words, though it seemed oblivious to the meaning of the place where 12 moons rise. Ezio mounted the Nightmare, and the steed silently unfurled its wings. With a gentle tremor, it soared into the sky, leaving the circling Neil far behind. Its speed was astonishing, nearly 4 to 5 times that of a light-speed ascent. Neil, momentarily taken aback by the swift movement of the dark creature, quickly altered his course to pursue. The flight of the Nightmares, though not rapid, was enchanting. It took Neil some time to catch up. These magical beings did not adhere strictly to the laws of physics. Their extraordinary magic provided them with immense lift, enabling even the massive dragons, weighing several tons or even dozens of tons, to ascend effortlessly into the sky at a commendable speed. The night steed turned its head to glance at the small creature flapping its wings swiftly to catch up. Detecting a scent on Neil that mirrored that of Ezio, it slightly reduced its speed, allowing Neil to comfortably hitch a ride. Once the second passenger settled in, the previously leisurely flight of the night steed suddenly accelerated, surpassing Neil's highest diving speed. In mere moments, Hogwarts Castle shrank to a mere speck in the distance as it ascended rapidly with Ezio, spiraling upwards through the clouds. allowing the moon, suspended in the night sky, to cast its luminous glow upon Ezio. Do you not know where the 12 full moons rise? Ezio gazed at the celestial orb above, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. The night steed's navigation magic, while potent, had its limitations. This vague description hindered its ability to access the global magical network, for it was an uncharted location that had not graced any map. In the magical realm, names possess intrinsic power, woven into an invisible tapestry of magic that encompasses everything from personal names to geographical locations. This magic passively records and stores such information. When creatures like the night steed or owls, capable of connecting to this magical web, seek guidance, it provides them with precise coordinates. This is the secret behind owls delivering letters accurately to their intended recipients, a phenomenon explored by wizards, albeit superficially. The night steed glanced at Ezio, its large eyes reflecting a semblance of innocence, as if to say, I can only take you up to see the moon. As for the location of the 12 full moons, I truly do not know. Then please, fly a bit higher, even higher, to the utmost heights, if you would. The night steed comprehended Ezio's request, shook its body, and sent Neil tumbling down. Bewildered, Neil flapped his wings to stabilize himself in the air, only to witness the mischievous black steed ascend with an explosive burst, darting at a right angle towards the direction of the full moon. Ezio clung tightly to the night steed's neck, feeling as though his very soul was being left behind in that instant. As they entered a supersonic flight, a transparent barrier, seemingly sustained by magic, enveloped the steed, shielding them from the fierce winds. Pressed against the night steed's back, Ezio noticed the howling wind-esque cacophony gradually fading into a whisper, and upon breaching a certain threshold, he slipped into a soundless realm. The sonic barrier that typically plagues aircraft was silently transcended, yet no jarring sonic boom erupted. Magic rendered the night steed seemingly one with the air, unbound by its constraints. Gradually, however, Ezio began to feel the suffocating effect of the thinning atmosphere. He attempted to cast the bubblehead charm, a spell designed to allow breathing underwater, but it failed to sustain his breath in the oxygen-scarce stratosphere. The charm could filter air, but it could not conjure oxygen from the void. Stop for a moment. Ezio gently patted the neck of Nightshade, whose supersonic flight was, to be frank, somewhat overwhelming for him. It was not the acceleration that troubled him while riding Nightshade. He hardly felt any discomfort, but rather the rapid decline in oxygen levels that induced a sense of asphyxiation. The rush of wind surged around him as Nightshade decelerated, dispelling the silent realm they had traversed. You are truly remarkable. Next time, I shall bring an oxygen tank and let you soar to the highest heights, Ezio exclaimed, gasping for breath. His physical prowess far exceeded that of the average person. After all, ordinary individuals could not grasp the ankle of a hapless victim and utilize them as a makeshift meteor hammer. Ezio speculated that he might possess the bloodline of the ISU from the Assassin's Creed, given how effortlessly he wielded the ISU artifacts. Although he had failed to locate the 12 moons, he was not particularly surprised. Thank you, nonetheless. But since we are here, Ezio gazed down at the inky world below, activating his eagle vision and synchronizing with Neil's perspective. The somewhat obstinate Neil strained to ascend further, yet could only manage to reach an altitude of over 3,000 meters. The highest flying bird in the world, the white-backed vulture, can soar to around 11,000 meters. But it pales in comparison to Nightshade, whose flight was primarily fueled by magic and whose form defied aerodynamic principles. After sharing vision with Ezio, Neil ceased its attempts to rise higher, folding its wings and diving downwards, sweeping past the treetops of the forbidden forest at an astonishing speed, its eyes shining brightly as it surveyed the world beneath. After approximately 10 minutes of searching, Neil fortuitously discovered its quarry within the dense canopy of the forbidden forest, a filthy nest of foul-smelling trolls. These trolls, accustomed to dwelling in caves, found their already repugnant abodes exuding an odor far worse than that of a cesspool during the summer months. Even trolls could scarcely endure the toxic miasma, prompting them to opt for sleeping on the ground instead. However, these grotesque creatures, towering over 3 meters, with formidable physiques and a thick layer of mud-like armor, rarely attracted the attention of any magical beings. Undoubtedly, the stench emanating from the trolls rendered them inedible. Residing in the forbidden forest, they had no natural enemies apart from Hagrid. Giants occasionally captured trolls that wandered into their territory to use as playthings. In terms of physical strength, giants surpassed trolls by several magnitudes. Within the magical realm, some powerful giants were among the few capable of hunting dragons, the apex of magical creatures. They could hurl boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms at nearly the speed of sound, sending them soaring hundreds of meters to shatter the bones of flying dragons before rushing in to dismantle them. Neil had located its target, and Nightshade had brought Ezio to the designated spot above. Thank you. I shall seek you out for more adventures in the future. Ezio steadied himself atop the night steed. Then, with arms outstretched, leaped down. The howling wind billowed his cloak, while his gaze fixed intently on a specific point within the forest below, severing his visual connection with Neil. Transitioning his eagle-eye vision into an enhanced insight mode, he was able to perceive the marked target through Neil's perspective. The monstrous form stood out starkly against the inky darkness, as if illuminated, even with obstacles in between. Ezio could lock onto it with precision. In his right hand, he gripped the broken spear, while the Thunderbird wand sprang forth from his left hand, serving as a secondary weapon. The casting speed of the Thunderbird wand surpassed that of the Elderwood Phoenix wand, though slightly less potent. It was nonetheless quite effective. The slumbering giant remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat from above. 3,000, 1,500, 100 meters. Just as Ezio was about to collide with the towering treetops of the Forbidden Forest, the giant suddenly opened its eyes. Its formidable instincts sensed the approach of danger and death. However, time was not on its side. In midair, Ezio descended with the swiftness of a meteor, hurtling towards the ground. As he neared the foul stench emanating from the giant, he launched the poised spear with tremendous force, which traversed the final meters in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Ezio's figure vanished from the air, reappearing as he seized the spear mid-fall, driving its sharp edge into the back of the giant's skull, delivering a vicious strike that cleaved its head from its spine. The ground where he landed transformed into a soft mound of earth just before his heavy descent, producing a muffled thud. With bated breath, Ezio deftly rolled away from the mound, and then leaped again, executing a sweeping thrust that severed the connection between the giant's head and its cervical spine. The head, resembling a potato, soared into the air before crashing down several meters away. Milestone, area restricted. Conqueror of the Sky, unlocked. Conqueror of the Sky. Regardless of the height from which you descend, the landing is treated as if upon a conceptual pile of straw, and you will make no sound while falling through the air. Glancing at the notification that had just appeared, Ezio swiftly withdrew. Giants are social creatures. Upon the death of the first giant, others nearby had already awakened, grasping crude clubs fashioned from tree trunks. Without a word, Ezio donned his hood and vanished into the inky shadows of the Forbidden Forest in the blink of an eye. The smooth, featureless potato head of the giant struggled to comprehend the recent events. Several giants, now awake, emitted confused murmurs. But soon their attention was drawn to the lifeless body of their fallen kin. A chorus of gleeful grunts erupted as one giant seized the corpse, its foul maw opening wide to joyfully tear into the warm flesh, delighting in the fresh blood. The scent of blood and the sounds of feasting summoned other giants, who rushed in a frenzy, their muscles and bones tearing asunder, echoing through the night of the Forbidden Forest. Nothing delighted these giants more than the opportunity for a midnight repast. As for the nature of their meal, it mattered not. Any flesh would suffice. Chapter 33, The Marvelous Animagus Transformation. The following morning, while others were still ensconced in slumber, Ezio awoke. After indulging in a lavish breakfast in the kitchen, he commenced his morning lessons. Anticipating a meeting with Professor McGonagall in the afternoon, he opted to transform his magical training into an exercise in transfiguration. Under McGonagall's guidance, he had uncovered some nuances of the transformative arts. He still needed further practice with inanimate transformations. He had yet to master the advanced technique of converting paper into a wooden stick and then snapping that stick. Otherwise, he would not have turned the soil into a soft mound, but rather into a pile of straw. As for living transformations, Ezio had begun to grasp a few principles. He could now transform small objects into similarly sized living creatures, such as turning a button into a beetle, an evident sign of his swift progress. This rudimentary form of living transformation was part of the third-year curriculum, yet Ezio had only just begun his first week at Hogwarts. Time slipped away swiftly as he practiced with unwavering focus. After resolving his lunch in the dining hall and taking a brief respite, he arrived at Professor McGonagall's office 10 minutes early. He knocked gently on the door. "Come in," came McGonagall's voice from within. "Walk this way." Upon seeing Ezio enter, McGonagall rose to her feet. "Due to the accumulation of questions over the break, your upperclassmen have arrived early. We shall proceed this way. The practice room is here." She led Ezio through a wooden door on the left side of her office. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious room of approximately 200 to 300 square feet, filled with numerous props for practice, and even living creatures such as goats, rabbits, toads, mice, and various beetles contained in glass boxes, all utilized for transfiguration exercises in class. "Professor McGonagall, if I am not mistaken, is this a first-year student?" A boy clad in Ravenclaw robes inquired, astonished. This is the pride of Slytherin. What of being a first year? The speaker was a familiar face to Ezio, the Slytherin prefect, Rabaston Lestrange. If he had not shown up, that would have been peculiar indeed. Daniel. All right. Daniel shrugged, sharing the same prefect status as Rabaston. "I was merely lamenting why he did not come to Ravenclaw. Because Slytherin is the superior house," Rabaston declared with a hint of pride. The Transfiguration Club, presided over by Professor McGonagall, comprises a mere 7 members, a count that includes the recent addition of Ezio. Transfiguration is regarded as the most intricate discipline at Hogwarts, and individuals possessing the requisite talents esteemed by Professor McGonagall are exceedingly rare. Among these 7, 3 hail from Slytherin, specifically the male and female prefects along with Ezio. The remaining 4 members consist of 2 from Ravenclaw, and 1 each from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Under normal circumstances, I would not extend invitations to students below the 3rd year to join my club. However, Mr. Forenza has completed his studies in Transfiguration for the 1st and 2nd years. And you have begun to engage with living transformation, correct? Professor McGonagall glanced at Ezio, and upon receiving his affirmative nod, she bestowed upon him a satisfied smile. The 3rd and 5th years serve as critical junctures in the study of Transfiguration, with living transformation presenting the initial challenge. Approximately 60% of students manage to keep pace with the curriculum. 2 years hence, the number of those who can advance to my higher level class will dwindle to less than 1/5. Transfiguration is a subject that rigorously tests a wizard's innate talent and capacity for learning. While diligence is essential, mastery of magical control is paramount. Professor McGonagall spoke with a calm demeanor, articulating a stark yet realistic truth. Upon arriving at Hogwarts and truly engaging with the study of Transfiguration, Ezio began to comprehend why Harry's father and his trio were capable of mastering animagus forms. Even the once despised Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, possessed some degree of ability. For a wizard capable of obliterating a street with a single spell is undoubtedly among the elite of the magical community in England. It is worth noting that many employees at the Ministry of Magic, after years of training, forget even the basic protective charms. During Harry's father's era, Hogwarts was indeed a breeding ground for prodigies, shining with brilliance. I understand, Professor, Ezio replied with a slight nod, his self-discipline unwavering even without McGonagall's prompt. Now, allow me to introduce you to the others. You should be acquainted with these 2. Mr. Rabaston Lestrange and Miss Josephine Sharp. These gentlemen are Mr. Daniel Cogburn and Mr. Mark Williams from Ravenclaw. Both acknowledged Ezio with a subtle nod. The relationship between Ravenclaw students and Slytherins is not wholly adversarial. Yet the Eagles only recognize a select few of the Slytherin serpents, holding the rest in utter disdain. This is Percy Weasley, the new prefect of Gryffindor, she continued. Percy, with his fiery hair, bore an air of slight arrogance, and due to the rivalrous stance of their houses, he showed little warmth. Lastly, we have Cedric Diggory, who, like you, has just joined the club this year. He stands out among all 3rd-year students, and I encourage both of you to engage in mutual discourse regarding your studies. Cedric is a quintessential handsome lad, yet in stark contrast to Ezio, he perpetually wears a gentle and elegant smile, embodying the demeanor of a charming gentleman. A style vastly different from Ezio's own. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall introduce herself in this manner, Cedric smiled somewhat shyly. He then stepped forward and extended his hand to shake with Ezio. I have long heard your name. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ezio. It is equally a pleasure to meet you, Cedric, Ezio replied with a nod. While he was not particularly invested in forging friendships, he would not dismiss the goodwill of those endowed with remarkable talents. Now, I shall begin to assign you each your respective study tasks. Cedric and Ezio, please hold on for a moment. I hope you can practice the preliminary aspects of living transformation, specifically the activation transformation training for inanimate objects, such as making a teapot move swiftly and smoothly. Professor McGonagall instructed, gesturing towards a long table beside them, which was adorned with the items they would be practicing with. Cedric and Ezio nodded in acknowledgement and approached the table. The transformation of inanimate objects differs from that of living beings. This activation transformation merely allows inanimate objects to sprout movable appendages, such as giving a teapot 2 legs or more, without completely transforming the teapot into an animal. According to the hierarchy of transformation difficulty, from easiest to hardest, the categories are shaping inanimate objects, transforming inanimate objects into other inanimate forms, activation transformation of inanimate objects, transforming inanimate objects into living beings, transforming living beings into other living forms, and finally, human transformation. The greater the target of transformation and the more complex the object, the higher the difficulty. Did you truly achieve this level solely through self-study? Cedric inquired, astonished. Before coming to Hogwarts, I could not manage this feat. Professor McGonagall shared some techniques that proved invaluable to me. So it has only been a week? Cedric's surprise remained undiminished as he genuinely marveled. Your progress is astonishingly rapid. In fact, there are methods to it. Compared to sprouting legs, transforming mechanical structures is significantly simpler. Gradually increasing the difficulty enhances practice efficiency. If one were to stubbornly attempt to make a teapot grow 2 legs from the outset, it would be rather counterproductive. Ezio transformed the teapot into one with 2 legs, wobbling and jogging forward. This indeed presented a notion of considerable reference value. Having completed the assignment, Professor McGonagall approached them from behind. Mr. Florentine also reminded me that a gradual approach aids the learning and practice of transformation. However, I seem to have fallen into a misconception that one must achieve results all at once. After all, automobiles are nearly invisible in the magical world, and coming from the Muggle realm has granted me some advantage in this regard. Ezio slightly bowed, not perceiving this as a groundbreaking revelation. While such an approach could indeed diminish the difficulty of transformation practice and accelerate mastery, without the innate talent required for transformation, it ultimately offered little substantial assistance. It served merely as a minor enhancement rather than altering the essence of the task. I merely induced the teapot to move ahead of time to train myself in sensing its movement. Fundamentally, it is a form of cleverness, whether wheels or tracks. It remains a transformation of inanimate to inanimate, without touching upon the activation of inanimate objects. It is undeniable that this is an astute approach, seeking a sense of dynamism, which is also challenging to master during the practice. The club meetings extend longer than the classes, spanning 3 hours from 3 to 6 in the afternoon. During this time, Ezio has gained considerable insights, although he is somewhat inferior to Cedric in theoretical knowledge and foundational practice. This is understandable. As Cedric has spent 2 additional years at Hogwarts and possesses remarkable talent, it is only natural that he currently excels. In the final minutes before the conclusion, Ezio sought out Professor McGonagall for a conversation. He wished to inquire about advanced transfiguration knowledge that he aspired to master in the future, but was currently unable to access. Professor McGonagall, may I ask you some questions regarding animagi? I understand that I am not yet capable of learning this magic, but I wish to familiarize myself with it, as it is a skill I deeply desire to acquire in the future. Appropriate curiosity is beneficial, McGonagall encouraged, and I hope that one day you will successfully learn the art of animagus transformation. Each student who has the privilege of entering her club possesses the innate potential to master animagus transformation. There are 3 inquiries on Ezio's mind, for which he is well prepared. What I wish to know is whether the form taken upon transformation as an animagus has a direct correlation with the wizard's original form. I came across an example in a book. A wizard transformed into a wolf was attacked by a werewolf. The werewolf's curse is widely regarded as a form of dark magic, with the most immediate mode of transmission being through bites. However, this wizard, upon reverting to his original form, did not contract the werewolf's curse. What accounts for this? Is it because the transformed body exists independently? This question necessitates an exploration of the principles and composition of the werewolf curse. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment before responding. Werewolves are compelled to transform into a half-human, half-wolf state due to a curse, particularly during the full moon. The transformation mechanism of this curse is similar to that of animagi. In fact, one could argue that werewolves are in a state of incomplete animagus transformation, a consequence of ancient wizards' experiments in human transformation. Thus, the werewolf curse does not affect wizards who have already mastered animagus transformation and are in the process of transforming. However, this is merely one facet of the explanation. The independence of the transformed state you mentioned also influences the efficacy of the curse. Animagus transformation is semi-permanent. As long as the wizard remains alive, they can maintain their transformed state until death. Furthermore, the wizard's original form can impact the animagus form. For instance, if the wizard's original body suffers an injury, the transformed state may reflect corresponding wounds, particularly severe injuries such as the loss of limbs. As we transform into other beings, the resulting entity can be regarded as an entirely new form, for it has been substantiated that the metamorphosis of an animagus leads to the wizard's assimilation. This implies that, should you assume the shape of a cat and maintain that form for an extended period, spanning 10 years or even decades, your manner of thinking, and indeed your very thoughts, will gradually be assimilated by the cat's essence. Ultimately, you may find yourself completely transformed into a cat, both in body and spirit. Ezio swiftly recorded this in his notebook before posing a second inquiry. To my knowledge, the transformation of an animagus is uncertain prior to metamorphosis. The wizard is unaware of the creature into which they will transform. Is there a method by which a wizard can consciously choose the form they wish to assume? This question was fundamentally flawed. Ezio, Professor McGonagall replied earnestly. A wizard can, to some extent, sense the nature of the creature they are about to become, predominantly influenced by the wizard's inclinations or their intrinsic desire for a particular transformation. Transfiguration is, after all, a form of magic, subject to the influence of the wizard's mind. Furthermore, I can assure you that an animagus can indeed actively designate their transformation form. This matter lacked a definitive conclusion 5 years ago, but then, wizards at Hogwarts discovered a method. By incorporating the hair or blood of the creature one wishes to become into the potion for the animagus transformation ritual, one could ascertain their transformation form. However, it is certain that magical creatures remain ineligible for this list. Every wizard attempting this has encountered unforeseen consequences. Why is that? Ezio inquired with curiosity. Because of magical power, Professor McGonagall responded gravely. Upon utilizing animagus transformation, A wizard's entire magical capacity is devoted to sustaining the form of the chosen creature, meaning that the transformed being possesses no magical essence. Magical creatures, by their very nature, require magic to survive. Devoid of magical power, their bodies succumb to irreversible collapse, leading to death. Their existence is a gift of magic, and unlike wizards, they are far more reliant on the presence of magical energy. There are no dullards among magical beings. As she articulated this point, Professor McGonagall spoke with particular seriousness, adopting a tone of caution, for she did not wish for her cherished students to meet a tragic end due to such matters. One final question. Ezio acknowledged with a serious nod, indicating that he had internalized this taboo. I wish to know, since humans are also a form of life, does the animagus form encompass human shapes? Can one become a muggle? Professor McGonagall expressed her confusion, struggling to comprehend Ezio's line of thinking. However, this question left her momentarily stumped. She had never considered that anyone would pose such an absurd query, transcending the bounds of conventional thought. Regarding your inquiry, I am unable to provide you with a definitive answer at this moment. Ezio, Professor McGonagall said, shaking her head. After a brief pause, she continued. If you are intrigued by this matter, I could indeed introduce you to a wizard specializing in animagus transformation. However, he has concealed his name through magic, rendering it impossible for owls to deliver letters to him. You may visit him during the holidays, as he resides in Moon Mountain, the very mountain where the renowned Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is situated. In terms of animagus transformation, the wizards of Hogwarts possess a level of expertise that far surpasses that of practitioners from other regions. Their institution incorporates animagus transformation into its advanced transfiguration curriculum, with at least 5 out of every 10 Hogwarts wizards mastering this art. This proficiency is closely linked to their fervent practice of nonverbal magic, which significantly enhances a wizard's control over magical powers. A personal visit? Ezio's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of exploring other magical institutions. After all, the map provided by Hogwarts had granted him 3 milestones to unlock. Should other magical schools offer similar opportunities, his deck could indeed flourish. Unlocking milestones bestows extraordinary abilities, such as the Ares battle cry acquired through 1,000,000 slayings, allowing Ezio to temporarily disregard the threat of the killing curse within a 30-second window. Chapter 34. The Art of Knife Magic and Spell Coordination. The Transfiguration Club has yielded bountiful results, heightening Ezio's anticipation for the upcoming Charms Club meeting tomorrow morning. Ultimately, spells are the very foundation of a wizard's existence. Without magical incantations, the wizarding world would descend into a bleak void, where their lethargy could no longer endure. This aspect is the most fundamental and vital component that intertwines every facet of the wizarding realm. Previously, Ezio held only a superficial understanding of spellcraft. The magical community has undergone several transformations, each simplifying the once intricate casting processes. However, due to the significant gaps in historical records within the magical world, Europeans have consistently performed poorly in documenting their history. Their prolonged primitive era left little in the way of a truly unified empire. Although ancient Rome achieved a semblance of this, it failed to maintain a lasting legacy. In a land where nationalism and bloodline theories reign supreme, division has become the norm, accompanied by inevitable chaos. The societal structures of the Muggle world similarly influenced the wizarding realm, rendering it impossible to piece together the essential history. Regardless of the volumes of literature consulted, this situation persisted until over 1,000 years ago, during the era of the Four Founders, a time marked by darkness in the magical world. The rudimentary and coarse magic of that age left wizards, who were already at a disadvantage, struggling to maintain their footing. Countless wizarding seeds were extinguished by muggles, leading to a dire existence for spellcasters, thus necessitating a forced reform of magic. Magic evolved from ancient runes to incantations, significantly increasing the speed at which wizards could wield their powers. While this transformation somewhat diminished the sheer potency of magic, its results provided wizards with a much-needed respite. Gradually, they regained their footing, began to band together for support, and established their own secret sanctuaries, nurturing the wizarding seeds they had sought from beyond. The establishment of Hogwarts was largely intended to provide a sanctuary for young wizards who faced persecution in the Muggle world. Even those who survived the onslaught found their suppressed magical powers easily stirred into a latent emergence, leading to the birth of dark magic that could precipitate calamities, further deepening the rift between wizards and muggles. With the successful creation of numerous sanctuaries for wizards, those who found refuge had the time and energy to refine their magical arts. Influenced by the society of the time, magic began to shift its focus from sheer power to the rapid execution and mastery of spells. As wizards concealed their existence, avoiding conflict and strife, they became engrossed in the development of domestic magic, ultimately giving rise to the distorted forms of spellcraft that exist in the contemporary magical world. Today, as combat spells, particularly those of a lethal nature, predominantly stem from the realm of curse magic. For instance, the exploding charm is essentially an explosion curse. Although included in the Hogwarts curriculum, it truly belongs within the domain of dark magic, along with similar spells such as the shattering spell, the fire-making spell, and the petrification charm, all of which fall under the category of curse magic. Beyond these mainstream incantations, a vernacular type of magic persists within the magical community, often transmitted among individuals. These spells tend to be straightforward in their incantations, such as annoying little sprite, do not bother me. While the efficacy of such vernacular spells may be limited, the idealistic nature of magic means that such candid expressions can sometimes yield results. If one is not confronted by a multitude of sprites, such a dismissal spell might indeed prove effective, possibly banishing a couple of mischievous little troublemakers. However, its impact is restricted to that extent. Ezio sought to learn this knowledge in order to craft his own unique spells, a pursuit he found both thrilling and practical. For example, the lethal spell Sectum Sempra, invented by Severus Snape, conjures an invisible blade that can cleave through objects with remarkable stealth and lethality. Such a destructive incantation does not exist in the current official compendium of magic. Should Ezio master the art of customizing spells, he could develop a series of magical incantations uniquely suited to his identity as an assassin. He was not particularly fond of the present wizarding spells, which often burst forth in a cacophony of colors, far too conspicuous for his liking. If he were to reveal his presence, he would prefer to wield a broken spear and engage in the dance of the flying thunder god, as the efficiency of spellcasting paled in comparison to the effectiveness of his own physical prowess. Creating new magic and establishing a personal magical system constituted Ezio's ultimate goal for studying spellcraft at Hogwarts. Mastering conventional spells was not his primary objective. As the weekend dawned, Ezio strode briskly toward Professor Flitwick's office, encountering several classmates along the way who were headed to the same destination. Compared to Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick boasts a significantly larger club membership. This is partly due to the relatively simpler nature of charms compared to Transfiguration, and also because Flitwick does not need to tailor individual learning plans for each student. He imparts spellcasting techniques that are absent from textbooks, requiring both innate talent and a nimble intellect to master. It is a pleasure to see everyone here in the new year. Standing atop a high pile of books, Professor Flitwick positioned himself to meet the gaze of his students. Ezio, please introduce yourself, he beckoned. Though you are the youngest member here, do not let age be the sole measure of your abilities. As far as I know, Ezio has self-studied all the standard spells prior to 5th grade. I encourage those who have not reached this milestone to take their studies seriously. You wouldn't want to be easily surpassed by a first-year student, would you? Each 4th year must master the art of silent spellcasting this academic year, or I shall be quite displeased. The students who joined the club last year exchanged glances, some wearing expressions of mild concern. Silent spells are a skill to be mastered in 5th grade, posing a small challenge for them. However, they were caught off guard by the arrival of a first-year newcomer, who had learned spells that typically take 5 years to acquire during his holiday. You mean to tell me you completed all of that before the school year even began? It makes us seem rather foolish. Under the observant eyes of around 20 classmates in the classroom, Ezio calmly introduced himself, recognizing several familiar faces. Aside from Cedric, who was absent due to the ongoing selection process for 3rd-year newcomers, he found himself among peers from the Transfiguration Club. Daniel, please organize the 5th year and above students for the opening assessment, Professor Flitwick instructed, calling upon the Ravenclaw prefect. Follow the established scoring system. And be sure to note if anyone has been lax during the holiday. Of course, Professor, Daniel replied, nodding before turning to gather the others and lead them deeper into the classroom, where numerous dummy targets awaited practice. 4th years. Your task this year is to learn silent spellcasting and master at least 5 advanced spell techniques. I hope you will transform the theoretical knowledge acquired here last year into practical skills. Charms is an applied discipline. Practice is the true measure of proficiency. Before we commence, Ezio, do you have any questions? Professor Flitwick smiled warmly at him, having noticed Ezio's eagerness to learn during class, but refraining from probing further. After all, he could not center his attention solely on one student during lessons. Yes, indeed I do, Ezio promptly responded. What I most wish to learn is how to customize spells. I aspire to develop combat magic that is more suited to my own style, and I hope that one day, I will master it. Professor Flitwick nodded slightly, not surprised by such matters. During his student years, he too had attempted to develop spells. Additionally, I wish to know how to optimize this method of casting. Ezio gestured, and 4 knives appeared in his hands, each grasped by a handle. However, unlike the matte black daggers used for assassination, the blades he held emanated a translucent blue hue, resembling fragile crystal, radiating a soft glow. It has been ages since I have witnessed the technique of solidifying spells in action. Thus, some wizards inscribe magical runes onto arrows or other objects, solidifying the magical effects to extend the range of their spells, thereby enhancing their accuracy. How long can it last? Professor Flivy inquired with keen interest. After solidification, the maximum duration is 1 day. However, if it departs from my body, even without activating the spell's power, it will dissipate within half an hour. If activated, its existence does not exceed 5 seconds. Ezio had meticulously tested this and was well aware of the data. Why do you wish to learn such an outdated technique? Because. Ezio turned away and casually threw the 4 knives, which arced sharply through the air, striking the heart of 4 dummies located 15 meters away, erupting in a burst of magical flames. Because spells cannot turn, but my knives can. At this point, Professor Flivy's eyes sparkled. He himself was an esteemed dueling master, yet he had never encountered an opponent like Ezio in the arena. If he were to face such an assault, he would undoubtedly be flustered. Just some minor techniques. You flatter me, Ezio humbly replied, feeling no pride in this straightforward maneuver. Is throwing knives difficult to learn? To be honest, I am somewhat tempted. Professor Flivy blinked, genuinely eager to learn this impressive skill. Though it seemed now was not the time for such discussions. You plan to participate in dueling competitions, correct? Very well. A trace of regret crossed Flivy's face. If you are interested in dueling in the future, I can assist you in finding competitions, as the rewards are quite generous. However, do you have any specific needs regarding the solidification of spells? Wait. Ezio arranged the remaining 4 knives on the table. Although they had substance, they possessed no weight, making them difficult to control during throws. If they had mass, I could employ more complex throwing techniques, such as aerial maneuvers and angled throws. Perhaps I have a solution for that. Professor Flivy, deserving of his title as a master in spellcraft, contemplated briefly and identified the solution. We simply need to add a bit of tangible material and employ a small trick during the solidification of the spell. I believe it is time for you to begin exploring the art of spell combination, such as the fusion of the summoning charm and the levitation charm. Professor Flitwick elegantly drew his wand, and with a gentle flourish summoned a book, which then hovered serenely before him. Achieved solely through the use of the summoning charm rather than 2 separate incantations. This technique, known as spell synergy, allows for an additional incantation to be appended following the activation of the first spell, incorporating the effects of other spells. Naturally, one can also trigger them simultaneously. As demonstrated here, with another deft wave of his wand, Flitwick directed it towards an unattended wooden target, and in an instant, a chilling frost enveloped the area, accompanied by a sudden explosion of flames, reducing the wooden effigy to a heap of frosted, smoking remnants. Chapter 35, Finding One's Path and the Exchange of Interests with Dumbledore. Professor Flitwick swiftly resolved several significant challenges faced by Ezio regarding magical theory. After addressing the issue of spell fixation's lack of mass, he introduced Ezio to the concept of developing his own spells. While this endeavor is not exceedingly difficult, it necessitates a solid foundation, with the study of magical runes being a crucial element. The contemporary spellcasting system is derived from the ancient system of rune magic, making runes the cornerstone of magic. In alchemy, runes continue to be extensively utilized, as these magical symbols facilitate the flow of magical energy within and upon materials, bestowing extraordinary power upon alchemical creations. The reason why fairy magical artifacts are so highly coveted by wizards lies in the fact that fairies possess their own unique script, representing a distinct system of magic that diverges significantly from that of wizards. This grants their magical creations certain powers unattainable by wizards. However, this does not imply that fairy magic surpasses wizardry. The 3 consecutive fairy wars have inflicted severe losses upon them. Once upon a time, their magical civilization rivaled that of wizards. Do you understand the vast disparity between slang magic and standard spells? Professor Flitwick posed a crucial question regarding the development of magical incantations. Then elucidated for Ezio, both standard spells and slang magic share a fundamental similarity. They instruct magical energy on the desired effect to be conjured. Yet, the results they yield are strikingly different. This divergence lies in the fact that standard spells first establish a combination of runes to determine the magical effect before being articulated as spells. This methodology ensures that a spell manifests consistently and reliably across different wizards, a defining characteristic of standard spells. To embark on the journey of exploring your own magic, the foremost step is to immerse yourself in the study of magical runes. Following this, one must delve into the art of combining these runes, memorizing their lexicon, and grasping the potent forces they represent. For instance, if you aspire to craft a novel explosive spell, you may achieve this by amalgamating rune phrases associated with fire, impact, energy, and eruption, thereby conjuring a bespoke explosion spell tailored with fiery effects, intensity of force, direction of blast, and even the intended target. However, merely identifying these phrases is insufficient. It is imperative to experiment with intermediary words that can seamlessly connect disparate rune phrases, allowing the forces to intertwine harmoniously. This endeavor is not trivial. It demands a wealth of knowledge, a surge of inspiration, and a touch of serendipity. This complexity elucidates the gradual emergence of new spells. as the myriad combinations of phrases can often render it challenging to find suitable expressions for the desired power, necessitating personal exploration of novel phrases. The more forces a spell seeks to convey, the greater its complexity, which is why standard spells are predominantly functionally singular. This design facilitates swift learning and enables wizards to fine-tune spells for specific needs. Consider the simplicity of the Illumination spell and its enhanced variant. Although your current knowledge may not suffice to forge your own magical incantations, your aspiration to do so allows you to engage with the study of runes from this moment forth. I can recommend several introductory texts for your perusal. Ecstatic with the list of books, Ezio realized that the knowledge available at Hogwarts far exceeded his expectations. Frankly, outside Hogwarts, securing a master scholar like Professor Flitwick for a lesson would be an endeavor beyond monetary means. Yet, within Hogwarts, all is freely accessible. The only requirement is to bestow respect upon the instructors, heed their guidance, and complete their assignments. After departing from Professor Flitwick's club, Ezio ventured to the library. The tomes listed by Professor Flitwick were largely available within its walls. While ordering a personal copy was certainly on the agenda, borrowing a selection first was imperative, as Ezio had little patience for waiting. Thus, what were they lamenting? Observing the small wizards furiously completing assignments in the library, their faces etched with concern. He marveled at their inability to recognize their fortunate circumstances. However, he held no obligation to intervene. After all, their fates bore no consequence to him. And without a vested interest, he was indifferent to their plight. With the enlightening guidance of the professors, Ezio's life at Hogwarts gradually fell into a rhythm. The triangle of classroom, library, and training grounds infused life into his days, and time flew by in a blur. The transformations within Slytherin were equally apparent. By the second week of term, Rabaston had already established a hierarchy within the house. He redefined the elite circles that had existed in Slytherin and optimized the selection and elimination criteria, disseminating these reforms throughout the entire Slytherin Academy. The days of those fools have turned grim. Under the indulgence of Snape, these individuals, devoid of intellect and skill, swiftly descended into the status of pariahs within Slytherin House. Those who dared to resist often found themselves the next day confined within toilet stalls, their heads forcibly submerged in water as someone pressed the flush, torturing them to the brink of drowning until their bodies grew limp, instilling a profound fear that silenced any thoughts of rebellion. In this atmosphere of muted terror, a small faction within Slytherin finally grasped their dire predicament. Resistance only invited dreadful punishment and the icy disdain of their peers. Slytherin had succumbed to an unusual fervor, as most had benefited from the established hierarchy, relishing the sensation of subjugating the lower classes. Ezio understood well the nature of a stable social structure, not a pyramid, but a spindle shape, where a minuscule elite wielded the greatest power, controlling the leaders of smaller factions who, in turn, relied on the sustenance provided by those beneath them. This upper echelon commanded the largest segment of the middle class, which comprised 70% of Slytherin's populace. Below them lay the exploited, accounting for roughly 20%, who were compelled to serve their middle-class counterparts in exchange for the means to survive within Slytherin, bearing the burdens of menial labor, yet managing to scrape by. Beneath them were the wretched, stripped of their humanity within Slytherin. These individuals knew only foolishness and contributed no value to the house. They were expelled from the dormitories. And Snape, indifferent, strode through the corridors, his icy dismissal of worthless shattering their last remnants of hope. Such transformations within Hogwarts would inevitably be noticed. Yet the inhabitants of the other three houses seemed unfazed. Slytherin had always embraced the philosophy of might makes right, albeit now with a more pronounced intensity. Upon witnessing the gradual disappearance of those loathsome Slytherin fools, some even applauded, for the bothersome never garnered favor from others. Professors who once sought to dissuade Snape from allowing Slytherin to descend into its current state found their resolve waning, captivated by the vitality Slytherin now exhibited. Previously, Ravenclaw students were deemed the most diligent in class, yet in this fiercely competitive environment, even those once considered dim-witted began to employ their wits, learning what was necessary to avoid falling in status. The hourglass overflowing with points, exceeding the second place by 200, served as Slytherin's most eloquent introduction to the outside world. Ezio completed the restructuring of Slytherin, aware that such a paradigm might not endure, for Hogwarts lacks a true Brahmin. After the conclusion of this academic year, a backlash was inevitable. Some individuals would depart from Hogwarts, while others would exert familial pressure on the institution. Dumbledore might intervene, leading to the disassembly of the current structure. However, what Ezio needed to ascertain was the existence of class distinctions. As long as the definition of class persisted within Slytherin, even if the existing framework were dismantled, he could still appropriate the resources of the house for his own ends. Entrusting Harry to collaborate with Snape on the precise quantification of potions was sufficiently stabilizing, for Harry, too, occupied a predatory upper tier within Slytherin, a prospect that pleased Snape. Once matters had stabilized, Ezio reflected on the recent developments, yet Dumbledore appeared to dissent. He disapproved of Ezio's internal class delineation, deeming it excessively unfriendly to a select few. Voldemort was merely limited to forming factions, while Ezio had audaciously begun to exploit his classmates. Thus commenced the first exchange of interests. Ezio closed the tome of magical literature in his hands, contemplating how long the current Slytherin model could endure, ultimately relying on Dumbledore's decisions. If he deemed it unsuitable, everything would come to a halt. A Horcrux from Voldemort should suffice to meet this obligation. He returned the book and ascended the stairs of the castle. Arriving at the 8th floor, I need a room to hide things. I need a room to hide things. I need a room to hide things. The dimly lit chamber bore a few lamps, its dusty storage filled with the secret treasures left by Hogwarts students over centuries. Chapter 36, The Beast Unchained. It was as if a city constructed of refuse had been crammed within the walls of Hogwarts Castle. In this expansive room, a plethora of peculiar items lay scattered about. A sphere of light emitted from the tip of his wand, casting a gentle white glow that illuminated a corner of this vast refuse city. Ezio waved his wand casually, sweeping away the bothersome thick dust and relocating obstructive debris to the side. His keen insight ensured that no clue would escape his notice. Within moments, a speckled wizard statue perched atop a cabinet captured his attention. Great inventor of the intral-expelling charm, thank you for curing my years of constipation. The statue's head was adorned with an antiquated wig, upon which rested an ancient, yet exquisitely crafted golden crown. The crown was embedded with numerous gemstones. The central one a clear aquamarine. Donning dragonhide gloves, Ezio gently twisted the statue's head off, harboring no intention of touching the crown. Dumbledore's reckless act of donning the resurrection stone ring, fashioned as a Horcrux, served as a cautionary tale. Ezio had no desire to test Voldemort's prowess in cursed magic. The diadem appeared to possess a subtle enchantment. As Ezio approached it, a voice seemed to whisper, enticing him to don the crown, as if such an act would bestow upon him extraordinary wisdom. Within the diadem, Ezio discerned an inscription, "Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." Perhaps it was the theft of this diadem that precipitated her unbearable mental burden, culminating in her grave illness following its pilferage by her daughter, leading to her untimely demise. As the astute daughter of Ravenclaw, Lady Helena Ravenclaw did not inherit her mother's wisdom. Perhaps it was the weight of others' comparisons that drove her to folly, as she acted foolishly to satiate her vanity. Perhaps fire should not be employed, for it would ruin the material, jeopardizing the diadem's preservation. Upon locating the diadem, Ezio hesitated slightly. Few substances could destroy a Horcrux, as its essence lay in the fragments of soul preserved within, and most magic could not affect the soul. Fortuitously, Ezio was aware of several spells that might interact with the soul, yet previously he had been unable to capture a ghost or poltergeist for empirical testing. The arrival of the Horcrux conveniently resolved this concern. For even Dumbledore would not prevent Ezio from handling the Horcrux. What is the essence of executing justice? To confront Voldemort is to enact justice. The headmaster's office was likewise situated on the 8th floor. Upon exiting the room of requirement, Ezio made his way toward the gargoyle. Raspberry jam, he uttered the password, causing the statue to leap aside and reveal the griffin-shaped spiral staircase behind it. Ezio rapped on the door to the headmaster's office. "Come in." Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated from behind the door. "Ah, Ezio," Dumbledore acknowledged, lifting his gaze, only for his attention to be immediately captured by the figure of the creator of the intral-expelling curse that Ezio held aloft. "Is this Ravenclaw's diadem?" Though phrased as a question, Dumbledore's tone conveyed certainty, for the diadem bore an unmistakable resemblance to that adorning the statue of Ravenclaw in the common room. More precisely, it was the diadem transformed into a Horcrux. "I was just contemplating a visit to the room of requirement for inspiration. It seems I have discovered something far more intriguing." Ezio delicately placed the figure upon the desk and recited the inscription etched within the diadem. "Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. So, my clever student, did you indeed employ your wise intellect to uncover it?" Dumbledore's voice became notably more melodious as the Ravenclaw diadem was presented before him. "I regret to disappoint you, Professor. Although I have conducted a psychological analysis of Voldemort, the scarcity of information has hindered my ability to uncover particularly useful clues. While the Slytherin students have provided me with a wealth of information, it is unfortunate that some of their parents are the ones familiar with Voldemort. Yet they are clearly not inclined to divulge much pertinent information. I possess keenly observant eyes. I have visited the Ravenclaw common room and beheld the diadem, and inadvertently stumbled upon something akin to it, which led me to its discovery. Initially, I presumed it to be a mere imitation. Given the plethora of treasures concealed by students from various eras within Hogwarts, it would not be surprising for someone to attempt a replication. Yet I believe this one to be genuine. Have you heard any whispers? It seems to beckon me to wear it, even though the diadem itself does not speak. Thus, there must be some form of magic or other elements at play. I sense a whiff of conspiracy. Coupling this with my recent studies on magical runes, I surmise that this diadem is not the handiwork of a wizard. As it is a creation of the fairies, the likelihood of its authenticity increases. Furthermore, I am well versed in the crafting of Horcruxes, so recognizing it seems only natural, does it not? Dumbledore cast a penetrating glance at Ezio. He was an exceptionally skilled practitioner of legilimency, and few could utter falsehoods in his presence. However, much like those adept in the art of mental occlusion, Dumbledore was unable to glean Ezio's thoughts. The assassin's long-maintained focus allowed him to dismiss any distracting notions. You harbor a keen interest in Voldemort? Dumbledore inquired gently after a brief silence. He is quite an intriguing quarry, worthy of my efforts. After all, I have honed my skills for so long. They ought to be put to use, lest my toil be in vain. Do you not agree? Ezio responded with a light-hearted smile, his countenance radiating ease. Of course, should anyone be willing to compensate for Voldemort's demise, I would be more than happy to accept this employment. Even if the remuneration is modest, it is still compensation. Is it not? An intriguing notion, Dumbledore acknowledged, understanding Ezio's implication. This marked the second occasion Ezio had broached the subject, yet he did not take it to heart. However, I must concede that your conjecture is entirely accurate. This indeed is a Horcrux. Based on my knowledge of Tom Riddle, he is indeed the type to engage in such practices. You may not be aware, but Voldemort is of mixed heritage. He possesses a Muggle father and a mother from the ancient wizarding family of Gaunt. He despises the Muggle blood that courses through his veins and is obsessed with the glory of pure blood lineage. Therefore, it is highly probable that Voldemort's other Horcruxes are magical artifacts left behind by the three other founders of Hogwarts, is it not? The likelihood is substantial. I believe Tom had the propensity to do so, and upon encountering the diadem of Ravenclaw, my suspicions were further solidified. Dumbledore nodded slowly, feeling a sense of ease in his conversation with Ezio. The latter always seemed to grasp his thoughts instantaneously, deriving answers from the clues Dumbledore provided as if they shared an unspoken understanding. It was a rather extraordinary sensation. Yet, simultaneously, Dumbledore harbored concerns that Ezio might evolve into a being far more terrifying than Voldemort, something that transcended even the darkest of dark wizards. He disregarded, even scorned, Voldemort's pursuits, which perhaps hinted at a far grander ambition lurking beneath the surface, presently concealed from view. Should we not consider its destruction? Ezio mused, observing the crown with keen interest. It had tempted him to don it throughout their journey, yet now it lay silent, perhaps intimidated by you, Headmaster Dumbledore. I cannot be that fearsome. Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. However, it is imperative that we dispose of it judiciously. Its destruction is inevitable. As long as the Horcrux exists, Voldemort shall never truly perish. He will continue to exist in a grotesque manner, descending further into madness. Only by obliterating all Horcruxes can we genuinely take action to end him. A note of caution resonated in Dumbledore's voice, deliberately directed toward Ezio. Since you have brought it to me, you must have contemplated how to obliterate it, correct? Indeed, Headmaster. The Horcrux is an exceptionally difficult vessel to destroy. Ordinary spells are ineffective against it, for its creator has infused it with a fragment of their soul, rendering it protected by the magical essence contained within. Only a select few entities possess the capability to breach this magical safeguard and inflict genuine harm upon both the vessel and the soul fragment within. From what I know, the only magic with absolute certainty of destruction is Fiendfire. However, Fiendfire would utterly annihilate the crown, which is not the outcome I desire. Fiendfire embodies a destructive force against the vast majority of materials. It is not merely fire but a curse of destruction manifested through flames. Burning is merely a superficial aspect. I can confidently affirm your serious study of magical literature, Dumbledore acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Ezio was correct. Fiendfire was indeed more than mere flame. I have dissected numerous spells, which has greatly aided my exploration of my own incantations. Once Ezio resolves to pursue a task, he does not waver, for to do so would be a squandering of time and life. Nevertheless, I have a few hypotheses I wish to confirm using the Horcrux. I wonder if you would permit me to conduct such an experiment, Professor Dumbledore? What do you intend to do? Dumbledore inquired, finding no surprise in Ezio's request. It was a rational course of action for him. I wish to test whether the unforgivable curse is indeed as the outside world describes, a magic directed at the soul. You should be aware of the reasons why the unforgivable curse is prohibited, Dumbledore replied with a touch of gravity. Dark magic can lead one to lose oneself. However, I must assert that this is merely a consequence of insufficient strength and wavering resolve. Whether it be dark or light magic, they serve solely as tools for the sorcerer. They are not a beloved companion. Hence, one should not become infatuated with them or allow them to exert influence. Yet, who can guarantee immunity from the allure of dark forces? The encroachment of darkness often transpires silently and insidiously. Dumbledore harbored skepticism towards such claims. He had encountered individuals far more gifted than Ezio, yet that individual ultimately met a dire fate. Indeed, This is a challenging matter to substantiate. Ezio spoke with a hint of exasperation. Certain certainties eluded his ability to articulate to others. If all else fails, shall we engage in a duel, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore widened his eyes in astonishment. He had never anticipated Ezio would utter such words. The ever-composed elder momentarily faltered. Be reasonable, Ezio. He replied with a mix of amusement and dismay. I merely wish to prevent you from straying down an erroneous path. But who can ascertain that the path they deem correct is indeed right for others? I am unlike any of the students at Hogwarts. Ezio closed his eyes and unshackled the chains binding a wild beast. I assure you, I will not lay a hand on any student of Hogwarts. My word is my bond. Yet I hope you understand the conviction that drives me to achieve my goals. As Ezio opened his eyes, an icy gust seemingly from Siberia swept into the headmaster's office, and the beast, drenched in blood within the plasma pool, unveiled its gaze. A chilling intent shattering the sturdy dam that confined it, crashing down with cataclysmic force. Dumbledore envisioned a fleeting specter of his own demise in that instant. He finally comprehended the terrifying power reflected in the eyes that Severus Snape had once witnessed. Unlike Snape's brief glimpse, Dumbledore experienced the full intensity. Fawkes, perched on the golden branch, fluffed his feathers in agitation, then soared to the top of the sorting hat's cabinet, trembling in tandem with the old hat. Could a spell truly affect him? Even Avada Kedavra would kneel before him, yet Dumbledore had not succumbed to madness, believing Ezio to be a merciless demon. He was merely an 11-year-old child. It was unrealistic to presume he wielded a dagger amidst a crowd from birth. Such exaggerated and distorted displays of power led Dumbledore to conclude this was an innate attribute beyond Ezio's control. The wizarding world is replete with the extraordinary. Anything could potentially exist. Ezio regained his former tranquility and composure, softly imparting a truth. I hope you will forever uphold your integrity. Following the initial shock, Dumbledore returned to his customary calm. I only act upon my objectives, unless provoked. This is indeed a reasonable stance. Upon realizing that Ezio had been restraining the beast within and had no intention of unleashing it, Dumbledore chose to acquiesce. Fully aware that Ezio's current state represented his most stable condition. Disrupting this fragile equilibrium would lead to a state that no one wished to encounter, the most dreadful of circumstances. A fleeting thought crossed Dumbledore's mind, the inherently malevolent Slytherin brat. However, he swiftly banished it to the recesses of his mind. He did not believe that expelling Ezio from Hogwarts would be a prudent choice, as it could precipitate the worst possible outcomes. I had mentioned it before. This fellow is exceedingly talented, and his restraint from perpetrating a massacre is nothing short of merciful. The sorting hat muttered from its shelf, but was met with a fierce glare from Dumbledore. Silence, he exclaimed, his ire directed at the ancient headgear. Chapter 38. A person of such integrity as Ezio would undoubtedly refrain from employing the unforgivable curses for nefarious deeds. Dumbledore pondered this and nodded in agreement to his reasonable request. For the target was Voldemort, and there existed no more wretched creature in the wizarding world. In a certain light, confronting Voldemort was tantamount to a death wish. Yet few dared to do so. Today, Dumbledore fortuitously encountered someone bold enough to take such a risk. He even found himself with a curious inclination to observe, albeit for precautionary reasons. There was no place more secluded than the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, and thus the spell experiment commenced there, attended by the esteemed headmasters of Hogwarts, among whom Phineas Nigellus Black's eyes widened the most. He was suddenly reminded of his own time as headmaster at Hogwarts. The déjà vu was striking. Yet Ezio was far bolder than that little rascal, quite audacious indeed. However, Ezio himself remained unfazed. According to his assassin's code, should an assassination prove unfeasible, entering through the front with unparalleled prowess was entirely acceptable, as long as there were no witnesses to mar the perfection of the deed. Had he achieved his objective? Indeed, he had. Would Dumbledore expel him from Hogwarts as a consequence? Not at all. Thus, this was an exquisitely flawless resolution to the dilemma. Dumbledore was no mere do-gooder. His intervention regarding Voldemort was predicated on the necessity that only he could rectify the predicament. Until Voldemort met his demise at Harry's hands, Dumbledore had largely refrained from significant action. Otherwise, during Voldemort's reign of terror, he would not have remained at Hogwarts, engrossed in the study of the Deathly Hallows while the Order of the Phoenix battled the Death Eaters. He even borrowed the invisibility cloak when James Potter required it more than he did. Dumbledore was not selfless. He harbored his own ambitions and desires, though he fortuitously accomplished tasks that others deemed noble and righteous. An individual's achievements are not solely attributed to their personal prowess. Rather, the circumstances that foster heroes are paramount, with heroes being mere byproducts of their times. Dumbledore hoped that Ezio was a good person, and thus, rather than releasing him into the unpredictable world, he preferred to keep him close, at least to stabilize his state. If one day he were to turn to darkness, what would it matter to an old man nearing his end? A myriad of complex emotions swirled within Dumbledore as he quietly observed from the side. Ezio, with his wand drawn, pointed the tip towards the Horcrux diadem. Crucio, he uttered softly, his voice calm. An invisible surge of spell power emanated from the tip of his wand. The 3 unforgivable curses demand a strong will from the caster during their incantation. The firmer one's resolve, the more potent the magic. This was a type of magic intricately linked to emotion, and for that reason, it was deemed cruel. Only when one harbored a fierce desire to render their opponent's existence a living hell could the Cruciatus Curse unleash its full potential. Yet, such indifference towards life, such disregard for others, was a terrifying and formidable force that the average wizard's malevolence could scarcely aspire to match. It was powerful enough for the Cruciatus Curse to penetrate and breach the protective magic surrounding the Horcrux like a drill. After a brief standoff, this apathy, which transcended mere malice, made contact with the soul hidden within the Horcrux. At that moment, a dark liquid oozed from the gem of the diadem, coalescing into a twisted human face. A hysterical scream erupted from the mouth of the contorted visage. Yet, the instigator, Ezio, remained calm, meticulously controlling both his magical power and his will, pondering how best to amplify the Cruciatus Curse's effect at this juncture. Harboring thoughts of killing someone did not enhance the curse's potency. After all, this spell was not intended for murder. The desire to inflict pain and torment upon the victim also seemed insufficient to significantly amplify the spell's power. After a moment of contemplation, Ezio realized, perhaps I should exhibit pleasure and enjoyment in their suffering. A sudden epiphany struck him, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. I understand now. He ceased his incantation, and the wailing soul fell silent. What have you come to understand? Dumbledore, having closely monitored Ezio, raised an eyebrow at his apparent realization. The more one revels in the agony and screams of their subject during the casting of the Cruciatus Curse, the more twisted one's psyche, the greater the curse's efficacy. Ezio rubbed his ears, acknowledging the conclusion he had drawn, yet he found it somewhat distasteful. If tormenting others were not for the purpose of extracting information, then it held little practical significance. Only a deranged psychopath would derive joy from savoring another's suffering. The wizard who invented this curse must have been quite dull, perhaps even a deviant. There are myriad methods for extracting information. To resort to torture is the lowest of choices. Ezio spoke with palpable disinterest, expressing a lackluster evaluation of the Cruciatus Curse following practical tests. While it possesses a degree of utility, its applications are rather limited. I find myself more inclined towards the use of Veritaserum. After all, even with mastery over the art of mental occlusion, one remains powerless against the formidable effects of the potion, which epitomizes practicality, swift and efficient. The only lamentable aspect is the arduous process of brewing Veritaserum, which proves more troublesome than Felix Felicis. Regrettably, I have yet to master it. Ezio clicked his tongue, genuinely hoping that Snape would impart some valuable knowledge. Yet such information could only be gleaned through Harry, as the textbooks do not cover such matters. They are highly regulated substances, and among 1,000 potion masters, scarcely one might possess the formula. Even if one were to learn it, lack of skill would render them incapable of concocting it. Harry's worth derives not solely from his status as a Horcrux, but also from the influence of Snape, as he had unwittingly offended the potion's master before even enrolling in school. Extracting treasures from him would require considerable cunning. Thus, I shall next experiment with the soul extraction curse. However, it appears that those with resolute wills can resist this spell solely through their determination. Its efficacy remains uncertain. The wand's tip glimmered momentarily before the light dissipated into the crown. No dark mist emerged, nor did any liquid seep forth. The soul concealed within the Horcrux remained undisturbed. This spell, devoid of any torturous attributes, merely compelled the will, forcing it to comply with the caster's desires. The potency of the soul extraction curse hinges upon the caster's magical prowess. Dumbledore remarked softly, possessing a familiarity with unforgivable curses, though he seldom employed them. Given his own formidable magical abilities, he found little need for such spells. Tom, in my experience, is one of the most gifted wizards I have encountered, exhibiting extraordinary talent in the realms of dark magic and magical power, surpassing that of ordinary wizards. Even within the confines of the Horcrux, where only fragments of his soul reside, he retains significant magical energy. A wizard's magical capacity increases over time, continuing until the age of 17, which is why this age is regarded as the threshold of adulthood in the magical community. Thus, one might conclude that my magical power is presently insufficient, correct? In truth, you are already quite exceptional, Dumbledore countered, shaking his head. Even the Cruciatus Curse cannot be wielded without adequate magical energy. The principal distinction between unforgivable curses and other spells lies in their origins in profound curse magic, rendering them more primal and, consequently, more potent, yet simultaneously demanding greater magical reserves from the wizard. However, I do not perceive a significant depletion of magical energy. Ezio found himself puzzled. Although this world is imbued with magic, he felt no awareness of a mana bar, even during intensive magical practice. He had never encountered a situation where a lack of energy prevented spellcasting. This is because magical energy flows into your body ceaselessly, replenishing what has been expended. Yet, if your magical capacity is inadequate, certain spells may fail to achieve their full potential. Dumbledore elucidated to Ezio that the concentration of magical energy varies across the globe. Areas where wizards and magical creatures congregate are often rich in magic, with Hogwarts being a prime example. Therefore, within the confines of the school, one does not experience a depletion of magical energy. This implies that it is only in regions devoid of magic that a wizard's spellcasting may be constrained, correct? However, such barren locales are scarce. Magic permeates every corner of the world, and it is a fallacy to believe any place exists entirely devoid of it. Only large alchemical arrays and devices are influenced by the environmental concentration of magic, while wizards are generally oblivious to any significant differences. Professor Dumbledore, would you care to attempt it? Perhaps your formidable magical prowess could extract some clues from this Horcrux. No one knows better than Voldemort himself where the Horcruxes are concealed. I believe that would be an arduous task, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head slightly. He was not an ordinary wizard unfamiliar with the soul-snatching curse. In fact, he was more adept at such spells than most. The Horcrux represented Voldemort's most closely guarded secret. His obsession with immortality fueled his deepest emotions. And the soul-snatching curse is one that can be resisted through sheer will. While I may possess greater magical power than a fragment of Tom's soul, that does not guarantee my ability to subdue his will and compel him to divulge his most profound secret. Yet, it is not without merit to try. In stark contrast to Ezio's earlier calmness, the moment Dumbledore gently tapped his wand, a dark mist, embodying Voldemort's soul, began to seep forth, quivering incessantly. The formidable magical energy emanating from the white wizard immediately subdued it, as the soul-snatching curse seized control over this fragment of soul, compelling it to reveal its innermost guarded secrets. However, as Dumbledore previously stated, the soul-snatching curse is one that can be resisted by willpower. One might argue that Voldemort possesses a narrow worldview, akin to a village-level terrorist, a deranged individual. Yet, it cannot be said that he is lacking in skill or ambition. His aptitude for dark magic is undoubtedly among the finest on a global scale. The curse that left Dumbledore severely wounded in the original narrative was one that Snape could only temporarily mitigate with potions, cast by Voldemort when he was but 15 or 16, demonstrating his extraordinary talent for dark magic, particularly in the field of curses. Ezio did not believe he could surpass Voldemort in that regard. Moreover, having resolved to pursue immortality shortly after entering the magical realm, dedicating his life to that singular aspiration, there should be no doubt regarding his resolve in this matter. Dumbledore shook his head gently, his expression serene. He was not surprised by this outcome. It seems we are left with but one final test. Since we cannot extract the necessary information from the Horcrux, our last resort is its destruction. As Ezio prepared to cast the final killing curse, Dumbledore's expression grew markedly grave. He felt an instinctive urge to dissuade Ezio from completing the ultimate test. A premonition whispered to him that this was not a venture to be taken lightly. The murderous intent and indifference to life that Ezio had previously displayed stirred something deep within him, an unprecedented purity that transformed what should have been deemed as malevolent into an unsettling yet compelling allure. One that evoked no revulsion, yet inspired a profound desire to keep one's distance. It was akin to a sacred sacrificial rite, where warm blood was offered in the blinding brilliance of immaculate light, imbued with an eerie sanctity. He had never experienced such a bizarre contradiction in anyone or any creature before. Perhaps, as Ezio had suggested, it was an intrinsic quality he possessed, a natural mastery over the awe-inspiring force of death. This curiosity compelled Dumbledore to refrain from uttering any words of caution. He stood silently to the side, awaiting Ezio's actions. Ezio's lips quivered as he murmured the incantation of Avada Kedavra, yet he did not fully articulate the spell. This hesitation was not born of doubt. Rather, it stemmed from a unique sensation he had felt during his inaugural use of the killing curse, a sense of endearment. As if the spell were an extension of his very being. Just as Harry had achieved mastery over the disarming charm, Ezio too had honed his expertise in the killing curse. A vivid green light coalesced at the tip of his wand, transforming into a dark emerald crystal, the manifestation of the curse solidifying, akin to living scales enveloping the wand crafted from elder wood and phoenix feathers. The power of death seeped forth, as if it had caught a whiff of an intoxicating aroma, greedily seeking to claim something. This unexpected occurrence was a first for Ezio. Yet his instincts assured him that this portent of death would not harm him. It resembled a young puppy, affectionately yearning for its master's attention and craving a delectable treat. Ah, so this is what you desire, Ezio suddenly chuckled. He understood that many spells required emotional energy to fuel them, such as the Patronus charm. And the killing curse similarly demanded an unwavering resolve to take a life, coupled with an inherent thirst for violence. If this is what you seek, then so be it. In that fleeting moment, Dumbledore felt a chill race up his spine, and as he raised his hand, he was too late to utter a word. From Ezio, a phantasmagoria erupted, filling his entire field of vision. Beneath his feet lay a river of crimson blood, viscous and flowing languidly, the chilling warmth enveloping his ankles, climbing up his calves, and creeping along his body. The cold of death intertwined with the warmth of life in that instant. He looked up to behold an awe-inspiring pyramid forged from countless pure, unblemished bones, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of corpses amassed into a breathtaking spectacle. This astonishing yet terrifying purity of death seemed to ensnare the human gaze, beckoning souls to ascend from their corporeal shells, soaring towards the highest heights. The very pinnacle of existence. At the pinnacle of a staircase paved with bones, an imposing throne loomed, occupied by a shadowy figure whose features remained obscured. In the backdrop of the sky, countless vengeful spirits writhed, intertwining and coalescing into an expansive realm that stretched infinitely above. A vibrant green light, alive with exuberance, danced in celebration, only to be overshadowed by an insatiable devourer that transformed the celestial expanse into a domain of death, until the sky unveiled its cerulean hue, casting down pure, immaculate white light. This sacred radiance illuminated a seemingly endless river of blood, bestowing upon the bone-forged spectacle a touch of pure, divine crimson. Dumbledore staggered backward until his back met the towering cabinet. In that fleeting moment, the phantasm vanished, leaving him to ponder whether he had merely experienced a vivid nightmare had it not been for the overwhelming realism of the scene. "What is the matter, Professor Dumbledore?" queried Ezio, casting a curious glance in his direction. With no blinding green light in sight, Ezio, whose wand had absorbed a layer of profound emerald, gently tapped the Ravenclaw diadem with the tip of his wand. In an instant, a dark mist erupted, coalescing into the form of Voldemort, which then shattered into countless fragments, disappearing entirely. There were no wails or screams. His soul's shards met their silent demise. Chapter 39. The Boy Who Almost Met His Doom. Elegance. This singular word echoed in Dumbledore's mind upon witnessing Ezio wield the killing curse. There was no hysteria or madness. Instead, an absolute tranquility prevailed. As if elegant death were an art form, a breathtaking beauty deserving of pause and admiration. Yet, alongside this admiration, a deep unease stirred within Dumbledore. Ezio's extraordinary mastery of the lethal spell, coupled with the vividness of the hallucinations, spoke of a chilling truth lurking behind the beauty, a cold death that none wished to confront, a power fraught with peril. In a daze, he felt as though Hogwarts were shrouded in a cloud of death, having birthed an unprecedented monstrosity. The sole comfort lay in the realization that Ezio's current demeanor was under control. He adhered to rules, as long as they did not impede his desires. Ezio's objectives were unequivocal, with all transgressions grounded in an overall beneficial premise, perfectly embodying a Slytherin's relentless pursuit of ultimate victory, aligned with the principles of lawful evil. However, Dumbledore could not ascertain the credibility of Ezio's commitment to his words, given the present circumstances. As long as he refrained from obliterating this remarkably gifted, yet equally terrifying child, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. Were Grindelwald to face an unknown risk such as that posed by Ezio, he would undoubtedly seek to coalesce, striving to align him on the same battlefield and ideally instill his own ideology within him, endeavoring to transform him into a loyal confidant. Should such attempts fail, Grindelwald would not hesitate to obliterate him, erasing his existence entirely before he could ascend to a position of genuine threat. In contrast, Dumbledore is markedly different from Grindelwald. He is not an exceptional leader, lacking fervor for the manipulation of others or the pursuit of power. He does not subscribe to the notion of destruction when faced with potential loss or eliminate threats with ruthless decisiveness. For instance, he had long perceived Tom Riddle's avarice, his selfish indifference, and was acutely aware of his extraordinary magical talent, not to mention his dubious ability to speak Parseltongue. Dumbledore also understood that the orchestrator of the Chamber of Secrets murders was indeed Tom Riddle, not Hagrid. Yet he allowed Voldemort's growth to unfold. His refusal to permit Tom to teach at Hogwarts was his solitary act of defiance, motivated by the understanding that Tom's presence would encroach upon his interests and bring forth complications. Dumbledore's passive approach, his failure to intervene, reveals a fundamental weakness that precludes him from becoming a great leader. Perhaps, deep within, Dumbledore is primarily concerned with his own interests, along with a few sporadic matters of significance to him. Each individual harbors an inherently selfish side, a universal truth that cannot be circumvented. Were it otherwise, the term saint would not exist in our lexicon. Might the current Ezio pose a disadvantage to him? There could be complications, as he has indeed stirred matters within Slytherin. Yet, On the whole, Ezio's actions are beneficial to the broader environment. While he strives for his own needs, he simultaneously enables others to reap rewards, transforming the essence of Slytherin and altering the perceptions held by the other three houses. Witnessing Slytherin's proactive endeavors, students from the other houses have quietly begun to engage as well. Should this positive momentum persist, Hogwarts may achieve even greater accomplishments in the future, solidifying its position as the preeminent institution among Europe's trio of schools. Those who have been cast aside, the sacrificial figures, are, in essence, mere burdens to contemporary Hogwarts. Elimination and competition, these are timeless laws of existence. Should one proceed? Dumbledore pondered silently, soon arriving at a resolution. Given that circumstances are progressing favorably, maintaining such stability upon perceiving adverse developments seems prudent. Among all the students, the sole individual Dumbledore truly cares for is Harry, who, under Snape's tutelage, is advancing towards the direction Dumbledore wishes. He must concede that Ezio's guidance of Harry into Slytherin, fostering a cordial rapport with Snape, has been immensely beneficial, particularly since Dumbledore initially doubted Snape would treat Harry with kindness. Now that the matter of the Horcruxes is resolved, I shall take my leave, Professor Dumbledore. Ezio spoke softly, acknowledging that although his visit did not yield everything he desired, he still garnered a commendable amount of rewards, even some delightful surprises. Not one to be greedy, Ezio knew when to accept his fortune. Please wait a moment, Dumbledore interjected, gesturing for Ezio to remain seated a while longer. Would you care for a cup of tea? Or perhaps another beverage? Just warm water, please, Ezio replied amiably, taking a seat opposite Dumbledore. The venerable wizard poured water and a strangely sweet concoction from a kettle, his azure eyes shimmering with contemplative light beyond his crescent-shaped spectacles. After a brief pause, Dumbledore spoke. There is something I believe I should inform you of in advance. To preclude any unforeseen circumstances, Dumbledore deemed it necessary to enlighten this exceptionally mature child, whose wisdom far surpassed his years. Since you have discovered and destroyed the Horcrux, there is a matter you ought to be aware of. Is it regarding Voldemort? Ezio inquired, unsurprised. Indeed, it pertains to Voldemort, Dumbledore affirmed with a nod. He has not perished. For the past decade, he has existed in a weakened, spectral state within the forests of Albania. Following his disappearance, I conducted some inquiries, as I never truly believed he could be so easily vanquished. My investigations led to certain revelations. 6 months ago, an unfortunate child ventured into the Albanian woods to explore the legends of monsters that resided there. That individual was Professor Quirrell, a remarkably talented youth whom I intended to appoint as the defense against the dark arts professor, not out of negligence towards my students, but because he possesses the capability to fulfill that role. He fortuitously uncovered the truth behind the monster legends, yet tragically encountered Voldemort in his spectral form. He was tempted, perhaps influenced by his insatiable thirst for knowledge. Ravenclaw students often possess an innate curiosity for the unknown. Regardless, he made a grave error, and Voldemort managed to possess him. The splintering of Voldemort's soul has likely severely impacted his psyche. Ezio found himself somewhat speechless, though it was within the realm of his expectations. Indeed, this is precisely why Horcruxes are categorized as profoundly malevolent. The immense benefits they offer are invariably accompanied by a far graver cost. Historically, no wizard who has crafted a Horcrux has achieved the immortality it promises. Rather, they have led shorter lives than the average sorcerer. Dumbledore expressed this sentiment with a hint of melancholy, reflecting on how Voldemort's relentless pursuit of immortality appeared to lead him far along a path, yet in truth, he was barreling towards his own demise. Thus, Harry must learn to confront Voldemort. There may indeed exist such a thing as fate and destiny, and their fates have been intertwined since a decade past, an undeniable truth. The items in the corridor on the 4th floor are trials I have prepared for Harry. I will allow him to explore that place at an appropriate moment, and I suspect he may invite you to join him. Voldemort cannot perish. At least not at this time. Otherwise, his resurrection would commence within Harry. The sequence of the Horcruxes' revival is determined by the order of their creation, and should Voldemort revive within Harry, it would inevitably lead to Harry's demise. Refrain from employing the killing curse. Quirrell can be eliminated. Yet we must ensure Harry witnesses Voldemort's existence before allowing him to escape Hogwarts. As a reward, and in recognition of your assistance in destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes, I shall write to Nicholas Flamel after the ordeal, requesting that he bestow upon you the Philosopher's Stone. However, do not harbor excessive expectations regarding the stone. Nicholas can no longer create a second one, and the magic of this particular stone has nearly dwindled after centuries of use. It cannot even produce a single dose of the elixir of life. Though its residual power is scant, it remains a singular treasure in the world, and I believe it shall offer you some profound insights. I appreciate your generosity. Aegeus found this development somewhat surprising, yet he understood. The Philosopher's Stone is indeed precious. But as Dumbledore remarked, its value has been drastically diminished in the present day. While it is a treasure, its applications are exceedingly limited. Therefore, I assure you that within my capabilities, I will assist Harry in growing, granting him the courage and strength to confront Voldemort. However, I cannot guarantee that Harry possesses the strength to vanquish the Dark Lord. After all, Voldemort is formidable. I hope you can keep these matters confidential from Harry for the time being, as some experiences must be personally endured for true understanding. Aegeus nodded and subsequently took his leave from Dumbledore. A new contract task has been triggered. Observer, do not overly intervene in Dumbledore's trials prepared for Harry. Difficulty. Task hint, you actually need not do anything. Task reward, special smoke bomb X3. Aegeus smirked. He had accumulated countless smoke bombs over time. Yet this was preferable to receiving an extended duration for using the trial space. After unlocking the Ares battle cry through 1,000,000 kills, he saw no need to linger there any longer. As he contemplated, Aegeus headed towards the common room. He and Dumbledore shared a mutual interest in having Harry confront Voldemort. Aegeus also needed to eliminate Voldemort to complete his singular task, although he would not refuse the opportunity to personally kill Harry and destroy the last Horcrux. Avoiding Dumbledore's vengeful pursuit was undoubtedly advantageous. After all, they shared a bond as roommates, a semblance of camaraderie. Aegeus shook his head, deciding that with the second option available, he would forego the first. Meanwhile, Harry, who was assisting in Snape's office, suddenly shivered, as if some ominous portent of death had momentarily receded from his presence. Have the dried mandrake slices been prepared, Harry? Snape's voice emerged from the side of the workbench. Almost there, Harry quickly replied, confirming the quantities of the materials before handing them over to Snape. Wizards have no need for those muggle contraptions, Snape muttered under his breath, fiddling with a rudimentary alchemical apparatus that he had mostly crafted himself. Next, we shall turn the dried mandrake slices into powder, dissolve it in the potion, and then extract its active components. Harry, ensure you keep meticulous records. The properties of mandrake are exceedingly complex, and we must isolate them one by one. No problem. Professor Snape, I am prepared. The precision of wizards is beyond the imagination of muggles. Can they perfectly isolate every property of the ingredients? Certainly not. What does that muggle brat understand? Snape, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, left Harry somewhat speechless, reflecting on how narrow-minded Snape could be. Lately, he had been hearing Snape grumble about Ezio, but that was of little concern to him. All he cared about was rapidly learning more about potion making. Chapter 40. The deal with Snape is sealed. A piece of good news suddenly spread throughout Hogwarts. This was a piece of news that greatly benefited nearly all the students at the school. Their potions class, under the notorious Professor Severus Snape, had experienced a miraculous alleviation of pressure and workload. That revolutionary statement, "Are you planning to teach me this rubbish in the future?" was like a whip cracking down on the Slytherin rabble, causing Snape to grimace, yet compelling him to embrace the progress of the present day. However, apart from the witnesses, most took this as a jest, well aware of Ezio's prowess and the current inclination of Slytherin under his leadership. Throughout the past 2 months since the term began, Hogwarts students had witnessed numerous ambushes and duels involving him, and without exception, no one could withstand even 3 seconds, whether an ambush or direct confrontation. The unfortunate duelists found their wands sent flying, crashing to the ground, while those attempting ambushes often ended up dangling in some forgotten corner, becoming playthings for Peeves, who would torment them for hours. Ezio and Peeves were good friends who had never met, their synergy remarkable, leading to benefits for the other Slytherins as well. They were seldom tormented by Peeves, as Ezio would occasionally offer tributes for his amusement. The cheerful Peeves adored those toys delivered to him. Regardless, the changes Snape had brought to the potions class provided great relief to many young wizards. Over the 2 months, Snape had guided Harry in mastering the precision of potion making that had previously been lacking. He established a new standard for potions, analyzing the medicinal components of hundreds of potion ingredients and identifying the essential materials and substances required for foundational potion formulas, thereby forming 2 new systems of potion making. The first potion system is suitable for any beginner learning the art of potion making. Through the precise quantification of material proportions, a range of ingredient quantities for a specific potion has been established during the brewing process. As long as the brewer adheres to the prescribed steps and successfully completes the fundamental and essential step of magical harmonization, they can produce a potion that, while not optimal in effect, is undeniably effective and qualifies as a competent elixir. Conversely, the second potion system is exclusively designed for advanced practitioners with notable aptitude in potion making. The separation of various components from magical ingredients by Snape has led to a fundamental transformation in potion composition. By satisfying the primary ingredient requirements for the potion, one can blend these active substances to concoct potions with specific effects. This significantly enhances the versatility of potions, allowing wizards to customize their brews without altering the core effects. In scenarios where the effects do not conflict, potion masters can create composite potions that embody 2 or more effects. For instance, A potion that restores vitality and invigorates the spirit, combined with a quick healing elixir for physical wounds, can coexist without any adverse interaction. Such a composite potion would be equivalent in efficacy to a grand red vial that, when consumed, could revive even the gravely injured to dance upon their graves. If all proceeds as anticipated, Snape's reputation will spread widely across the globe. He has shattered the traditional boundaries of potion making, lowering the barriers to entry while simultaneously elevating the discipline's potential. The emergence of the second potion system is poised to trigger a remarkable explosion of innovation, leading to the rapid creation of various novel potions. Indeed, Snape, filled with satisfaction, finds his spirits uplifted upon his return, even experiencing a slight reduction in animosity toward Ezio. On one hand, Harry serves as a mediator. On the other, Ezio's presence in Slytherin has proven beneficial, a fact Snape begrudgingly acknowledges. Though he is a possessive individual, he recognizes the reality of their shared interests. Snape has reaped his rewards, gaining fame and prestige, as well as Harry's newfound favor, something he had not previously anticipated. "This is what you sought," he intones, his voice still somewhat frosty, yet lacking the previous disdain, now replaced by a veneer of indifference. He does not fervently crave accolades, yet he does not reject the honor that may come his way. He places two small packages upon the table, one containing advanced potion formulas and notes on high-level potion making that cannot be found on the market, and the other comprising genuine top-tier potion products that Ezio will require many years of study to attempt brewing, both exceedingly rare and costly. "Thank you for your generosity, Professor Snape. It appears our collaboration has been quite fruitful." Ezio nodded with a smile, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for all that you have done for Hogwarts and for us. He congratulated you on finally being able to escape the suffocating antics of those foolish imbeciles. At least in the classroom, you could liberate your eyes and be spared from witnessing their abysmal failures. With a dismissive scoff, Snape remarked, "You overestimate the capabilities of those fools. They are destined to remain a mess." Indeed, some individuals have an alarmingly low threshold, but such imbeciles should become increasingly rare in future Slytherin cohorts. The atmosphere within the house is evolving, and perhaps by next year, those worthless simpletons will vanish from our sight. Are you suggesting that those dolts should have an intimate encounter with the toilet? Snape was well aware of Ezio's antics within Slytherin. Let the frigid toilet water immerse their withered minds. I believe it would elevate their capacity for thought. After all, a walnut must be soaked to expand, mustn't it? Ezio dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, asserting that those individuals were not worthy of their concern. Slytherin does not require them. If you believe this will complicate your situation, then place all the blame on me. I am indifferent to their so-called vengeance. I merely hope they can withstand my discontent. Ezio harbored a desire to gauge his current prowess, contemplating whether to test his mettle against certain oblivious individuals. Having established a temporary alliance with Dumbledore, he possessed a measure of security that he lacked upon first entering the magical realm. Before vanquishing Voldemort, Dumbledore needed him, for he could offer assistance beyond even Dumbledore's imagination. As long as Voldemort remained a threat, he would be sheltered by Dumbledore. "Your arrogance amuses me," Snape sneered. "Do you truly believe you can withstand the retaliation of those wizarding families?" Magic, with its enigmatic and wondrous nature, possessed a power that astounded him. Before turning to leave, Ezio smiled at Snape, but individuals are not so easily managed. Ultimately, magic requires a wielder. It is not omnipotent. It cannot transform fools into sages. Just as certain simpletons cannot master potion making regardless of how simplified you make the process. However, I assure you, even if circumstances take a turn for the worse, I shall not be ensnared. As Ezio exited, Snape's gaze darkened slightly. He had a foreboding sense that those fools were destined for annihilation. He recognized within Ezio a chilling indifference towards life itself. Instinctively, Snape touched his neck. When that broken spear had hovered near, he had been closest to death. Bringing him to Hogwarts was perhaps the most foolish decision you ever made. Dumbledore, Snape muttered softly to himself, narrowing his eyes. But what does it matter to me? A cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Snape was no altruistic meddler. The fate of those individuals held no significance for him. Whether they lived or died was of no concern. The ideal scenario would be for both sides to perish completely. Chapter 41, The Halloween Caper. The castle was suffused with the enticing aroma of roasted pumpkins, cultivated by Hagrid, whose colossal pumpkins could easily serve as the chassis of a pumpkin carriage. Enchanted by magic, these floating gourds would suddenly startle passers-by with a loud boo, draped in ghostly cloaks, cackling as they ascended into the air, only to surprise others in a different locale. As the banquet reached its midway point, the grand doors of the dining hall burst open, revealing a disheveled figure. Quirrell, swathed in a large scarf, stumbled into the dining area. Today, 2 months later, Quirrell's reputation at Hogwarts had plummeted. The self-study group organized by Ezio had successfully filtered out the majority of participants last month, leaving fewer than 10. Hermione, initially reluctant, had heeded Harry's advice to join after enduring several dismal lessons in defense against the dark arts. At least here, there was practical magic to be learned, far surpassing what Quirrell had to offer. As the students pondered the reason for Quirrell's disarray, he fearfully raised his head, gasping for breath as he staggered to Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily against the table. "A troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know," he gasped before collapsing onto the floor, unconscious. Witnessing Quirrell's over-the-top performance, Dumbledore maintained a calm demeanor, while chaos erupted in the dining hall. Young wizards screamed and chattered, their cacophony nearly shaking the ceiling. In contrast, the Slytherin table remained relatively composed. Ezio continued to leisurely enjoy his meal. Upon noticing the commotion, the Slytherin students seemed to gain a sense of solidarity, settling down. The earlier disorder was minimal, primarily consisting of first, second, and third-year students who were least inclined to offend Ezio. After finishing his last bite of steak, Ezio drew his wand and pointed it at the ceiling. The bats that had been flitting above suddenly dove towards the dining table, transforming into countless ghastly apparitions. In that instant, the frightened young wizards emitted piercing screams, but the turmoil in the hall promptly ceased. "Scaring your classmates is hardly commendable, Ezio," Dumbledore interjected at the opportune moment. The earlier noise had made it difficult for him to speak, but now, seizing the brief silence, his voice resonated through the room. Ezio set down his cutlery, rising and casting a dispassionate, somewhat irksome gaze across the table, as if surveying a troll. "They have disturbed my ears. A mere troll has frightened this group of fools, and they should feel a sense of shame. I believe this stems from their failure to grasp the fundamental knowledge and abilities requisite of a wizard. The professors have indeed been excessively lenient. I wish they would assign more homework to fill the vacuous minds of these foolish imbeciles, lest they once again rattle their empty heads, producing that cacophonous noise. My suggestion is to double the assignments. What if a troll were to invade the dining hall? How could hundreds of wizards fail to handle a single foul-smelling brute? Do you believe the professors are of the same caliber as Quirrell?" The students appeared pale, and the professors did not seem much better, particularly Professor McGonagall, the head of the school, along with Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, head of herbology. The three of them wore expressions of dismay, realizing their students were sorely lacking in fundamental knowledge. Only Snape sat calmly, though it was evident that he was in a rather good mood. Some students emitted dry heaves, having already conjured the horrific image in their minds. In this buoyant atmosphere, Snape's wicked sense of humor surfaced. Despite the troll's dirtiness and stupidity, it possessed value as an ingredient for potions. He subtly nodded, rendering a verdict akin to a death sentence for the students present. Low wails of despair echoed from the dining hall, as they anticipated the dreadful increase in their coursework for the following week. "Ezio, where are you headed?" Harry, who had also sneaked over, wiped his mouth. He had nearly finished eating and was curious to see what was afoot. "I am preparing the teaching materials for Professor Snape for next week. Phantom Assassin, execute a frontal assassination while being seen but undetected, targeting humanoid or humanoid-like beings. This milestone is somewhat troublesome to unlock, yet not insurmountable. In the trial space, Ezio could easily accomplish it. He would simply select a target on the street, pass by as a mere bystander, and dispatch them with a swift strike. However, within Hogwarts, the task is more complicated, as he cannot lay a hand on students or professors. This milestone requires a frontal assassination while being seen yet unnoticed, meaning Ezio could be overlooked. But he must be within the target's line of sight before striking, without the target sensing any malice or threat beforehand. Trolls, being rather dim-witted, are humanoid creatures that easily meet the prerequisites for such an assassination. Their feeble minds cannot process much, making them far simpler to deceive than other quarry. "Do you intend to tackle the troll alone? Is that truly difficult?" Ezio retorted. "It seems somewhat challenging." Harry scratched his head. "The troll's skin can resist many spells. While it may not be as formidable as a giant, an ordinary wizard would find it quite a challenge. Then we shall forego magic. The troll's head is a weakness, not merely in terms of intelligence, but also physically. Their heads are quite fragile. A heavy blow will render them unconscious, and striking their heads proves far more effective than attacking their sturdy bodies." As they spoke, they arrived at the underground area of Hogwarts. Ezio held his wand flat in his palm, its tip slightly quivering, pointing towards a particular direction. The guiding spell is a rather metaphysical form of magic, predominantly utilized for navigating labyrinths or intricate terrains. It possesses the remarkable ability to assist wizards in locating their desired targets, even when their understanding of these objectives remains somewhat nebulous. This constitutes an aspect of magic that currently eludes scientific explanation, residing in the realm of the mysterious. "Do you smell that?" Ezio halted, glancing sidelong at Harry. "It's more repugnant than a pair of socks that haven't been washed for 3 months. Marinating in a cesspool." Harry waved his hand in front of his nose, grimacing as he spoke. "So, when dealing with a troll, you must hold your breath, or employ a smell-repelling charm." Ezio donned his hood, tapping the tip of his wand against his head. A chill swiftly enveloped him. rendering his form translucent as the disillusionment charm took effect. The troll was just around the corner, approaching rapidly. It's the disillusionment charm. Though it seems less effective than an invisibility cloak, Harry pondered, comparing Ezio's semi-transparent figure to his own cloak. Of course, even the cheapest. Low-quality invisibility cloak can cost thousands of galleons, while the disillusionment charm is free. Your cloak is worth at least 100,000 galleons. There's only one in existence. Is it really that valuable? Harry mused, momentarily astonished. However, given the vast wealth he inherited, his surprise was fleeting. But with the disillusionment charm, I'll manage just fine. Ezio fell silent, lowering himself into a stealthy posture. The milestone he had previously unlocked, Phantom Stealth, allowed him to enter a scientifically unexplainable yet magical state of optical invisibility. He needed no assistance from the disillusionment charm to significantly diminish his presence and blend seamlessly with his surroundings. With the added enhancement of the disillusionment charm, his stealth was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, even without the cover of bushes or grass. It was as if he had vanished entirely. Harry rubbed his eyes, unable to discern Ezio's whereabouts. As the heavy footsteps grew increasingly audible, the troll rounded the corner, dragging a crude club fashioned from a log. It ambled aimlessly, driven by instinct that this direction held the promise of food, yet the empty corridor revealed nothing. Ezio stood within its line of sight, yet remained unseen. Ezio advanced silently, gripping the hilt of a broken spear. When he was merely 3 meters from the troll, he suddenly sprang forth, leaping directly in front of it. The glinting edge of the spear flashed momentarily, and the troll froze, its potato-sized head silently tumbling to the ground. The robust heart momentarily failed to register the shock. Blood surged forth from the smooth incision at its neck, creating a small fountain of crimson. At this moment, Ezio's form materialized once more. Milestone, Phantom Assassin, completed. Phantom Assassin, you can forcibly conceal yourself in the heat of battle, completely eluding the target's perception and sight for 1 second. The uses of this forced concealment will restore after disengagement from combat. The whirlwind swept clean. Chapter 42. If you call Snape father, you shall be the new king of Slytherin. As November approached, the weather at Hogwarts turned abruptly frigid. Autumn barely made its presence felt. As if the summer's end had slipped away unnoticed, ushering in the winter that would soon bear snowflakes. The days grew increasingly arduous for the students of Hogwarts. The library experienced an unprecedented influx of visitors, much to the ire of Madame Pants, who found herself frequently dealing with those loud individuals who disregarded the library's decorum. Her temperament soured to such an extent that even Ezio, a child she once regarded as quiet, sensible, and filled with a reverence and thirst for knowledge, seemed less endearing. However, Ezio, the instigator, remained unfazed, particularly when he single-handedly toppled several 7th-year students, burdened by their overwhelming coursework, in the corridor outside the library. Those harboring grievances against him were compelled to abandon their thoughts of ambushing him. As for Ezio, he rationalized his actions as mere self-defense, attributing the subsequent chaos to Peeves' meddling, which allowed him to extricate himself from the situation with minimal repercussions, receiving only a token deduction of 5 points from Snape. The notorious reputation of Slytherin persisted. Yet this label did not extend to other Slytherin students. Instead, it gradually became synonymous with Ezio himself. Generally, he avoided trouble, but once entangled, the outcomes invariably unfolded in the most unfavorable manner for others, while he emerged largely unscathed. However, the library incident soon faded from memory, as the onset of November heralded the commencement of a new Quidditch season. After several weeks of rigorous training, the newly recruited members from each team were ready to take the field. Harry exhibited an immense enthusiasm for Quidditch, showcasing exceptional prowess during flying lessons. Madame Hooch, known for her stringent standards, praised him effusively, confidently asserting that by his 2nd year, Harry would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of the Slytherin team. The sole dissenter in this regard appeared to be Snape, whose irritation stemmed from Harry's remarkable talent on the broom, perhaps evoking memories of the exceptionally gifted James Potter. It was likely that on some night, Snape dreamt a fantastical dream where Harry was actually a female counterpart, and he awoke smiling the next morning. Ezio, will you attend the Quidditch match? Today, Slytherin faces Gryffindor, and I feel it will be exhilarating. Harry exclaimed eagerly, clutching a copy of The Wonderful World of Quidditch. Next year, I will certainly procure the latest and most magnificent broom. I can hardly contain my excitement to soar into the skies. Well, you could always ride Buckbeak, came the reply. Ezio remained engrossed in the potions notebook in his hands, a collection of notes from Severus Snape. He had perused it no less than 3 times. Yet he still struggled to fully grasp Snape's brilliant thought process, so unorthodox, so innovative, and exceedingly challenging, yet undeniably captivating. The sensation was unparalleled. Harry had ridden Buckbeak several times. To be candid, not even the latest model, the Firebolt 2000, could keep pace with Buckbeak's speed. While the Hippogriff was somewhat lacking in maneuverability, Its acceleration and top speed far surpassed that of any flying broom, which maxed out at a mere 160 kilometers per hour. It was a feeling of liberation. When mounted on the broom, it felt as though he were embracing the sky. Harry gestured dramatically. If you truly wish to ride, I can lend you one of my brooms, for I bought two. One is a spare just in case. Ezio, who was not short on funds, always purchased essentials in pairs. Much like acquiring wands, he preferred to be well prepared. Isn't it forbidden for first-year students to bring brooms? I shall be skipping a year next year. Why mention this? Ezio lifted his eyelids slightly. He had already discussed with the professors his intention to bypass the second year and proceed directly to the fourth. His practical skills were substantially refined, yet he still needed to hone his theoretical foundation. Once he completed the fourth-grade curriculum and solidified his theoretical understanding, he would be ready to undertake the ordinary wizarding level examinations in the fifth year. Then we won't be able to share a dormitory? Harry inquired. A hint of surprise mixed with envy in his tone. He found it impossible to match Ezio's extraordinary efficiency in studying, partly due to his less adept intellect, and partly because he could not endure Ezio's grueling 20-hour study days, which surpassed even that of a hermit. The dormitory remains unchanged, but the classrooms will. Ezio meticulously set aside his notes. Would you like the broom? Harry hesitated, a flicker of desire in his eyes. Perhaps I should wait until next year. I'm not particularly eager to play, especially since Professor Snape seems somewhat disapproving of my intention to join the Quidditch team. Perhaps he wishes to see me remain focused. Who would have thought your relationship with Snape would have improved so much? Have you called him father figure yet? I dare say if you did, he would immediately procure a broom for you and personally usher you onto the Quidditch team, with others heralding your ascension as the new Slytherin king. Harry rolled his eyes. You exaggerate. I'm not a mere child, after all. Indeed, you are an 11-and-a-half-year-old child, Ezio replied dismissively. In truth, Snape's demeanor stems from your father. He was an exceptional Quidditch player, and upon recognizing your talent, he may feel a twinge of discomfort. Should you fail to appease him, do not expect to join the team next term. Really? Harry's expression momentarily faltered. Did I not mention this before? The trophy room should house the Quidditch trophies from back then. Perhaps you should take a look? I assumed your time was solely spent reading or practicing magic. Harry scoffed, remarking that even the most diligent Ravenclaw was not as hard-working as he was. Are you referring to Hermione? She would be furious and likely bite you if she heard that. I never specified who, Harry quickly denied. Ezio chuckled. At least I make a point to visit Hagrid every now and then. I understand the importance of balancing work and leisure without occasional relaxation. One might easily experience hair loss. Then let us go and take a look. Chapter 43, Slytherin Never Knocks. The trophy room at Hogwarts is not a place one frequently wanders, due to its peculiar nature. Mischievous students, when punished, often find themselves tasked with polishing every trophy here without the use of magic. Gradually, students began to regard this room with a sense of reverence. However, it possesses a certain charm, steeped in history. The millennia-long history of Hogwarts is difficult to capture in textbooks, but within these walls, one can glimpse the landscapes that graced Hogwarts centuries, even millennia ago, and the illustrious wizards who emerged from its halls. It was indeed a sagacious decision. Reputation. People are invariably drawn to pursue it. The trophy room was immaculate, likely due to the recent influx of students assigned to clean it. Dust was nearly non-existent. As Harry walked about, he quickly located what he sought, guided by the years inscribed on the trophies. He was a seeker, pointing to a Quidditch trophy. He exclaimed to Ezio, not just one, but 6 Quidditch Cup victories during my time at Hogwarts. How impressive. As it was his father's legacy, Harry felt a swell of pride for his achievements. Do you think I could become a seeker like my dad? Perhaps I could even be a seeker? I am rather agile. Harry possessed a clear understanding of his abilities. Among the various positions in Quidditch, he was best suited for the role of seeker, which demanded agility. Capturing the golden snitch would earn his team 150 points and conclude the match. What are you staring at? Seeing Ezio deep in thought, while gazing at the trophy case, Harry moved closer. Let us see how our dear Voldemort fared during his time at Hogwarts. Ezio pointed to a trophy on display. Tom Riddle, recipient of the Special Contribution Award at Hogwarts. He has also received other accolades, but this one carries the most weight. He was an exceptionally talented wizard with no weaknesses, truly a hexagonal genius. Upon hearing this and observing the trophies before him, Harry fell into a contemplative silence. Do not be disheartened. If Voldemort were not exceptional, how could he have become such a notorious Dark Lord? Although his infamy was confined to England, it was still significant. Perhaps I need to strive a little harder. Harry nodded silently, feeling that he could indeed be more diligent. Everyone has different aptitudes. Emulating me would lead to no fruitful outcome. I can maintain absolute focus for 24 hours, which is a gift. To imitate me would be futile, Harry. Indeed. That is a valid point. Harry retracted his neck, convinced that he lacked Hermione's intellect, as the subject that Hermione had reluctantly chosen to abandon. He felt it would be ill-fated to learn from Ezio, likely leading to his demise along the way. What do you think I need? He pondered. Sensing that merely reading and studying did not yield significant progress, this troubled Harry. It was not that he was unwilling to advance, but rather that progress proved daunting. He had no issue focusing on one or two subjects entirely. Perhaps he was more of a hands-on learner, unlike Hermione, who thrived on theoretical study. At least he had excelled in his self-study of defense against the dark arts, hadn't he? He was already capable of facing two students from his year simultaneously, which was commendable. Maybe, Harry mused, suddenly feeling a surge of confidence. I could incorporate more practical exercises into my routine. I think there's a plan to establish a dueling club at the school. I should consider participating. The Serpent's Tail Dueling Club, one I had Rabaston establish, Ezio remarked. After all, some fools aren't simply dim-witted, they merely struggle with reading. I aim to offer them a glimmer of hope for advancement. For only then will they accept their role as subservients. You speak as if you were a capitalist from the age of exploration, Harry quipped. I've already shown mercy by not whipping them to hasten their pace. Nico has it far worse than they do, Ezio shrugged, acknowledging the reality of their situation. After perusing the items of interest, they prepared to leave the trophy room, but Harry paused at the threshold. Isn't this the place Professor Dumbledore mentioned at the beginning of term? Harry recalled, peering into the depths of the corridor. What? Do you wish to take a look? Ezio had intended to bring Harry here later, but since they were already present, an earlier visit seemed inconsequential. Shall we come back at night? Don the invisibility cloak? Harry suggested, a flicker of excitement in his voice. Why come at night? Ezio countered, puzzled. It's not a forbidden location. We might as well go now. Isn't this a blatant violation of school rules? There's no rule stating that, Ezio replied, pocketing his hands and advancing forward. That's a fair point, Harry reflected, gaining courage and hastily following Ezio. Before long, they reached the end of the corridor, where a locked wooden door stood, appearing rather flimsy. Evident signs of prior visitation were visible, along with a rather unpleasant odor wafting from the vicinity. Was it the scent of urine? Harry could not help but chuckle. Recalling Draco's embarrassing history, though it remained a secret he chose not to share. Perhaps Dumbledore's sense of mischief was as pronounced as ever. As Ezio approached the door, preparing to cast an unlocking charm, he hesitated. A seemingly frail wooden door and a dilapidated, loose lock prompted a nagging feeling that he had overlooked something essential, leading him to rest his chin in contemplation. Perhaps I should burst through the door, he mumbled as he recalled the 3 newly unlocked milestones at Hogwarts, the last of which bore a countdown and displayed this very message. With a flourish of his wand, Ezio intoned, silent and unseen, then lifted his right foot. With a Slytherin flair, the door swung open with a resounding bang. You have unlocked a hidden milestone. Spartans do not knock. Spartans do not knock. You have mastered the legendary Spartan kick. When employed head-on, this powerful strike will leave any creature dazed for 15 seconds. When executed from behind, the target will experience a tremendous force, being propelled 100 meters. If the target is teetering on the edge of a cliff, the distance is doubled. Should you bellow, "This is Sparta," while delivering the kick, its potency will be further amplified. Chapter 44 The Cerberus. Fierce howls. Harry stood astonished, his mouth agape, having never witnessed such a grandiose entrance. It must be said, however, that this surprising approach was undeniably effective, just as the unsuspecting creature named Lu Wei, sensing the presence of individuals outside, prepared to deliver an unexpected surprise upon their entrance. A wooden door came hurtling towards its nose, delivering a harsh kiss. As Hagrid's beloved pet, it was, without a doubt, a fearsome beast, standing at a height of 2.5 meters, with 3 heads the size of water buckets. This creature, known as Cerberus, hailed from Greece. It was a ferocious entity that would invoke shouts of alarm among local wizards. Recognized as the guardian of the underworld in Muggle mythology, boasting an imposing stature and a fierce visage, capable of silencing the cries of children. Though the 3 pairs of canine eyes could easily track the trajectory of the flying door, its movements were severely restricted by a steel chain as thick as a wrist, leaving it helpless to do anything but watch as the cold wood collided with its face. A cacophony of howls erupted. Out of nowhere, the force sent Lu Wei reeling, feeling a sense of injustice. Was it not promised that it would come to this place for endless meat, only needing to sleep and intimidate the small wizards seeking thrills at night? Yet, this was the daytime. Dumbledore had not mentioned that someone would be using a door to strike it. Oh, Harry exclaimed once more, it's enormous. He stepped back a couple of paces, distancing himself from the colossal canine lurking behind the door. However, Ezio, did you truly make it cry? The kind-hearted Harry felt a pang of sympathy for the creature, having heard the painful thuds that echoed moments ago, landing squarely on its face. Is it crying? Ezio glanced up and met the gaze of Lu Wei, directly in the center of its 3 heads. Woof, 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 woof. Upon locking eyes with Ezio, the ferocious Lu Wei bared its teeth and lunged forward like a ravenous hound. This time, genuine ire flickered in its gaze as its large head wedged firmly into the doorframe. Yet, its limits were evident. It could not escape the confines of the doorway. Hagrid had secured it with a leash sturdy enough to restrain a dragon, and though the three-headed beast possessed great strength, Lue was still but a year old and could not break free. As the massive dog barked frantically, spewing saliva in its fervor, Ezio scratched his chin thoughtfully. He rummaged through his bag and produced an unwieldy wooden carpenter's hammer, an implement that most would not carry on their person. The hammer's head was nearly the size of a human skull. Blocked from the outside world by the doorframe, Lue could not see what was transpiring beyond. Its singular desire was to frighten the two intruders away, ensuring they did not disturb its slumber in broad daylight. At that moment, Harry suddenly stepped back, for Ezio had raised the hammer high. With a deep breath, he swung the hammer in a sweeping arc, bringing it down squarely upon Lue's moist nose. In that instant, the cacophony of barking ceased, replaced by a plaintive howl that filled the air with its sorrow. Content with his handiwork, Ezio stowed the hammer away and cast a cleaning spell to rid himself of the drool that had splattered upon him. No need to bark incessantly at every passerby, is there? He remarked, taking on a tone of mock authority as he pointed at Lue. The three heads of Lue exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. Woof! It seemed to ponder whether it recognized him. Ezio, having cleared his ears, recalled that he visited Hagrid's every week, partly to unwind and partly to procure rare magical materials that were scarce in the marketplace. However, he was not there merely for free handouts. He had sent a letter to the Three Broomsticks to order several barrels of Hagrid's favorite whiskey. Hagrid, when under the influence of drink, would speak freely in Ezio's presence. After all, Ezio held a place of trust in Hagrid's heart, having even enlisted Dumbledore's name as a reference to ensure open dialogue. Previously, Hagrid had tried to matchmake you with Yaya, didn't he? I truly couldn't comprehend his reasoning. You were merely 3 months old at the time. It's fortunate that Yaya was a timid creature, otherwise, I feared for its life. Upon hearing these words, Lue began to believe Ezio's earlier claims. Such matters were known only to itself and Hagrid. Yet, one head of Lue snickered derisively. Even if Yaya had possessed the courage, it would have been insufficient to challenge even a single head of his own. Did they truly think that a three-headed dog was merely a creature with 2 extra heads? By the age of 1, Lue had already roamed the forbidden forest with impunity, facing only a select few magical beings that posed any threat. As it matured, it would become the ruler of the forest, its venom potent enough to send even a dragon fleeing in a fit of rage if bitten. With high magical resistance, swift speed, and formidable strength, this creature possesses 3 hearts and 3 lives, accompanied by a mouth filled with corrosive venom. It occupies an ecological niche akin to that of a fire dragon, boasting numerous advantages, save for its inability to fly. Additionally, it can rotate its 3 heads to sleep, maintaining a vigilant presence around the clock, an ultimate guardian dog. Although the difficulty of domestication is exceedingly high, once tamed, it exhibits remarkable obedience. Upon sensing the familiar presence outside, Lue approached with a canine demeanor, cautiously sniffing the scents of Ezio and Harry. Indeed, they had established a considerable rapport with Hagrid. Anyone favored with Hagrid's rock cakes was undoubtedly one of their own. Its long, serpentine tail whipped through the air with a resounding crack, reminiscent of a sonic boom. Woof! Lue lay down, aligning its 3 heads in a row. Raised by Hagrid since childhood, and having endured the affectionate discipline of its fatherly figure, Lue's temperament was notably gentler than that of other 3-headed dogs. Were it not for Lue's intelligence and obedience, Dumbledore would not have entrusted it with the responsibility of guarding this place. He understood that Lue possessed the restraint not to harm the young wizards, merely intimidating them at command. Do you recognize it? Harry asked, astonished, as he regarded Ezio and the tail-wagging giant dog. You were busy riding Buckbeak back then. Hagrid and I spoke of Lue while chatting inside. Lue? Male? Then how does it compare to Yaya? Female, Ezio replied, shaking his head before stepping inside. He affectionately patted Lue's large head, adding, Don't hold your breath for Hagrid's naming skills. They are utterly random. However, female 3-headed dogs tend to be larger and more imposing than their male counterparts. Next time, don't frighten people indiscriminately, got it? Lue, feeling somewhat pampered by Ezio's affection, let out a few soft whines. It had grown a bit bored over the past months. Next time I'll bring you some fresh beef that you adore. I apologize for the earlier bump on your head. Previously fierce, the dog's countenance now radiated gentleness. And upon hearing the promise of a treat, Lue grew even more delighted. The earlier discomfort was negligible compared to Hagrid's affectionate fist. When it was younger, it had dismantled Hagrid's bed while teething and had received a thorough reprimand, resulting in a rather pitiful yelp. Hagrid spent quite a while attempting to repair the bed, ultimately sleeping on the floor and awakening in a rather irritable mood. The enormous canine relished their affectionate gestures, its coat smooth and soft to the touch. After promising to return, Lue wagged its tail obediently as they departed. And we also acquired some of the 3-headed dog's venom, an exceptional find, rare in the market. Chapter 45, The Mirror of Eris. With the excitement of the Quidditch matches, time seemed to gallop by, racing swiftly. Before anyone realized, December had arrived. One particular morning, as people awakened from their slumber, they were pleasantly surprised to find the world outside transformed into a pristine white landscape, blanketed by a night of heavy snowfall. The Black Lake lies beneath a thick layer of ice, where a group of exuberant young wizards frolic upon its frozen surface, only to be startled half to death by the great squid of the Black Lake, who seeks to join in their merriment. The sound of crashing ice sends them scattering in panic, their cries echoing through the air. A sudden craving for grilled squid strikes Ezio as he watches the chaotic scene unfold outside his window. Just as he prepares to leave the library for a stroll to the kitchen, Harry rushes over, breathless, his pockets bulging with a glimmer of silver fabric. However, this does not hinder his attendance in class the following day. After all, Ezio is not his father and is disinclined to concern himself with such matters. After catching his breath, Harry beckons Ezio with a nod. You absolutely must see this. The library, however, is a place of solemnity. And despite it being only 6:50 in the morning, Madame Pants has already begun her day. A voracious reader, her sole purpose in working at Hogwarts is to fulfill her dream of reading every book in the library. Thus she detests any disruption that might impede her literary pursuits. Apologies, I am terribly sorry. Harry quickly turns to apologize, and with a hint of embarrassment, he pulls Ezio along briskly, away from the library's confines. What has you in such a hurry? Ezio inquires nonchalantly, having already surmised part of the situation as they make their way toward the kitchen. The corridors of Hogwarts are eerily devoid of life at this hour. Even the caretaker, Filch, is absent, having patrolled through the night, and surely now in a deep slumber. I was out late last night. I've been practicing magic, specifically dueling, Harry explains. After the establishment of our dueling club, Gryffindor set up their own sessions. And due to some rivalry, we practice combat at night. The Weasley twins discovered a secret room behind the clock on the second floor, where we hold our competitions. But that's of little importance, he dismisses with a wave of his hand. Right this way. Harry quickens his pace, leading Ezio into an abandoned classroom. A common sight at Hogwarts. No one truly knows what lies beyond the doors of Hogwarts. It could be a pile of clutter, a solid wall, or perhaps a hidden bathroom, where a mermaid from the Black Lake hurls a fork at you mid-bath. However, this room possesses a unique quality, not merely due to the scattered furniture, but because of a grand mirror that reaches the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame and supported by clawed feet. At the top of the mirror, a line of small letters is clearly visible. Erisistratu Erithu Bika Fruth Erathon Woris. I'm not entirely sure what this is called, but I believe you may find it useful. Ezio. Harry hesitates momentarily before continuing. Last night, I saw many figures in this mirror, over a dozen. They must be my family, including my mother and father. As they stand before the mirror, Harry takes a deep breath. I cannot say whether it will reveal your family, but I would like you to try. The mirror of Erist. Ezio spoke in a hushed tone, his footsteps steady as he approached the side of the mirror, his hand brushing against the frame. Do you know what this is? Harry inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his voice, though he quickly deemed it unsurprising. Ezio possessed a wealth of knowledge far surpassing that of others, whether in academia or beyond, exuding an unintentional air of erudition. Indeed, it was the mirror of Erist, a magical reflection that reveals one's deepest desires. Countless souls have succumbed to the illusions it casts, fully aware that these visions are unattainable dreams, yet unable to tear their gaze away. I truly need it, Harry, Ezio asserted earnestly, not merely to catch another glimpse of Giovanni's visage, but harboring deeper thoughts and yearnings regarding the mirror. Magic is inherently subjective. It must be reiterated that it is a realm of the mind, a formidable force so wondrous that even the sorcerers wielding it find it difficult to articulate. It seems to encapsulate all that exists, ensnaring everything within its grasp. If Harry were to see his parents, it would hold no particular significance. He had already seen their photographs, thus knew their appearance. However, he had never encountered other ancestors, such as his grandparents. Harry had witnessed many faces, all belonging to family members he had never met. Apart from the magical documentation of it all, Ezio could conceive of no other possibility. This indicated that the mirror of Erist could project images beyond one's comprehension, yet grounded in reality. What he yearned to witness most fervently was not merely a nostalgic glimpse of past joys, but the resolute desire to fulfill his obsession with avenging Giovanni. To confront his foes. Show me, he implored. Reveal to me where Giovanni met his end. Who was responsible for your demise? Who is intertwined with this entire affair? Ezio positioned himself directly before the mirror, exhaling deeply before raising his gaze to meet its surface. It presented a void. Alone, he stood amid the darkness until a figure emerged from the shadows, possessing a mane of brilliant golden hair, distinctly different from Ezio's own, slightly tousled with a natural curl. The serious countenance bore an apologetic smile, reminiscent of a person who had inadvertently burned a steak. I apologize for leaving you without a word, Ezio. The figure did not vocalize but seemed to silently convey this sentiment. Ezio tilted his head slightly, searching for the hand that should have rested upon his shoulder, a long, calloused hand, but found only emptiness. He gazed at the mirror in silence for a moment. "I forgive you," he murmured to the reflection, recognizing that there would be no second chance. Yet, he thought, "I must discover where you lie. At the very least, allow me to dig your grave. Only then can this all be deemed complete, can it not? You truly are an insufferable scoundrel, Giovanni, and I am compelled to witness firsthand how you have squandered your own life." As Giovanni's shadow vanished, darkness enveloped the entirety of the scene. Ezio paused momentarily, pondering whether the mirror of Ariste had malfunctioned. After all, the enchanted mirror could not project images obscured by magic. "Though I appreciate your elucidation, I currently seek something to vent my frustrations." Ezio spoke coldly, and the already cool air in the room grew even chillier. "Anger does not resolve issues, Ezio." Dumbledore approached Harry's side, shaking his head gently. "At least we can ascertain that your father perished in a location associated with magic, be it a relic or an area sealed by enchantments. If his demise were unrelated to magic, you would indeed see the visions you yearn for. But how could a muggle become entangled with magic?" Ezio, his emotions slightly unstable, clenched his teeth and responded. He was indeed an assassin. Yet surely he could not have received assignments from wizards, could he? It is implausible that he stumbled upon remnants of magic and, in a fit of madness, sought to uncover its mysteries. How could such a cursed fate exist in this world? The mirror of Ariste can reveal wizards, correct? Ezio inquired suddenly. Dumbledore remained silent, a foreboding sense of impending doom washing over him. "That mirror, tell me, allow me to see which wizards Giovanni once encountered." Harry felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Dumbledore's grip was unexpectedly strong, causing him discomfort. Yet, moments passed, and Ezio remained motionless before the mirror, seemingly unable to view the images he sought, which allowed Dumbledore to breathe a small sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, Ezio spoke once more. "So, which wizards are connected to Giovanni's place of death? Who among them has ventured there?" In an instant, Dumbledore sensed the ominous shift. It appeared that Ezio had glimpsed the vision he desired within the mirror of Ariste. "Among these individuals, who still lives? Thank you for your Christmas gift, Professor Dumbledore. I truly appreciate it." Ezio turned, offering a slight bow to Dumbledore. Although the mirror of Ariste was intended for Harry, Ezio, as a beneficiary, expressed his gratitude as well. Chapter 46, A Fairy Tale? What did you truly see? Who did you encounter? Dumbledore inquired with a hint of urgency, not out of benevolence or concern for Ezio's quest, but rather because the current situation had begun to slip from his grasp. As an eyewitness to the monstrous entity concealed within Ezio, Dumbledore understood the devastation that could ensue upon its release. Perhaps a new wave of turmoil within the magical realm, rivaling the chaos instigated by Voldemort, was on the horizon. Dumbledore understood the wonders of magic. Thus, he did not doubt that the illusions he had previously witnessed were mere unfounded phantoms. The chilling specter of death likely resided deep within Ezio's heart, an innate magic akin to the myriad talents possessed by other wizards. Ezio calmly spoke, having once again sealed his heart, allowing the assassin's focus to maintain a serene and unwavering control over his mind. If he were to gaze into a mirror at that moment, the reflection would reveal only himself. The mirror of Ariste would transform into an ordinary looking glass. "Will you assist me?" Ezio inquired. Dumbledore regarded Ezio's untroubled gaze and nodded slowly. "I shall. Thank you," Ezio replied. He drew his wand, and a table floated toward them, hovering silently before the trio. Under the influence of the transfiguration spell, it morphed into a tall figure clad in a black wizard's robe, its face shrouded by a hood. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, perhaps even taller, the figure bore black hair and deep gray eyes. The contours of a noble nose and high cheekbones were discernible through the fabric of the mask, but beyond these features, all else was concealed beneath the robe. He was not the only wizard to have ventured to this place. However, the attire of another individual was far too antiquated, belonging to a bygone era. Regrettably, that person had also perished, their death obscured by magic, leaving Ezio unaware of the location of their demise. Ezio felt a twinge of regret. Had he known where this individual had met their end, he might have unearthed some clues through grave digging. The 12 Moons, Professor Dumbledore. Do you truly possess no leads regarding them? Now that the conversation had reached this juncture, Ezio was filled with an intense urgency to uncover all the information available. "I am aware of certain things, but what I know may not provide you with any leads," Dumbledore acknowledged. It was precisely for this reason that he had withheld information from Ezio, perhaps revealing it would only plunge him deeper into confusion and despair. "That is of no consequence. Please, speak," Ezio implored, his gaze fixed intently upon Dumbledore's eyes. "It is but a tale, akin to the fable of the Deathly Hallows. Unfortunately, the story of the 12 Moons is not included in the tales of Beedle the Bard. It is much older, likely known only to those whose ancestors were wizards. I first heard it from my grandmother, a story told to lull me to sleep long ago. Legend has it that upon the moon resided a powerful witch, endowed with extraordinary magic, having lived for thousands of years. People regarded her as the embodiment of the moon, and she was known as the Moon Witch. Yet, one fateful day, the moon vanished, darkness engulfing it, and the moon witch was cast away from her celestial home. She crafted 12 moonstones from pure and flawless magical gems, each possessing immense power and imbued with the blessings of wizards from around the world. Upon the creation of these 12 stones, the moon witch realized her own magic had been entirely depleted. Yet, she yearned to witness the return of the moon, her final desire. Thus, she entrusted the 12 moonstones to 12 wizards. With their assistance, the assembled moonstones unleashed an unprecedented magical force, banishing darkness and shattering the shadows that had consumed the moon, allowing moonlight to once again grace the earth. The moon which passed away, laid to rest upon the highest mountain closest to the moon, while the 12 magical stones were taken by the wizards. However, the tale was merely beginning. Each moonstone harbored formidable powers, unique in their essence. As the moon which had divided her magic among them, they embodied healing and purification, life and destruction, prophecy and insight, concealment and shadow, glory and dominion, frost and stagnation, flame and fury, nature and growth, illusion and confusion, storm and thunder, dreams and spirit, time and eternity. This was the extraordinary magic of the 12 moonstones, and when united, the possessor would wield a power akin to that of the moon witch herself, a force potent enough to obliterate all, including the darkness that had devoured the moon. The wizards who safeguarded the moonstones coveted the entirety of their magic, leading to conflicts and battles. Dumbledore paused in his narration, his gaze steady upon Ezio. And then, Ezio inquired. This fairy tale began beautifully, only to abruptly transform into a tale of combat. Yet, upon reflection, it is quite natural. One cannot merely embellish the narrative to lull children to sleep. Then I fell asleep, Dumbledore shrugged. My grandmother recounted it to soothe me, and she succeeded. Though I heard it several times, I never finished it. However, the conclusion was likely that the 12 moonstones vanished from the world, and the moon was left without the moon witch. Ezio's lips twitched slightly. He was tempted to deliver a punch to Dumbledore's aging visage, tugging at his ear and exclaiming, "Why were you so fond of sleeping back then? Young people shouldn't be sleeping. Once dead, can one not sleep at will? Does the existence of moonstones truly linger in the wizarding realm?" "I do not know," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps they did exist. Or perhaps they are merely a fable, but that must have been long ago. In the present, the magical community bears no trace of such a tale. It belongs to a distant past. Yet, if your father's death is indeed linked to the moonstones, then the possibility of their existence remains." Ezio swiftly seized the conversation, clarifying his thoughts in his mind. "It is akin to the Deathly Hallows. Although they have vanished from sight, they undeniably exist, and people continue to search for them, striving to unite them to attain the power of death, to escape death, to conquer death, to reverse death." Ezio's eyes narrowed slightly, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread in Dumbledore. He suddenly sensed that Ezio might have divined some subtle truth, for the Elder Wand was indeed real. The invisibility cloak was genuine, and the two individuals possessing them stood before Ezio at that moment. However, I am aware that the Deathly Hallows are mere fabrications. There is no Grim Reaper in this world, and thus, no powers of such a being. Ezio shook his head, fully cognizant of what the Deathly Hallows represent. Understanding that they are nothing but a grand deception, there exists no force capable of reversing death, and the Resurrection Stone is but a ruse. Yet what if? What if the realms of fiction and reality diverge? If the Hallows truly possess the powers of death, could the Moonstone also harbor the magic of the Moon Witch? The Elder Wand, the invisibility cloak. Ezio raised his gaze, resolute in his determination to locate the Resurrection Stone. No one in this world can genuinely assemble the Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. His initial acquaintance with Grindelwald stemmed from their shared desire to find and unite the Hallows. The banner of the Death Eaters bore the symbol of the Hallows. Yet even they, despite decades of effort, had failed to fully gather these three treasures of death. "Magic will reveal its location to me," Ezio softly declared, refraining from directly suggesting to Dumbledore that they should immediately venture to the Gaunt family's ancient abode to obtain the Resurrection Stone ring. Such action would be unwise and jeopardize his future plans, for the Resurrection Stone was not something he urgently needed at that moment. Ezio sought only to ascertain whether the existence of the Hallows in this tangible world diverged from their portrayal in fiction. Regarding the Resurrection Stone, he could only acquire it through his own means. He could inquire about relevant information from Dumbledore, but must ensure that all seemed entirely reasonable. Should this be confirmed, then the Moonstone, represented by the 12 lunar phases, might also possess genuine power, significantly increasing the likelihood that wizards would pursue it. Moreover, the quantity of 12 stones far exceeds that of the Deathly Hallows. The greater the number, the higher the probability that wizards would encounter and discover them. It is always inclined to favor a talented and diligent child, is it not? Dumbledore paused for a moment, then nodded. He had to concede that Ezio was indeed a gifted and hard-working young man. He could not bear to see Ezio turn to darkness, not out of kindness, but due to the terrifying consequences that would ensue. As Dumbledore exhaled in relief, Ezio strode out of the classroom, leaving a bewildered Harry looking helplessly at Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore? Harry ventured cautiously. Could you let go? That hurts. My apologies, Harry. Dumbledore realized his lapse in composure, hastily offering his apology as he rubbed Harry's shoulder. I was just contemplating some matters. Matters concerning Ezio? More so my own. I have always struggled to confront the mirror of Ariste. Dumbledore did not resort to the excuse of woolen socks, for even a 3-year-old would find that implausible. He was unable to discuss the matter of Ezio with Harry. Chapter 47. Harry, I truly am doomed. Ezio needs to regain his composure. The mirror of Ariste has revealed far too many surprises. Aside from the masked figure, Ezio also glimpsed another shadow within the mirror, and the certainty of this individual being an ancient wizard, rather than a contemporary one, stemmed from Ezio's recognition of him. Any student from Slytherin House would easily identify him, Salazar Slytherin. The statue of this individual resides prominently in the Slytherin common room, and no Slytherin serpent would have overlooked it. Although the reflection of Slytherin in the mirror of Ariste appeared less aged than the statue in the common room, the consistent attire and remarkably similar facial features would leave no room for misidentification. A wizard from over 1,000 years ago, one of Hogwarts' founders, this was a revelation that demanded Ezio's contemplation. However, given the immense passage of time, pursuing this line of inquiry felt akin to observing whales on Saturn or finding a giant clam on Mercury. Yet, should this matter bear a connection to him, Giovanni's demise would seem less surprising. Although Slytherin was not a dark wizard, it was undeniable that he had delved deeply into the study of dark magic. The precursor to the Slytherin common room was the underground prison of Hogwarts, where Slytherin once confined numerous subjects for his experiments, thus earning his notorious reputation. During that dark era of wizarding and muggle antagonism, Slytherin, endowed with powers beyond the ordinary wizard, harbored no fondness for muggles, further influencing his belief in the superiority of pure blood. Ezio could surmise that Giovanni's death likely occurred in a laboratory or similar locale established by Slytherin, as only 2 wizards had ventured there. In this regard, the mirror of Ariste would not provide erroneous answers. However, the identity of the second wizard remained shrouded in mystery. Merely glimpsing a fraction of his face offered no clues. Black hair was hardly distinctive, and deep gray eyes were equally unremarkable. Had the individual possessed red hair, Ezio would have immediately known whom to consult for information, but alas, that was not the case. But I shall find you, regardless of who you are. With arms outstretched, Ezio leaned forward, plunging into the snowdrift without any semblance of protection, not even magic. He landed softly amidst the snow, brushed off the flakes from his attire, and pushed open the door to enter the castle. Not going to catch a nap? Upon entering, Ezio was greeted by the sight of Harry, lost in thought upon his bed. Perhaps you overindulged, he mused, rubbing his belly after a breakfast that had nearly overwhelmed him. But Ezio, are you all right? Harry inquired with concern, sensing that their earlier conversation had concealed many layers of meaning he could not quite grasp. For the time being, I shall remain focused on my studies and strive to strengthen myself, at least until I ascertain the identity of that individual. If matters escalate, what then? It matters not. Having embarked on this course of action, I am prepared to bear the consequences it entails. Perfection is an elusive concept in this world. But what is your motivation for such actions? Surely, it cannot be merely to benefit Slytherin. Harry believed he had a modicum of understanding regarding Ezio. He was the type who refrained from engaging in pursuits devoid of personal gain. His actions were grounded in practicality, characterized by decisiveness and clarity, devoid of any ambiguity. Of course, it is for my own sake. Perhaps you have noticed that I often project an image of exceptionalism. I have a pressing matter that holds immense significance for me, and I shall not allow anyone to obstruct my path. This performance may even border on the theatrical. Wouldn't you agree? Harry hesitated for a moment before nodding, admitting he had heard others wagering on you. Thus, what I desire has arrived. Whether stemming from benevolent investment or malicious intent, they cannot circumvent a crucial point. What is it that I truly need, and what do I hold dear? To investors, the most valuable and costly commodity is the fulfillment of my desires. Embellishments are easily overlooked, yet true assistance in times of need is paramount. Conversely, those seeking to undermine me find satisfaction in exploiting my vulnerabilities, striking at my Achilles heel as the ultimate act of vengeance. To certain individuals, possessing leverage over me, utilizing that which I hold dear to manipulate my actions, is the most gratifying of pursuits. Who is Ezio, you ask? He is the most gifted individual at Hogwarts, a genius destined for brilliance in the future. Upon his arrival, he influenced his headmaster, elevating Snape's reputation throughout the international wizarding community. Such a person is bound to achieve even greater feats ahead. To gain control over him would yield benefits worthy of considerable effort. Do you not know what I seek, Harry? I am in search of the location of my father's demise, seeking information on the 12 moons. Yet, alone, I cannot uncover sufficient clues. This world is far too vast. I require additional eyes to assist in my search and investigation. Once they acquire leads, even identifying the target, I shall obtain it. Even if someone employs this knowledge to threaten me. After all, if it is a threat, capturing the individual and extracting all pertinent information will undoubtedly prove simpler than my solitary quest for clues. Thus, has my objective not been achieved? Rather than humbling myself to plead and inquire, their proactive assistance in unraveling the mystery is decidedly more efficient. Moreover, what I desire is not a treasure. Even destruction of it would not thwart my ambitions. In fact, its ruin might even be beneficial, for perhaps through its destruction, I could perceive within the mirror of Eris that which was previously hidden from my sight. Wouldn't you agree? We are Slytherin. The process is inconsequential as long as the outcome is favorable, then all is well. Strive to please me and offer up everything for my sake, even if it means being just a pawn in a larger game. Yet, Harry could not summon any feelings of disdain. You wish to present a bouquet at your father's grave, do you not? Should I not also pay a visit to my own parents? At this thought, guilt washed over Harry. Though his parents had departed, their remains were not entirely lost to time. Since learning of this news, he had yet to visit their graves and lay flowers in their memory. He had been granted more than Ezio, yet he failed to cherish it. How wretched I am. Chapter 48, Christmas and the Marauder's Map. It was his first time receiving such an abundance of Christmas gifts. As the students departed from the school for the holiday, upon waking one morning, Ezio was greeted by a mountain of gifts stealthily delivered by the house elves during the night. This immediately set his senses on high alert. If the house elves had not brought gifts, but rather a ticking bomb, would I not already be doomed? Thus, the counter-disillusionment charm and the counter-object summoning spell were promptly added to Ezio's list of essential studies. Initially, he had intended to tackle such magic later, but it seemed he would need to expedite his efforts. So many gifts. It appears I have a few as well. Harry peered over to the foot of his bed, where a small pile of presents awaited him. He chuckled to himself for quite some time, genuinely feeling a profound sense of happiness. During his time with the Dursleys, he had received little in the way of decent Christmas gifts. They had given him, quite absurdly, a 50-penny coin. Harry was not surprised by the Dursleys' meager offering. Yet Ezio, did you truly gift me a broomstick? This means you need not purchase one next year. Ezio shrugged, having taken advantage of the release of the Nimbus 2001 to procure a gift for Harry. How splendid. With the holidays upon us and most professors absent, I can venture outside to give it a try. There should be no issues. Filled with excitement, Harry clenched his fist. The old, battered broomstick used in flying lessons could not satisfy his desires. Now, take a look at yours. There must be at least 50 or 60 packages here. After unwrapping his own gifts, Harry turned to Ezio, his curiosity piqued. Ezio climbed out of bed, but the first gift he unwrapped caused him to lose his composure. What a wretched wizarding world. Who in their right mind would send chocolate laced with a love potion as a Christmas gift? Ezio rolled his eyes. Had the culprit signed their name, he would have certainly sent back a letter imbued with a curse to let them experience true cruelty. He was all too familiar with the effects of a love potion, understanding its formidable power. In essence, this potion is a form of irresistible enchantment. Upon consuming it, one would unreservedly fall madly in love with the giver and become a slave to their affection. If capitalists were to discover this item, they would undoubtedly rush to force it upon everyone. I truly cannot comprehend why this object, which is far more sinister than the Cruciatus curse, has not been banned by the Ministry of Magic. Are the wizards out of their minds? Beside him, Harry twitched at the corner of his mouth, astonished that such a thing could even exist. Perhaps it is due to your popularity among witches? Mounting piles of gifts were swiftly sorted by Ezio, casting aside those imbued with malice. However, he felt disheartened that none of the fools opted to sign their names. Although with a bit of effort he could trace the origin and uncover the culprit, Ezio dismissed the notion. He would not squander his time on such trivialities unless they posed a genuine threat to him. Out of 67 gifts, a staggering 43 contained ill intentions or hidden agendas. Yet the remaining parcels were legitimate, mostly sent by Slytherin students. While some in the house held animosity towards him, others were genuinely kind. A magical tent? Harry, what prompted you to send this? Ezio exclaimed in surprise after unwrapping Harry's large parcel. I thought you might appreciate something practical. I considered that if you ever offended too many people and needed to escape to the wilderness, this would be quite useful, Harry replied. He had put considerable thought into selecting a gift for Ezio, believing this tent to be the most fitting choice. I'll do my best to avoid sleeping rough, Ezio chuckled. Yet he had to admit that Harry's tent was indeed quite functional. Thanks. I believe I will find it useful. Though I hope it's for a vacation rather than a retreat into the mountains. As he opened the single-person tent to inspect it, Ezio was impressed. Harry truly was generous. After inheriting his parents' wealth, Harry was undoubtedly a millionaire in the magical world. This tent was worth at least 1,000 galleons, complete with 4 rooms and a kitchen, making it a perfect mobile base. It was far more comfortable than a hotel, though it would require some protective enchantments. Once he had mastered spellwork and begun studying alchemy, he could start modifying the tent. By the way, Ezio, Professor Snape gifted me a vial of potion. Do you know what it is? Harry inquired, holding up a potion bottle of approximately 100 milliliters as they prepared to change clothes and head out. Felix Felicis. Ezio replied, his lips twitching slightly. This was also part of the transaction he had with Snape. Professor Snape truly was generous. This small vial alone was worth at least 10,000 galleons. However, even gathering the exorbitant materials did not guarantee that one could successfully brew the potion, to his knowledge. Only 2 individuals in England could accomplish it, one being Snape and the other, the former head of Slytherin, Horace Slughorn, the master potioneer. So valuable? Harry queried, astonished. Should I? Rest assured and accept it. I would not be surprised if he sends you a vial of Felix Felicis once a year. He seems to regard you almost as a son. Is that so? Harry pondered for a moment. But Professor Snape has been quite kind to me. It appears he truly was a good friend of my mother. Would you like me to share some with you? I have read that Felix Felicis should not be consumed excessively, no more than 10 milliliters at a time, and the intervals must exceed a year. I may never use that much in my lifetime. After all, this potion does not have an expiration date. I could simply keep it as a family heirloom. Ezio rummaged in his pocket and produced a nearly identical small golden vial. I previously made a trade with Snape. It should suffice. I paid for the materials with 2 large gold bars. Snape truly deserves condemnation. Witnessing Snape's adeptness at leveraging resources for his own gain, even Ezio, who maintained a positive demeanor, felt a twinge of irritation. However, there was little he could do, as Snape excelled in the art of potion making, possessing ingredients that were unattainable even with substantial wealth. Harry, upon hearing this, stuck out his tongue, feeling that Snape's cunning was somewhat excessive. 10,000 galleons is no trifling sum, even for someone of his considerable fortune. I am not lacking in funds. If I wished, I could easily acquire 100,000 galleons. Ezio waved his hand dismissively. If he converted all the money in his unnamed account to gold, it would amount to approximately 2 cubic meters of solid gold bars. He was, without a doubt, a billionaire, and even without Giovanni's inheritance, Ezio, as an assassin, had ways to swiftly amass a significant fortune. I do not mind how much Snape profits from me, as long as he is willing to provide these potions. That is sufficient. Perhaps I could lend a hand later? Harry grasped Ezio's implication and smiled. Oblivious to all of this, Snape had risen early. He opened the meticulously secured wardrobe and gazed at a half-photograph affixed to the inner door, a flicker of unquenchable longing evident in his eyes. Merry Christmas, Lily. Mom and Dad have gone to Romania to see Charlie. He has become a dragon tamer there, a rather perilous profession. Fred shrugged, while George continued. They are worried Charlie may not manage well, so they decided to pay a visit, which leaves us at school. The tables, originally divided among the 4 houses, had disappeared due to the small number of attendees. In the Great Hall, only one long table remained, yet it was still not fully occupied. Fred sat opposite Harry, with George and Percy beside him, while their youngest brother Ron was at the far end, joyously devouring a large turkey leg. A dragon tamer? That sounds like an exhilarating profession. Hagrid dreams of raising a dragon, but it seems there are none in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. This might be one of Hagrid's greatest regrets. The twins were equally familiar with Hagrid, though this familiarity was rooted in their hasty retreat from the Forbidden Forest at his behest. Perhaps one day, dragons will appear. They are not uncommon in the magical realm. Wow, is that not our esteemed Ezio of Slytherin? The twins, with a touch of flamboyance, wore cheerful expressions on their faces. Should you both consider joining Slytherin? Professor McGonagall would likely wholeheartedly approve. As the finest batting duo on the Gryffindor team, the Weasley twins possessed a profound understanding of the shifts occurring on the Quidditch pitch, and they were quite aware of the recent transformations within Slytherin. Although the Slytherin team had weakened somewhat compared to before, they still managed to retain a semblance of dignity regardless of the outcomes. I have heard that you two are somewhat short on funds. Encountering the twins, Ezio intended to resolve some matters he had previously overlooked. His impression of them was favorable. They were intelligent yet lacked a passion for academia, preferring to delve into topics that piqued their interest. Upon hearing this, the twins exchanged surprised glances with Ezio. Indeed, they were in need of money to pursue a particular endeavor they were eager about, requiring a substantial sum. I have been informed that you two are the most well-informed individuals at Hogwarts, hence I propose a transaction, though I wonder if you would be inclined to accept it. What scale of business are we discussing? The twins inquired calmly. That would depend on the value of the information you can provide. Perhaps we could discuss this further shortly. The twins, in perfect harmony, nodded without needing to exchange glances, intuitively understanding each other's thoughts. After finishing their meal, they followed Ezio to an empty classroom in the corridor outside the Great Hall. Speak, what do you wish to know? Hogwarts harbors numerous secrets. While we cannot claim to know them all, we are certainly aware of many things that elude others. For instance, secret passages? Absolutely. The twins replied confidently. We are privy to several hidden routes that even Filch is unaware of, including those leading to Hogsmeade. If you wish to procure some local specialties, we would be more than willing to assist. However, I prefer a straightforward approach. Ezio reached into his bag and produced several hefty gold bars. Each one weighed 500 grams and could be exchanged for 500 galleons at Gringotts. Although goblins are cunning, they take money matters very seriously. The amount you can take, or even if you can take it all, hinges on the value of what you can offer me. The weighty gold ingots, reflecting a captivating golden hue, momentarily captivated the twins, who had initially sought only a modest sum to advance their ambitions. They had not anticipated such a tantalizing temptation laid before them. It is not that we are disloyal to Gryffindor, but rather that Ezio offers far too much. We need to confer. A map of Hogwarts, but not just any map. It reveals the locations and names of everyone within its bounds, along with numerous records of secret passages and hidden chambers. With it, there would be no place in Hogwarts you could not access, save for the headmaster's office. As the password does not appear on the map, I need to inspect the goods. Of course, that poses no issue at all. They produced a folded piece of old parchment from their robes and declared, I solemnly swear I have done nothing good. The inky blackness swiftly spread across the ancient parchment, and within moments, a panoramic map of Hogwarts emerged, depicting the castle, the Black Lake, and a portion of the Forbidden Forest. With this map in hand, nothing within Hogwarts would remain a secret to you, we assure you. Ezio accepted the Marauders map from the twins, nodding in satisfaction once its function was confirmed. Well then, may our collaboration be fruitful. The twins were left astounded, their mouths agape, as 6 gold bricks, equivalent to 3,000 galleons, lay upon the table. Unless you believe your goods are subpar, we swear it is worth every canute, they proclaimed, thumping their chests in assurance as they watched Ezio exit through the door. They then lowered their voices in exuberance, leaping onto the dusty table, fearful of their newfound fortune being revealed. Chapter 49, Whispers of the Devil. Upon acquiring the map from the twins, Ezio found himself immersed in deep contemplation regarding the creation of the Marauders map by the original quartet of Marauders. Having only just scratched the surface of magical script, with Professor Flitwick's guidance and spell analysis, Ezio had developed a nascent ability to discern magical artifacts. In the past, he would have struggled to determine whether an object bore enchantments. However, the Marauders map was unlike the creations of traditional wizards. It bore no traces of magical script, suggesting it was likely not an alchemical artifact. Yet, it was perplexing that a mere spell could retain its potency for over a decade. This was not a curse. The longevity of curses stemmed from their parasitic nature on enchanted objects. The portraits at Hogwarts maintained their magical efficacy for centuries due to the alchemical materials used in their creation, combined with the magically rich environment of Hogwarts itself. Such regions alone could preserve magical items, as alchemical creations demanded a high concentration of ambient magic. Otherwise, the wizarding world would not so easily conceal itself. Even the mere blowing away of a daily profit would suffice to unveil the secrets of the magical realm to muggles. Ordinary magical items, once removed from their specific environments, quickly lost their efficacy, becoming unremarkable objects that would not attract attention. Yet, the material of this map was merely ordinary parchment, now yellowed and aged after many years. Moreover, the enchantments it possessed, such as name detection and location tracking, were remarkably powerful and intricate. In the wizarding world, names themselves held magical significance. Wizards like Dumbledore, who had placed enchantments upon their names, could not have letters delivered directly to them by owls unless permitted by someone authorized. Yet, Dumbledore's name appeared clearly on the Marauders map. Furthermore, as Ezio scrutinized the map, he noticed the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort, overlapping with that of Quirrell. Voldemort undoubtedly cast a spell upon his own name. Even years prior, during his reign of terror, mere utterance of his name would alert him, prompting his Death Eaters to pay a visit and deliver a harsh lesson to those who dared to speak it. This phenomenon likely accounts for the immense shadow he cast over England. Naturally, people would fear a madman whose name alone could summon calamity. Such individuals are inherently abnormal. The young wizards still attending Hogwarts could not possibly achieve such a feat. It was far beyond their capabilities. Judging by the abilities demonstrated by James and his companions, they lacked the strength to confront Voldemort directly. Their most commendable feat was narrowly escaping the clutches of Death Eaters, rather than facing Voldemort and surviving unscathed. During their first encounter, James fell victim to Voldemort's killing curse. If he lacked a wand as an excuse, then James could hardly be considered a competent wizard. Only the most inept would leave their wand out of reach, as this is the most fundamental knowledge for any wizard. The secrets contained within this map exceeded anything Ezio had anticipated. Pondering over the words Marauders map, he felt a sense of déjà vu. as though he had once known information related to it, yet it did not seem to originate from the original novels. It was from that game. The Sorting Hat had mentioned that a free-spirited individual had arrived at Hogwarts a century ago. Could it be you? That predecessor who turned the Forbidden Forest into a personal hunting ground and wielded the Avada Kedavra lightning chain? A faint smile tugged at Ezio's lips. If this ancient magic existed within the game, it would indeed make sense. In terms of lore, ancient magic possesses the capacity to sustain its magical efficacy for extended periods, exhibiting greater strength and longevity than ordinary spells, yielding effects unattainable by conventional magic. However, it seemed that none of them were practitioners of ancient magic. Otherwise, Voldemort would appear as a mere novice before them. The map's hidden chamber, was it not? He recalled a place that featured a map detailing the entirety of Hogwarts terrain. If this were the case, the possibility of their creation of such a device seemed plausible. As individuals who reveled in nocturnal escapades and sought out secret locations within the castle, their chances of discovering something extraordinary within Hogwarts were significantly higher than others. Yet, Ezio could hardly recall the location of the entrance to the map's chamber. When he played that game, he often felt as though he were being force-fed nonsense. Around 1890, the number of black individuals in England was exceedingly low, and their status was abysmal. The abolition of slavery had occurred less than 50 years prior. By British standards, their lives were worse than that of swine, deeply entrenched in discrimination. Yet, that dreadful game was replete with black characters. And while the British had their own societal issues, it was quite distasteful to witness. However, there exists a certain detail he recalls. The exit of the map's secret chamber is adorned with a statue, which remarkably embodies the motto of Hogwarts: "Do not disturb the sleeping dragon." I solemnly swear that my intentions were less than noble. Ezio uttered the incantation for the Marauder's map, and black ink swiftly materialized upon its surface, weaving into a few phrases: Moonface, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. A grand introduction for the gentlemen who assist in the art of magical mischief, the Marauder's map. Behold who has discovered us. Padfoot expressed concern for this new user. Prongs concurred, remarking that this empty-headed fellow was either a fool or a complete imbecile. Yet, we must not dismiss the possibility that he possesses the skill of the brain conjuration. Moonface reminded everyone to maintain decorum. Wormtail expressed agreement, finding the preceding remarks quite reasonable. Padfoot felt a sense of disgrace. How dare an empty-headed dolt speak so insolently? Prongs warned this user that if he did not promptly issue an apology aloud, he would revoke access to the map. Let us put it to the test. Ezio remained unfazed by their chatter, drawing his wand and pointing it at the Marauder's map. Cruciatus. He spoke calmly. Wow, wow, wow. Padfoot erupted into laughter, incredulous that he was still a foul dark wizard. Go take a hike, dark wizard. Only a mind as foolish as yours would attempt to use the Cruciatus curse on a piece of parchment. The possibility of soul-splitting could be dismissed as the most improbable outcome. I should not have expected you to possess such capabilities. Ezio felt a pang of regret. Had these fellows truly split their souls and infused them into the Marauder's map, he would not have hesitated to extract the souls of Padfoot and Prongs, allowing them to experience the consequences of their incessant mockery. I know your names: James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. And I must remind you, dear Prongs, that your son is currently in my grasp. If you do not apologize to me immediately, I shall bind your son, Harry Potter, in alluring women's attire and deliver him to Severus Snape's chamber, dousing him in an expired love potion that will drive him utterly mad. Can you fathom what may transpire then? How could there exist such a malicious individual as you? I am Slytherin. Do you truly believe I am incapable of such a deed? Ezio replied unperturbed. By the way, Padfoot, you are Harry Potter's godfather, and I am certain you would not wish to witness your godson being delivered to Snape's bed. Godfather? Padfoot expressed astonishment, though it made sense. However, he did not believe Ezio's threats. Snape is now the potions master at Hogwarts. Perhaps I could manipulate this map to allow you to witness a live broadcast. Harry possesses eyes identical to his mother's and a tuft of unruly hair like his father's. Surely, you would not mistake him. The moon-faced figure urged everyone to remain calm and expressed his willingness to apologize on behalf of the Pointed Fork and Bigfoot, sincerely regretting the situation. There is no one more malicious than you. The Pointed Fork harbored a profound disdain for your nefarious actions and threats, yet he still uttered, I apologize. It was my mistake. Although somewhat reluctant, Bigfoot also expressed his regret for his earlier impulsive behavior. I am sorry. One must always bear the consequences of their actions. Ezio observed the words emerging on the map, a slight smile gracing his lips. I am a magnanimous person, thus I am inclined to forgive your transgressions. However, I possess a piece of information that may intrigue you greatly, but in exchange, I require your insight on how this map was crafted. Surely, you are curious about how Mr. Pointed Fork, also known as James Potter, and your future wife met their demise. That is impossible. Do not attempt to deceive us. You vile, deceitful Slytherin scoundrel. Bastard. I have decided to deliver Harry to Snape's chamber tonight, allowing you to witness a live broadcast. I apologize, I became overly excited. Bigfoot resolved to remain silent. The fool Snape is still alive. How could I possibly be dead? The pointed fork expressed his disbelief. You fancy Lily Evans, do you not? I can reveal that she is your future spouse. Is there anything more splendid than this? The pointed fork began to entertain the possibility of your words, though he secretly wished you were lying. Then, shall we strike a deal? Ezio excelled at negotiation, particularly in obtaining what he desired from others. Snape was one such case. As was Dumbledore, even the four Marauders. Perhaps you could indicate the location of the entrance to the map's chamber. I could seek it myself. Yet it would be more convenient to inquire of you. That place has long been abandoned. We once discovered a room containing a Hogwarts map, adorned with enormous portraits that guided us in creating this Marauder's map. However, since then, that chamber has lost its original magic. The moon-faced figure offered to mark the location on the map, but requested that you refrain from acting rashly in your excitement. It appears, Remus, that you truly are the most normal among you. Perhaps afterwards, I could persuade Snape to be less antagonistic towards you, alleviating the peculiar additions he places in your wolfsbane potion. Do you know me? The moon-faced figure inquired, puzzled. Of course, I am aware that you are a werewolf. Now that we have provided you with what you sought, the pointed fork hoped you would remain true to your word. Of course. Ezio noted the location marked by the waking spell, yet he decided against haste, stating, I must first inspect the goods. He then folded the map and proceeded towards the indicated location. The marked site lay in the lower regions of Hogwarts, once the dungeon area. Not far from the Slytherin common room, but it housed classrooms long since abandoned, a place where no one would linger. Wielding his wand to clear the debris, Ezio ventured into a forsaken area devoid of even the flickering light of torches. He swiftly located the spot where the statue of the sleeping dragon should have stood. Yet only a pedestal remained, the dragon statue having been removed. However, the brass plaque upon the pedestal still bore the inscription, affirming to Ezio that they had not spoken falsely. Opposite the statue stood a sealed door, behind which lay a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. This staircase led to a vast chamber, upheld by ancient stone columns, where the floor bore a narrow fissure, no wider than 4 fingers, hinting at an unseen space below. Was it a trapdoor in the floor? Ezio bent down to inspect it for a while. The door had been damaged for reasons unknown, and the magical mechanism had ceased to function, yet it was not insurmountable. Blasting it with magic would be ill-advised, as the stone slab was at least 30 centimeters thick and would not yield easily. However, he possessed a remarkable tool capable of cutting through iron. With Leonidas's broken spear drawn forth, he plunged it into the stone floor, wielding its destructive power. Impervious to both magical and physical defenses, it would slice through anything, even the protective enchantments of Hogwarts Castle. After expending half a minute, Ezio shattered the heavy stone slab beneath him, creating an opening through which he could descend. A luminous orb of light erupted from the tip of his wand, illuminating the darkness below. As the moon's visage had foretold, the passage beneath had collapsed. The once spiral staircase now lay in ruins. Without hesitation, he leapt through the gaping hole, plummeting a dozen meters before landing safely. Having achieved the milestone of conquering the skies, he no longer feared the perils of falling. Although wizards could use cushioning charms to mitigate the effects of a fall, such spells could occasionally impede progress. The rubble below showed signs of excavation, allowing for passage with a slight bend. With nimble steps, Ezio navigated the obstacles and illuminated the darkened space beyond the entrance before squeezing through the gap. He found himself in a vast room, now a crumbling shell of its former glory. Along the curved staircases on either side, he reached a circular clearing of approximately 30 to 40 square meters. Directly facing the entrance was a small pedestal meant for some kind of artifact, if Ezio recalled correctly. It was here that the protagonist of Hogwarts Legacy initiated the trials of ancient magic. Adorning the walls of the arched chamber were 4 grand paintings. Yet unlike those seen within the castle, these had lost their magical essence. The 2 on the sides were particularly dilapidated, while the 2 in the center barely retained traces of their former appearance. The figures in the paintings had not vanished, yet they remained motionless, stripped of their enchantments. These once animated magical portraits had become as inert as Muggle paintings. I have discovered the map room you marked. Now, could you enlighten me about the intricate process through which you initially crafted the Marauder's map? I am a person of my word, and upon receiving what I seek from you, I shall divulge the information you desire. Mooney believes that this gentleman will uphold his promise. When we arrived at this chamber, a portrait still retained a semblance of its former enchantment. Its name was Percival Rackham, a former professor at Hogwarts. He was astonished by our presence, as we were not the guardians he had spoken of. However, the previous generation of guardians had fulfilled their unfinished mission, and Hogwarts no longer posed any potential threat. Consequently, this map room has lost its original purpose. Nevertheless, it still harbors one last enchantment, a wondrous magic that serves as the essence of the map, intrinsically linked to Hogwarts. Everything within Hogwarts can be reflected upon it. As a final gift, he bestowed this magic upon us, allowing us to imprint it onto a piece of parchment. We could even annotate the map, marking the secret passages and hidden chambers we uncovered during our time at Hogwarts. The current enchantment of the Marauders map is a result of this enigmatic magic, the nature of which remains elusive to us. Yet, this magic is not without limitations. Once we departed from Hogwarts, it ceased to function. Thus, we left the Marauders map behind before our exit, for outside, it was merely an ordinary piece of parchment. That is the crux of the matter. We remain ignorant of the map's mechanics. If that is what you seek to know, I must apologize. Such ancient magic is accessible only to a select few exceptionally gifted wizards, and only they can perceive the traces of ancient magic. I understand this. Ezio harbored no doubts about Moony, also known as Remus Lupin. Compared to James, Sirius, and Peter, his words were the most trustworthy. Should the opportunity arise, I shall procure some wolfsbane potion for you. A few years ago, a wizard developed a potion that enables werewolves to safely endure the full moon. Though it remains imperfect and carries side effects, nonetheless, its efficacy has been validated, and I have perused the publications on potion making that have featured it. I suspect my future may not be particularly favorable. Moony appreciates your kindness, how he wishes he had such a potion during his studies. Now, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I must inform you that you will join Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix in the future to combat Voldemort, while the Potter family, for reasons unknown, will fall victim to Voldemort's pursuit. Wow, I must have been incredibly dashing at that time. Prong struck a pose, feeling utterly formidable. Then you perished, and so did your wife. Their demise attributed to the sinister amusement of Ezio, whose lips curled into a smirk. The entire magical realm buzzed with this narrative. A consensus formed. Sirius Black was a despicable traitor who had betrayed his dearest friend, divulging the hiding place of the Potter family to Voldemort, ultimately leading to their tragic end. You are spouting nonsense. I shall tear your foul mouth apart. You filthy, wretched Slytherin scum. I could never betray my friends. Bold letters filled the entire parchment. I refuse to believe that Padfoot would stoop to such depths. He and Padfoot are the closest of allies. Suit yourselves. Sirius Black has been imprisoned in Azkaban for a decade, never once rebutting the claims during his trial. Tacitly accepting this fate. Should I hand the map to someone else for verification? Every wizard in England is aware of this matter. The notion of Sirius as a treacherous villain is common knowledge. You deceitful little Slytherin, do you think we would believe your fabrications? We have unanimously decided to disable all functions of the Marauders map for you. You shall not use it again. This is not within your purview to decide. Ezio withdrew his wand, its tip resting on the parchment. Legilimens. Threads of silver memory were extracted, for wizards possess magic specifically targeting memories. A method also utilized in the recreation of portraits. Were it not for my desire to keep this from Dumbledore, would I even need to consult you? Ezio scoffed. A pensieve is most effective for memory retrieval, though not unique. Acquiring one is somewhat cumbersome, as they are scarce and require time to locate. He did not disperse the memories of the four, but instead sealed them in a glass vial. Once the memories were drawn out, they no longer retained their prior cognitive abilities, existing solely as memories. Their previous thoughts and actions now mere extensions of the magic that had once enlivened them. With the memories of these four creators extracted, the Marauders map was no longer locked. Even without incantation, anyone could utilize it. A pity, indeed. Ezio surveyed the surroundings. This utterly ravaged subterranean chamber had lost most of its value, and as one who did not wield ancient magic, his potential gains here were limited. Yet, ancient magical relics in themselves are a form of wealth. If one were to merely regard surface value, this place indeed held no worth. Orbs of light burst forth from the tip of his wand, illuminating the chambers connected to this map room, originally designed to challenge guardians of ancient magic. Ezio mounted his flying broom, meticulously searching for any treasures that remained within this relic. What might appear as refuse to one who had conquered this chamber could, in certain circumstances, be a treasure to another. Soon, Ezio made a discovery. These are suits of armor crafted through ancient magic, yet due to the ravages of battle, they have lost their original capacity for movement, and the magical energy has dissipated. However, time has not erased the traces of magic imprinted upon them. While the power may fade, the runes etched into the armor by the wizards who created them remain indelible. Let me behold the wisdom left by the sorcerers of centuries past. The contemporary magical realm has lost an abundance of history, and these foolish wizards, oblivious to the value of knowledge as a precious treasure, are truly deserving of their fate. The notion that the advancement of magic relies on archaeology is indeed a jest. Yet it is undeniable that a wealth of invaluable knowledge has been lost due to neglect and lack of preservation. In the mundane world, this could be understood, for muggles lack the capability to sustain such legacies. They cannot live for centuries, nor can they leave behind artifacts that endure for ages and share stories of the past. However, within the magical community, which possesses the means to safeguard such knowledge. This negligence is something that Ezio finds utterly contemptible. Had the wizards accumulated this knowledge through generations, the modern magical world could truly be regarded as a civilization of magic. Yet, they have willingly forsaken the embrace of advancement and progress, languishing in their narrow confines. Ezio has no intention of altering the magical realm. Such endeavors hold no significance for him. What does it matter if the world improves? He is solely concerned with his own expeditious ascension to power. Only endeavors that are advantageous to him warrant his investment of energy. He does not seek formidable powers within these ancient armors. He merely hopes that his efforts in this matter will yield sufficient rewards for the half-hour he dedicates to it. As for the memories of these 4 individuals, Ezio will not squander them. The dead offer him little assistance, but the living, particularly a wizard like Severus Snape, possess immense value. Snape's worth eclipses that of James Potter and Sirius Black combined by a factor of 10,000. The challenge lies in ensuring he willingly bestows his value upon Ezio, wherein Harry becomes an indispensable element. Professor Severus Snape, you too wish for Harry to understand the true nature of his father, James Potter, a despicable Gryffindor scoundrel. Do you not? You would not want this kind-hearted child, who bears Lily's eyes, to be influenced by that wretched father of his. You do not wish to see James's likeness reflected in Harry, correct? Thus, we can surely reach a consensus. We shall remain a community of shared interests. I shall unveil the truth to Harry, revealing the foolish actions of his father and godfather that led to the demise of his mother and themselves. How then will Harry regard them upon learning that it was his father and godfather who employed the most foolish methods? Ah, my dear friend Severus, you are destined to fulfill that fervent desire within you, one that remains unspoken. Do you long to hear Harry call you father? What price are you willing to pay for this? Chapter 50, Hagrid and the Dragon Shadow. The school was enveloped in silence, with only a few lamentations over the fleeting holiday echoing in the air, as if no one truly cared about the matter. This somewhat surprised Ezio. He had anticipated at least some degree of impact, for he had indeed made quite a stir. It was entirely reasonable for parents to be upset, considering it was akin to having their family name trampled upon. Leaving Hogwarts in disgrace was hardly a matter of pride. If Dumbledore were aware of Ezio's thoughts, he would surely find amusement in them. You, young man, still think you can stir trouble? The wizarding world has achieved a rare tranquility, and you must hold your tongue. During my tenure, Ezio, you shall not engage in any frivolous antics. Do you believe I would grant you any opportunity? How many wizards are there in England? Even if they were all to rise, it wouldn't elevate your skeletal mountain by a single inch. At least on the surface, they were inclined to give Dumbledore, the esteemed owner of the alternate realm, some semblance of respect, considering his titles accumulated over time far exceeded their lifespans. As for those who wished to scheme in the shadows, Dumbledore could only mutter a curse upon the reckless, trusting that Ezio would manage things appropriately. Once outside the school, the matters would cease to concern him, as he had already issued the necessary warnings. One afternoon, while Ezio and Harry were engaged in their routine study at the library, a colossal figure strode through the entrance. Hagrid, what brings you to the library? Harry, stretching and glancing up, spotted Hagrid and nudged Ezio, rising to follow him. Oh! Hagrid jumped slightly, startled, too engrossed in the books before him. Upon recognizing the visitors, he awkwardly replied, I merely came because the weather is lovely today, ha ha ha. Hagrid clumsily shifted the topic, hastily tucking the books under his arm. You've acquired a dragon? Just as Hagrid contemplated making a hasty retreat, Ezio called out from behind, nearly causing Hagrid to drop the books in his arms. Shoo! He raised a thick finger, glancing around furtively. Come to my hut, and you shall see. Observing Hagrid's comical demeanor, Ezio couldn't help but chuckle. It was hard not to find humor in such a large figure behaving so sneakily. Let us go now. Fine. Hagrid sighed, knowing he couldn't deceive the boy. If only it were just Harry, he would have felt more confident in his ability to evade the truth. The 3 of them exited the castle in quick succession. Hagrid hurried ahead, too preoccupied to exchange words with them. As he quickened his pace, Harry and Ezio had to jog to keep up. After all, the majority of people appeared diminutive in comparison to Hagrid. Even Yao Ming would fall short, barely reaching Hagrid's chest. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Hagrid turned to the approaching Ezio with a hint of nervousness, urging him, You mustn't tell anyone. So it seems you truly have a dragon, Ezio remarked. To be precise, it is an egg. Would you care for a white ferret sandwich? Hagrid enthusiastically offered after setting down his book. This time, I added cumin and chili to the roast. Your suggestion was indeed quite splendid. Then I shall have a portion. Ezio replied, accepting a sandwich the size of half a basin, a mere fragment of a larger whole, yet sufficient to satiate him. As he nibbled on the white ferret sandwich, Ezio observed Hagrid bustling about the hearth. Within the fireplace, a large, dark egg rested, its shell kissed by flames that seemed to consume it. Without Hagrid's timely addition of firewood, this fire, which could have burned for 3 or 4 hours, would barely last an hour. Should Ollivander witness this scene, he would surely feel a pang of anguish. The firewood Hagrid used was aged, no less than a century old. Each ring a testament to the air it once breathed, now reduced to its final moments. "Look at this little fellow. How adorable," Hagrid said, tending to the flames with a face full of affection, gazing at the egg as though it were his own child. "Do you know what kind of dragon this is?" After finishing his dinner, Ezio squatted beside Hagrid to admire the dragon egg. "Congratulations, Hagrid, your wish is about to come true," Harry exclaimed joyfully, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. "Certainly, this is worth celebrating, but we must exercise caution. We cannot let it discover our secret. Once it hatches, come to my place, and we shall have a modest celebration. So you are aware that one should not privately raise a fire dragon, Hagrid?" A hint of teasing laced Ezio's voice, to which Hagrid sorrowfully nodded. "What choice do I have? I cannot simply abandon this child." Chapter 51. I, Hagrid, am not raising a dragon in secret. Pray tell, where did you acquire this dragon egg? I won it last night while drinking in Hogsmeade, playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, that fellow was likely eager to be rid of it. Have you ever won against me in cards? Ezio inquired, looking up at Hagrid. Perhaps not. Hagrid stammered, glancing around. But maybe luck was on my side yesterday. Such things are unpredictable. Regardless, I won. Did that fellow not inquire about any other delightful creatures you possess? Oh, he did ask what other charming little pets I had, and I mentioned Fluffy. Hagrid abruptly covered his mouth, looking conspicuously guilty. You nearly divulged how many times Fluffy drinks milk each day during your drunken state. Did I? Ha! You must be mistaken. You mentioned that Louis falls asleep when listening to music. I have already encountered it on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. Louis is a splendid dog. And you wouldn't dare share this with that individual, would you? Is there something hidden in Louis's chamber? Harry exclaimed, though he was not particularly sensitive to certain matters. When adventure was involved, traits inherited from his father would suddenly surface. However, compared to James, Harry exhibited remarkable restraint, having also inherited his mother's gentleness and rationality. As Harry paced the room, he pondered and swiftly uncovered a clue. It must be the trapdoor. Louis is guarding the entrance. Could there be something of great significance concealed beneath the trapdoor? But outside of Hogwarts? Perhaps that person is within the confines of Hogwarts itself. It must be exceedingly difficult for outsiders to infiltrate Hogwarts, given the presence of professors and Headmaster Dumbledore. A look of despair crossed Hagrid's face, as if he were on the verge of tears. How could Harry deduce so much in such a short span of time? If Harry were aware of Hagrid's thoughts, he would undoubtedly commend Ezio for his excellent teaching. Ezio did not intend to recruit Harry into the ranks of assassins, yet he had begun to instill certain philosophies in Harry during their train journey. Concepts such as blood for blood, sacrifice, and the willingness to give everything for vengeance, including one's own life. He knew that Dumbledore would teach Harry to confront death, but within his own sphere, he could not guarantee when Dumbledore's lessons would bear fruit. 7 years? That was far too long. Ezio could not afford to wait. He preferred to seize control of the situation, and it was imperative that he guide Harry, for he sought to fulfill the task of vanquishing Voldemort. The reward for such an endeavor was a complete Eden artifact, which, although auxiliary, was far superior to Leonidas' broken spear. What could it be that would compel that individual to extract information from Hagrid? Louis was formidable, capable of withstanding considerable magic even in its juvenile state. It would take more than a couple of wizards to incapacitate it. Thus, to surpass Louis's challenge, Hagrid's assistance was essential, particularly regarding the dragon egg. Harry and Ezio exchanged glances, and upon seeing each other nod, Harry felt bolstered in confidence. It was the item Hagrid retrieved from another vault when he took me to the treasury. Harry, do not say another word, Hagrid implored, on the verge of tears. He had come to realize the magnitude of the trouble he had invoked. He had made a grievous error, and he was unsure how to explain the situation to Professor Dumbledore. Take heart, Hagrid. You must trust Professor Dumbledore. If he has set things in motion, then all will be well. He will not blame you. I hope so, Hagrid replied, his eyes cast down, sorrowfully. This is not the issue we need to address right now. Our immediate concern is the dragon egg. Ezio rose and gently patted Hagrid's shoulder, a gesture only possible while Hagrid was crouched down. Otherwise, he would have only been able to pat his backside. You wish to hatch this little creature, don't you? Of course, Hagrid replied, still appearing somewhat lackluster. Then we must consider the matter carefully. Ezio seated himself before Hagrid, his calm demeanor seemingly influencing Hagrid, who knew well that Ezio always had a knack for resolving complications, thus restoring a flicker of confidence within him. You won this dragon egg in a card game with a human? Ezio inquired. Didn't I just mention that? Hagrid asked, puzzled. No, you did not. Ezio interjected, shaking his head assertively. You have never even laid eyes upon a dragon egg. You have not attempted to hatch it, and you are in no way connected to it. Hagrid scratched his head, bewildered. Approximately a month later, a recently hatched Norwegian ridgeback was abandoned by its mother and fell into the sea, where the frigid waters nearly claimed its life. Fortunately, the currents carried it to England, 400 miles away. In a state of disarray and desperation, Perhaps guided by Merlin's hand, it stumbled into the unfamiliar yet bountiful dark forest, rich with food and water. On a fateful day, while patrolling the forbidden forest, you discovered this unfortunate, forsaken creature and extended a helping hand. You even bestowed upon it a name. What was it? Norbert, Hagrid exclaimed without hesitation, having already contemplated the creature's future name upon acquiring the egg. Indeed, Norbert. You saved Norbert, provided him sustenance, and thus formed a bond of friendship. With the absence of a frail dragon skeleton in the forest, a lost wild Norwegian ridgeback made its home there, living a happy and fulfilling life. Can you assure me that this Norwegian ridgeback will not escape the forest and harm any young wizards? Certainly, Hagrid proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. I can manage even a 5-legged beast, a sphinx, a niffler, and a manticore, not to mention a thunderbird. I once cradled that lovely creature in my arms. If only I could have found it a companion. As Hagrid spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon him, his dark eyes fixating on Ezio, a spark of excitement illuminating his face. Oh, I never had a dragon egg. This little one simply wandered into the forest on its own. I'm just caring for it like I do with all the other adorable creatures. Precisely. From now on, forget about the dragon egg. In a month's time, Norbert will have a cozy little nest in the Forbidden Forest. You have not violated any Ministry of Magic laws by secretly raising a dragon. A Norwegian ridgeback simply happened to arrive in the Forbidden Forest, just like the other magical beings. Aren't he sphinxes from other countries too? Ezio, your mind is quite sharp, Hagrid exclaimed with a broad grin. You mentioned wanting some niffler venom, right? I'll go and squeeze you a fresh bucket tonight. That would be splendid, Hagrid. Thank you. But what if the Ministry of Magic sends someone to capture it? Harry presented a plausible scenario. Then let them come and catch it themselves. But neither Hogwarts nor Hagrid can guarantee their safety in the forest. They might be ensnared and devoured by a giant spider, ambushed by a 5-legged creature lurking in the shadows, pierced by the stinger of a sphinx, or reduced to a rotting corpse by the poison of a venomous leopard. Few places in England are more perilous than the depths of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. Ezio shrugged, entirely unconcerned about the matter. Only cowards from the Ministry would dare not enter the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid scoffed at this notion, asserting that it was precisely due to his presence that the forest had remained peaceful over the years. The outer and inner regions of the forest were starkly different. Even the centaurs, its indigenous inhabitants, would not venture too deep, for doing so would merely serve as a feast for the predators. After hearing this, Harry recoiled slightly, muttering, "No wonder the headmaster emphasizes that we shouldn't go into the Forbidden Forest. It truly is terrifying." Chapter 52, The Hatching of Norbert and Nicholas Flamel. Ezio, what do you suppose Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts? What could possibly require safekeeping at Hogwarts? After leaving Hagrid's hut, Harry pondered with confusion. Surely, it must be something of great value, Ezio replied with a shrug, indulging in a bit of mischief. You already know, don't you? Harry retorted, a bit exasperated. I can guess, but it will take some time. If the answer to a question is revealed the moment it is posed, it becomes rather dull, wouldn't you agree? Besides, there is no need for you to worry about it. As long as Dumbledore remains at Hogwarts, everything is safe. You mean, once Professor Dumbledore leaves the school, that fellow will take action, right? Harry discerned the underlying implication in Ezio's words, mentally patting himself on the back for his cleverness. If Dumbledore were present at the school, that individual would not dare to steal. Time continued to flow quietly. After encountering the dragon egg and offering advice to Hagrid that day, Ezio did not expend any further thought on the matter. However, Harry remained quite invested. Once he had completed his academic responsibilities, he began to investigate any clues about that object, increasing his visits to Hagrid's abode. After all, the most accessible source of information lay with Hagrid himself. Hagrid was a good-hearted man, albeit somewhat loose-lipped. This was not intentional. Rather, it was part of his open and carefree nature. In the presence of familiar faces, or when he had indulged in a bit of drink, a perceptive individual could glean some insights if they sought information. Harry was still a bit naive. His intentions were somewhat transparent. Fortunately, Hagrid trusted him deeply, and with the distraction of Norbert's situation, Harry managed not to reveal his true motives. Weeks have swiftly passed, and on a sun-drenched afternoon, Neil, a seldom-seen messenger, fluttered into the great hall. Once he delivered his letter, the trembling owls dared to enter from the high entrances of the hall. Having spent over half a year at Hogwarts, Neil had undeniably established himself as a prominent figure among the messengers, albeit one with a sinister aura. Nowadays, the owls of Hogwarts would veer away upon spotting Neil, too intimidated to approach. The note Neil delivered bore the hasty scrawl of Hagrid, overflowing with joy and excitement that could be felt even through the paper. To be candid, first-year herbology was not particularly thrilling. Professor Sprout, a teacher of immense experience, understood the importance of gradual learning and risk avoidance, ensuring that first years were not exposed to perilous plants. Yet, for the sake of the wondrous venomous tentacula, Ezio was willing to invest time in wielding a spade to learn about nurturing these magical flora. Perhaps it was his innate passion for cultivating something that drew him to herbology. As Professor Sprout announced the end of class, an eager Harry dropped his spade and seized Ezio's arm, hurrying towards Hagrid's hut. Upon arrival, Harry was breathless, while Ezio maintained his composure. "Hagrid, it's us," Ezio called out at the door, which promptly opened a crack. "Come in quickly, you've arrived just in time." Hagrid beckoned them inside. At that moment, a dragon egg lay on a wooden table, emanating warmth, with numerous cracks appearing on its surface. Suddenly, a small, dark head broke through the shell, and as it struggled, the cracks multiplied, revealing a somewhat wrinkled black dragon that emerged from its confinement. The wings of the Norwegian Ridgeback bore a resemblance to those of a bat, large and broad, while its elongated snout rendered it rather unattractive. Unhardened horn buds adorned its head, and its orange eyes bulged outward. "This little creature is rather abstract," Ezio mused, gently touching the dragon's head with a finger. However, the feisty little beast retaliated by biting, resulting in Ezio receiving a swift bump to the head, causing him to tumble onto the table, where the dragon bared its teeth at him in a playful yet fierce manner. It seemed to realize that Ezio was not its father, but merely a large, bearded man intruding into its space. "Norbert is beautiful," Hagrid exclaimed with the fervor of an infatuated fan, his face aglow with excitement. "Look at those tiny teeth. I bet he was born ready to eat meat. Should I still feed him milk?" Norbert emitted a few sparks towards Hagrid, and then buried his head, voraciously munching on the eggshell. His delicate little teeth were remarkably sharp, swiftly demolishing the hard shell as if it were a crispy cracker. When Ezio attempted to retrieve the shell from Norbert's mouth, the dragon grew irritable, resulting in another bump to Ezio's head, who then dazedly fell into Hagrid's palm. "Be careful, Ezio, he's just a newborn baby." Hagrid cast a serious glance at Ezio, as Nobber gnawed at the calluses on Hagrid's hands, making little progress. After all, these marks were indelible traces left by Hagrid's affection for those mischievous little creatures, utterly unyielding. "Poking its head would hurt my hand. You have no idea how hard Nobber's head is." Ezio grinned, then tucked away the palm-sized eggshell he had just collected, eagerly anticipating the infusion of fresh dragon eggshell for his potion. "Remember to feed it raw meat, cooked will suffice as well. The little dragon doesn't drink milk. It consumes this from birth. Should we add a splash of brandy? I believe Nobber would enjoy it. I worry it might become tipsy as it grows. That could lead to trouble if it flies into the castle." "Oh, let us keep the alcohol to a minimum." Hagrid waved his hand, steadfast in his own concoction. "I'll keep a close watch on it. Nobber, you are not to fly around without my permission." Hagrid affectionately ruffled the little creature's head, lifting it effortlessly with 2 fingers. Upon meeting the imposing Hagrid, the previously rambunctious Nobber calmed down. After Hagrid fed it a piece of raw meat and a cup of brandy, the little one drifted into a sleepy haze in its cozy nook, snoring as sparks flickered from its nostrils. Hagrid was overjoyed. Once the little creature was asleep, he brought forth a barrel of pure malt whiskey. Hagrid could easily consume 5 or 6 barrels in one sitting. A single barrel wouldn't leave him drowsy, but it certainly sparked his enthusiasm. He began to chatter excitedly about his future plans for Nobber, while Harry offered emotional support, enthusiastically engaging in the conversation. When Harry sensed the moment was right, he shifted the topic to Lu Wei. "Hagrid, what is Professor Dumbledore having Lu Wei guard?" Harry asked, filled with anticipation. However, the mention of Dumbledore seemed to snap Hagrid back to sobriety. "I've already told you, Harry." Hagrid's expression hardened. He had previously sworn never to divulge any details about the matter. "Stay out of things that don't concern you. It's dangerous. Forget about Lu Wei and what it is guarding. That is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicodemus." Hagrid covered his mouth, suddenly displaying a look of distress. "I shouldn't have drunk this." He scolded himself in frustration. Chapter 53. Harry, the value of self-awareness. "I apologize, Hagrid. I was just momentarily curious." Harry sincerely apologized afterward, realizing his inquiry might have been a bit excessive. He was, after all, a good boy, unlike Ezio, who would engage in such acts without a second thought. Although Ezio would never resort to such clumsy methods. "Oh, you, Harry," Hagrid sighed. "Your father was just as mischievous. I nearly devoted half my life to driving those rascals out of the Forbidden Forest, and the other half to the Weasley twins." After agreeing to help Hagrid care for Nobber when he could, Harry, feeling a bit guilty, excitedly shared the information he had just acquired with Ezio. The object guarded by Lu Wei relates to Nicodemus, and the parcel retrieved by Hagrid at that time was rather small, almost as if it were. But why? Harry found himself questioning why Nicodemus would hand the Philosopher's Stone over to Dumbledore. Could it be that Professor Dumbledore was in poor health and needed the stone to concoct an elixir of immortality? Yet, that seemed implausible. What if Dumbledore himself had no use for it? Ezio interjected. Did Dumbledore not require it for himself? Harry furrowed his brow. Why would he bring such a precious object to Hogwarts? Could it be that he intended to use the stone as bait? Ezio remained silent, sensing that his guidance over the past 6 months had not been in vain. At least Harry had developed his own logical reasoning. If this were indeed Professor Dumbledore's intention, then who might fall victim to it? Surely not I. Harry pointed to himself, feeling his thoughts spiral into confusion, as he could hardly pinpoint a worthy suspect. The number of those desiring the Philosopher's Stone was far too great. If one were to casually ask any wizard whether they wished for the stone, a staggering 90% would respond affirmatively, for the stone symbolized an endless supply of gold and the allure of eternal life. Yet, I have no desire for the Philosopher's Stone, Harry lamented, furrowing his brow. My parents left me ample wealth, which I feel I could never exhaust. Furthermore, I am young and have no need for immortality. I shall simply wait and see. Since Harry had developed a certain understanding and curiosity regarding this matter, the objective was achieved. As for when Dumbledore would cast his line, that remained at his discretion. Indeed, whoever sought the Philosopher's Stone would have to wait until Dumbledore departed from Hogwarts. Harry nodded, intrigued by the matter, yet he had learned to exercise patience. He had spent countless hours in the library, fully engrossed in his studies. I should focus on preparing for exams now. There are only a few weeks left. And I promised Hagrid I would help care for Norbert, which requires my presence at least twice a week. Calculating with his fingers, Harry felt his schedule was quite full, and he might have to forego attending some dueling club meetings. Observing the endless essays and the little witches and wizards who felt as though they could use an extra 24 hours in a day, he noted that the younger students fared better, while many older students faced the pressures of exams, some even ending up in the infirmary due to overwhelming stress. The consumption of invigorating potions surged as countless students burned the midnight oil, particularly in Slytherin, where the competitive spirit that had begun at the start of the academic year reached its zenith by the year's end. They all contemplated how to displace others from elevated positions. This was a pivotal period of social ascension within Slytherin House. Although the downtrodden, trampled into the dirt, had scurried away in shame, over 20% of the fourth-tier Shudras still played roles akin to servants within the institution. While they were not stripped of their rights like house elves, their lives barely scraped by. To thrive in the academy, one must ascend to the third class, reminiscent of the Vaishyas, a tier that garnered true recognition in Slytherin. After spending some time with Rabaston refining the current policies enforced by Slytherin, Ezio established various standards for grading and bonus points. He eased the reins for the first-year newcomers. The stratification system commenced from the second year. If one failed to grasp the academy's regulations throughout the year, they deserved to be relegated to the status of the lowly. Everything gravitated towards institutionalization and formalization, which pleased Ezio. Although this approach might evoke a sense that he aspired to emulate Grindelwald's pursuits, what of it? Should Ezio then aspire to become one of Voldemort's Death Eaters? Compared to Grindelwald, Voldemort was hardly noteworthy. Ezio was acutely aware of his purpose. Hogwarts was merely a springboard for acquiring power and achieving his goals. Gaining a modicum of authority was solely to ensure resources served him better. The examination period concluded in a pleasant atmosphere. At least for Ezio, it was relatively effortless. Even the astronomy and history of magic exams he attended only once posed no pressure. While these subjects involved magic, they largely revolved around rote memorization. Astronomy was a discipline in which wizards performed poorly, and Hogwarts merely offered an introductory course. From the third year onward, it became optional. Finally, it was over. After completing the last exam, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly did not possess Ezio's confidence. At least transfiguration and herbology were his weak points. While his practical skills in herbology were lacking, his theoretical knowledge was satisfactory. I feel like I could devour 8 chicken legs and an entire pizza. At the mention of food, Harry's appetite surged. Let us head to the Great Hall, Ezio said, pocketing his hands as he walked forward. Dumbledore had greeted him earlier, concerned that he might inadvertently forget something and eliminate Voldemort, thus sending him a reminder. Harry instinctively glanced at the staff table. Dumbledore, who had always been present, was conspicuously absent. Without even swallowing his pizza, Harry nudged Ezio with his elbow and exclaimed, "Look!" After gulping down a generous mouthful of freshly squeezed orange juice, Harry swallowed his food and quickly scanned the room. All the other professors were present, yet Dumbledore was missing. Could it be tonight? Perhaps, Ezio shrugged. After all, it is the Philosopher's Stone. Ezio, aren't you concerned? The use of the Philosopher's Stone seems rather futile. I cannot simply summon it to resurrect Voldemort, can I? He is not truly dead, is he? I was barely a year old at the time. How could I have possibly been responsible for his demise? Such an ability is beyond my reach. The more he pondered, the more resolute Harry's voice became. Clearly, some unforeseen circumstance must have transpired, something I remain unaware of. They all claim that Voldemort was vanquished by me, yet I am no Hercules endowed with extraordinary strength. And my magical aptitude is merely a tad superior to that of the average wizard. After contemplating this matter, Harry fell silent for a moment. I must visit that place. Narration: there is no need to elaborate on the scene where Voldemort slays the unicorn. It is inevitable, yet we shall bypass it. as the original text features Dumbledore providing Harry with hints, which is unnecessary here. Chapter 54, The Passage Through the Trapdoor. Let us proceed. Do not rush, Ezio replied, shaking his head. We must allow our meal to settle. Vigorous exercise post-repast is unwise. What time is it? Harry exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. You are correct, he conceded, his brow furrowing. If someone truly intends to steal something, they would undoubtedly choose a time when no one is around. But what if they act too swiftly? Harry pondered another possibility. Perhaps we should lie in wait, utilizing the invisibility cloak. Agreed. For Ezio, the art of stealth and ambush was as effortless as enjoying a breakfast of fried dough. Although, in the later stages of the trials, he had primarily opted for efficiency. Traversing from the southern city to the northern one and swiftly collecting trophies, he had not forgotten the foundational skills of an assassin. However, you must be prepared for solitude. Several hours remain until curfew. Go relieve yourself first. I would rather not witness you embarrass yourself. Oh right. Harry, somewhat sheepish, exited the room, having not considered this aspect. After a short while, the two strolled leisurely through the castle, as Ezio had suggested. Following their examinations, the students were meandering about, particularly in secluded corners, where young couples, soon to be parted for 2 months, were engaged in quiet, affectionate exchanges, leading Harry to blush several times at the unintentional sounds he overheard. As they approached the 4th floor, they were met with a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Gryffindor students were known for their adventurous spirit, and this exploration was primarily spearheaded by them. However, numbers offered little comfort, as the presence of Peeves was quite formidable. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they refrained from approaching Peeves' domain, and instead concealed themselves within the trophy room. Here, they found clean chairs to rest upon, and even if they were unfortunately discovered, an ample excuse would be readily available. Harry donned the invisibility cloak and watched as Ezio faded from view. Although it was not his first encounter with Ezio's vanishing act, Harry remained intrigued. May I attempt to locate you? A game of hide and seek? Certainly. The voice of Ezio resonated from all directions, rendering it impossible to discern his location. I remain stationary, and if you touched me, you would win. All right. If I lose, lend me the invisibility cloak during the holidays. Agreed. Harry readily acquiesced. Even without the bet, he would willingly lend it to Ezio if needed, thus alleviating any pressure. Yet, this seemingly simple challenge left Harry utterly perplexed. He had nearly explored every nook and cranny of the trophy room, but could not find a single strand of Ezio's hair. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air, completely vanishing from the room. After several hours, just as Harry was about to give up, he suddenly felt a hand cover his mouth from behind. It's me. Ezio's voice, barely above a whisper, reached him. The curfew has passed. Someone is coming. Startled, Harry nodded slightly, afraid to make a sound. After about 10 minutes, Ezio finally released him, materializing from the air. Why did you wait so long? Because I feared the thief might be a fool, so I gave him some time. Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation, given the extent of Ezio's efforts. Even extracting the dragon egg to converse with Hagrid, he hardly seemed foolish. Where were you hiding? I scoured the trophy room and couldn't find you. Are you certain you didn't move? I was crouched up there. Ezio indicated a high trophy tower with a foot-sized ledge at the top. Harry looked up, gazed for several seconds, then shook his head in frustration. I concede, doesn't your leg ache? This used to be part of my daily training. I can crouch for 3 days without moving, eating, or drinking, and I won't feel numbness in my legs. Is assassin training that extreme? It's fundamental. All right, let's go. You can forego the invisibility cloak, at least for now. They silently opened the door and made their way to Ruvy's room. The once tightly closed wooden door was ajar, and through the crack, they could see Ruvy sleeping soundly with his eyes closed, a harp resting at his feet, silent at this moment. Sho, it's me, Ruvy. Ezio pushed the door open, and in that instant, Ruvy opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Ezio, he lay down again, raising his rear and wagging his tail. Eat, good boy. Ezio produced 3 freshly slaughtered and skinned cattle from his pocket, effortlessly lifting the 200-kilogram beasts with one hand. After all, as a berserker capable of wielding 2 meteor hammers, Ezio's base strength was extraordinarily high. This was also why he suspected he had ISU blood, as such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Upon seeing the late-night feast, Ruvy first rubbed his 3 heads against Ezio's chest, and after receiving permission, he lay down to indulge heartily. A glowing orb shot forth from Harry's wand tip, his urgency surpassing that of Ezio. It's so deep below, at least several dozen meters. The vast, dark space left Harry awestruck. It seemed there was something moving at the bottom. Was it a devil's snare? Herbology was not lost on Harry, who recognized the entity below resembling the physique of a Cthulhu-like deity, having encountered it in a previous examination. How do we descend? He inquired. But before the words had fully escaped his lips, a swift kick from Ezio met his backside. Of course we jump, came Ezio's voice from behind him. The unanticipated freefall sent Harry's heart racing, nearly leaping from his throat. He stifled a gasp, summoning every ounce of willpower to suppress his scream. Casting a look of piteous reproach toward Ezio overhead, a blend of indignation and fear in his eyes. The tangled devil snare ensnared his body, allowing Harry to land safely. With a flick of his wand, azure flames, reminiscent of bluebells, ignited at the tip. Professor Sprout believed this minor enchantment to be more effective than the standard Incendio or Lumos when it came to repelling creatures and plants drawn to darkness. Compared to Incendio, its potency was lesser, its temperature cooler, and its controllability superior, making it ideal for novice wizards. As the devil's snare receded and Harry landed unceremoniously on the ground, Ezio's silhouette gracefully descended from the air, landing soundlessly. "So, you kicked me down to have me unlock the door?" Harry grumbled, rubbing his sore backside while gazing at the gaping, healing void left by the devil's snare, his expression a mix of annoyance and resignation. "Clever, a point for Slytherin, Harry." If only points could truly be awarded, Harry pouted, rising with a hint of frustration. Chapter 55. Harry, it turns out I am the only sane one. Beneath the devil's snare lay a solitary stone corridor, enveloped in eerie silence, save for the sound of Harry's footsteps and the gentle drip of water cascading down the walls. They descended in a single file, as if entering the subterranean vaults of Gringotts, harboring a secret treasure at its depths. After a brief interval, a soft rustling and tinkling noise wafted from ahead, accompanied by a glimmer of light in the distance. Harry suspected the presence of a ghost, akin to Peeves, capable of interacting with its surroundings, perhaps playing some ominous tune, like a dirge. The ominous atmosphere easily induced tension, leading to bizarre thoughts that could frighten oneself. When they finally entered the brightly lit chamber, Harry exhaled in relief. It was merely a swarm of flying keys. "Ah, non-flying keys," he mused, his gaze fixating on a heavy wooden door ahead, clearly indicating that they needed to procure a key to unlock it. "Use your little brain, Harry. You can devise a solution." Ezio stepped aside, for if he were to handle everything, it would be too simple. In just a minute or two, he could clear this chamber, and that was still accounting for his leisurely pace. Harry sensed a flicker of realization, but chose not to dwell on it at that moment, instead pondering how to swiftly acquire the correct key. "Write this," he exclaimed, raising his wand toward the sky. Obstacles abound. He swiftly mounted the nearby enchanted object, a flying broomstick. Although he wore glasses, Harry's gaze was remarkably sharp, and he immediately spotted the most unique key amidst the multitude of others, a large, gleaming silver key with drooping wings that clearly flew much slower than the rest. In the blink of an eye, Harry seized the key and deftly inserted it into the lock. With a satisfying click, the door lock sprang open, and the key promptly soared away. Stepping through, Harry found himself in a darkened environment. Following closely behind, Ezio also entered, and the previously shadowy space was suddenly illuminated. Before them lay a vast arena, with a chessboard occupying the center of the room. To pass through, they would need to conquer the challenge ahead. "But I don't know how to play chess," Harry lamented, feeling somewhat at a loss. He was aware that wizard chess was quite popular in the wizarding world, yet he had never played even once and was entirely unfamiliar with the rules. His disinterest in the game made him prefer concocting potions with Snape over wasting time on chess. "Ezio, do you know how to play?" "Indeed. But my expertise lies in international chess, with a rating of 130, quite respectable among amateur players," Ezio replied lightly. "Assassins require a quick mind. Those with rigid thinking often meet their demise during missions, as unforeseen events are unavoidable." "How does wizard chess differ from international chess?" Harry inquired, casting a pleading glance. "The pieces I play with do not shatter and knock the opposing pieces away," Ezio shrugged. "Wizard chess is fundamentally similar to international chess, yet its rules diverge from modern chess, possessing a more archaic charm and unique magical elements." Sighing in frustration, Harry began to pace restlessly, muttering to himself, "Move, move, faster. I can handle it. Just keep moving. No stopping." Suddenly, it was as if an external voice chimed in, and Harry smacked his forehead, his clever mind sparking with an idea. He retrieved the invisibility cloak from his pocket, recalling Dumbledore's words that no magic could detect it as long as the wearer revealed no flaws. Once draped in the cloak, he would remain undetected. Without a moment to lose, Harry mounted the broomstick and carefully wrapped the cloak around himself, rendering both him and the broom completely invisible in the air. Moments later, his figure appeared on the opposite side of the chessboard, the pieces below oblivious to his presence. After all, it was the legendary cloak capable of evading death's pursuit, a unique treasure in the magical realm, indeed a powerful asset. "I've made it," Harry whispered excitedly, waving at Ezio. Feeling remarkably clever, Ezio stretched his limbs. His time at Hogwarts had been fulfilling and joyous, yet to be honest, in this peaceful world, he felt somewhat rusty and in need of a refresher. Perhaps a bit of physical activity would do him good. "May I borrow your sword?" Ezio resolutely seized two stone swords from the grasp of the black pieces, striding purposefully towards the white pieces ahead. In that fleeting moment, Due to the transgression of the rules governing this realm, both black and white pieces abruptly rose, surging en masse toward Ezio's position. The sensation was invigorating. As he faced his adversaries, the ability, Berserker's Fury, was triggered, enhancing his strength, agility, and intuition in a continuous crescendo. With the passage of time and the baptism of blood, this enhancement could reach a staggering 1,000%. However, these pieces were evidently ill-equipped for such a protracted battle. With a casual sweep, the White Knight piece was brutally cleaved in two, as if traversing an uninhabited land. Ezio pierced through the blockade of all the pieces in a mere 30 steps, leaving a scatter of black and white stones strewn behind him. Both intellect and strength are indispensable. Ezio discarded his shattered weapons and patted the astonished Harry on the shoulder. Let us proceed. Harry, still in disbelief at the spectacle he had just witnessed, nodded vacantly. I feel you resemble a half-blood giant even more than Hagrid does, Ezio. After walking for a while, Harry's hoarse voice gradually broke the silence. What are you joking about? If I possessed Hagrid's physique, I would stride through the forbidden forest. Unfortunately, I cannot boast immunity to most toxins like Hagrid, and I cannot even outmatch a single one of his fingers in an arm wrestling contest. Hagrid can single-handedly drag logs weighing over 15 tons, while I merely operate in kilograms. You underestimate giants, Harry. The stone crossbow he had positioned at the entrance could obliterate a troll's upper body into a mist of blood. Even the formidable Ukrainian Ironbelly could not withstand a few volleys of that weapon. I attempted to draw it back, but it would not budge. Hagrid claimed he had unwittingly slain a rampaging mountain troll that had swum across the sea 20 years ago, fashioning the bowstring from its tendons. Truly brutal. I merely possess a bit more strength, yet I still consider myself human. Harry's mouth, which had previously been shut, gaped open again. Among his closest friends, was he truly the only one considered normal? Chapter 56, Slytherin's Traditional Expletives. Amidst Harry's mutterings, they arrived at the threshold of a new door, where Harry's attention shifted once more. He drew his wand, readying himself. Upon opening the door, a nauseating stench surged forth, far more potent than any he had encountered before. Just standing at the entrance, Harry felt overwhelmed, nearly brought to tears by the odor. Turning to glance at Ezio, he found the man unaffected. A bubble hovering above his head, seemingly impervious to the noxious curse. Quickly, assist me with a bubblehead charm. Harry pinched his nose, beseeching Ezio for aid. Once encased in the protective bubble, Harry finally dared to breathe. I swear, if I ever encounter such a repulsive creature as a troll again, I shall certainly deliver a decisive blow. They traversed the colossal body of the beast and arrived at the gate it guarded. However, this time, the well-lit chamber held no traps, only a table positioned at its center, upon which rested 7 bottles of varying shapes. This must be a challenge set by Professor Snape. Harry surmised immediately, as they stepped into the room. The door they had entered and the archway ahead ignited with magical flames, black fire in front and purple fire behind, trapping them within the confines of the chamber. Perhaps I can discern the potions contained within these bottles? Danger loomed before them, safety lay behind, and 2 among them could assist. Drink from them. 1 will guide you forward, 2 contain nettle wine, and 3 are lethal poisons, advancing in a line. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain here forever. We offer 4 clues to aid in your selection. First, no matter how cunningly the poisons conceal themselves, they are all positioned to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at either end differ. If you wish to proceed, they will serve you no purpose. Third, you will notice that the bottles vary in size. Within the giant and the dwarf, the Grim Reaper does not hide. Fourth, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, share the same taste. Upon reading the riddle inscribed on the parchment, Harry furrowed his brow slightly. The 3rd and 6th potions were the smallest and largest, respectively. And among the 7 potions, there were 2 bottles of nettle wine and 3 of poison. The second bottle from the left and the second from the right, though they appeared different, had the same flavor. If the 6th bottle is safe, then it must be nettle wine, regardless of how cunningly the poisons hide. They are indeed to the left of the nettle wine. In that case, the current potions are poison, nettle, poison, poison, nettle, because the 3rd bottle is the smallest. And within the giant and the dwarf, the Grim Reaper does not lurk. It is safe. A simple exercise in logic. A smile of joy spread across Harry's face as he lifted 2 bottles. However, the potion that would allow them to advance seemed to be sufficient for only 1 to consume. The liquid in the smallest bottle was scarcely enough for a single sip, meaning only one of them could proceed to the next challenge. Some experiences must be personally encountered to be fully understood, Harry. Since you have come to seek the answers, go forth. Ezio nodded at him, assuring him that should he encounter any grave trouble, he would hear his calls. All right, Harry replied decisively. This was precisely what he desired. Although having Ezio by his side provided him with a profound sense of security, he could not rely solely on others. Harry yearned to prove himself. Moreover, behind the door lay those who coveted the Philosopher's Stone, connected to Voldemort, making it imperative for him not to abandon his quest. Ezio had instilled in him an understanding of love during their time on the train. The image of his mother's selfless sacrifice remained etched in his memory. Whenever he dreamt of that harrowing green light and the sight of his mother collapsing, Harry's heart would twist in agony. He had discerned the essence of love and, in turn, comprehended the nature of hatred. The enmity between parents and their foes was irreconcilable. Harry swiftly consumed the potion of progression, clutching his wand firmly as he strode resolutely towards the direction of the black flames. Whoever you are, I have arrived. The dark flickers of fire licked at his body. Yet the potion coursing through him felt as frigid as ice, shielding him from the flame's harm. In an instant, his vision was engulfed, leaving only the abyss of black fire before him. He successfully entered the final chamber, where a figure awaited, one he had nearly forgotten over the course of the academic year, a silhouette shrouded in obscurity. Faint away. Without hesitation, Harry raised his arm and uttered the incantation. A beam of crimson light shot forth, but was effortlessly deflected. Over the past year, Harry had matured significantly. No longer the novice wizard who could not cast a single spell on the train. His popularity in the dueling club was not merely due to his fame, but rather the accolades he had earned through his own efforts. Among first-year students, he had no rival. His remarkable reflexes allowed him to deftly evade curses and retaliate with finesse. After all, casting spells against professors would result in point deductions. The figure ahead turned, revealing Quirrell's pallid, sickly visage before Harry, a stark contrast to his state at the beginning of the school year. He appeared as though he were a mere shadow of life, a specter on the brink of demise. How dare a wretch like you presume to be a professor at Hogwarts? Harry remained vigilant, wary of the stuttering Quirrell. At that moment, he comprehended that Quirrell's pretense in class had been a fade, which explained why Ezio held such disdain for him. Ezio should have cast a few curses upon you, exposing your true nature sooner. Upon hearing the name Ezio, Quirrell visibly seethed with rage. I ought to thank him. He has ensured that I am regarded as a worthless fool by everyone at the swiftest pace. Quirrell gritted his teeth, having endured a year rife with mockery and derision from all directions, but he bore it for the sake of his grand ambitions. Once I present the Philosopher's Stone to the great Dark Lord, I shall be rewarded. At that moment, I will show no mercy to that little wretch. As Quirrell succumbed to fury at the mention of Ezio, Harry seized the fleeting opportunity. However, against Quirrell, who no longer concealed his prowess, Harry appeared too juvenile. Even at his worst, Quirrell was an exemplary student, recognized by all the professors, and had amassed years of practical experience post-graduation. It was only after receiving an invitation that he ventured into the Albanian forest to conclude his global journey, where he encountered Voldemort. Harry's magic was effortlessly countered. Quirrell did not even draw his wand. He could cast spells barehanded, having trained for unforeseen circumstances in the wild, benefiting from the tutelage of wizards from Wagadu, making him formidable compared to many European wizards. With a snap of his fingers, before Harry could conjure a new spell, several ropes materialized from thin air, binding him tightly. Now, be still and wait, Potter. I must examine this intriguing mirror closely. At that moment, Harry also noticed the object standing behind Quirrell. It was the mirror of Ariste. This mirror was the key to locating the Philosopher's Stone, murmured Quirrell, dismissing Harry with disdain. He was a formidable wizard, capable of breaching Gringotts and magically blasting open vaults. Albeit with some assistance from Voldemort at the time, nonetheless, he possessed considerable power. Only Dumbledore could produce such an artifact as a vessel for concealing the stone. But where was it? Quirrell was not well versed in the mirror of Ariste, yet upon hearing this, Harry's mind began to race despite his bound body. If Aegeus had once used the mirror to seek clues about his father's demise and succeeded, perhaps I could ascertain the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone through this mirror? At the very least, I cannot allow Quirrell to seize it. Harry struggled desperately, attempting to inch closer to the mirror, but the ropes were tightly bound, causing him to tumble to the ground. Quirrell paid no heed to Harry's struggles. A look of confusion flickered in his eyes. I distinctly saw myself offering the Philosopher's Stone to the Dark Lord, but why can't I retrieve it? Where is it? Could the stone be within the mirror? Should I shatter it? Quirrell hesitated, unable to find a solution. A vague voice emanated from within him, sending a chill down Harry's spine as if he had encountered a ghost. Use that boy, use that boy. Quirrell turned to the struggling Harry, kicking away his wand. Quirrell was no fool. He did not wish for any unforeseen mishap at that moment. Stand there. The ropes binding Harry loosened slightly, though they were not completely undone. Akin to being shackled, however, the connecting rope grew a tad longer, allowing him a modicum of movement. Harry staggered to his feet before the mirror of Ariste, where he beheld his reflection smiling back at him. The Harry in the mirror held a stone, crimson as blood, and after winking at him, tucked it into his pocket. Harry felt a weight in his pocket, as if something had indeed fallen inside. Tell me, what do you see? Quirrell impatiently inquired, while Harry strained to concoct a lie. I saw myself join the Quidditch team, and I even became captain, winning the Quidditch Cup. Quirrell muttered a string of curses before barking, "Get away from me." Just as Harry contemplated how to swiftly navigate through the doorway of black flames without falling, that spine-chilling voice erupted again from Quirrell's body. "He is lying. Tell me, Potter." Quirrell immediately turned, fixing a fierce gaze upon Harry. "Speak the truth, or I shall make you regret it. Let me speak to him face to face." A trace of anxiety crossed Quirrell's face. "Master, your strength has not yet returned. I still possess some power." After the sound emerged, Quirrell raised his hand to remove his turban, releasing a pungent aroma of garlic, intended to mask a far more repulsive stench. It was reminiscent of decay, the odor of a rotting corpse. Perhaps Voldemort, upon his future resurrection, chose to forego his nose due to the irreversible damage it had sustained over the past year, thus transforming into a noseless monstrosity. Quirrell turned around, and at that moment, Harry was nearly overwhelmed with terror, almost screaming. At the back of Quirrell's head was a grotesque, terrifying visage, pallid and with glaring red eyes, resembling a zombie infected by a virus, utterly devoid of humanity. A whisper escaped Harry Potter's lips as their gazes locked. "Voldemort!" Harry nearly roared, several times attempting to charge forward to deliver a blow to that ghastly face, yet his bound body made it impossible to maintain balance, and he crashed heavily to the ground. "It seems you are delighted to see me," Voldemort observed Harry, who was struggling on the floor, attempting to rise and strike him. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "There is no need to struggle. It is a futile endeavor. You should be a clever Slytherin, aware that such actions are a useless rebellion. Slytherin will be ashamed of you. You have sullied the honor of the house, you filthy, repugnant maggot clinging to others' heads. You smell worse than the excrement crushed beneath a troll's foot." Harry had certainly learned the traditional Slytherin insults, though his aggressiveness left much to be desired. After all, he was a good boy, not particularly adept at cursing. Voldemort's expression remained unchanged, but Quirrell trembled slightly. "Blast! This little Slytherin brat is indeed born of pure malevolence. Damn it." Chapter 58. Ambush, Decapitation. "Hand over the Sorcerer's Stone. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as your parents, who kneel before me begging for mercy." Bah! Harry forcefully spat out the phlegm he had been brewing, then suddenly struggled to rise, scrambling towards the door, having meticulously planned his escape route, awaiting this very moment. "Seize him!" Voldemort screamed, his voice dripping with malice. Quirrell hurriedly lunged forward, grasping Harry by the ankle and bringing him crashing down to the floor, leaving a trace of blood as Harry broke his nose, yet he remained silent. As Harry attempted to flee, the moment Quirrell made contact, the scar on his forehead ignited with intense pain, as if his head were about to split in two. "I can't hold him, master. My hand," Quirrell wailed, clutching his wrist. Upon witnessing Quirrell's incompetence, Voldemort nearly shouted through gritted teeth, "Then eliminate him. You useless fool." But before Quirrell could raise his hand to cast the killing curse, a chilling glimmer pierced through the black fire portal behind Harry. Leonidas's broken spear instantaneously pierced Quirrell's chest, and in that fleeting moment, the figure of Aegis appeared, descending gracefully from the air, as if not exerting effort, yet Quirrell seemed struck by a heavy truck. With a dull thud, Quirrell's sternum succumbed to the impact of the ground, collapsing entirely as a broken spear pierced through his back. Ezio nonchalantly retrieved it. Another glimmer of cold light flickered, and as Ezio's left hand fell, a grotesque head soared into the air, accompanied by a spray of crimson blood. Harry noticed that the ropes binding him had vanished, and instinctively raised his hand to catch the approaching head. Voldemort's face loomed close, grotesquely contorted, as if scorched by a branding iron, eliciting a fierce scream from him. Although the scar on Harry's forehead throbbed with excruciating pain, he summoned immense willpower to withstand the darkness that threatened to engulf him. He fixed his gaze upon Voldemort's distorted visage, his expression akin to a predator poised to devour its prey. Harry yearned to reach out and seize it, but his body felt utterly drained of strength, causing him to stagger and collapse onto the ground. Had he fled? Harry stared at the section of the ceiling where Voldemort had vanished, his fists clenched tightly. Capturing a specter proved far more challenging than anticipated. Ezio shook his head. Without employing his formidable killing curse, he could do little against such phantoms, and he had vowed to Dumbledore to allow Voldemort's spirit to escape. "Next time, when I encounter him again, I shall avenge my parents by slaying him." Harry ground his teeth in frustration, acutely aware of his own impotence, especially as Quirrell had so easily dispatched him. He felt woefully inadequate. He did not blame Ezio for his delayed arrival. Even had he come sooner, the outcome would not have changed if Voldemort were indeed a specter. They had just crossed paths in the previous chamber. Ezio gestured behind Harry, where the once black flames had dissipated, revealing a wizard clad in white robes. Dumbledore approached, a complex yet comforting smile gracing his features, as he helped Harry to his feet and brushed the ashes from his clothing. "You performed admirably, Harry." "But I have not done enough," Harry replied, shaking his head. "If I possessed even half of Ezio's abilities, I might have been able to extract more information from him." "What do you wish to know, Harry?" Dumbledore inquired gently. I want to ask him if he regrets being born into this world. Harry exclaimed. Ah, Professor, he continued, rummaging through his pocket. The Philosopher's Stone, it was hidden within the mirror. You have done exceptionally well, Harry. You have demonstrated courage, determination, and quick wits, qualities that many lack. Dumbledore accepted the Philosopher's Stone, but added, we should depart now. Madame Pomfrey can tend to your wounds. You wouldn't want your nose to end up as crooked as mine. It was only then that Harry became acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body, particularly from his nose, which he suspected might be broken after his fall. As Harry made his way to the infirmary for treatment, Snape rushed in, his demeanor tense. He cast a disapproving glance at Dumbledore, but visibly relaxed upon confirming that Harry was unharmed. Ezio did not accompany Harry. Before leaving Hogwarts, he needed to resolve several matters. With the holidays fast approaching, unlike other young wizards who would enjoy leisurely breaks, he found himself busier during this time. His journey would take him abroad, not to evade those who sought to ensnare him, but to visit Ilvermorny. Additionally, he hoped to engage in a discussion with Nicholas Flamel regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Although this magical artifact had diminished in practical value, it remained a treasure. Should Flamel be willing to share insights about the stone, it would undoubtedly be beneficial, especially given Ezio's curiosity about this wondrous object capable of achieving the permanent transformations sought in Transfiguration. If all went well, he also intended to visit Beauxbatons, to see if illuminating the map there could unlock special milestones akin to those at Hogwarts. This was something that could significantly enhance Ezio's tangible abilities. Whether it was the silent descent of conceptual straw piles or the stealthy prowess of combat, with the Spartan's stunning kicks proving exceedingly useful. Chapter 59, Living Solely for Oneself. At that moment, please convey my regards. Professor McGonagall swiftly signed her name on a piece of parchment, which she then handed to Ezio. Despite being a highly esteemed Transfiguration master, McGonagall remained modest. Her expertise lay not in animagus transformation, but in the transfiguration of inanimate objects into animated beings. Few practitioners could conjure living chess pieces enough to fill an entire board, each possessing its own independent consciousness. An exceptionally challenging feat. I will ensure your greetings are delivered. Ezio bowed slightly to Professor McGonagall, expressing his gratitude to this diligent and caring teacher. Be cautious on your journey. Africa is not particularly stable. Avoid venturing alone into those perilous magical creature reserves. The dangers there far exceed those of the Forbidden Forest. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Professor. You are a clever and good child. Professor McGonagall nodded, as long as Ezio did not let his excessive curiosity lead him to recklessness. She felt reassured about his solo expedition. After receiving Professor McGonagall's letter of recommendation, Ezio made his way to Dumbledore's office. The password had not changed. The gargoyle sprang aside to grant him passage. Dumbledore awaited him within the office, the Crimson Philosopher's Stone resting on the table as he perused some documents, only diverting his gaze when Ezio arrived. Still warm water? Dumbledore inquired with a smile, conjuring a teapot and cups with a flick of his wrist. Thank you. Ezio took a seat opposite Dumbledore and spoke directly. I wish to meet with Mr. Flamel. May I ask for your introduction, Professor? Is this regarding the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore asked, seemingly unfazed. It is now yours. Nicholas has agreed to my offer to present it to you, as he sees great potential in a young wizard with a promising future. Professor, you flatter me. The magical realm is indeed filled with hidden talents, and I merely put forth a bit more effort than others. However, I do have some inquiries regarding the Philosopher's Stone that I wish to discuss with Master Nicholas Flamel. Here are Nicholas's research notes on the Philosopher's Stone. He has endeavored to explore its applications over several centuries. Dumbledore retrieved a rather substantial tome from beneath his desk. I had previously inquired about this matter with Nicholas, but he seems somewhat preoccupied at the moment. He has relinquished the prospect of immortality, has he not? Ezio comprehended Dumbledore's implication. Indeed, Nicholas has lived for far too long. He has grown weary of such an existence. Allow me to tell you that the immortality bestowed by the Philosopher's Stone comes at a price, and after several centuries, Nicholas is no longer willing to pay that price for the power of eternal life. Is it the creation of the Philosopher's Stone that demands this sacrifice? Or is it the use of the stone to concoct the elixir of life? Ezio curiously pressed on, though he added, I am merely inquisitive. I hold no interest in the longevity that the stone provides. Both aspects entail a cost, Dumbledore replied vaguely, indicating his reluctance to delve deeper into this topic. Ezio chose not to pursue the matter further, casting a glance at the Philosopher's Stone resting on the table. Its crimson hue glimmered alluringly under the light. Ezio possessed an innate sensitivity to death, and upon seeing the stone, he was struck by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could a stone capable of creating an elixir of immortality be intertwined with death? Thoughts began to swirl in Ezio's mind. If so, Dumbledore's hesitance to allow me to engage with Nicholas Flamel would possess a solid foundation. Perhaps he wishes to avert the emergence of a second Philosopher's Stone. Even if my intentions regarding the stone's use for immortality are entirely absent, as the mere desire to create it might precipitate occurrences he would prefer to avoid. Ezio discreetly set the philosopher's stone back down. It is indeed regrettable not to have met Nicholas Flamel. I feel a twinge of sympathy for him in choosing to forsake immortality and missing out on the splendor of the third millennium. Are you so certain that the coming millennium will prove more extraordinary than the past 2,000 years? Dumbledore gazed at Ezio, softly inquiring. Ezio's assertion reminded him of an old friend. He suspected that Ezio possessed a gift akin to Grindelwald's, for Grindelwald had the ability to glimpse fragments of the future. He was a remarkably gifted, natural seer, and it was precisely this talent that led him down a path laden with thorns, challenging destiny itself. Venture into the Muggle world. Professor, let us not confine our vision to the narrow confines of the magical realm. This world does not solely belong to wizards. In contrast, wizards are but a minuscule fraction of the populace. Even if the wizarding proportion were elevated to 1 in 10,000. The total number of wizards globally would scarcely match the population of a small city. Even if wizards live longer than muggles, their numbers remain unlikely to exceed 2 million. To be precise, by 1989, the total number of wizards in the world was merely 12 million, with Europe housing fewer than 120,000 wizards. As the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, Dumbledore was well aware of this fact. Indeed, in the grand scheme of the world, wizards are exceedingly few. We do not represent this world, and we are merely insignificant participants within it. I wish to visit Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Is that permissible? Certainly, it is. In the past, Hogwarts engaged in exchange programs with other magical schools, but due to certain circumstances, Hogwarts has severed its external connections. Nowadays, only during international competitions do students have the opportunity to interact with other magical institutions. Voldemort? Tom had no influence over such matters. The timeline predates him. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. So it must be Grindelwald, then, correct? Dumbledore shrugged, acknowledging that it was indeed Grindelwald and his purist faction that disrupted the connections within the European magical community decades ago. Even across the ocean in America, the ties with Europe were severed due to Grindelwald's actions. He was the one who reshaped the entire landscape of the magical world, while Voldemort was hardly worthy of comparison. I can compose 2 letters for you. I am confident that the professors at Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would be eager to show you around their schools. Experiencing the magic from other regions is certainly delightful. Although they are all in Europe, there are still subtle differences in magical practices. Will there be any issues with language communication? I have mastered most widely used languages in the world, so daily conversation and written exchanges pose no significant problem. As a modern assassin living at the turn of the 20th century, Ezio undoubtedly possesses these essential skills. Giovanni even mastered 17 foreign languages before adopting Ezio. He traveled the world taking on jobs, amassing wealth in the process. In this era, billionaires are few and far between, regardless of the country. However, compared to Giovanni, Ezio has also acquired knowledge of Old English and Ancient Greek, languages that are nearly impossible to learn authentically today. In a sense, he lived in the same era as the 4 founders of Hogwarts, albeit in different worlds. The trial space would transition him to another world after he accomplished a certain killing quota. If he were sent to late 18th century Paris, he would be more familiar with its streets than even Nicholas. I shall write to the headmasters of both schools. It suffices to send a letter to them before your visit, and someone will come to fetch you. Dumbledore extended his assistance to Ezio. As this was not a matter of great consequence. There is one final matter, Professor Dumbledore. This concern was the crux of Ezio's approach to Dumbledore. What is it? The Time Turner. Ezio declared his objective, having researched this artifact featured in the Prisoner of Azkaban storyline extensively. Although it was ultimately destroyed by Rowling's narrative contrivance. That event has yet to transpire, and this item is not an exclusive possession of the English Ministry of Magic. While time turners are indeed precious, they are not exceedingly rare. I find myself in need of more time. I am not content with the pace of my current progress. The realm of magic is far too expansive, and I yearn to acquire a greater breadth of knowledge within a limited time frame, so that it may assist me when the need arises. Is this perhaps a manifestation of undue haste? Dumbledore pondered before speaking. You must understand that acquiring anything of significance invariably demands a corresponding, if not greater, sacrifice. The Time Turner grants you the ability to possess more than 24 hours in a single day, but at what cost? Ezio awaited Dumbledore's elaboration, refraining from interrupting. Dumbledore's tone was grave. It will not cause you to age prematurely or grow rapidly. Rather, it exacts a price after a certain accumulation, which could result in you abruptly transitioning from 20 to a centenarian, or even succumbing to age instantaneously. This is the maximum duration I can permit you to utilize. I trust you will transform 24 hours into 240, yes? Be gentle with yourself, Ezio. Though your future stretches long ahead, it should not be squandered frivolously. If I can locate Giovanni, then all this cost will be trivial, Ezio replied, shaking his head slightly. I cannot place all my hopes on others providing me with information. I must grow stronger swiftly. Dumbledore sensed that Ezio had more to convey, an inkling that lingered in the back of his mind. In truth, Ezio harbored an unspoken thought. Once he amassed sufficient power, he could grasp everyone by the throat and demand, either find Giovanni and allow me to lay a bouquet at his grave, or you shall all accompany him into the afterlife. As time wore on, Ezio found himself increasingly unable to contain his inner turmoil. With Giovanni's absence as an anchor, his suppressed nature began to break free from its shackles. He recognized that he did not truly belong to this world. His relationships with everyone, save Giovanni, were purely utilitarian. Ezio could regard all others without the pretense of humanity. Hogwarts could not warm his heart, nor could the Wizarding World. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is just. Anyone who obstructed his pursuits was an enemy. Now, he lived solely for himself. This was the creed of an assassin, his personal maxim. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Ezio said with his customary calm as he bid farewell and turned to depart the office. Dumbledore watched Ezio's retreating figure, lost in profound contemplation. He could not discern whether his recent actions were right or wrong, for he had never truly glimpsed the innermost thoughts of Ezio. Compared to the former Tom Riddle, Ezio appeared far more enigmatic and perilous, yet he possessed a sincerity and openness that made it difficult to harbor animosity towards him. One should not target another merely because they have done something beneficial and are willing to speak the truth. That would be beneath dignity. And Dumbledore could not stoop to such levels. Chapter 60. The experimental material delivered to one's door. The week following the conclusion of examinations heralded the commencement of the Hogwarts holiday. Slytherin, with a resounding triumph, secured the House Cup championship for the 7th consecutive year. Yet this time it was acknowledged by the other three houses. For today, Slytherin emerged victorious in a manner above reproach, garnering applause from their rivals for the first time in years. This recognition instilled a newfound understanding among the Slytherin students. They realized that true glory is not merely a solitary pursuit confined within the walls of a small room, but rather a commendation bestowed by others. It is only in such recognition that the term glory can be deemed appropriate, for this encapsulates its very essence. The 7th-year Slytherins, poised to depart Hogwarts, found themselves teetering on the brink of tears, lamenting that this was their final embrace of genuine glory. Yet, they also felt a profound sense of gratitude for having comprehended the true nature of glory in their final year, taking pride in the knowledge that this trophy bore the sweat of their own efforts. In that simple award ceremony, Slytherin underwent its final transformation. Until we meet again in 2 months, Ezio? Harry waved farewell as Ezio stood a short distance away, his face clouded with discontent, his bulky figure unmistakable as that of his uncle. However, Ezio had no intention of approaching him. He merely nodded to Harry before pulling up his hood. In an instant, Ezio's silhouette vanished amidst the throngs at King's Cross Station. Had he drawn attention? Maintaining his composure, Ezio navigated through the crowd, using the ebb and flow of people to obscure his movements. Yet, he did not dismiss the few piercing gazes that lingered on him. Rather, he intentionally guided them towards convergence before leading them away from the station. Truth be told, he found a certain nostalgia in this sensation. When he first entered the trial space, his lack of skill often left him battered, frequently on the receiving end of gunfire, succumbing to death countless times. However, as his proficiency sharpened, his favorite pastime became an unrelenting quest for vengeance, toying with the very soldiers who had once bested him, engaging in a relentless game of endurance that could stretch 10 days and nights without respite. Those who dared to rest would find a corpse placed before them, driving many soldiers to the brink of mental collapse, leading them to take their own lives. The simulations in the trial space bore an uncanny resemblance to the real world. At least, Ezio perceived no discernible flaws. Regardless, he did not regard his adversaries as human. Were they those foolish pureblood families, or Aurors? Ezio slipped into a deserted alley, his figure suddenly vanishing as he employed the disillusionment charm, an intentional act to test whether casting spells in the Muggle world would be influenced by the trace. Though his body was still youthful, his soul had matured beyond its years, leaving him uncertain of the criteria by which this contract magic assessed age. After successfully concealing himself, Ezio stowed his wand and unsheathed the blade from his wrist. Long time no see, old friend. He caressed the sharp edge of the blade, contemplating that perhaps today it would taste blood once more. Despite the myriad of dismal actions exhibited by the Ministry of Magic, one thing remains certain: their speed in dispatching warning letters when young wizards cast spells outside of school, especially in Muggle areas, is remarkably swift. Owls deliver these warning missives within 2 minutes, upon receiving feedback from the trace. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures promptly ensures that magical correspondence is sent to the nearest owl post, thus ensuring accurate delivery. Perched atop the roof of a 3-story building, Ezio observed the alley below, while Neil circled high above, surveying all beneath him. After approximately a minute, Ezio had yet to see any sign of the owl's arrival. However, the individuals who had been tailing him had revealed their presence, having tracked him into this alley. Frankly, their disguises were painfully inadequate. Aside from one who donned appropriate Muggle attire, the others were a sight to behold, one clad in a garish sweater and athletic shorts, while another had opted for a raincoat as an outer garment, paired with trousers reminiscent of a mop. Passers-by regarded them with the bemusement one might reserve for street performers engaged in avant-garde displays. The indignity of being pursued by such inept individuals left Ezio feeling insulted. Where did he vanish to? Questioned the man in the raincoat, his blocky head accentuated by thick eyebrows that nearly merged. Surely you don't believe that a 12-year-old could disapparate away? A man in a plaid shirt shot him an exasperated glare. If it weren't for you two attracting the attention of the Muggle guards, we would have captured him by now. He can't have gone far. He's still in this alley. I saw him, the wizard in the garish sweater declared, pointing down the alley as he strode forward, wand drawn, muttering, "Reveal your true form. You fool. You should be using the human revealing charm." The man in the plaid shirt snapped, his irritation growing. With a vigorous flick of his wand, an invisible wave swept through the alley below. This way, he shoved the sweater-clad wizard aside, convinced that their quarry had hidden himself well. Ezio, crouched at the edge of the rooftop, contemplated executing a swift aerial assault on the trio below. However, he reasoned that it might be prudent to wait. Considering the possibility of a delayed owl delivery, the reliability of the ministry was certainly questionable. The three men stealthily advanced, yet halfway through their pursuit, they began to feel uneasy. With a 3-to-1 advantage against a mere first-year wizard, how could they possibly fail? The man in the plaid shirt, drawing on his 4 years of experience as an Auror, was certain the boy posed no real threat. Thus, he straightened his posture. And with a quick flick of his wand, the old trash bins and furniture obstructing half the alley were swiftly moved aside, revealing a figure crouched behind the debris. "Quickly, find him," he commanded. The concealed figure was ensnared by magical force and slammed heavily to the ground. "Damn it, it's a Muggle homeless man." The man in the plaid shirt cursed upon recognizing the shape before him. Unbeknownst to him, the unconscious Muggle had been effortlessly captured by Ezio in the street. With a deft hand, he subdued the individual and discreetly discarded him in this location, a task in which he had become quite proficient, entirely devoid of any magical assistance. High above, Neil remained oblivious to the presence of the messenger owl, and Ezio sensed that the time was ripe. Any further delay might allow these three miscreants to make their escape, which would be rather unfortunate. With a flick of his wand, he cast the anti-disapparition jinx. Ensnaring the area, a shadow descended silently from above, and the two figures standing behind the plaid-shirt man collapsed without a sound. Ezio unsheathed his concealed blade, its edge coated with a diluted venom derived from the tail of a manticore. The toxin acted swiftly, inducing a state of paralysis accompanied by excruciating headaches. Yet it was not lethal. The events unfolding behind him failed to rouse the man in the plaid shirt. The combination of silent descent and stealthy assassination rendered him utterly unaware of the imminent danger. He merely felt a sharp pain in his kidney, followed by a creeping paralysis that swiftly overtook him. I have overestimated these individuals' capabilities. They are woefully inadequate. With a hint of disdain, Ezio cast the man aside. Initially, he had expected at least some resistance from a fellow wizard, yet his expectations had not been met. The man in the plaid shirt exhibited a modicum of professionalism, bearing the marks of training, suggesting he might be an Auror, the only type of wizard with such characteristics. However, the quality of this magical law enforcement was deeply concerning. Akin to that of a certain national police tactical unit, utterly amateurish. It was perplexing to consider what sort of fool would send these three inept individuals to trouble him, perhaps out of disdain for his extensive lineage. Dragging the trio into a narrow alley, Ezio found a door and forced it open. He unceremoniously tossed them to the ground, too disinterested to utilize his precious Veritasium. Snape had provided him with a small vial, which could be exhausted after merely a dozen uses. Each drop was worth a small fortune, second only to Felix Felici's in price. He cast the memory charm, directing his wand towards one of the incapacitated individuals. His understanding of the charm had thus far remained theoretical, and now that an opportunity for practical application had presented itself, he was determined not to squander it. The spell proved to be more challenging than anticipated. However, the three had already lost the capacity to resist, allowing him multiple attempts. Being wizards themselves, the limitations of the trace would not apply during close proximity. After several trials, Ezio discerned the nuances of the spell's application. Emotion played a crucial role in its efficacy. When one is engulfed in anxiety or fear, the spell struggles to manifest its full potential. For the majority of magic, calmness serves as the most beneficial emotional state. The memories he sought were their most recent recollections, which simplified Ezio's task. Upon uncovering the origins of these three, he was somewhat taken aback, not due to the grandeur of their backgrounds, but rather because he glimpsed some absurdity within the minds of the two eccentrics. It is widely acknowledged that the Malfoy family had two loyal companions, Crabbe and Goyle. However, these names have now faded from the annals of Slytherin. Those two, who once trailed Draco like shadows, were swiftly cast aside by Malfoy shortly after the commencement of the school term. Following the Christmas holidays, they departed from Hogwarts altogether, unable to endure the harsh realities of Slytherin life. As outcasts, they could only subsist on the remnants left by others, and rather than residing in the dormitories, they were relegated to the corridors. Even their attempts to pilfer food from the kitchens were thwarted, to prevent them from accumulating points against the house. Their fellow Slytherins confined them to a storage room, only releasing them the following morning. Bullying is a well-honed craft among Slytherin students, and they displayed no mercy towards these hapless individuals. The blame for their misfortune was laid squarely at the feet of a certain Ezio, whose rise prompted the Malfoys to abandon their dim-witted subordinates in favor of aligning with this new force, one that could potentially reshape the future of the Wizarding World. Ezio had ascended to the status of a New Age Dark Lord at Hogwarts, with the tacit approval and support of Dumbledore. For a family like the Malfoys, who were eager to curry favor with the powerful, it was a shrewd business decision to forsake two foolish lackeys in favor of pledging loyalty to a new master. There was widespread disbelief regarding Ezio's claimed Muggle heritage. Many speculated that he must hail from a foreign wizarding lineage, for how else could one explain his remarkable prowess? Capable of even impressing Dumbledore? There were whispers that he might even be the illegitimate son of the legendary Grindelwald. And there must be a reason for his admission into Slytherin. The motives of the two families approaching Ezio were not to seize him for punishment, but rather to demonstrate their strength, hoping to catch a ride on the coattails of this new era. In an absurd twist, they employed a recently expelled former Auror to lead the way, foolishly delivering themselves into the lion's den. The foolishness of these pureblood families was truly their own undoing. Upon discerning the entirety of the situation, Ezio gazed at the three unconscious fools before him with exasperation. The thought of killing them felt beneath him. Their very existence was a source of bad luck. Yet, even the worthless hold potential for exploitation. Ezio had no immediate intention of eliminating them, not out of compassion, but because he required subjects for his experiments. Many of his theories remained untested, and Hogwarts offered no opportunities for practical application. Since they had come to showcase their worth, he decided they might as well demonstrate their value. Casting a Muggle-repelling charm, he ensured that the dilapidated room, long devoid of habitation, would remain undisturbed. With a soul extraction incantation at the ready, he commanded, "Now, you shall articulate every sensation that arises within your bodies in meticulous detail." Ezio retrieved an array of vials and jars, each containing a variety of potions and elixirs, the majority sourced from Snape, with some of his own concoctions. Although their uses were meticulously documented in texts, Ezio believed that potions possessed considerable potential for innovative applications. Could the dreamless sleep potion induce a state of lucid dreaming? He diluted the potion in his grasp and administered it to the test subject. Theoretically, achieving a lucid dream state could prevent the body from entering an overload protection mode against pain, such as fainting or shock from extreme agony, even leading to sudden death. "Can you feel your body now?" Ezio inquired as he made an incision in the subject's skin with a scalpel. "It hurts. I can feel my flesh being cut." The individual replied, eyes glazed, compelled by the effects of the Soul Snatcher curse to articulate his sensations. The next step involved testing the tolerance for extreme pain. A quill scribed the experimental notes as Ezio set aside the scalpel and grasped his wand. The effects were devastatingly akin to dismemberment. The skin was ravaged by the spell, and under the influence of a silencing charm, the piercing screams were confined to the shadows of the room. Ezio observed with indifference, methodically advancing his research according to the preordained experimental blueprint. He recognized a slight deficiency in his intelligence-gathering capabilities. Snape had not provided him with a disposable truth serum nor its formula. Thus, he resolved to explore alternative paths. For both the Legilimency and the Soul Snatcher spell had their respective limitations. The Cruciatus curse felt too rudimentary. He aspired to master a more effective method of interrogation. For those who are obstinately tight-lipped are far fewer than one might imagine. Chapter 61, True Magic and Fairy Tales. This unexpected delight delayed Ezio's schedule slightly. He remained in the dimly lit room for 2 days, during which the three subjects exhibited remarkable resilience. It was unclear whether their enhanced magical prowess had fortified their constitutions or if other factors were at play, yet Ezio was quite pleased with their performance. Although there were moments when one managed to break free from the Soul Snatcher curse, it posed no significant hindrance, and the research progressed smoothly. Neil affectionately nuzzled Ezio's face with his small head. Over the past 2 days, he had foraged for food solely within the bustling streets of London. And after feasting on the wondrous creatures of the Forbidden Forest, he had developed a certain disdain for ordinary meat. "All right, I shall go to Diagon Alley and procure some provisions for you," Ezio said, stroking Neil's little head, his eyes reflecting a tender fondness. To him, in Giovanni's absence. Neil had become his sole family. With a sharp crack, Ezio vanished from the alley, only to reappear at the bustling entrance of Diagon Alley, where a public fireplace for flue powder travel awaited, along with the apparition points for wizards. He donned his hood, ensuring that his presence went unnoticed by the throngs around him. After a brief excursion through Diagon Alley to acquire some consumables and materials, Ezio dispatched a letter at the Owl Post. His plan was to first visit Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, before diverting to the Moon Mountains in Africa to seek an audience with the renowned Transfiguration Master of Wakanda. To visit Diagon Alley is to procure some gifts, as arriving empty-handed would be rather impolite. After departing from Diagon Alley, Ezio intended to manage his substantial bank deposits. The sum was excessive, and leaving it languishing in a bank would be an unwise financial decision. Altogether, he possessed a staggering sum of $174 million, 56 million pounds, and 30 million francs, which included a precarious 60 million rubles that were on the verge of becoming worthless. Upon accessing his account, Ezio promptly converted this amount into dollars, successfully averting the peril of a quarter of his assets diminishing in value. Keeping this money in the bank would only lead to further losses. Ezio had little expertise in finance and did not anticipate profiting through such means. His primary concern was not to squander the inheritance left by his father. He planned to invest heavily in gold, retaining only 2 million for personal expenses while converting the remainder into physical gold, as he intended to embark on the study of alchemy in the coming year, wherein gold serves as the most effective inscribing material. However, executing such a colossal transaction was no simple feat, yet with sufficient funding, there would be those willing to assist him. Time, it seemed, was of the essence, as he glanced at his watch and noted it was already past noon. Securing a flight could prove challenging, especially without the assistance of a personal steward. Ezio was not particularly fond of the wizarding method of travel. While undeniably convenient, it was predominantly suited for short distances. Even the formidable Dumbledore was reluctant to employ magic for long-distance journeys. When time permitted, he would prefer to ride a thestral. The direct distance between Paris and London is a mere 344 kilometers, a journey that could be completed with a brief nap on a flight. Theoretically, apparition could facilitate a direct arrival, yet few would opt for such a lengthy journey. Beyond 100 kilometers, the discomfort associated with apparition escalates significantly, akin to being thrust into a washing machine on the highest setting without a seatbelt. The nauseating sensation of being engulfed by some creature and expelled in a most unpleasant manner is profoundly intolerable. Although Ezio possessed a high tolerance for such experiences, he would refrain from undertaking any single journey exceeding 100 kilometers. The optimal travel distance lay within 50 kilometers, necessitating breaks to avoid the onset of nausea. For many wizards in Paris, the CAF, known as Le Secret Montmartre, serves as an enchanting locale for flirtation and romance. In contrast to England, the French, who revel in romance, often associate it with joy and infidelity, and wizards are no exception to this tradition. Within this venue, a significant number of half-blood wizards exist, not merely those born of wizard and muggle parentage, but also many who possess the blood of other magical beings. The CAF's proprietor, like Professor Flitwick, is of half-elf descent, and after conversing with Ezio for a while, she proudly disclosed that her grandmother was a rare forest elf, from whom she inherited her striking emerald green hair imbued with magical properties. After sampling the proprietor's specially concocted mixed fruit juice, Ezio bid her farewell and stepped into the moonlit embankment, a realm distinctly separated from the mundane world outside. The sky was an eternal night, with a radiant moon suspended above, allowing one to gauge the passage of time through its phases. A river flowed nearby, shimmering softly, enveloped in a gentle blanket of moonlight. The shops here were not crowded, and the passers-by did not engage in boisterous chatter. Couples could be seen sharing tender kisses on the benches. And while the streets outside might not halt for such displays of affection, here, at least, no one would honk their horns in impatience. It was only upon venturing out that Ezio realized the magical realm offered so many unique experiences. In comparison to England's dilapidated scenes, he could only lament that the sun had long set on the once great empire. The Muggle world was one thing, the magical world was another entirely. Contrasted with England's grim, odorous fairy tales, this place resembled the enchanting worlds depicted in storybooks. Should I consider transferring schools? Ezio pondered, stroking his chin. Were it not for the mission to vanquish Voldemort, transferring might be a splendid idea. At least the alchemy courses at Beauxbatons were far more specialized than those at Hogwarts. Here, cleanliness prevailed. Munching on a snack he had casually purchased, he awaited the arrival of the Beauxbatons carriage, with only 5 minutes remaining until the appointed time. Chapter 62, Beauxbatons. Suddenly, a colossal carriage drawn by winged horses emerged from the star-paved path ahead. Ezio lifted his gaze, joined by other travelers marveling at the grandeur of Beauxbatons' Academy of Magic. Such an opulent vehicle was indeed a rare sight. The winged horse-drawn carriage was almost the size of a small villa, resembling a miniature palace, approximately 12 meters tall and over 30 meters long. Its surface was adorned with a light blue enamel coating, embellished with golden relief patterns of olive branches and soaring birds, while the Beauxbatons emblem gleamed brightly, strikingly noticeable. 12 silver-coated thestrals served as the magnificent carriage's steeds, their manes flowing like liquid mercury. With wings spanning 8 meters, they were even more breathtaking than the majestic hippogriffs. Their harnesses were woven from golden threads, with Beauxbatons' golden wind chimes hanging gracefully at their sides, resonating with a gentle chime as they approached. The grand carriage alighted gracefully, and as the doors opened, a professor stepped out, followed by students entering in an orderly fashion. There was no chaotic rush. Beauxbatons maintained strict regulations that students were required to adhere to. Although lacking the freedom found at Hogwarts, such rules fostered a commendable impression. Beauxbaton is a coeducational institution, albeit with a slightly higher number of female students, approximately a ratio of 4 boys to 6 girls. Among the students, a small portion exhibits distinct signs of mixed heritage. Ezio believes that Beauxbaton places a certain emphasis on physical appearance during the student selection process. Though not all students can be deemed exceptionally attractive, he has yet to encounter anyone with an outlandish or unattractive visage. Individuals resembling Marcus, who bear a closer resemblance to a troll, would undoubtedly face rejection from admission. After roughly 15 minutes, the carriage was devoid of young wizards, prompting Ezio to approach the professor beside the carriage. He had been pondering whether she would arrive, given the pressing time constraints. The professor, with her curly hair styled into an elegant bun and adorned with golden leaf accessories, nodded at Ezio, welcoming him to Beauxbaton. She informed him that Madame Maxim, the headmistress, had arranged everything for his visit and instructed him to follow her, as the carriage was about to depart. "Thank you," he replied. "Don't mention it. Your French is quite commendable," she responded. Ezio followed her into the carriage, which revealed a spacious banquet hall. The interior of the carriage was luxuriously decorated without appearing gaudy, showcasing an array of intricate alchemical creations, as though a small castle had been ingeniously fitted within. "If you require anything, you may ring this bell. A house elf will attend to your needs. The journey to Beauxbaton will take approximately an hour and a half, so you may rest here." She guided Ezio to a lounge where he could gaze out at the scenery through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Soft music played in the background, emanating from a magical music box, featuring a lovely mermaid singing a gentle tune. Ezio recalled the mermaids of the Black Lake, which were far from beautiful. He had seen one through the public lounge window and felt an instinctive urge to cast a hex. The mermaids of the Black Lake were truly grotesque, resembling the most unfortunate of creatures, shattering any illusions one might have about mermaids. Without any noticeable tremor, a few minutes later, the carriage departed from the parking lot of the Starlit Arcade, traversing a celestial path formed by stars, moving swiftly onward. Suddenly, the celestial night sky vanished, and after passing through a curtain, Ezio found himself suspended in midair. In a brief span, the carriage had left Paris, racing towards the Pyrenees Mountains. The distance was substantial, not significantly closer than the journey from London to Hogwarts, yet the speed of the winged carriage was markedly superior to that of the magically modified steam locomotives. England had once attempted to embrace Muggle technology, but that endeavor was evidently fleeting. Perhaps a few individuals sought to usher progress into England, but they were far too few. As Ezio perused the magical stone usage manual he had received, he hummed a tune to pass the time. An hour and a half is neither swift nor slow, and by around 4 in the afternoon, Ezio arrived at Beauxbaton School of Magic, nestled somewhere in the valleys of the Pyrenees. Upon disembarking, he found himself enveloped by a profusion of flowers. Beauxbaton is situated in a region near the Mediterranean, where spring reigns eternal. Various benign magical flowers bloom throughout the year, their enchanting fragrances attracting numerous diminutive sprites. These magical beings, no larger than a palm, feast upon nectar and pollen, and after prolonged interactions with wizards, they lose their shyness. Upon disembarking from the carriage, many of these little creatures fluttered towards him, presenting tiny vials of flower essence. Even Neil, perched on Ezio's shoulder, received a share. Welcome to Beauxbaton," the female professor accompanying Ezio spoke again. "This is the school's garden, or rather, Beauxbaton itself is a vast garden, cultivating over 400 varieties of magical flora. A significant portion has been nurtured by the teachers and students over the years. If you continue down this path, you will arrive at the castle, where someone will greet you." "Thank you, Professor." Ezio opened his palm to allow the sprites to deposit the flower essence. It had a sweet taste, yet was not cloying. After approximately 2 minutes of walking through the small garden, the castle of Beauxbaton emerged before him. The castle, a grand ivory palace adorned with golden reliefs and crystal chandeliers, boasted a courtyard with a massive fountain at its center. The water danced to the music, taking the forms of swans, unicorns, and pegasuses. Beside the fountain stood a girl slightly older than Ezio, seemingly awaiting his arrival. "Hello?" Ezio approached her. The girl had beautiful silver hair that shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting dazzling colors as she turned to face him, her breathtaking visage making it difficult to look away. However, Ezio's gaze did not linger. His demeanor remained calm and composed, akin to encountering an ordinary passerby. "Are you the one from Hogwarts?" the girl inquired, a hint of curiosity dancing in her voice, which carried a languid rasp. After assessing Ezio for a moment, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Ezio," he introduced himself. "Florence Delacroix." They exchanged a gentle handshake before proceeding towards the palace's grand entrance. "You don't seem like one who has come to flaunt their prowess," Florence remarked, glancing curiously at the side of Ezio's face. She would be entering her 5th year next year, 3 years his senior, yet their heights were not vastly different. Ezio was scarcely half a head shorter than her. "Why do you think that?" Ezio replied. "When Madame Maxim received Dumbledore's letter regarding your visit, she perceived it as a provocation. Perhaps you are unaware that Hogwarts and Wiesbaden were once fierce rivals, vying to determine which was the premier magical institution in Europe." "Perhaps," Ezio conceded, "but I have little desire to intimidate a younger peer." Florence gestured to her height. "You must be in your 3rd or 4th year at Hogwarts." "I'll be in 4th grade next year," Ezio nodded, "but I just graduated from 1st grade this year." Florence raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "I find myself even less inclined to bully you." Her smile is enchanting, radiating a beauty that eclipses the spring breeze, even though she is yet to fully blossom. The blue silk uniform of Beauxbatons accentuates her curves, gracefully billowing as she moves. "Perhaps I am more formidable than you envision." Ezio gently shook his head. It is a well-known truth that charming young ladies often receive certain privileges. Should a contest arise, I shall endeavor not to make you weep. Children should refrain from boasting. Furong harbored doubts about Ezio's claims, yet given Dumbledore's reputation, she had no reason to question his status as an exceptionally talented student at Hogwarts. The two schools had not interacted for decades, and Dumbledore's invitation carried significant weight. Even beyond England, Dumbledore's renown is formidable, after all. It was he who thwarted Grindelwald from devastating Paris. The wizards of Paris hold him in high regard, primarily out of fear of inciting his ire by speaking ill of him. It would be unwise to hope for a Grindelwald to intervene should Dumbledore's temper flare. At that juncture, the only recourse would be to raise a white flag and surrender. Here lies the Great Hall. Furong was mindful of her role as a guide. Departing through the arches would lead to various classrooms. The dormitories are situated at the rear of the castle, segregated by gender. Upon opening the window, one is greeted by a magnificent sea of flowers, utterly breathtaking. Tonight, you shall reside there, and should you gaze outside at night, you will witness streams of tiny fairies emitting silvery, green, and blue glows, congregating in delightful harmony. We have planted flowers that bloom at night, which they particularly adore. The beauty of the school is undeniable, both by day and by night. Does Hogwarts offer a course in magical arts? Furong expressed her curiosity about Hogwarts, as any 14-year-old girl is inclined to explore the world around her. Magical arts? This was the first Ezio had heard of such a thing. It seems elegance is a privilege exclusive to Beauxbatons. Furong lifted her chin slightly. How regrettable it would be if the magical realm were devoid of art, leaving only tedious incantations and tricks. Dance, music, and painting. Each of us selects one to study. Furong gracefully rose onto her toes and took a small leap forward, as dance would indeed suit her well. However, I originally aspired to study music, though alas, singing is not my forte. Her voice, while not a flaw, possesses a husky languor that renders her memorable. Yet, this choice inevitably imposes limitations, for the world is not without imperfections. Perhaps I possess a smattering of skill, though not acquired at Hogwarts. Ezio had trained under a professional instructor in various social dances. Though he had studied for only 2 months, he had mastered the basics, demonstrating remarkable control over his body and physical condition. Is that so? Perhaps I could offer you the opportunity to invite me to dance. I eagerly await that day. Accompanied by Ezio, they meandered through the grand castle of Beauxbatons, eventually arriving at the entrance of an office. The imposing door stood exceptionally tall, accommodating even a man of Hagrid's stature without requiring him to bow his head. Do not be overly astonished when you meet Madame Maxime. She is an exceptionally beautiful and gentle soul, albeit rather tall, so please remember to be polite. If it were anyone else, Fleur would not have uttered such words. But given Ezio's striking appearance, she found their conversation rather enjoyable. Most importantly, he did not regard her with the same lascivious gaze that many men did, which brought her great comfort. She was aware of her beauty but did not accept the greedy, possessive stares it attracted, as they repulsed her. I will be mindful of that. I have a large friend at Hogwarts who has assisted me greatly. Ezio nodded, feeling adequately prepared for his encounter with Madame Maxime. Then, please, do come in. Fleur rang the bell at the office door, and with a click, the lock released. She pushed the grand door open. Seated behind a vast desk was a tall woman of elegant demeanor, adorned in exquisite clothing, exuding an air of intellectual beauty. To stand before her desk, One would need to ascend several steps, for she towered impressively, nearly 4 meters tall, surpassing even Hagrid in height, but lacking his bulk. Her figure was proportionate, maintaining a harmonious presence despite her height. Historically, Beauxbatons had not been particularly welcoming to half-blood wizards and had even exhibited traces of discrimination. However, since Madame Maxime assumed the role of headmistress, this prejudice has dissipated over the decades, and now the institution welcomes all gifted wizards to study, earning a reputation that may soon eclipse that of Hogwarts and overshadow Durmstrang. "Good day, Madame Maxime," Ezio said, inclining his body slightly as he entered the office. "What a handsome young man," Madame Maxime remarked with a gentle gaze, nodding at Ezio. It appeared that Dumbledore had indeed taken on an exceptionally talented student. No wonder he wished for her to meet him. Madame Maxime seemed to be of a similar age to Professor McGonagall, yet due to her lineage, she shared Hagrid's longevity. Presently, she resembled an ordinary witch in her 30s, possessing a visage, skin, and posture that were all commendable. Compared to Hagrid, her strengths lay more in magic and wisdom, while Hagrid's talents were primarily physical, allowing him to contend with pureblood giants. "This is a small token I brought from England. I hope you will accept it. It is an honor to visit Beauxbatons and witness the magic beyond Hogwarts," Ezio said as he presented his prepared gift, cradling it in his hands as he ascended the steps to place it on the immense desk. "Thank you, young man." Madame Maxime responded with a warm smile and a nod. "You are most welcome to visit Beauxbatons. I trust you will discover even more wondrous magic here. Please forgive my inability to accompany you on a tour of the school at this moment. Furong is my most exceptional student, and I believe you will find ample topics to discuss. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to express them." Chapter 63, Milestone, a Gift from the Heavens. "Are you truly here merely for a visit?" After departing from Madame Maxime's office, Furong walked backward with her hands clasped behind her, her eyes still harboring a hint of skepticism. It was not that she was prone to conspiracy theories. Rather, there was something peculiar about the situation. "Surely, I cannot be here at Beauxbatons to steal magic." Ezio shrugged innocently. "Perhaps you are harboring some nefarious intentions. Or perhaps I simply wish to enjoy the scenery. What vantage point at Beauxbatons allows one to behold the entire school?" "Ah, so you are here to scout the premises," Furong mused thoughtfully. "Do I truly appear to be a villain?" "Not at all," Furong replied, shaking her head. "Then let us proceed. I shall take you to a splendid location. If there is a place that offers a panoramic view of Beauxbatons, it must be the Astronomy Tower. We can also enjoy afternoon tea there. How does Hogwarts compare?" Furong led Ezio into a small chamber resembling an elevator, where she gestured towards a crystal ball. The door ahead closed, and the surrounding walls began to shift and reorganize. In a brief moment, the door opened to reveal another area. Mr. Nicolaim assisted in the reconstruction of Beauxbatons Castle, thus many alchemical mechanisms were installed throughout. The entire Beauxbatons Castle serves as a grand alchemical prop house. Through the passageways, we can conveniently access any part of Beauxbatons, though the Astronomy Tower requires ascending stairs this way. Hogwarts also possesses a passageway, though we often refer to it as the Room of Requirement. It appears when one is most in need, and upon opening its door, it can fulfill the vast majority of your desires. "Is it akin to a wish room?" Furong inquired with curiosity. "It seems so. Whether you seek a hidden chamber for storage, a luxurious bath, or an undisturbed laboratory, it can provide. I occasionally visit to read and practice magic, as the library tends to be overcrowded on weekends." It sounds as though Hogwarts has a commendable atmosphere for learning. I was unaware of this before. However, since my arrival at Hogwarts, it has proven true. My classmates are quite passionate about their studies. Yet, I have heard that Hogwarts is rather lax regarding student learning, with wizards emerging from there often quite carefree. I visited Diagon Alley once, and it was dreadful, especially that pub. The Leaky Cauldron. Furong shuddered, crossing her arms. The tops of those butterbeer bottles were caked with grime. I cannot fathom how those individuals managed to drink from them. Perhaps you ought to visit Hogsmeade. The Three Broomsticks is much cleaner. I certainly hope so. Furong opened a door at the top of the spiral staircase, revealing the Astronomy Tower. "We shall ascend the stairs from here. There is a delightful little room above where we can enjoy afternoon tea. Would you care for something to drink? The house elf can bring it to us." Navigating past the various models of telescopes within the room, they ascended the narrow staircase, revealing a circular chamber atop the stargazing tower, open to the breeze from all sides. Inside, a small round table accompanied by 3 chairs awaited them, adorned with an empty golden plate and a silver spoon. "How about trying our floral tea?" Furong glanced at Egidio, and upon his nod, she tapped the golden plate with the spoon. Moments later, an exquisite teapot along with 2 teacups appeared on the table, while the golden plate was graced with an assortment of pastries, reminiscent of the attentive service at Hogwarts. Egidio stood at the edge of the upper room, where a breathtaking panorama of Beauxbatons unfolded before him, a splendid castle enveloped by countless flowers. To the right, in a greenhouse-like structure, a colossal magical plant towered, its blossoms nearly rivaling the carriage they had arrived in, resembling deep crimson roses. Surely, you have never been to the highest point of the school, he remarked with a smile after accepting the teacup Farong offered him. Isn't this the highest place? Farong replied, slightly puzzled, as she sipped her tea. It can be even higher. Neil leapt from Egidio's shoulder, soaring into the vast sky. Do you want me to give you a hand? As he spoke, Egidio had already grasped the edge of the rooftop spire, nimbly climbing up as if he were a bird. How did you get up there? Farong stared in astonishment at Egidio's head peering down, concern flickering in her eyes. Would he fall? A sudden thrill surged within her. Give me your hand. Ah. The moment Farong extended her hand, she felt herself lifted into the air, Egidio having pulled her up with one hand. Before her scream could resonate, she found herself standing atop the golden spire, although not as confined as the small room below. The sloping surface and the absence of protective edges filled her with an involuntary anxiety. She clutched Egidio's arm tightly, the howling wind pressing her silken attire against her. You are taking advantage of me, Farong exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she glared at Egidio. You came here with this intention, didn't you? I did nothing at all. Egidio replied, effortlessly withdrawing his hand, causing Farong to cling to him in alarm. Indeed, wizards from Hogwarts were not to be trifled with. Her complexion paled slightly, the previous flush fading. With my striking looks, it seems you are the one taking advantage, he quipped. You are shameless. You won't fall. Come, crouch down here, and I'll lend you my hand. At the pinnacle of the tower, two intersecting bars provided a narrow yet sufficient perch for them to squat. Trembling, Farong stood upon them. And after securing her balance with Egidio, she gazed down at Beau's batons once more, an exhilarating sensation washing over her. This feels even more immersive than riding a flying broomstick to see the school. As her words lingered unspoken, a resounding cry from an eagle overhead interrupted her thoughts. Farong tilted her head upwards, witnessing Neil soaring gracefully through the sky, his keen eyes absorbing everything below. In the depths of Neil's gaze, she seemed to glimpse the reflection of someone. Though Egio stood beside her, he appeared to have ascended to the highest heavens. New map, Busbaton, unlocked. Map exploration level, 024. New milestone unlocked, area restricted. Heavenly gift, the leap of faith is a romance solely for assassins. Yet you may choose to share in the joy of this liberating flight. Limited time milestone, 0059. Chapter 64, The Unicorn's Blessing. Do you wish to know the sensation of birds soaring through the sky? Egio suddenly turned to Farong. What? That is the essence of freedom. In an instant, Farong felt herself being swept into Egio's arms, as he gracefully stood atop the towering spire, slightly raising his toes. What are you doing? As Egio leaned forward, the roaring wind intensified, and the pinnacle of the tower receded farther away. Turning her head, she caught sight of the ground, adorned with petals, rushing towards her. Egio. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The howling wind faded into an eerie silence, as though entering a ghostly realm. In this tranquility, a sweet floral fragrance wafted through the air. Farong gently opened her eyes, revealing Busbaton, blanketed in blossoms, with her positioned just below the towering edifice, surrounded by flowers. Can I let go now? A muffled voice emerged from Egio's chest. Glancing down at her position, Farong, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, clenched her fist and playfully struck Egio's head. Don't drag me down with you if you're going to jump. Farong grasped Egio's face, vigorously rubbing it. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Isn't this fine? Milestone, heavenly gift, unlocked. Heavenly gift. Your aerial assassination will inflict an additional 30 true damage, ignoring defense, and create a stunning impact radius of 1 meter at the landing site. How can this be fine? Farong exclaimed, feeling exasperated. My legs are still trembling after jumping from the top of the observatory tower. Are you out of your mind? But the view is splendid, is it not? After unlocking the new milestone, Egio was in high spirits. He extended his arms. You can hold on to me, and we can stroll through the garden without a care. Who would admire the scenery at such a moment? Farong pouted, longing to turn and leave, yet feeling immobilized without support. Was it thrilling? Egio inquired, leading Farong into the small garden ahead with a smile. Just a tad. Shall we try a different spot later? No, I beg you. She shook her head vigorously, her face reflecting sheer refusal. I would rather gain 3 pounds than leap down again. The thought of gaining weight is far too daunting. She successfully frightened herself, her heart still trembling as she gently touched her flat stomach. Surely, a wizard could not gain weight simply by thought. Ezio rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a vial of potion. Try this, I brewed it myself. Initially, I aimed to create a potion for disguise, but I discovered that it does not allow for fine facial sculpting. Unlike conventional weight loss potions, this 1-1-T leave one bloated for weeks. It should have no side effects. I've had others test it. Just apply it evenly to the desired areas. But remember to use only a small amount, no more than 2 drops each time, and be sure to wear gloves, or your hands will end up as thin as chicken feet. You developed this potion yourself? Upon hearing this, Farong's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly reached for it. If it truly works, I shall forgive you. Her eyes gleamed with small stars. Nothing thrilled her more than the prospect of indulging in desserts without restraint. My potion-making skills are decent, primarily thanks to Professor Snape, who shared his notes and various formulas with me. I found great inspiration therein. Although he may not be the most amiable person, his accomplishments in potion-making are beyond reproach. If you're skeptical, I can send the formula to him for his opinion. Your doubtful gaze wounds me, at Hogwarts. I am the only one who suspects others of foolishness. Who would be foolish enough to leap from the top of the astronomy tower? You Haven-T even used magic. What if I can cast silently? You've only completed your first year. That means I'll be in my fourth year next year. After wandering aimlessly in the garden for a couple of laps, Farong began to relax, the fright from earlier gradually dissipating. She started to share with Ezio about the magical flowers unique to Beauxbatons. As they departed the small garden, preparing to head to the dining hall for dinner, she adorned her head with a beautiful floral crown, her silver hair swaying with her slightly buoyant steps, shimmering as if sprinkled with starlight. The night at Beauxbatons was as enchanting as she had described, with clusters of fairies emitting silvery, green, and blue glimmers as they flitted through the garden, savoring the nectar of the nocturnal blossoms, flowing like ribbons of light, converging into small streams beneath the starry sky. Are you leaving tomorrow? After dinner, the two leaned against a balcony on the third floor of the castle, gazing at the beautiful scenery below, engaged in light conversation. Well, I came to Beauxbatons just for a brief visit. Though my time here is short, I have indeed witnessed a different kind of magic compared to Hogwarts. Elegant. Ezio turned his head. Isn't that Beauxbatons' magical essence? I see it. It's beautiful, not just the gardens here. What else? A small flicker of hope ignited within Farong, though its source eluded her. The vast starry sky, the warmth of spring-like seasons, the intricate and mysterious alchemical mechanisms. Is that all? Farong fixed her gaze upon Ezio's eyes. Do you wish for me to praise you? Shouldn't you? She suddenly felt a twinge of annoyance. I'm not getting married, nor am I dating, and I certainly want to be responsible. Ezio spread his hands and smiled, stating that until he accomplished a task of paramount importance, his focus would remain unwaveringly upon it. He had come here, in a sense, in search of inspiration. For magic requires it. And what is this task? Farong inquired, her irritation tinged with curiosity. First, I must locate a certain individual. With a flick of his wand, Ezio transformed a nearby shelf into the figure of a hooded man. I need to find him, ascertain his identity, and then discover the place where my father met his demise, the location beneath the 12 rising moons, which is also his burial site. Perhaps you could assist me in inquiring around Beauxbatons? I am willing to offer a reward of at least 10,000 galleons to anyone who can provide me with accurate information regarding the whereabouts of my father's resting place. Ezio raised a finger. In fact, I would offer 10 million galleons, though I need not mention it. This is merely a surprise, as few would believe I possess such wealth. Are you truly that affluent? Farong asked, astonished. Coming from a prosperous wizarding family herself, she found the sum staggering. What good is such wealth? I cannot even lay a bouquet of flowers upon his grave. Ezio's gaze drifted toward the night sky. His outing was not solely for leisure. He sought to gather information from others. Having gained a measure of strength, he now dared to confront dangers he once shied away from. For power is an individual's most steadfast ally. Farong nodded slightly. I will inquire once school resumes. I will be the prefect next year. Ezio handed her a stack of parchment adorned with illustrations. Thank you. And this as well. He presented her with a modest bracelet crafted from unicorn horn, a voluntary gift imbued with the unicorn's magical blessing. This must be quite valuable. I cannot accept it. Farong took the stack of parchment, but declined the gift. Hogwarts is home to a number of unicorns, and Hagrid, the gamekeeper, is a dear friend of mine. He possesses such items, all gathered in sacks. Unicorns shed their horns every 5 to 10 years, bestowing them upon those pure of heart, and Hagrid is precisely that kind of person, despite his rather imposing stature. You are too, Farong. At last, I have heard a compliment from you. Farong responded with a radiant smile. However, it is getting late. You should rest. I hope you have a pleasant evening at Beauxbatons. She leaned forward, gently brushing her lips against Ezio's cheek before turning on her heel and departing with a light step. Chapter 65. The Imminent Journey to Wagadu. This third esteemed magical institution in Europe is nestled within the snowy highlands of Norway. The journey to Durmstrang is equally intriguing, as students travel to an abandoned dock, from which they board the pirate ship bound for Durmstrang. According to legend, the founder of Durmstrang, Nerida Vakanova, was once a formidable pirate queen. Following her mysterious demise, a Bulgarian which ascended as the inaugural headmistress of Durmstrang, and her vessel eventually transformed into the means of transporting students to and fro from the academy. Even after the passage of several centuries, one could still detect the lingering scent of blood that once stained the deck. Ezio was convinced this was mere folklore. While traces of old blood could indeed be seen seeping into the wood, the odor had undoubtedly vanished. Perhaps it was the formidable reputation of Dumbledore that loomed large. Or perhaps it was due to the fact that the current headmaster of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff, had once been a Death Eater, making it difficult for him to stand tall in Dumbledore's presence. Even a facade of bravado revealed an underlying fragility. Though he verbally dismissed the notion, his actions betrayed him, as he summoned the pirate ship to fetch Ezio, subsequently assigning a professor to guide him through the school before hastily sending him away. Akin to banishing a harbinger of misfortune, the rising star of Durmstrang was a student named Victor Krum, who had officially joined the Bulgarian national Quidditch team this year as a reserve seeker, necessitating his attendance at team training during the holidays. The castle of Durmstrang, considerably smaller than Hogwarts, stood only 4 stories tall, nestled within a mountain range adjacent to an icy alpine lake, which thawed only in the summer. This institution did not admit wizards of Muggle descent and exhibited a notable leniency towards dark magic, particularly since Igor Karkaroff had taken the helm as headmaster. At the pinnacle of the towering mast of the pirate ship, Ezio synchronized with Durmstrang's map, yet the milestone revealed was somewhat unexpected. New map, Durmstrang unlocked. Map exploration level, 007. New milestone unlocked. I am the legend. I am the legend. You must acquire your own ship to officially unlock this milestone. There were no time constraints or location limitations, but it required Ezio to procure a vessel. While purchasing a ship was certainly within Ezio's means, it was evident that this milestone would unveil matters pertaining to the Raven, which, at least for the time being, offered Ezio no tangible assistance. Setting aside further exploration of this milestone, Ezio prepared to embark for Uganda, a nation in East Africa renowned as the Land of Lakes. Once part of the Commonwealth, Wakadu maintained numerous connections with the European magical community. However, in contrast to the Muggle realm, the magical society here retained considerable autonomy. European wizards had introduced wands to this land, yet the convenience of such tools profoundly impacted the local magical traditions. Bare-handed spellcasting became a necessity, as local wizards prided themselves on mastering animagus transformations. Failing to grasp this magic by adulthood would result in social disdain, with animagus status serving as a benchmark for distinguishing their social classes. The convenience of wands has diminished the wizards' innate control over their magical powers. In Europe and other regions, this may not be viewed negatively, yet it is ill-suited for the wizards of Wagadu. Ezio has booked a flight departing from London, with a layover in Nairobi, ultimately arriving in Entebbe, where the airport surprisingly houses an office established by the Ministry of Magic. Wizards arriving here via Muggle transportation must undergo a simple registration process. Unlike Europe, Wagadu, being the sole magical institution in Africa, has integrated its magical society to a degree, uniting them within a cohesive magical organization. Despite being an independent nation, many smaller groups that once existed in tribal forms have been assimilated over time. Through the ministry's office at the airport, Ezio directly utilized the Flu network to reach the renowned wizarding marketplace, the Plaza of 1,000 Shapes. The stone pavement beneath his feet is enchanted, leaving various animal footprints in his wake. Should one pause in place, the stones will even reflect the shape of a particular animal. Some wizards believe these reflections foreshadow the form one may take after mastering animagus transformation. However, Ezio found it perplexing. Even if he were to learn animagus, how could he possibly transform into a rampaging rhinoceros instead of a freely soaring bird? Something felt utterly amiss. The Plaza of 1,000 Shapes also features a fascinating structure. The Pillar of All Beasts, crafted by the successive headmasters of Wagadu School of Magic, all of whom have mastered formidable transfiguration magic. Each headmaster possesses an extraordinary animagus form. Upon touching the pillar, one briefly transforms into the shape once held by these headmasters, which may include a cheetah rivaling the size of a lion, a super rhino with horns stretching 2 meters long, or a silverback gorilla capable of overpowering a giant troll. In the realm of animagus transformation, the wizards here have ventured far. Even when limited to ordinary forms, the creatures they embody are anything but mundane. Yet, such immense power is wielded by but a select few, for magic is a force that requires innate talent to unlock its potential. Lack of aptitude renders one insufficient, and diligence can only elevate one's baseline. After exploring the Plaza of 1,000 Shapes and the nearby Wizarding Drum Market, Ezio reached out to Professor McGonagall of Wagadu, who had penned a letter for them. Although her influence may not rival that of Dumbledore, it suffices. Thus, the school implements a fully enclosed educational system. From enrollment to graduation, students remain within the confines of the institution unless they actively apply for an exemption. Ezio accompanied a guiding wizard through a door key to the foothills of Moon Mountain, where Wagadu School of Magic is nestled on its slopes. The interplay of rock and vine is striking, with colossal animal statues carved from volcanic rock visible from hundreds, even thousands, of meters away. The eyes of these magnificent sculptures are composed of enormous gemstones, shimmering with enchanting magical light. The floating monoliths are connected by magical staircases, as if they have carved terraced fields upon Moon Mountain, arranged in a grand and spectacular manner. This place accommodates over 20,000 students, drawing together all the sorcerous resources from across Africa, making it the most resplendent magical gem on the continent. On the opposite side of Moon Mountain lies a vast chasm, where starlight flows at the valley's bottom. The sorcerers here possess a unique method of divination. They explore the shrouded unknown through the connection of celestial bodies and earth veins. This practice of observing the magical energies of the earth is, in essence, a form of alchemy. On the other side of the starlit chasm is an expansive magical plain, replete with forests, grasslands, caves, and boundless terrestrial and subterranean realms. The esteemed Master Uwaru, whom Ezio intends to visit, once served as the headmaster of Wagadu and has now retreated from public life for nearly 40 years, dedicating himself to the study of all living things. A robust horned camel beast lowered itself, a massive creature of striking purple hue, with a pronounced hump and two razor-sharp horns atop its head, akin to swords. Its magical resistance is even stronger than that of certain fire dragons. The horned camel beast is inherently aggressive. In Niven, it symbolizes the number 2. However, the wizards of Wagadu evidently possess considerable expertise in taming creatures, for this horned camel appears remarkably docile. Once Ezio settled comfortably upon its back, it swiftly advanced with its large, four-toed feet. It charged ahead, crashing into the path that led to the forested grasslands, akin to a tank barreling through all obstacles in its way. Chapter 66, Ruthless Slytherin. Having traversed the forest and crossed the grasslands and streams, the horned camel's pace gradually slowed as it bore Ezio into a valley. Eyes peering from the gaps in the treetops fixated on Ezio, some filled with hostility, yet many more expressed curiosity. A modest straw and wood cabin appeared not far from the bank of the stream, accompanied by a wooden fence that enclosed several small creatures, their appearances tantalizingly delectable and incongruous with the predator-filled forest surrounding them. The horned camel halted before the cabin door and lowered itself once more. After Ezio dismounted, the creature turned its head and reached into the enclosure, plucking up a small creature resembling a piglet and swallowing it whole without much chewing, as a reward. After indulging in its treat, it sauntered away leisurely. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open, revealing a young man with slightly darkened skin standing in the threshold. He was bare-chested, adorned with intricate red patterns painted upon his skin, likely some form of magical script that could induce a slight dizziness upon prolonged gaze. Ezio Florentia? The young man inquired, calling Ezio by his full name. Indeed, that is I. The master awaits you inside. The young man scrutinized Ezio for a moment, seemingly perplexed by the presence of someone so newly acquainted with magic. A soft cough emanated from behind him, causing the young man to stiffen slightly. Follow me. The space behind the wooden door is vast, adorned with a soft fur carpet underfoot. At the center of the room, a crackling campfire burns, releasing the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat into the air. An elderly wizard, his beard streaked with gray, sits on the ground, humming a tune as he cooks. Once the outer layer of the meat is perfectly seared, he extends a finger, transforming it into a claw as sharp as a blade, and with a gentle swipe, the meat is sliced away. He then dips it into a vibrant sauce, savoring the delightful morsel as he pops it into his mouth. What is the most crucial aspect of learning magic, Banzino? Master Uwaru inquires, gazing at the young man who has approached him. To always maintain a humble and inquisitive heart. Banzino replies, bowing his head. But it applies to people as well. You can never truly know the brilliant sparks of inspiration that illuminate another's mind. Come here, child. Sit beside me. The old wizard beckons to Ezio. After I stepped down as the headmaster of Wagadu, I encountered Minerva at a transfiguration gathering. She was a charming young girl, brimming with talent. Her skill in vivifying transformations was nothing short of extraordinary, though she was still quite young at the time. I was astounded by the limitless sparks of inspiration she possessed. She could even conjure phoenixes and dragons, imbuing them with magic. Although what I witnessed then was merely a glimpse, I have faith that she will achieve greatness in the future. How is your teacher faring? Professor McGonagall is well. I bring you her regards, Ezio replies, retrieving a small box from his bag, a token entrusted to him by Professor McGonagall. Let me see. The elderly wizard displays a childlike curiosity as he takes the box, gently pressing on it until it springs open. A phoenix, wreathed in golden flames, bursts forth, resembling Fawkes yet distinctly unique. Ezio is unable to discern whether this is a magically transformed phoenix or a genuine one. Behold, the old man exclaims joyously, clapping his hands like a child. What a splendid display of transfiguration. She has infused her thoughts, her magic, and the essence of the phoenix from her heart into this creation. Master Uwaru extends his hand, allowing the phoenix to alight gently upon his palm. It bears no difference from a true phoenix, crafted from the flames of its kind, a transformation beyond mere physicality. What a marvelous gift. Absolutely splendid. A peculiar whistling sound fills the air, and suddenly, a burst of flames ignites overhead. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent phoenix materializes within the room. My little friend has brought me this gift. Why don't you join it in play? The authentic phoenix gazes curiously at the smaller phoenix resting in the old man's palm. And soon, the two beautiful, golden red birds soar out the window, off to frolic in the unknown. This is transfiguration, a magic that transforms the mundane into the extraordinary, breathing new life into anything at the hands of a wizard. Nothing in this world is more fulfilling than the pursuit of such wonders. Now, do you understand? Master Yuvaro cast his gaze upon Banzino, a young girl I encountered decades ago, who has now blossomed into an extraordinary master of transfiguration. In those days, she was but a child, newly acquainted with the wonders of magic. Remaining humble and curious, we can never truly ascertain what enchanting vistas we might behold in this marvelous realm of sorcery in the next moment. I understand, Master, Banzino nodded respectfully, then turned to face Egidio, saying, I apologize for my earlier offense. No matter, Egidio replied nonchalantly. Now, let us listen to what this young one wishes to learn about Animagus transfiguration. Perhaps their insights will inspire us in unforeseen ways. My understanding of transfiguration is merely rudimentary, Banzino admitted. At that moment, Egidio recognized the caliber of the venerable wizard before him. While perhaps obscure in England, his knowledge and prowess undoubtedly rivaled that of renowned wizards such as Dumbledore. In Professor McGonagall's first lesson, I witnessed her Animagus transfiguration, and my curiosity about this magic compelled me to seek her counsel thereafter. Professor McGonagall, a remarkably modest instructor, informed me that she does not consider herself particularly adept in the field of Animagus transfiguration, and thus recommended you to enlighten me. I inquired, if Animagus transfiguration can only transform one into non-magical creatures, can an Animagus become a human? What an intriguing question, Banzino, the old wizard chuckled. You might not have expected such an inquiry. Your desire is to become stronger and more formidable, which is not misguided. However, sometimes these seemingly peculiar questions can lead us to new avenues of exploration. I can indeed provide you with an answer to this query. You are not the first to pose this question, and previously, someone has experimented with it themselves. However, it turned out to be a regrettable decision, costing him dearly to reverse his Animagus transformation. He used the blood of his most despised enemy and transformed into a being that bore an uncanny resemblance to that foe. I laughed heartily upon witnessing this fellow. I spent an entire night sleepless from laughter as he sought to squander his enemy's wealth, seduce his wife, and confront his son. Yet, clearly, he met with failure. Animagus transfiguration can indeed allow one to become human. But there exists an immutable aspect of this transformation. The creature that emerges will establish a connection with its original self, rooted in the essence of the soul. Certainly, this is but a small fraction. The essence of a wizard can imbue shape-shifted creatures with a semblance of their original form. However, as the vast majority of wizards opt for the guise of beasts or insects, such convergence is seldom observable. At most, one might notice a sorrowful visage in a transformed animal, mirroring the wizard's own melancholic expression. Yet, when the transformation manifests into a human form, the resemblance becomes strikingly pronounced. You shall possess a physique identical to that of your chosen form, with blood coursing through your veins that is entirely congruent. However, the most crucial aspect, the face meant to replace another S, remains immutable. Your soul's essence dictates its appearance. This conclusion was drawn from my extensive study of that unfortunate individual. Animagus transformation is predicated upon the soul's essence. Humans possess an animalistic nature, as we are, fundamentally, a species of animal. Within the human soul lies a reservoir of traits akin to certain animals, which elucidates why an Animagus's form often resonates with the creature hidden within one's heart. While it is possible to designate the form an Animagus assumes, such specification necessitates a prolonged period of adaptation. Typically, after completing the Animagus transformation, one swiftly masters control over the newly acquired body. However, should you choose a designated transformation, a more extended acclimatization to this novel shape is requisite. I have witnessed wizards transform into birds yet remain earthbound, as well as those who became fish and nearly drowned, for they did not embody the creatures reflected in their hearts. After Master Avaru concluded his discourse, Ezio furrowed his brow in contemplation. You mentioned that the wizard who transformed into a human possessed all characteristics of the other, save for the face, correct? Indeed, I affirmed. I devoted 2 years to studying him, which justified my intervention to liberate him from his Animagus form. I was intrigued by this unique case. There may be but one such imaginative individual in the world who has put theory into practice. Although his initial intentions were less than noble, I believe the punishment he received sufficed. Their blood, too, flowed identically. Yet, upon leaving the body, should the magical essence dissipate, his blood would revert to its original state. After all, Animagus transformation is a semi-permanent art, its sustainability rooted in the wizard's continual absorption of magical energy. providing a ceaseless source of vitality for the transformation. In earlier ages, ritual magic held great popularity among wizards, and I employed bloodline-based ritual magic for my tests, driven by curiosity regarding human transformations. I collected the blood of his adversary and that of the adversary's child, then established a bloodline lock, which could only be unlocked by kin. The experiment revealed that his blood could also unlock the bloodline seal laid by his foe, resulting in his enemy's child gaining an additional biological father, while his adversary acquired a brother of the same lineage. During the period when animagus is in effect, everything about you after transformation is severed from your original form. You will possess a brand new visage, a completely new body, with no connection aside from the soul itself. Is there a question, child? Master Avaru's sparkling black eyes turned towards Ezio. There's one more. Oh, do share. Can a person master only one animagus transformation? This, of course, is a widely acknowledged fact, though Bansino, who had just begun speaking, covered his mouth, feeling that Ezio's inquiry was utterly absurd and lacked any semblance of common sense. This is certainly not the case. Master Avaru glanced at Bansino, remarking, "You see, this is the surprise that a newcomer, who has only recently delved into the realm of magic, can bring us. Who would ponder such a question? Who would consider whether, for centuries, wizards could only transform into one form of animagus, and if there might be further possibilities? The answer to this question has already revealed itself to us in part, Bansino." Master Avaru stated calmly and earnestly, "Yet we have not yet unraveled this matter entirely. You have learned the partial transformation of the body, correct?" Bansino nodded, acknowledging that this was a recent discovery by the wizards of Wagadu regarding animagus transformation, with Master Avaru himself guiding the research. This is an emerging, though still imperfect, form of transformation, a variant of the animagus transformation. Master Avaru elucidated to Ezio, "You may consider this a new, unprecedented path chosen by wizards after realizing that transforming into magical creatures was fundamentally unfeasible. The partial transformation of the body." Master Avaru extended his right hand, transforming it into a sharp sword, or rather, the blade-like horn of a creature that Ezio found strikingly familiar. The fundamental reason magical creatures cannot transform lies in their bodies' far greater dependence on magic than that of wizards. Should magic suddenly vanish from the world, they would perish within a remarkably short span of time, as they would succumb instantly without the support of magic. Unlike any magical creature, which lacks a precisely identical ordinary form, wizards do possess such a form. Humans are divided into ordinary individuals devoid of magic and wizards endowed with it. This is a unique case within the magical realm. Creatures like owls, which possess magic, differ from humans. They are ordinary beings whose magic is derived from external influences, albeit to a very limited extent. According to legend, ancient humans were devoid of magic, and the initial bearers of magic emerged from the union of magical creatures and humans. Their offspring had a chance of being born as magical hybrids, a notion that holds truth. Those wizards of mixed heritage with magical creatures tend to have a higher likelihood of producing children with magic, at the very least resulting in individuals akin to squibs, possessing a modicum of magic yet insufficient to wield spells. The catfox serves as a superior example, as it can interbreed with ordinary cats to produce offspring endowed with innate magical abilities. These hybrid felines exhibit greater intelligence than their common counterparts, and those that inherit exceptional lineage can even perform minor magical tricks. This indirectly validates the origins of human wizards, though we cannot be entirely certain that humans did not initially possess the potential to bear offspring with magical talents. After all, the progeny of muggles, who emerge as little wizards, represent a significant source of fresh blood in the wizarding world, outnumbering their half-blood counterparts and constituting nearly half of the global wizard population. Oh, forgive me, I seem to have digressed. Master Avaru tapped his forehead, realizing he should address whether wizards can possess a second or even multiple forms of transformation. I wish to convey that, indeed, it is possible. We have established that during partial bodily transformations, wizards can morph certain limbs into parts of magical creatures. Yet, when he spoke, Master Avaru transformed into a creature strikingly similar to the Sphinx, possessing a human head, lion's body, and scorpion's tail. However, this partial transformation must retain some human characteristics. The transformed area cannot exceed 40% of the body. The optimal outcome involves preserving the head and torso while altering the limbs, as this ensures sufficient magical energy to sustain the transformation into a magical creature. I did not become a sphinx, but rather combined parts from various beings to achieve this form. It could also take the shape of a Niven serpent's body, a Pegasus's wings, or a fire dragon's claws, as long as one is sufficiently familiar with these magical creatures and possesses fine control. One can master such combinations of different forms. However, it is quite challenging. He reverted to human form, noting that thus far, only I and 2 other old friends have mastered this skill. Sabano has only learned partial limb transformation, but has yet to fuse them together. Given that a wizard can master the blending of different creatures' limbs, it stands to reason that a wizard could possess a second or even multiple transformation forms. We simply have not yet discovered the methodology. Magic is so wondrous that even with centuries of focus on animagus transformation, it remains elusive. I apologize. This is the best response I can offer you. Perhaps one day in the future, you will uncover something significant. It is precisely because of innovative minds like yours that the magical world continues to ignite with ever more brilliance. Egios pondered for a moment, hesitating over whether to divulge some of Nicoleme's findings. However, recalling that Dumbledore had entrusted the matter to him, he felt empowered to act. As long as it could benefit him, offending Nicoleme seemed inconsequential. Pursuing his own interests was what Egios truly sought. The transformation of anima magus relies upon the magical core represented by the wizard's essence. This core is singular in nature, unless a new magical core can be created. Providing anima magus with an alternative source of magic, the possibility of possessing a second or even multiple complete transformation forms remains elusive. This concept is akin to an alchemical array. Egio retrieved several sizable magical gemstones from his pocket. The art of anima magus transformation is, in essence, a branch of spellcraft. A single magical core can accommodate only one complete incantation, with the wizard serving as the vessel for anima magus. Master Yuvalu fell into contemplation, furrowing his brow as he pondered this newly discovered definition, one he had not previously considered. It was not that the scholars of Vagadu had neglected to explore this avenue over the centuries. Rather, they lacked the means to hypothesize its potential, as they had no second magical core apart from their own. However, Nicoleme possessed such a core. The magical stone, a wondrous artifact capable of permanent transformation, functions as an independent magical core, presenting a novel source of magic. Like the wizard, it can imbue objects influenced by its magic with the ability to absorb natural magic, thereby sustaining its own state, which accounts for its capacity for permanent transformation, a conclusion reached by Nicoleme through centuries of research. As long as magic exists in the world, the transmuted gold will indeed be genuine gold. Is this notion your own, or has someone imparted it to you? Master Yuvalu inquired gently after a prolonged reflection. This concept was mentioned by Mr. Nicoleme in his research notes, which is the fundamental reason behind my speculation regarding whether a wizard can master a second transformation form. Oh, it is he. Master Yuvalu exclaimed, enlightened. Truly, he was a fortunate old fellow, yet he had concealed such significant insights. Suddenly, incensed, Master Yuvalu shook his fist. If only you had mentioned this sooner, how much less convoluted our path would have been. What a miserly old curmudgeon. According to your earlier assertion, this indeed offers a reasonable explanation. Anima magus transformation necessitates a foundation. A complete transformation requires the utilization of an entire independent magical core. This is entirely coherent and verifiable. Thus, our current endeavor must focus on acquiring a new magical core or, alternatively, partitioning the existing core. He excitedly clenched his fists together. Perhaps this method could also address the issue of magical supply needed for the complete transformation of magical creatures. We are now capable of transforming into fully fledged magical beings. However, all our magic is currently devoted to sustaining the anima magus transformation, leaving us unable to provide the necessary magic to support the survival of this form. If we could extract a small magical core, this problem could be resolved. You see, I told you, we can never truly fathom the magnificent sparks of inspiration that illuminate the minds of others. Beside him, Banzino was profoundly astonished, his mouth slightly agape. At a loss for words. Do you have any further insights regarding this conjecture? Master Yuwaru gazed at Egio with eyes that sparkled with curiosity, reminiscent of a child eager for new knowledge. Yes, but this matter is exceedingly perilous, so much so that I hesitate to divulge it to a venerable master such as yourself. Then, Banzino, I would appreciate your assistance in tending to my little darlings. Of course, master. Banzino closed his mouth, longing to stay, yet he knew he must depart. Chapter 67. Souls and Magic. Master Yuwara did not immediately inquire after Banzino's departure. He stirred the crackling campfire before him, roasting a small creature that appeared delectable, though its name eluded him. Nevertheless, he offered Egio a portion, and the two savored the roasted meat alongside a particularly refreshing juice. The elder was deep in thought, contemplating the information he had gleaned from Egio earlier. After approximately half an hour, once both had satisfied their hunger, Master Yuwaru wiped his hands clean and turned his gaze toward Egio. Though I harbor a hint of suspicion, I am nonetheless eager to hear what you wish to convey. Fear not the dangers inherent in magic. It is perilous by nature. Even if one day wizards grasp the essence of magic, the risks cannot be entirely circumvented. Such is the price one must pay for power. His gaze was profound and distant, yet as clear and innocent as that of a child. Long ago, a serpent-tongued wizard named Hepathalbo devised a wicked dark magic. It is said that he was an ancestor of Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts, who bred the basilisk. conceived the rudiments of the unforgivable curses, and created Horcruxes. Master Uoru mused, then shook his head. Voldemort? I have not heard of him. He is only renowned in England. Beyond its borders, his name holds little weight. Ezio understood, for even Fleur had scant knowledge of Voldemort, having merely heard the name without much impression. However, he successfully created numerous Horcruxes, and just last year, I discovered one of the Horcruxes he had hidden at Hogwarts and destroyed it. This Horcrux contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul. I conducted some research on it, and believe it possesses an independent consciousness. It exists as a union with Voldemort, yet remains distinctly separate. Because the Horcrux harbors a fragment of the soul, it is imbued with magical power. The existence of a soul entails magic, as there are no Muggle ghosts. Spectres are birthed solely among magical beings. Master Uoru nodded, affirming this notion. Every ghost, while alive, was a being endowed with magical prowess, not solely wizards, but also magical creatures. Albeit rarely. If I were to ponder how one might possess a second core of magic, or how to divide a magical core, the creation of Horcruxes serves as an excellent reference. I believe this poses lethal side effects for any researcher. Indeed, the defilement of the soul is unequivocally forbidden in Vagad. Master Uoru nodded earnestly. Every sorcerer residing here venerates the spirits of their ancestors. In the northern reaches of Vagad lies a sacred grove known as the Ancestral Soul Forest. A profoundly significant site for our rituals, where the spirits of our forebears await the day of our reunion, safeguarding us in the interim. This practice is rooted in ancient sacrificial magic. In bygone eras, practitioners of magic were often ignorant and barbaric, perceiving magic as a divine bestowment. To appease these so-called deities of magic, various forms of sacrifice, particularly sanguinary offerings, were prevalent, and magic akin to soul vessels was not uncommon. However, magic is ever-evolving. The once bloody rituals required for animagus transformation, which involved the slaying of animals and humans, have gradually been transformed as humanity's understanding of magic deepened. While animagus still necessitates a magical ceremony, sorcerers have discerned the essential components of these rites. The moon holds a profound connection to transformation in magic. Its waxing and waning signify the cyclical nature of magic, which lacks permanence. Mandrake, within the realm of magic, symbolizes fertility and rebirth, possessing the power to reverse petrification and bestow new life upon matter. Thunder heralds destruction, yet it also nurtures the flow of life. By incorporating a strand of one's hair, the animagus form retains a fundamental connection to its original self, allowing the dew infused with lunar magic to bestow upon you the fluidity of transformation. While from the annihilation of thunder, a new corporeal form emerges. Once the sorcerer fulfills these prerequisites, the animagus ritual reaches its conclusion. Nevertheless, this practice remains antiquated. Ritual magic is but a facet of sorcery. Antiquity does not inherently equate to virtue. On the contrary, it often signifies obsolescence rather than advancement. In Vagad, the animagus transformation no longer necessitates ritualistic magic. At the very least, we need not endure a month with mandrake leaves in our mouths, awaiting the tempest to fulfill the archaic conditions of these rituals. After all, animagus is merely a transformation, a sophisticated form of metamorphosis, distinguished yet firmly within this realm. The creation of soul vessels also constitutes a form of ritual magic. As long as one meets the requisite criteria, the magic can be realized. We are capable of discarding the primitive remnants of outdated practices, delving into the fundamental principles that govern them, and unraveling their mysteries, much like animagus. The eyes of Master Uoru sparkled with illumination, a fusion of wisdom and inspiration. You mentioned that the fragmentation of the soul could yield a secondary magical core independent of the original. Theoretically, this is accurate. The soul indeed possesses magical essence. Yet I propose that we can discover a novel approach, one that does not necessitate the division of the soul. Why can we not allow the soul to flourish and, in its maturation, give birth to a progeny? This analogy may seem somewhat inappropriate, but I am acutely aware that the soul is capable of growth. In the Ancestral Soul Forest, the most ancient spirit hails from 13 centuries ago, retaining its consciousness and memories. The reason it has endured through such an extensive passage of time is due to us, their descendants, discovering methods to nourish and fortify the soul. The pure blood of the unicorn, a treasure that allows those recognized by it to extend their lives even in their dying moments, serves as a blessing that also nourishes the soul, enabling its growth. The leaves of the everlasting soul vine, a magical plant thriving in the resting places of the deceased, possess the ability to soothe human emotions and calm the spirit, as well as to alleviate the pain of the soul. Time can wear down the soul. Yet these leaves can comfort the hollowness and anguish wrought by such erosion. Perhaps we might give it a try. Perhaps we truly can discover a means for an individual to attain a second animagus form, or find a way to transform into magical creatures. In terms of accumulated knowledge, Master Uoru possesses a reservoir far surpassing that of Ezio, He has lived through extensive ages, even outliving Dumbledore by many years. Wizards have long lifespans, and as long as they desire, there are numerous methods to prolong their existence. When Ezio introduced the concept of soul-splitting Horcruxes and affirmed its high probability of efficacy, he also identified the flaws and limitations of this method, subsequently discovering alternative solutions. In the future, perhaps we can hold on to hope. Even if I cannot achieve this feat, I firmly believe that one day, someone will. Chapter 68, A Bountiful Return. Ezio lingered at Wagadu, where Master Uoru was graciously willing to share knowledge and reveal secrets previously unknown to him. However, the master occupied a position of such elevated expertise in animagus studies that Ezio could only contribute previous insights, unable to engage in the research. Even the young wizard Banzino surpassed Ezio in magical prowess. At 25, having begun his magical education at 10 and studied under Master Uoru since 20, he could transform into a cheetah, achieving speeds akin to lightning, an astonishing instantaneous burst capable of nearly 240 kilometers per hour, akin to magnetic levitation among cheetahs, gliding just above the ground. When Ezio sparred with Banzino, relying solely on magical strength would result in a thorough beating, yet, employing assassin techniques, they achieved a balance of victories and defeats without endangering each other's lives. Banzino's transformation did not solely embody the agility of a cheetah. He could also assume a half-wolf form, significantly enhancing his strength and endurance at the expense of speed. His breath was foul, his teeth laced with venom, and his combat prowess was formidable, albeit accompanied by the side effect of a penchant for loud howling and expertise in breath attacks. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Ezio's commendable prowess, Banzino set aside his previous arrogance. The Wagadu School of Magic even made an exception to allow Ezio to explore its premises, where he completed a synchronization at the highest point of the school, unlocking 2 unique local milestones. The Heart of the Beast. After defeating a beast, you may forcibly subdue it as your companion, an effect that will last for 72 hours. While Perception. You can acquire an animal-like awareness of your surroundings, with enhanced senses of smell, hearing, and sight. While the utility of the Heart of the Beast is somewhat limited, Wild Perception proves to be immensely beneficial. It is akin to the ability of eagle-eyed vision, albeit with a greater scope. It allows Ezio to see marked targets through obstacles. Wild Perception enhances dynamic vision, differing from the static vision enhancement of eagle-eyed perception. Having arrived at the sanctuary of animagus transformation, Ezio was determined to learn it. Despite the iterative updates of animagus here, it remained an exceedingly complex form of human transformation. Ezio could only grasp theoretical foundations without engaging in practice. He must first master human transformation before embarking on this portion of his studies. He was not a prodigy like Banzino, who had mastered animagus at the tender age of 12. Ezio's talents were considerable, even exceptional, yet he had not entirely focused his efforts on transformation, making it impractical to compare himself with such a singularly gifted individual. Ezio respectfully bowed in farewell to Master Uoru, acknowledging Banzino as a formidable opponent. Banzino, still bare-chested and wielding a spear seemingly crafted from obsidian, grinned widely. Next time you come, I will surely leave you searching for your teeth. You are mistaken. I am over a decade younger than you. In a few years, you'll be an old man, Ezio retorted, flashing a toothy, provocative grin. May a horned beast pierce your backside, you scoundrel. Banzino laughed, though he took no offense. Their frequent sparring and exchanges had become a norm over the past month. His skin had darkened slightly, exuding a wild essence. After all, at Hogwarts, he had little opportunity to engage in close combat with magical creatures, as Hagrid forbade such endeavors. The creatures in the Forbidden Forest were far too adorable compared to the diverse species available in Wagadu, where suitable opponents could be found. Having slept nearly 10 hours on the plain, Ezio finally felt rejuvenated. His time in Wagadu was fleeting, as he had only managed a couple of hours of sleep each day, relying on invigorating potions to sustain himself. While he could endure, proper rest was imperative. The body could be pushed, but not indefinitely. 4 hours of sleep was his bare minimum requirement. Stepping off the plane with a clear mind, he needed to sign for the gold before heading to Hogwarts, and then proceed to Diagon Alley to procure other necessary items. After establishing contact with the manager handling the gold affairs, Ezio embarked in a traditional London black cab towards his destination. This mode of transport, irrespective of the present or the future, invariably incurs exorbitant charges. However, Ezio was somewhat taken aback to discover that the collection point was not located within a bank vault, but rather in the recently inaugurated 1 Canada Square, the tallest commercial building in London. Standing at 235 meters with 50 stories, this edifice has become a new landmark, crowned with a pyramid-like spire that illuminates the night sky. Upon arriving at the base of the building, 3 individuals approached him briskly. At that moment, Ezio donned a casual shirt, and after consuming a concoction, his appearance transformed into that of a golden-haired man in his mid-20s, complete with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Giovanni possessed numerous disguises. He had chosen a tourist whose appearance bore a notable resemblance to one of his alter egos, acquiring a strand of hair to facilitate his transformation. As long as no one delved too deeply into his identity, there would be no issues. Mr. Edward, it is a pleasure to meet you. One of them greeted warmly, extending a hand to shake, exhibiting a deferential demeanor. Where's my gold? It has already been delivered to the vault on the 40th floor. Please follow me. Ascending in the elevator, upon reaching the 40th floor, Ezio observed armed security personnel. Although he was unaware of the previous purpose of this level, it now served as a vault housing over 20 tons of gold. Ezio's gait was measured, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Despite the presence of approximately 15 to 20 security guards, it was perplexing that there were no surveillance cameras in sight. Even the most discreet pinhole cameras would not evade Ezio's keen observation, for his enhanced vision provided him with an extraordinary level of insight, surpassing human and biological limits. He could discern fingerprints on objects without the aid of instruments and could identify the owner of a fingerprint with a mere glance at their palm. Moreover, upon entering the premises, he sensed a palpable malice directed towards him. Contemplating this, a subtle smile crept upon Ezio's lips. "Is this my gold?" he inquired, as he gazed at the neatly arranged gold bars, his hand gliding over them. Each bar was meticulously numbered and had undergone purity testing. "According to your specifications, there are 2,010 kilogram gold bars and 5,001 kilogram gold ingots, totaling 25 tons, valued at $27.6 billion. Per the prior agreement, no additional payments are required. Should you require transportation, we can also provide the utmost security and logistical support." "Is that so?" Ezio replied softly, then drew from his coat a wand, adorned with deep green patterns and the core of a phoenix feather. This gesture elicited confusion, but in an instant, the gold before him transformed into dust. Transmutation, when employed without altering the intrinsic properties of a substance, enables the transformation of its shape. This represents a fundamental introduction to the art of deformation, simpler than the transmutation of inanimate objects into other inanimate forms. Gold, recognized as the premier magical conduit within the realm of sorcery, stands unmatched by any other material. However, as merely a conductor, it is unsuitable as a core for wands, which require a high affinity for magical energy, facilitating a wizard's ability to channel their innate magic with greater ease. Before Ezio, the gold had been reduced to fine powder, swirling gracefully before settling nearby, leaving behind an enigmatic residue on the crimson cloth where the gold had once been displayed, nearly equal in quantity to that of the gold itself. "So, you assert that each piece underwent purity testing? Pray tell, what is this?" Ezio stepped forward, scrutinizing the substance. "It appears to be some form of tungsten nickel iron alloy, priced at less than 1% of gold's value, yet possessing a similar density. I have tacitly assumed that you would procure black gold, reforge it, and deliver it to me. Therein lies at least a 15% profit margin. Ample enough for you to reap substantial rewards, is it not?" Ezio turned with a smile, grasping the trembling hand of the man who was nearly collapsing from fear. "I should express my gratitude to you. Speak to me. Who orchestrated this? Where is he? What of his family? Or, who knows the whereabouts of his beloved kin? I am eager to stretch my limbs." With a swift motion, Ezio secured a hidden blade to his wrist. After absorbing a few crucial words, he suddenly vanished from sight. On the 40th floor of number 1 Canada Square, the resounding thuds of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed. Soon after, a sharp crack reverberated, plunging the floor into an eerie silence. 30 minutes later, a convoy of luxury vehicles, having disregarded countless traffic signals, converged at the building's entrance, where throngs of people rushed inside in a frenzy. The door to Thomas Adams' office was rapped upon. Within the opulently adorned chamber, he swirled a glass of crimson wine, its hue reminiscent of blood, while the air was infused with the rich aroma of burning cigars. Although he was not formally conducting business here, he relished the view from this latest and loftiest of edifices, reveling in a splendid sense of dominion over the bustling world below. Today, he awaited the arrival of promising news. However, before he could utter the invitation to enter, the mahogany door of his office creaked open quietly. The sounds of sobbing and struggling intermingled chaotically with the hurried footsteps of many. He turned from the expansive window, confronting a multitude of familiar faces. "Good day, Mr. Adams," greeted a blond man, whom he recognized yet did not fully know, his smile relaxed and pleasant, brow unfurrowed, eyes twinkling with mirth. "This may be our first encounter. Yet you have surely seen my photograph before, have you not?" Ezio casually pulled over an armchair and relaxed into it. "I never doubted the magnitude of ambition possessed by a leader involved in industries rife with vice, murder, and arms trafficking. You conducted a thorough investigation on me. Although it yielded little, your audacity in choosing to devour this lucrative piece, $270 million, was commendable. Even in the realm of selling favors, it would take years to amass such wealth. Let us be succinct. This is a block of 150 grams of C4 explosive. And this is a manual detonator with an effective range of 300 meters. Ezio held up a rough block wrapped in black tape, shaking it slightly. We are approximately 220 meters above the ground, and you now have 7 seconds to decide. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed 4 times as a Desert Eagle pistol suddenly appeared in Ezio's hand, and he fired repeatedly at the floor-to-ceiling windows. The shattered glass was held together by the viscous interlayer, only to be propelled outward by a chair that flew through the breach. A gust of wind rushed into the high-rise, making it challenging to maintain one's footing. Father! A heart-wrenching scream escaped the lips of a beautiful girl, as the tape that had sealed her mouth was brutally torn away. The black C4 explosive was firmly affixed to her chest, deeply embedded in her cleavage. You can choose to let her kiss the ground in 7 seconds, or to end her fright and suffering prematurely. Save me! Her terrified cries were swallowed by the howling wind as she was thrust out the window, plummeting towards the plaza below. The choice is yours. A rudimentary detonator was tossed towards Adams, striking his chest. The silent scream and anguished roar filled the air. Realizing this was no prank, no nightmare, Adams lunged at Ezio, his eyes bloodshot with fury. However, the still warm muzzle of the gun pressed against his forehead, a tremendous force pinning him against the ornate wooden table. 4, 3, 2, 1. Snap! Ezio snapped his fingers, and after a desperate 7 seconds, she kissed the earth. You chose, Mr. Adams. Ezio's voice remained as elegant and calm as ever, undeterred by the tempest swirling around them. Who's next? Oh right, I have neither father nor mother. And even the inheritance left by my father was squandered on that wretched gold. He turned to Adams, who was pulling a gilded pistol from the drawer. I wager your gun is empty. Ezio mimicked the gesture of firing, producing a sound like a gunshot. 2 rather portly gentlemen were adorned with small gifts, the clicking of triggers echoing continuously, yet the guns were devoid of bullets. Now it is their turn. The decision is still yours, Mr. Adams. 2 detonators were hurled forth. And in that moment, Adams, the vampire renowned as the elegant executioner who once wielded immense power and wealth in London, found himself helplessly kneeling amidst the wreckage. His mouth agape, he realized he was utterly incapable of uttering a single word. Since the arrival of this man, silence had enveloped him. As if his world had been muted, he could only hear the devil's words while being unable to utter a plea for mercy. For this demon sought not to listen. He yearned only to witness despair, to fill the chasms in his heart with it, to mend the shattered chains of his being. Only blood and slaughter could satiate the madness of the beast confined within, a relentless indifference that trampled everything underfoot. Should they end their fear and despair in midair, or fully experience the entirety of the game? 2 aerial performers emerged, yet their grace paled in comparison to that of the first young lady. Once again, the choice lay in Adams's hands, as someone grasped his fist tightly, ensuring he seized this rare opportunity that life afforded him. Press it then. That would imbue the moment with significance, would it not? Ezio's forehead pressed against his voice calm, yet audible. Since you have chosen to forfeit, the next one is up. Your brother or sister, or perhaps your beloved eldest son. He's a worthless scum, or rather the most nauseating of sandwich cookies. When I found him, he was playing bumper cars with 2 friends, seated in the middle, clearly high as a kite. Or perhaps, all 3 together. A couple in their 40s was yanked forth, followed by a disheveled young man in his early 20s, currently wearing a foolish grin. Do you have anything to say to your dear brother? Ezio tore the tape from the mouths of the couple, though regrettably, he had no desire to hear any response. Accompanied by screams elongated by the wind and incomprehensible laughter, 3 figures were propelled from the window. Now, the choices have multiplied, have they not? 3 detonators were placed upon the table. Come, choose one. If you do not, I shall select for you. A resounding bang echoed as a matte black dagger impaled Adams's right hand to the solid wood table. Let us press them together. In agonizing convulsions, his fingers brushed against the red button, and then, irresistibly, he pressed down. A trio of explosions erupted below, resonating as if detonated directly in one's ears. With despair wafting through the open window, a sinister grin curling upon Ezio's lips. How delightful, this music that brings me such joy. Perhaps we can converse now, discuss where my gold has gone. The response was a long-suppressed wail, laden with pain and despair. What have you chosen, Mr. Adams? We could have coexisted peacefully, each reaping our respective benefits. That is the consensus that collaboration should achieve, is it not? Now, you owe me 25 tons of gold. I trust you are prepared to deliver it, yes? So where's the gold? Without me, Adams, nearly on the brink of collapse, hoarsely trembled as he spoke. I cannot offer you much. I beseech you, grant me some time. I can provide you with substantial wealth, billions, in pounds or dollars. Yet, all I seek is gold, for you owe me no money, merely gold. It is said that the Bank of England's vault houses approximately 300,000 gold bars, each weighing 124 kilograms. There is gold aplenty. Why not devise a means to procure some? I shall grant you 1 hour to acquire sufficient gold, whether through purchase or theft, as long as the quantity is adequate. You have a daughter and a son, do you not? And surely, a wife who may still love you, along with 3 lovers, 3 illegitimate children, and a lineage of kin, all named Adams. For every minute that passes, I shall take one. I implore you to act swiftly. Adams moved with remarkable haste, and as he leapt from the high building, he secured the first position just as an hour elapsed. When the sluggish London police finally pried open the steel-plated passage to enter the floor, they were greeted only by shattered glass and traces of desolate, dried tears. The Adams family's men, responsible for transporting the gold, collapsed in confusion amidst a pool of blood. As the 14 tons of gold they had hurriedly relocated vanished into the encroaching dusk. Yet, the bloodshed had only just begun. Tonight was destined to be one of restless nights, with blades drawn and guns loaded. The night cloaked the assassins in invisibility, concealing all traces of bloodshed. Chapter 69. Ron. Who will rescue me? A night of sweet dreams. Ezio rose from the soft, grand bed. The luxurious suite at the Ritz Hotel was undoubtedly more comfortable than the modest inn he had previously occupied. Following the transfer of millions of pounds into his personal account, Ezio enjoyed some privileges of the wealthy, for bankers are ever driven by profit, relishing the expenditure of their clients. Last night, he dreamt of Giovanni, recalling the time he took him to the shooting range, where the dummies burst open one after another, their chests stained with the vivid red of the dye within. Ezio was an excellent marksman, his hands steady and his gaze sharp, capable of hitting a target 3 kilometers away with static sniping, though this was not his limit, but rather the constraints of the firearm. The effective range of Model 1 was merely 800 meters, even with custom bullets and a finely tuned and modified weapon. It was bound by its inherent limitations. Beyond that, Ezio would have to leave it to fate. The previous day, before he retired for the night, he had emptied 21 magazines and successfully set a new long-range sniping record. Perhaps it was true that what occupies the mind during the day manifests in dreams at night. As he traversed from his room to the dining area, he heard the clamor of many voices, yet Ezio found it merely a cacophony, for his spirits were high, and he dismissed the incessant buzzing of the metaphorical mosquitoes. He needed to visit Diagon Alley to purchase textbooks. Today was September 1st, and he had to catch the Hogwarts Express at 11 o'clock. The time was now 9 in the morning, and he had savored a rare indulgence of sleeping in. Though having witnessed the magic and magical societies of other countries, Diagon Alley suddenly seemed rather unappealing. Nevertheless, it still possessed a number of intriguing items. After meandering about and acquiring some consumables, Ezio's figure flickered, and he found himself in a narrow alley several dozen kilometers away, adjacent to King's Cross Station. With no one around, he effortlessly slipped out of the alley and blended into the bustling crowd. With only a few minutes left before the 11 o'clock departure, he arrived at the entrance and spotted a familiar red-haired family he had encountered the previous year. "Hey, Ezio." Harry waved at him. His hair tousled as he conversed with the Weasley twins. "Looks like you didn't have much of a holiday." "Oh, my dear Ezio." The twins rushed over, having covertly exchanged some gold bars for galleons. Ezio had not lied. It was a staggering 3,000 galleons, an amount they had never seen in their lives. "You too." A commanding voice called from behind them. It was their mother, the plump middle-aged Molly Weasley. "All right, Mom. We were just saying hello to our best friend." The twins immediately turned around, not daring to protest. "Save your chatter for the train. Percy has gone in. I'm taking Ginny inside." "You too, immediately." Mrs. Weasley briskly led a lovely young girl by the hand toward the entrance. The twins shrugged and followed suit, pushing their trolley along. "This year we prepared a little surprise for you. We'll show you later." They waved to Ezio and Harry before hastening inside. "Shall we go?" Harry adjusted Hedwig's cage, noting he had packed very little this year, just textbooks and a few sets of clothes. "You go ahead first." Harry glanced at the last of the Weasley children, whom he hardly knew but recognized as the boy who had been frightened away by Ezio on the train last year. They had not interacted at school either, only later learning his name was Ron. "You go first," Ron said, casting a wary glance at Ezio. He had always felt intimidated by the one who casually discussed Voldemort on the train and was rumored to be the new Dark Lord of Slytherin at school. Without Hermione's assistance, he had barely managed 2 passing grades and 5 failing ones last year. One could hardly expect the chicken leg hero to take his studies seriously or practice diligently outside class. "You go ahead," Ezio indicated toward Harry, standing back with arms crossed. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Ezio caught sight of a small creature with long ears flitting across the roof beams of the station, only to vanish in an instant. With a thud, Harry's trolley crashed against the wall, drawing attention with Hedwig's indignant squawking. Harry rubbed his sore backside, hurriedly righting Hedwig's cage. Perhaps the magic malfunctioned, Ezio shrugged. "Shall we go for lunch?" In the early morning, I found myself unsated, besieged by an abundance of mosquitoes. Harry paused momentarily, perplexed by the statement, yet nodded in agreement, for he had always believed that following Ezio's words was undeniably prudent. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, Harry pushed the cart towards the exit, leaving the red-haired boy bewildered in his place. He had completely forgotten that someone else was also locked outside, as they were not well acquainted. How shall we make our way to school? Harry inquired once they had exited the station. Indeed, he continued, scratching his head. I recall the station we arrived at was named Hogsmeade Station. So, where shall we indulge in some delectable cuisine? I shall treat you to a Michelin 3-star meal. There is a French restaurant that I truly adore, and you must give it a try. Isn't that rather expensive? Harry replied, having only heard of the Michelin 3-star rating without ever witnessing it firsthand. Would you like me to slip you some pocket money for a taxi? Your invisibility cloak is splendid. I wore it all night yesterday, and it was absolutely marvelous. Which young lady were you spying on in the bath last night? Harry grinned, chuckling at the thought. By the way, when we head to Diagon Alley, I need to purchase some new books. I initially intended for Hedwig to fetch them on the train, but now there is no need for her to fly such a distance. That is on the way, and I certainly did not peep at any young ladies bathing. They would be more than happy to have their bathroom right next to my bed. Ezio rummaged through his pocket and produced a stack of pristine 20-pound Faraday notes, handing them to Harry. Use this for the taxi fare. You need not worry about the cost anymore. I can exchange some pounds at Gringotts. Harry declined the money. This should cover our meal expenses, Ezio insisted. Wait. Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening. This amounts to 2,000 pounds. Uncle Vernon doesn't even earn that in a month. It may not be sufficient. Luxury knows no bounds. Ezio grinned. This is merely pocket change for the taxi. What are you saving for? Well then, I shall graciously accept it. Upon realizing that Ezio was indeed quite affluent, Harry found it easier to acquiesce. After all, he could always choose a lavish Christmas gift later. A few hundred galleons would hardly make a dent. After relishing an exquisitely lavish French meal, they strolled through Diagon Alley. The two enjoyed a pleasant afternoon at the tavern in Hogsmeade, sipping butterbeer while reading. A truly delightful experience. As evening approached, with the cool night breeze caressing them, Harry mounted the Nimbus 2001 that Ezio had gifted him, intending to partake in this year's Quidditch team selection. Observing the Hogwarts Express lazily puffing smoke in the sky was rather amusing. After the train came to a halt, they blended into the throng of students. From their second year onward, they could take the night bus to the castle, thus avoiding the longer route through the Black Lake. The swaying carriage brought them to the castle's entrance. A new academic year awaited. Ezio glanced up at Hogwarts Castle, feeling a flutter of excitement within. This year, he shall greatly accelerate his pace of knowledge acquisition, relying on the invaluable Time Turner, a treasure that, though usable for only a year, is sufficient for him to unfurl his wings and soar freely in the magical sky. In the magnificent hall, a multitude of new, youthful faces emerged. The little girl from the Weasley family was joyously sorted into Gryffindor, her brothers applauding her arrival, yet their smiles were tinged with a hint of concern, for their youngest brother had mysteriously vanished. Professor McGonagall reassured them not to worry, but how could they truly feel at ease? Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Look, a flying car." Just as the sorting ceremony was nearing its conclusion, a vehicle burst forth from the enchanted ceiling, hurtling down in a crash-landing manner before colliding violently with the infamous Whomping Willow. Ron, Percy, the head boy, was seething with rage, his fiery hair nearly standing on end, while nearby, Fred and George, momentarily taken aback, silently mouthed, "Brilliant." Chapter 70, The True Gryffindor in Slytherin. Professor McGonagall departed with a thunderous expression, and a commotion erupted at the Gryffindor table as they animatedly discussed the recent incident with the flying car. Upon realizing that the individual who had collided with the Whomping Willow was a member of the Weasley clan, they gasped in realization. "Ah, yes, that was Ron. Our youngest brother," Fred remarked, his voice laced with complex emotions. He found the act rather cool, yet the crash into the willow was undeniably foolish. May Merlin bless that his trousers did not fly off with him. George fervently prayed for Ron, fully aware of the consequences of such antics as the notorious troublemaking duo of Gryffindor. Only Percy remained tight-lipped, fists clenched, contemplating far more than his twin brothers. This was no ordinary prank. It would lead to significant trouble. Meanwhile, Ron, ejected from the car, trudged towards the castle with a disheveled trunk nearly falling apart, a mournful expression adorning his face. In his left hand, he clutched a wand that was on the verge of breaking, having attempted to halt the vehicle with it during the crash, but to no avail. As he entered the castle and passed through the Great Hall's entrance, he had not yet grasped which wizard would be sorted into which house when the person he dreaded most appeared before him. Professor McGonagall pressed her lips tightly together, her demeanor more serious than he had ever witnessed, her entire body taut with tension. "Come with me, Mr. Weasley." With that terse command, she turned and strode away, her brisk footsteps echoing in Ron's heart, quickening its pace with anxiety. Upon entering a lounge, Professor McGonagall finally turned to him and demanded, "Please explain why you arrived at school in a flying car." She placed a copy of the Daily Prophet on the low table, revealing that numerous muggles had witnessed a car soaring through the sky. "You should have taken the school bus. The platform door's magic was malfunctioning, Professor. I couldn't get in," Ron hastily explained. "It was unintentional. I merely wanted to. At that moment, Harry Potter and Ezio of Florence were also present. They could attest to my claims. Professor, Ron fervently defended himself, then voiced his speculation. Did they not arrive at school riding on flying broomsticks? Unfortunately, that was not the case. Professor McGonagall shook her head, casting a disappointed gaze upon Ron. Prior to changing their itinerary, they had corresponded with Professor Snape and ultimately arrived at Hogwarts alongside other students, without causing any delays or disturbances. I believe you ought to learn from them. Yet they abandoned me, leaving me all alone. Was it so difficult to send a letter via owl? Professor McGonagall waved her hand dismissively. Was it too burdensome to wait for your parents in the car and convey the situation to them? You cannot place the blame for your errors and impulsiveness upon your classmates. But can I be held accountable? Ron silently screamed in anguish, recalling that no one came to my rescue. I had to save myself, and you cannot fathom how cruel it was to see them turn their backs on me. I stood right beside them, yet it was as if I were invisible. I must impose a punishment upon you for your recklessness. Your actions have caused considerable damage to Hogwarts. The injured Whomping Willow is a rare magical plant, perhaps due to the exemplary conduct of Ezio and Harry. Professor McGonagall felt profoundly disappointed by such behavior. Gryffindor loses 20 points, and I shall write to your parents to inform them of this incident. I hope you can learn from your peers how to manage a situation appropriately. I was not expelled. Ron silently rejoiced, with a flick of her wand. Professor McGonagall conjured a platter of food onto the low table before turning to depart. He pushed aside thoughts of his broken wand, instead envisioning himself receiving a hero's welcome, feeling rather magnificent. However, the students of Gryffindor did not share his sentiment. Immediately following the sorting ceremony, they heard a commotion emanating from the House Point hourglass. As the new academic year commenced, all hourglasses were reset, yet only theirs witnessed the descent of red gemstones, falling, and falling again. But rather than resting in the upper half of the hourglass, they plummeted to the bottom, signifying a deduction of points. The counter at the top displayed an unprecedented number, 20. This revelation sent the Gryffindor witches and wizards into an uproar. The school year had barely begun, and they had already lost a full 20 points. It is worth noting that as the internal competition within Slytherin spilled over into every classroom, professors became exceedingly cautious regarding point allocations. Slytherin students eagerly vied for even a single point, creating an atmosphere that was, frankly, somewhat intimidating. Professors would occasionally award 5 or 10 points, yet during the latter half of the previous year, points were almost always awarded one at a time, with Slytherin managing to seize 5 or 6 points from those 10. Consequently, they secured the championship with an overwhelming total of 1230 points, surpassing the combined scores of the other three houses. No one can disregard the formidable deeds that this ambitious cohort of Slytherins, who have grasped the essence of glory, might accomplish. This year at Hogwarts is destined to be tumultuous and rife with conflict. Just moments ago, the Gryffindor students, who were eagerly discussing the excitement of the situation, were on the verge of tears. Ron truly deserves this ire. Dumbledore, observing the varied reactions of the students below, pondered whether it might be prudent to introduce some competitive dynamics akin to those of Slytherin within the confines of Hogwarts. It appears that such a model is proving effective. As the spirit of the Slytherin students has markedly transformed, they are brimming with fervor, embodying the lion's heart even more than Gryffindor itself. Could it be that the true essence of Gryffindor resides within Slytherin? As the banquet concluded, the young witches and wizards swiftly rose and departed in small clusters. The first-year students, under the guidance of their prefects, lined up to await their journey to the respective common rooms. The flamboyantly dressed Gilderoy Lockhart's eyes sparkled upon spotting Ezio, for he was well aware of this up-and-coming youth in the wizarding world. Ezio had garnered significant renown, particularly among pure-blood families. Moreover, he was exceptionally wealthy. His bounty had been publicly announced, attracting far too many opportunistic individuals eager to exploit him. He lacked the time and energy to discern the genuine from the fraudulent. Yet a portion of last year's Slytherin graduates had accepted his employment, earning 50 galleons a month to collect correspondence, organize intelligence, and filter out deceitful elements before compiling and sending everything to him. This was a privilege he could afford after gaining influence within Slytherin last year. The bounties starting at 10,000 galleons were extraordinarily enticing in the wizarding realm, especially since the Ministry of Magic's starting salary was a mere 27 galleons. To amass 10,000 galleons, one would have to forego sustenance for 30 years. In many respects, Ezio had eclipsed Lockhart, the best-selling author, in fame. Handsome, affluent, and extraordinarily talented, he was the object of desire for pure-blood families eager to offer their beautiful daughters for his selection. Union with him would be a significant gain. They had tacitly accepted that Ezio hailed from a remarkably wealthy wizarding lineage. However, just as he reached out to embrace Ezio, the latter, accompanied by Dumbledore, moved away, leaving Lockhart momentarily taken aback. Yet, he soon trailed closely behind them. He was not one to easily relinquish opportunities, willing to do anything for the sake of his reputation. Are you eager already? Dumbledore casually opened a door, leading them into a lounge adorned with a crackling fire. This was the teacher's lounge adjacent to the Great Hall, though it was currently unoccupied. Indeed, after observing the outer magical world, I have garnered much insight. My studies at Wagadu have enlightened me to the transformations occurring in the magical community. To be frank, Professor Dumbledore, Hogwarts ought to undergo some reforms, at the very least. It should re-establish connections with other magical institutions. The world beyond is utterly captivating. Were it not for the obligations I have here, I might genuinely consider transferring. A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Dumbledore's face. The impact of this revelation was not insignificant. He had always taken pride in being associated with Hogwarts. Yet now he was informed that without progress, the institution might be unceremoniously cast aside. I have observed a transformation in Slytherin's ethos and a shift in the overall ambience of the school. There is a burgeoning spirit of ambition among the students. A newfound zeal for advancement, for which I should express my gratitude to you, Ezio. Might you consider bestowing upon me a time turner? Ezio asked with boldness. That would not be feasible. However, I can offer you a modest gift. Dumbledore produced a silver lighter from within his robes and handed it over. A dimmer. A small invention of mine. Can it be used to light a cigarette? Although I do not smoke, I suspect that would not be its intended use. But it is quite effective for extinguishing lights. Since you are so eager, I shall grant it to you. But remember, utilizing any magical power comes with a price. And the cost of reversing time is particularly steep. Dumbledore then presented a small booklet resembling a calendar, marked with dates and the current time. You can see how many times you have reversed time on this day. I do not recommend exceeding 7 uses in a single day. 7 is a number imbued with potent magic. It is already pushing the limits. Beyond that, you may find it unbearable, and the repercussions could be extraordinary. This is a shared understanding within the magical community, and I hope you will heed it. The wisdom behind its longevity is rooted in concealed truths. Magic is wondrous. Yet we cannot fully comprehend it. However, we can summarize certain principles. I shall remember, Ezio replied, carefully tucking the time turner, which resembled a pocket watch, along with the magical calendar into his robes. By the way, there is one more matter, Ezio. Dumbledore retrieved a newspaper. Though it was not one of the animated publications of the magical realm. What is your perspective on this? The newspaper chronicled a large-scale terrorist attack that occurred on August 31st, reporting a death toll of 674 by 8 a.m. on September 1st, with police actively seeking leads. It seems I am quite efficient. I was unaware of that. What is my perspective? I simply observe. Dumbledore initially intended to gauge Ezio's attitude towards the incident, and he indeed discerned Ezio's indifference towards the fate of those uninvolved in his life, which was entirely consistent with his prior disposition. Just look at that mouth. Dumbledore remarked with a slight twitch of his lips. There is a phrase that suits this situation rather well. It is somewhat offensive. Ezio paused, shaking the newspaper as he turned to Dumbledore. Professor, would you mind if I express something a bit impudent? Upon receiving Dumbledore's tacit approval, Ezio continued, It's none of your concern, nor mine. That remark was indeed somewhat offensive. Dumbledore raised his voice slightly. Your statement lacks reason. Ezio dismissed the newspaper, casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. I did not consent to that. You acted unilaterally. Please, do not torment an elderly gentleman so. A look of astonished grievance crossed Dumbledore's face as he pondered. Is this all the affection I receive? Perhaps you should seek out the Horcruxes instead. This year I find myself with ample time. Maybe we could discuss Voldemort, and perchance uncover some clues. The diadem of Ravenclaw was largely a matter of fortune. I refuse to believe that Voldemort would hide another Horcrux within Hogwarts, though it remains a possibility, given that his mind has deteriorated. Chapter 72. I am Lockhart. Please feed me peanuts. Peanuts. As soon as he stepped out of the staff lounge, Ezio spotted Lockhart, who was feigning a casual stroll. His acting was commendable, yet from the outset, he could not deceive Ezio's keen perception. Ah, is that not Ezio? Lockhart exclaimed, approaching him with the enthusiasm of an old friend reuniting after a long absence. He intended to grasp Ezio's arm for a handshake or an embrace, but his hand met only air. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly adopted a pose, hands on his hips, to mask his earlier awkwardness. You must surely know. I am your defense against the dark arts instructor this year. Who are you? Ezio replied, lifting his eyelids and delivering the words with an icy indifference. Lockhart blinked at him, seemingly seeking his approval or praise. Oh, and what then? Ezio mused, reflecting on Lockhart's remarkable audacity and confidence. To be frank, Ezio doubted that anyone could simply engage in boastful discourse without substantial merit. I will undoubtedly become the most extraordinary mentor you have ever encountered. No one possesses a greater understanding of defense against the dark arts than I. Lockhart smoothly interjected, affixing a label of expertise upon himself. If the tales within his books were indeed solely his own experiences, such a claim might hold a modicum of truth. Let us hope so, Ezio nodded. However, Professor Lockhart, you may not be fully aware of the current dynamics at Hogwarts. Last year, I encountered an exceedingly disappointing professor. And Headmaster Dumbledore is keen on reinforcing the scrutiny regarding teaching qualifications. What is this nonsense? Lockhart exclaimed, bewildered. Dumbledore never mentioned such matters when I was hired. I anticipated a year of leisurely engagement at Hogwarts, mingling with distinguished students to amass considerable notoriety. And now you introduce an evaluation system for professors? I had envisioned a year of storytelling across 7 books for 7 years of students. What is this farce? I intended to teach for only 1 year. I have no desire to advance in this role. This is contractual fraud. This is deception. Dumbledore, you lack integrity. Someone, feed me peanuts. Who will feed me peanuts? Lockhart contemplated taking Dumbledore to the Wizengamot, yet he was aware that Dumbledore was the chief wizard of that very assembly. Just moments ago, he had conversed with Professor Dumbledore about minor matters pertaining to enhancing the school, with an official announcement expected by noon tomorrow. You shall indeed become an excellent professor of defense against the dark arts, will you not? Ezio smiled at him, perhaps understanding that the initial transition into the role of a professor could be challenging. However, he believed that the students would grant him an opportunity. Yet, if he were to remain unadapted for an extended period, it would lead to an exceedingly dire outcome. The evaluations issued by Headmaster Dumbledore carry significant weight throughout the entire European wizarding community, and the professors are keenly aware of this, as high scores could result in increased salaries and funding. He urged him not to bear too great a burden or pressure. After all, the novels he penned were quite remarkable. He absolutely did not wish to witness that scene. Gilderoy Lockhart aspired to become a renowned wizard, one whom all would admire. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Ron, confined at the entrance of the common room, rubbed his overstuffed belly while belching. Upon his exit, he encountered no other Gryffindor students and remained unaware of the password, yet he was unfazed. For he knew that once people realized the absence of their remarkably handsome hero, they would undoubtedly seek him out. They would shower him with praise for being so incredibly impressive, a true genius. He could instantly become the most dazzling figure in Gryffindor, rivaling even Harry and Ezio. Had Hogwarts not had Ezio, it might have appeared quite differently. The young Gryffindors were always eager to bask in the limelight, for this was adventure. This was glory. The loss of points was a mere trifle. Nothing surpassed the adventurous spirit of Gryffindor. As Ron envisioned all of this in his mind, he let out a few short, triumphant chuckles. Suddenly, the door guarded by the fat lady swung open from within, and Fred and George emerged, spotting Ron lost in his foolish laughter. Well, well, well. Little Ronnie, Fred teased, winking as he approached. What delightful dreams are you having? Perhaps he was contemplating the rounds of applause and cheers awaiting him. George, chuckling beside him, added with a peculiar grin, Ron Weasley, the king of Gryffindor, is it not? Ron shot a glare at the twins. You're just jealous. All right, they replied, exchanging glances and shrugging their shoulders. Enjoy your applause, little Ronnie. We hope you can laugh heartily. With that, they led the way back into the passage. Ron cleared his throat, adjusted his clothing, and then joyfully entered. As he raised his head, a sudden hush fell over the common room. All eyes were fixed on Ron, who had to stifle his astonishment at their sudden silence. What is going on? He asked, bewildered. You thought you had accomplished something splendid, didn't you? Percy stormed over, visibly irate. You've caused Gryffindor to lose 20 points on the very first day of school. Do you know how much effort it takes to reclaim those points from Slytherin? You have no idea. You understand nothing. Last year, we were already at the bottom. How long do you intend to maintain this record? Until you graduate from Hogwarts. Percy's eyes blazed with fury. And do you have any idea how humiliated this will make Dad? He whispered through clenched teeth into Ron's ear. Dad could very well be dismissed because of your foolish actions. Are you unaware of where he works? And yet you flew a car, exposing yourself to a host of muggles. The front page of the Daily Prophet. Do you comprehend? If anything happens to Dad because of your antics, I shall never forgive you, Ron. Percy shoved Ron in the chest, embodying the quintessential overachiever among Hogwarts students, the third of the Weasley clan. Driven by an acute sense of responsibility and ambition, he dreaded the thought of presenting his resume at the Ministry of Magic only to be met with murmurs of, "Isn't this the brother of the fool who crashed a flying car and got their father fired?" The ministry does not employ fools, nor their siblings. Ron, having fallen to the ground, gazed vacantly ahead, while none of his fellow Gryffindors approached him to offer solace. They silently turned away, deliberating on how to perform the next day, striving at the very least to outshine Hufflepuff. It's not my fault, Ron trembled, muttering to himself. I had no idea it would turn out like this. I had no idea it would cause such trouble. It's all their fault. They knew exactly what to do, so why didn't they include me? Aren't Fred and George your good friends? I am their brother. Yet, no one heeded his words. Even if someone had, like Ezio, he likely wouldn't spare him a glance. Meanwhile, in Slytherin, Ezio surveyed the room, a slight smile gracing his lips. Perhaps I should say a few words? Very well, I shall. First, Slytherin has no need for worthless fools. One must prove their worth within the house to secure their standing and be recognized as a member of Slytherin. The rest of the details will be handled by Rabaston. That will be all. Dismissed.